Due to a car accident, Lin Bai, a financial elite, unexpectedly traveled through time and space and became the principal of a bankrupt technical college. Facing the death sentence from the Education Grants Bureau, the school must close after 15 days. At this moment, he activated the mysterious Golden Finger, the strongest military school system. The novice gift package won the S-level instructor Su Shan duo. However, all the students in the school dropped out, and the funds in the account were running out. In desperation, he actually set his sights on the least popular major, military training. Everyone thought he was crazy, but Lin Bai sneered, "In half a month, I want this school to be famous all over the country." Amid the wave of dropouts, Lin Bai opened the enrollment reminder and unexpectedly found Su Shui, a talented girl with S-level military potential in the crowd. In order to keep her, Lin Bai spent 200,000 yuan on scholarships, which shocked the whole audience. The students exclaimed, "Is the principal crazy? A junior college dares to have a military major." However, when the retired instructor Su Shanduo subdued the troublemakers with one move, everyone shut up. "Our school is serious." From then on, Su Shui's nightmare began. S-level instructor Su Shanduo started the hell training, with goose-stepping, obstacle course, and firearms training taking turns. Late at night, Principal Lin Bai sneaked into the girls' dormitory and attacked Su Shui. Screams echoed throughout the campus. But the truth is surprising. The muscle-loosening massage activated the body's potential, and Su Shui was promoted to a first-class soldier overnight. Su Shanduo sighed, "Principal, you are really a hidden talent." At this moment, funds were in short supply again, so Lin Bai logged directly into the dark web and took on a bodyguard mission with a daily salary of 100,000. First mission, protect the daughter of a wealthy family. In the hail of bullets, Su Shui shot the attacker in the head, and the whole network went viral. This female bodyguard is even more powerful than in the movies. Lin Bai's real plan came to light, using the hard-earned money of the mercenaries to build an iron military academy. At this time, the final test came. The Education Bureau brought reporters to the door, waiting to see the joke. Lin Bai started a live broadcast on the entire network. On the playground, Su Shui led the team to demonstrate tactical coordinated shooting, and Su Shanduo performed blindfolded gun disassembly and assembly in 3 seconds. Even more shocking was that Lin Bai showed off his dark web achievements. "Our graduates are all mercenary ace." The director of the Education Bureau signed with trembling hands, rating S, directly upgraded to a national key military academy. At this moment, Lin Bai suddenly opened his eyes, his breathing became rapid and heavy, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. He was stunned for a while before he reacted. He looked down at his slightly trembling hands. "I'm not dead." He clearly remembered that he had been run over by an overloaded truck. However, now, he was lying in an unfamiliar environment. Where was this? Looking around, he only saw a shabby office with a few books on postpartum care for sows piled on the desk. This is a school office, but it is obviously dilapidated. A sudden headache made it impossible for him to stay awake, and a large number of unfamiliar memories flooded into his mind like a tide. A few minutes later, he finally sorted out these memories. "I actually traveled through time. The body he is in now is exactly the body of another person named Lin Bai with the same name. Lin Bai in this world is only 20 years old. He inherited a private school on the verge of bankruptcy. What a crappy school, it's not even worth running anymore, right?" Lin Bai was once a professional financial manager and was very shrewd. Now he could see at a glance that it was almost impossible for this school to make any progress. Its curriculum, facilities, and teaching quality are all extremely backward and are a complete mess. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He came back to his senses and shouted, "Come in." The door opened and a man in an executive jacket and gold-rimmed glasses walked in. Lin Bai recognized this person immediately. He was the inspector sent by the Education Bureau. The inspector said bluntly, "Mr. Lin, according to our rating, the school's qualifications are far from adequate and I'm afraid it can't continue to operate." Lin Bai was helpless. In this school, all subjects were barely passable. There was almost no possibility of continuing in such a school. At this moment, an electronic voice sounded in Lin Bai's mind. Ding! Binding completed, you have bound to the strongest military school system. System? Military academy? Lin Bai was slightly stunned. This golden finger seemed to be different from any novel version he had seen before. Other people's systems might be about killing monsters and leveling up, but his was actually related to military academy. Mr. Lin. The inspector's voice pulled Lin Bai back from his confusion. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Oh, go on. We are giving you one last chance to assess and add a new subject. If the assessment is passed, the school can continue to operate. The inspector said after a slight hesitation. Add new subjects. Lin Bai knew that the school lacked military-related courses, which was the core of his system. Can we offer new subjects? Lin Bai asked, with determination flashing in his eyes. Of course, but it's not recommended. The inspector nodded. Opening new subjects means going through a complex approval process, and your school does not have any military curriculum foundation. Lin Bai thought for a moment, then suddenly stood up with a firm look in his eyes. I choose military training. The inspector was stunned. He had never seen a school principal make such a risky decision. Are you kidding? The inspector asked with a frown, obviously not believing the young man in front of him. How could I be joking? Lin Bai looked at the inspector, his tone unchanged. Since I have the support of the system, I will definitely not go wrong if I choose military subjects. The inspector understood that the young man was taking a risk, but seeing his resolute look, he sighed helplessly. Well, the exam will be held in half a month, and there will be reporters present. I hope you can be prepared. As the inspector left the office, Lin Bai could no longer contain his excitement. Just now, he did not choose to open the system gift package immediately because he did not know what kind of reward the system would bring him. System. Lin Bai said silently in his mind, open the novice gift pack. As he thought about it, a white bar appeared in the center of the screen and began to scroll rapidly. When it stopped, the system's voice sounded, congratulations on obtaining 100 scientific research points and a chance to draw a special talent. Special talents. Lin Bai did not hesitate and chose to draw without hesitation. Just after Lin Bai finished drawing, a rapidly spinning golden roulette wheel appeared in the center of the screen. Lin Bai narrowed his eyes and carefully observed every piece of information on the roulette wheel. Hang Jiawang, A-level instructor, proficient in recruit training. Su Linsheng, C-level logistics personnel, good at logistics material management. Li Guangji, B-level engineer, good at tank maintenance. The wheel lists the names of many characters and their specialties. Judging from the above data, C-level talents account for the majority, while S-level talents are very few. Although it was impossible to get more details through the roulette wheel, this information undoubtedly made Lin Bai nervous. Without further hesitation, he decided to start drawing. As the golden roulette wheel began to spin rapidly, Lin Bai clenched his fists and stared at the screen. At least give me an A grade. I will be thankful if I can get an A grade. In his previous life, Lin Bai had always been a poor guy and could hardly draw even S-level cards when playing games. Now, he is satisfied to have an A-level person. However, unexpectedly, when the pointer of the roulette wheel stopped, a card shining with golden light appeared in front of Lin Bai. Lin Bai's eyes widened instantly, staring intently at the words displayed on the card, S-level. God has eyes. Lin Bai was so excited that he almost jumped up. It turned out to be an S-level talent. The card listed the character's information in detail. Su Shanduo, orphan, retired volunteer soldier, former military instructor, S rank, with legal identity certificate. The system has rationalized the identity of the characters, no need to worry about being exposed. System tips, the extracted talents are absolutely loyal and will regard the host as their only reliance. Seeing this information, Lin Bai felt relieved. This talent was simply a blessing from heaven. Lin Bai reached out and gently touched the card floating in the air. In an instant, a dazzling golden light flashed, and a tall man appeared in front of him. Squad leader. The man stood up straight and raised his right hand in a standard salute. When Lin Bai saw this man, he immediately felt a bit of awe. The man was about 1.75 meters tall, with a solid build and dark skin, but his eyes revealed unparalleled determination and confidence. This is the temperament of a military instructor. Those who can serve as instructors are definitely not ordinary people. You don't have to call me class monitor, you can call me principal. Lin Bai smiled slightly and nodded. Okay. Principal. Su Shanduo responded immediately, his tone firm and unconditional in his obedience. Sit down and rest for a while, we'll go out together later. Lin Bai pointed to the chair next to him and said softly. Su Shanduo sat down without hesitation, his body still as straight as a pine tree. Lin Bai looked at him and felt satisfied. This was the outstanding talent he needed. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the window. Lin Bai walked to the window and looked downstairs. I saw a group of students gathered at the school gate, all of them were very angry. Lin Bai frowned and immediately understood what had happened. It seems that the news has spread. Lin Bai whispered to himself, feeling a little worried. Students are the most sensitive group, and the crisis that the school is about to face must have made them uneasy. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again, ding. Congratulations on winning the novice reward, enrollment tips. Enrollment reminder. Lin Bai was stunned. The system not only rewarded him for talent extraction, but also gave him an extra tool. Warm tips, the admissions reminder can clearly show the talent and potential of each student. Hearing this tip, Lin Bai couldn't help but feel happy. This is exactly the tool he needs. Being able to accurately see students' potential can help him quickly screen out outstanding talents. Su Shanduo, come down with me. A few minutes later, Lin Bai and Su Shanduo went downstairs. Hundreds of students had gathered in front of the teaching building, and anger was in the air. The principal is out. With a shout, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Bai. Although Lin Bai was a professional manager, he still felt a little pressure when faced with this sudden situation. However, seeing Su Shanduo standing next to him, tall and straight like a pine tree, Lin Bai instantly calmed down. What on earth are you doing? Lin Bai's voice was majestic as he glanced at the students. He noticed that the students all had a white box above their heads with their names and potential ratings recorded in it. Lin Bai discovered that most students' potential was only D-level, and the few who were C-level were even fewer. Seeing these potential ratings, Lin Bai couldn't help but feel relieved. After all, military school is not a field that everyone can adapt to. However, the students' emotions were clearly out of control. Principal, we heard that the Education Qualifications Authority is going to cancel our school's qualifications, a student shouted. Yeah, what about our tuition fees? Another student followed. If the school closes down, can I get my money back? A student asked anxiously. Faced with the students' noise, Lin Bai did not respond, but continued to scan the crowd, looking for suitable talents. At this moment, his eyes suddenly fixed on a girl, Su Shui, military potential, S level. It's a godsend. Lin Bai almost jumped up. Seeing this girl with S-level potential, Lin Bai immediately became excited. This was the key person he needed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bai calmed himself down, looked at the students below, and said calmly. Since you all want to drop out of school, then go and register. I'll give you all your refunds. As soon as the words fell, the entire student group was instantly plunged into deep shock. The sign that a private school like Lindbergh is about to go bankrupt often means a break in its funding chain. Many schools will take away students' tuition fees without hesitation and disappear without a trace, making it impossible for anyone to hold them accountable. However, Lindbergh chose to solve the problem in another way. Students, come here and wait in line. I will process the refund of tuition fees one by one, Lin Bai said calmly. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the teaching building. The students followed him one after another, with puzzled and uneasy expressions on their faces. Because the school's financial department had already evacuated, Lin Bai had to take on this important task personally. Although he knew he couldn't stop the school from closing, at least he could do something for these students. In the finance department, Lindbergh was busy like a top, processing every request quickly. Students majoring in agricultural planting, the tuition fee of 7,800 yuan has been refunded to your account. Students in the Department of Finance and Management, the tuition fee of 6,500 yuan has been received. As the refunds were made one by one, beads of sweat appeared on Lin Bai's forehead, but he had no intention of stopping. However, when he looked up, he found that the team behind him was still extending, and from a distance, it seemed that there was no end. When the tuition refund reached 3 million, he expected to be able to withdraw an additional 1 million. Just then, a strange voice broke his brief meditation. Principal, I'm a student majoring in Chinese language, my name is Su Shui. Lin Bai raised his head and saw the girl. She was the S-level student he had met before, Su Shui. Su Shui. Please wait a moment. Lin Bai said with a slight smile on his face, I have something to talk to you about later. Su Shui's expression changed slightly. She had heard rumors that the school was about to close down. Now all students are worried about whether their tuition fees can be refunded smoothly. She lowered her head, said no more, and sat quietly on the bench in the corridor waiting. When Lin Bai saw her sit down, he felt a little relieved and continued to work. About an hour later, it was finally Su Shui's turn. Su Shui, I asked you to wait just now mainly because I have something to discuss with you. Lin Bai's voice was filled with warm concern. Is it a tuition issue? Su Shui asked nervously, her voice trembling slightly. No, it's not about tuition. Lin Bai smiled gently, I would like to invite you to join the military major of our school. Of course, if you are willing, the school will provide a scholarship of 200,000 yuan. Hearing this, the students standing nearby were stunned. A scholarship of 200,000 yuan seemed impossible to them. What's more, how could a military major appear in a school that is about to go bankrupt? I remember our school doesn't have a military major, right? Someone questioned in a low voice. Yes, not at all. Could it be that the principal has a crush on her? Another student began to whisper. The discussions around gradually grew louder, and everyone was discussing this sudden military profession. Some people even began to suspect whether Lin Bai had other intentions in doing this. However, Lin Bai just watched coldly as these students whispered. At this time, Su Shui's heart was wavering. A scholarship of 200,000 yuan meant that she could solve the tuition problem, graduate smoothly, and get rid of the dilemma of the school closing down. Moreover, the name of military major sounds so noble. However, as the discussions of others grew louder, Su Shui's feelings became more and more complicated. She began to question whether she really deserved this scholarship. Her grades are not outstanding, why does she receive such special treatment? Moreover, as a girl, is it really appropriate to join the military profession? Just then, a tall boy came out. He was wearing a basketball uniform and had a provocative smile on his face. You are just a principal relying on your family, and now you want to support this female student. What on earth have you done? This boy obviously wanted to show off in front of Su Shui and take the opportunity to attract her attention. But his provocation did not arouse Lin Bai's anger, but made him calmer. Suddenly, a thin man in military uniform beside Lin Bai rushed forward, grabbed the boy and pressed him to the ground. This scene completely shocked the students around. The seemingly strong boy had no power to resist the lean soldier in front of him. Su Shanduo was wearing a military uniform and was thin. There was no doubt that he was a soldier. Su Shanduo, let go of that student. Lin Bai ordered coldly. He turned to the rest of the students and continued, everyone, the school is indeed going to offer a military major. This is the instructor we invited. As soon as he finished speaking, the students were shocked and talked in low voices. Is the school really going to offer a military major? Isn't the school going to close down? This major seems to be able to change the fate of the school. If we can be rated D, we can survive the crisis. This instructor looks different from the military training instructor in our high school. He's amazing. Su Shanduo is not an ordinary instructor. His aura and skills are obviously different. He let go of the student who was pinned down and snorted, you're lucky. The student stood up and glared at Lin Bai, I'm calling the police. You hit someone. Lin Bai didn't care and responded calmly, then go ahead. I will sue you for defamation anyway. He looked calm and obviously didn't care about such a small matter. Then, he turned to the entire student body and said, you are voluntarily withdrawing from school, and the school will not compensate you. The student status will be returned to the original school and the tuition has been refunded. Others can leave first. Although the students left, Lin Bai understood that this was an opportunity. He did not want to continue guarding an ordinary junior college. The students left reluctantly, and Lin Bai's eyes were fixed on Su Shui. Su Shui, are you willing to stay? I promise you have a future. Lin Bai said in a firm tone. Su Shui lowered her head in thought. The discussion just now made her hesitate. She was afraid that she would become Lin Bai's pawn. But after seeing Su Shanduo's actions, she began to trust Lin Bai's words a little. If he really wanted to do something bad, how could he have invited such powerful soldiers? She had always dreamed of joining the army, but because of her grades, she never had the chance. I do. Su Shui finally made up her mind. Now, she sees an opportunity that may help her realize her dream. Lin Bai felt relieved. Su Shui's joining would bring hope to the school's review. He walked to the computer and operated it quickly. A few seconds later, Su Shui's phone rang. 200,000 yuan has arrived. The students watching were shocked to see the money arrive. The principal really wants to set up a military major, the students discussed in a low voice. 200,000 in cash, that's like pie in the sky. That's too much. If the school is successful, the future will definitely be better than in other schools. A large group of students hesitated, with regretful eyes. If we can really change to a military major, why not take a chance? The students stopped and looked at Lin Bai. From today on, you will receive 200,000 yuan in cash upon enrollment. Lin Bai announced calmly. As soon as this was said, the scene was immediately in an uproar. As long as you enroll, you will get 200,000 yuan in cash. Oh my god, this is too generous. Which military academy can give such treatment? Is Dongchuan University planning to become a military school? I won't drop out. Principal, I will pay the tuition again. I want to come back too. Suddenly, there was chaos in front of the finance department, and students poured in. Lin Bai looked at the chaotic scene in front of him and said coldly, "You are too poorly qualified, no." The next day, the sun shone on the playground of Dongchuan University, and Su Shandua's voice echoed. Su Shui was marching to Su Shandua's rhythm, pausing for a long time after each movement. After 2 hours of training, Su Shui felt sore in her waist and back. Although the weather was not hot, she was already sweating profusely. She thought it was just a formality, but the next day, Su Shanduo began to train seriously. Keep your breathing rhythm. Keep your instep straight. Su Shanduo commanded her seriously and mercilessly. After 2 hours, Su Shui's learning progress was rapid, and Su Shanduo also felt more relaxed. At this time, Lin Bai was sitting in the office with a frown on his face, worried that there was too little remaining funds. He counted the account and found that there was only 870,000 yuan left. A lot of the withdrawal money had been refunded, and the school's facilities were extremely simple. There are 2 teaching buildings and 2 dormitory buildings. Even the kitchen and cafeteria are located downstairs of the dormitory buildings. Lin Bai couldn't help but feel frustrated. How can we recruit students like this? We don't even have enough money to pay students 200,000 yuan. Just as he was worried, the system's prompt sounded suddenly, "Host can perform mercenary missions, do you want to choose?" Mercenary mission? Lin Bai's heart was shocked. This sounded unreliable. However, he really had no better choice. After a brief hesitation, Lin Bai agreed to the system's task. The mission has been activated. Reward, military accomplishments for the new recruits in the next company. Suddenly, severe pain came from all over his body. Lin Bai felt as if he was torn apart, and every cell was burning. This was more painful than the memory transfer, and the pain gradually subsided after a few minutes. His clothes were already soaked, and he lay on the ground gasping for breath. The system doesn't even have a pain relief function. Lin Bai was indignant. But at this moment, he also realized that all the memories and strength of a new recruit were being injected into his body. His body began to change, from his abdomen to his limbs, becoming stronger. It seems that I have the ability to protect myself. Lin Bai touched his arm and felt the strength of his body. However, he was still confused about the specific content of the mercenary mission. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded again, "The URL of the mercenary website has been sent." Lin Bai quickly turned on the computer, entered the URL, and jumped to a black and green website. The cover of the website is a mercenary wearing a gas mask and holding a gun. Below is a list of tasks with generous rewards: overseas hostage rescue, 2 million. These tasks are of various types, and the minimum reward is 100,000. Lin Bai's eyes flashed with excitement. This is simply the fastest way to make money. Some missions are not dangerous, and there are even safe missions such as celebrity security. Now that we have a way to make money, let's go to the battlefield and train. But suddenly, Lin Bai thought of a question: mercenaries all need weapons, how can I get them? At this moment, the system voice sounded again. The Scientific Research Points Mall has been opened. A virtual screen appeared in front of Lin Bai, showing drawings of various weapons. Among them, the tactical assault rifle blueprint requires 100 points. Lin Bai was very excited. Whatever you think of, it will come true. Lin Bai bought the ATG automatic rifle blueprint without hesitation. As memories poured in, a sample automatic rifle appeared in his hand. This system is really thoughtful. Lin Bai smiled and began to disassemble and study the rifle. The rifle has a stable structure, good feel, and is suitable for combat use. Su Shanduo pushed the door open and reported Su Shue's training progress. She is making good progress and is training herself to climb over obstacles. Lin Bai asked Su Shanduo to take a look at the newly bought firearms. Su Shanduo quickly assembled the rifle with skill and amazing speed. This gun has excellent stability and performs well in combat, commented Su Shanduo. Lin Bai nodded. This gun meets the requirements and is affordable. Then he bought ammunition and a crook pistol online. When preparing for the mission, Lin Bai did not choose a mission that was too difficult, as he felt that he had enough ammunition. At the same time, Su Shue's training became more and more difficult. Under the hot weather and hard training, sweat mixed with mud covered her training clothes. Where did he invite this coach from? He's a devil, she muttered to herself. Every time she was about to reach her limit, Su Shanduo would always let her rest in time. However, she still couldn't escape the intensity of the training. After a short rest, Su Shue was frightened by Su Shanduo's voice and jumped up from the ground. I'm watching the surveillance. She thought to herself, feeling desperate. The training was still going on, so she could only bite the bullet and get up. Soon, Lin Bai appeared on the playground and told her that there would be a task on Sunday. Mission? Su Shue was puzzled, but Lin Bai did not give her a clear answer. He turned and left, leaving Su Shue confused. In the next few days, Su Shue went through almost inhuman training. Every time she was about to collapse, Su Shanduo would let her rest. She gradually discovered that she was making progress every day, but she was also becoming more and more miserable. Lin Bai stood in front of the office window, watching Su Shue training hard on the playground. The system prompts that her training progress has reached 70% and she has obtained 1 point. Yes, points are accumulating very quickly. Lin Bai was secretly glad. However, the system issued a warning. Su Shue was at risk of overtraining. Lin Bai had anticipated this. Although Su Shanduo tried his best to judge, he could not fully control Su Shue's physical condition. He decided to spend points to buy the relaxing massage hand to relieve Su Shue's fatigue. Through the points mall, Lin Bai obtained the detailed memory of this skill. Late at night, Su Shue lay in bed, exhausted. Her muscles ached as if they were being crushed every night. Despite the obvious progress, the torture almost made her collapse. This is too strict, how long can I last, she thought to herself. Suddenly, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Su Shue sat up suddenly and looked outside the door alertly. It's me, Lin Bai. Lin Bai's voice came from outside the door. She was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect him to show up at this time. Principal. Su Shue opened the door and saw Lin Bai. He looked her up and down, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. Although she was exhausted, her skin was slightly flushed, which made her look particularly cute. Lin Bai suddenly remembered why he came here. Su Shue, lie down. Su Shue was stunned and her face turned red. Principal, what are you going to do? Lin Bai looked at Su Shue, but his heart was calm. He had lived 2 lives and was mature, so he didn't take her seriously at all. What's wrong? Lin Bai asked, seeing Su Shue hesitant. Su Shue was conflicted, feeling that although Lin Bai was young, handsome, and of high status, it was still too fast. It's okay, Su Shue responded in a low voice. After lying down, her heartbeat quickened. Lin Bai sat on the edge of the bed and gently stroked her ankle. The warm touch made her whole body tremble. Principal, please be gentle, this is my first time. Su Shue said nervously. Lin Bai did not respond, concentrating on the massage, feeling the technique of the relaxing massage. Su Shue couldn't help but groan in a low voice as she felt a sharp pain in her ankle. She didn't expect it to hurt so much, it was totally unexpected. Crack. The pain came again and Su Shui screamed. The voice echoed in the empty campus, and Su Shanduo just glanced at it after hearing it. As a soldier, Su Shanduo adhered to his duties and did not react. Even if the squad leader is against the world, I will obey. He was thinking to himself, should I call you Madam Principal from now on? At this moment, Su Shui was lying on the bed in the dormitory in pain. Lin Bai continued to massage and felt his wrists were also tired. How are you feeling now? Lin Bai asked. Much better, Principal. Su Shui recovered a little, but her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She knew that Lin Bai had restored her body, but she still felt complicated. By the way, I will come here every night from now on. Lin Bai added. Su Shui was stunned and felt a little disappointed. Do we really have to do this? She looked down at herself, feeling a little worried. When Lin Bai left, Su Shanduo continued to stand guard with a smile in his eyes. The squad leader seems to be really good. He began to have wild thoughts in his mind, thinking that Lin Bai's skills were too powerful. However, what he didn't know was that Lin Bai had already made other plans in his mind. The next day, Su Shui recovered a lot and her training progress accelerated. The principal is really amazing, how did he do it, she thought to herself. Lin Bai's relaxing massage helped her recover quickly and was more effective than any medicinal wine. Su Shanduo also praised Lin Bai's treatment. A few days later, Lin Bai finally saw Su Shui promoted to a first-level soldier and got 100 points. Finally done. Lin Bai thought excitedly, which meant she could start the mission. Get ready immediately, the mission will start tomorrow. He walked towards the office, ready to choose the mission. He browsed through various tasks and finally chose a bodyguard task with a daily salary of 100,000. It's you. Lin Bai decided to accept this task and serve as a bodyguard for a young lady from a wealthy family, with a daily salary of 100,000. Lin Bai and his two companions appeared at the airport fully armed. Su Shui looked nervous. She only now understood that the real content of the mission was to be a mercenary. Although Lin Bai said the task was not difficult, she still couldn't get rid of the nervousness. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over quickly. Are you Mr. Lin Bai's team? Yes. Lin Bai nodded in response. I am Miss Qin's housekeeper. Please follow me to the private plane. Lin Bai frowned slightly. There were no specific details for this mission, only that he had to protect the young lady. He didn't say much and followed the butler to board the plane. On the way to Syria, Su Shui looked out the window, feeling uneasy. As the plane approached Syria, the ruined buildings and smoke from the explosions on the ground made her even more anxious. After getting off the plane, the butler briefly explained the mission location and arrangements. We are staying at the Hepburn Hotel, and someone will greet you when you arrive. Lin Bai nodded, then looked at Su Shui. You continue training. Su Shui's face was full of question marks. Why would she continue training in a war-torn area? Su Shanduo took over the task and took her away, while Lin Bai went directly to the hotel. After a simple settlement in the hotel, Lin Bai stood on the balcony and observed the distance. Su Shanduo was training Su Shui, so stay alert. Lin Bai was not in a hurry to carry out the task because the money had already arrived and there was no need to take any action for the time being. At this time, a burst of eagle-like laughter came from behind. A dozen burly men wearing bulletproof vests were obviously the Qin family's personal bodyguards. One of the men with a black scorpion tattooed on his shoulder was their leader, Jarvis. Hey, where did this weakling come from? He's actually training. Jarvis laughed. He stared at Lin Bai with a provocative tone. Lin Bai just frowned and ignored him. Seeing this, Jarvis spat in dissatisfaction. Boss, we've never seen the gun behind this kid. One of them pointed at the gun behind Lin Bai and said. Hey, kid, let me see your gun. Jarvis was obviously interested in the weapon behind Lin Bai. Lin Bai was secretly dissatisfied with this group of people who had repeatedly provoked him. Although their strength was good, Lin Bai had seen their talents and the strongest was no more than B-level. If Su Shanduo took action, he could subdue them all within 10 minutes. However, Lin Bai chose not to argue with them for the time being. Jarvis saw Lin Bai turn around and leave. Boss, does this kid look down on us? Forget it, the Qin family is not easy to offend, we have to rely on them for money. At this time, Qin Qingqing was in the top suite of the Hepburn Hotel, staring at her cell phone in a daze. She was chatting enthusiastically with the boyfriend she met online and decided to come to Syria to meet him. "Honey, I'm here." Soon after, her phone vibrated and she saw her boyfriend's reply, "Climb over the wall and leave the hotel at night. I'll pick you up." Qin Qingqing's eyes were full of stars, her heart was beating faster, and she felt like she was doing something rebellious. She grew up in a greenhouse and rarely took risky actions. At the same time, Lin Bai was watching the battle outside from the suite, his heart full of doubts. This mission is completely different from what we expected. Although he does not have to be directly involved, he still takes risks. He began to think about the Qin family's true intentions. Suddenly, Lin Bai guessed, could it be that this young lady was tricked into coming here to get her kidney? Creaky. The door slowly opened, and Su Shui walked into the room, complaining, "This is so tiring. Training in a war-torn place is much more difficult than in school, and you have to be highly alert at all times." Su Shanduo saluted and said, "Report to the principal, today's training is completed and I am ready to go on guard." Lin Bai stopped and said, "Wait, Su Shanduo, you take a break and let Su Shui stand guard." Su Shui was stunned. Why did she have to stand guard right after training? "Go ahead, this is your chance to exercise," Lin Bai ordered calmly. There are two purposes for letting Su Shui stand guard, one is to improve her practical ability, and the other is to let Su Shan rest more and maintain his physical strength. Although Su Shui was reluctant, she still obeyed the order, picked up the gun and walked out. At night, the silence is accompanied by the occasional sound of artillery fire in the distance. The next morning, Lin Bai sat on the balcony and looked at the scene outside. The phone suddenly vibrated, and 100,000 yuan had arrived in the account. TSK, the money comes so quickly. Lin Bai was secretly happy in his heart. This money was enough to support him for a while. But what on earth is the eldest lady of the Qin family doing? Lin Bai began to ponder. This mission was obviously not as good as expected. At the same time, Qin Qingqing was in a room upstairs, video chatting with a handsome man behind closed doors. "Qingqing, why didn't you come out last night?" The man seemed a little angry. "Honey, I really want to go out, but the security here is too strict." Qin Qingqing complained softly. The man said with dissatisfaction, "If you love me, you can overcome all difficulties." Qin Qingqing suddenly felt panicked. It was indeed not easy to get out as the hotel bodyguards were guarding her closely. "Don't say that. Wait, I will definitely find a chance to see you." She hurriedly comforted the other person. 2 days later, Lin Bai almost suspected that he was here for vacation. Although there were tasks, there was actually nothing to do. The Qin family has already sent elite bodyguards, so they hardly have to intervene. It's a wonderful life to be able to make money even when lying down. Lin Bai sighed in his heart. Until one night, Qin Qingqing secretly put on waiter's clothes and prepared to sneak out of the hotel. "No one is paying attention now, right?" she whispered to herself, and walked down the stairs cautiously with her head down. She found that although the hotel security was tight, the defense would be lax when the waiters changed shifts at night. Just as she was about to escape, she heard familiar footsteps. It was her housekeeper. Her heartbeat quickened, and she lowered her head and hurried downstairs, but the housekeeper didn't notice her and continued to talk with the head of the hotel. After successfully passing the first floor, Qin Qingqing quietly slipped out of the hotel, completely unaware that her every move was seen by Lin Bai. "Principal, aren't we going to notify them?" Su Shanduo asked in a low voice while standing nearby. "No rush, let's see what this young lady is trying to do and follow her," Lin Bai ordered, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. In the past few days, Qin Qingqing's behavior has become more and more strange, and Lin Bai began to doubt her purpose. Although the Qin family's housekeeper claimed that she was visiting Syria, she never actually went out and always stayed in the hotel. Su Shui observed that Qin Qingqing was actually wearing the clothes of a hotel waiter. Lin Bai took immediate action, intending to personally find out Qin Qingqing's motives. At this time, Qin Qingqing was quietly walking out of the hotel. Although she lived in a greenhouse, she also understood the dangers of this country. Suddenly, she saw someone walking towards her in the distance and immediately recognized him as her lover. "Qingqing, this way," the man called in a low voice. Qin Qingqing's heart beat faster, her dream love was about to come true. From childhood to adulthood, she has been bound by an arranged marriage, and her only hope is this unrestrained love. Filled with excitement, she decided to follow him and they headed towards a beat-up van. Although the car was not to her liking, Qin Qingqing still decided to get in when she saw her lover. However, when she opened the car door, several pairs of big hands suddenly reached out, covered her mouth, and forced her into the car. The car was full of masked men, each holding a gun. Qin Qingqing's heart instantly sank. What is going on? She looked at the handsome man in horror. But the man ignored her, closed the car door, and sat in the passenger seat. Be quiet, or I'll leave you with bullets. A masked man said coldly. Qin Qingqing nodded in panic. She already understood that it was too late. She figured out why the man didn't dare to meet her openly. It turned out that everything was a kidnapping. At the same time, the housekeeper came to Qin Qingqing's door and knocked. Miss, the food problem you mentioned will be improved tomorrow. However, the room was silent, no response was given, and the housekeeper frowned. He continued to knock on the door, his voice becoming more and more urgent, and he already had a bad feeling in his heart. Hearing a strange noise coming from the room, the housekeeper pushed open the door and saw the waiter tied to a chair. What happened? The butler hurriedly tore off the cloth on the waiter's mouth. Oh no, the lady put on my clothes and went out, said the waiter in panic. The housekeeper's face turned pale in an instant. Quick, check. The young lady is missing. Meanwhile, in the car, the kidnappers drove away. They didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill. Stupid woman, she doesn't know she has been abandoned. The bald man sneered while driving. He took off his mask, revealing his shiny bald head. Boss, this woman is pretty good, do you want to? Don't be in a hurry, get the money first. The boss waved his hand impatiently and rejected the bald man's proposal. Just when they let their guard down, the car suddenly lost control and crashed into a telephone pole. Bang! The car crashed violently and everyone was dizzy. The boss kept cursing and opened the car door, only to see 3 guns pointed at them. Lin Bai, Su Shanduo and others appeared, holding weapons. If you don't want to be shot, don't move. Lin Bai said coldly. Su Shanduo held the assault rifle and looked at the kidnappers vigilantly. This situation made the robbers in the car stunned for a moment. They never expected that 3 men with guns would appear as soon as they opened the door. At this moment, Su Shui was looking at the group of burly men in the car, and her hand holding the gun was shaking slightly. She never expected that she would encounter such a thing on her first mission. It would be impossible not to be afraid, after all, these were well-trained robbers. The big boss and the bald man in the lead immediately noticed Su Shui's slightly trembling hands. They had been living on the edge of a knife for a long time, and they immediately understood the key to breaking the deadlock. The two had been working together for a long time. They didn't even look at each other, but they trembled their index fingers at the same time, and then suddenly jumped up. He reached down his trouser leg without hesitation. Even though their guns had fallen under the seat when they bumped into the telephone pole, there was always a pistol at the trouser leg. The purpose is to be able to use it in emergency situations when something unexpected happens. Bang, bang. The moment his hand stretched out, 2 gunshots rang out, accompanied by wailing. Su Shui, who was standing there, was stunned and looked to her side with an incredible look. The moment the 2 robbers stretched out their hands, 2 flowers of blood burst out from their legs where the guns were placed. It was clearly the shot fired by Su Shanduo standing nearby, but Lin Bai looked at the scene in front of him with indifference. I said, be honest. Lin Bai looked at the robbers with a cold expression. From the system's display, he also saw clearly the strength of this group of robbers. Only 2 of them were Class B, the rest were Class C, and even the pretty boy in the co-pilot's seat was Class D. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all that this group of people could turn the tables. Hiss, damn it. The robber leader tensed up and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. At this moment, he didn't even dare to touch his wound. If he was misunderstood, he would be dead. You know, he had encountered similar things before, but he drew his gun so quickly that not many people could react. The moment he started to fight, he knew that he was definitely not able to deal with this group of people. Boss. The bald man also gritted his teeth and looked at the boss with a trembling voice. He ran to this place because he was convicted of a crime in Xia State. If we are caught, the consequences will be disastrous. But the moment he saw the expression on the boss's face, he knew that everything was over. There was actually fear in the eyes of the invincible boss. At this moment, all the robbers were stunned. At this time, Qin Qingqing, who had fainted in the car, was awakened by the gunshots. Fortunately, she was sitting in the middle of the robbers just now. When she hit the electric pole, she just fainted and did not have a bleeding head like those robbers. After Qin Qingqing opened her eyes, she found that the robbers in the car were looking outside the car with horror on their faces, and two of the robbers' legs were still bleeding. Following the robber's gaze, Qin Qingqing looked out, and when she saw Lin Bai, who had a well-proportioned figure and was wearing a special warfare uniform, excitement appeared in her eyes. Is this the person who came to rescue me? At the same time, chaos broke out in the Hepburn Hotel. What's going on? No clues at all. The housekeeper grabbed the hotel security guard by the collar, spitting saliva everywhere. This is Qin Qingqing, the family head's daughter. If something happens to her, even if he dies 1,000 times, there will be no way to make up for it. We have checked the surveillance video. The young lady left through the back door. The security guard in charge of monitoring shrank his neck and spoke timidly. Although he was responsible for the hotel's security, he also knew how powerful the family that owned the entire hotel was. What about the surveillance camera at the back door? The butler had gone completely crazy. He didn't even dare to imagine what would happen if he ran out in this environment. His only prayer now was that the eldest lady just wanted to go out and play by herself and that nothing unexpected happened. The surveillance at the back door was broken during the war. The security guard said with a sad face. In this damn place, it's already great that there are surveillance cameras inside the hotel. How could they possibly install surveillance cameras outside? The surveillance installed outside will definitely break down within a day. How is this possible? Get out of here. The butler had completely lost his gentlemanly manners and grabbed the security guard by the collar and pushed him aside. Butler, there is news. Just then, Jarvis walked in quickly and said with a frown. What, how is the young lady now? Upon hearing the news, the butler's voice became extremely shrill. I don't know the specific situation, but Lin Bai's team sent back a message saying that the young lady was kidnapped by 5 robbers. They didn't say anything else, but the young lady's situation may be very serious. Jarvis shook his head with a grim expression. In his eyes, there was basically no hope. He had participated in many mercenary missions and could tell at a glance that this was definitely a premeditated crime. There were 5 people on the other side, sufficient numbers and weapons. That team is obviously made up of newcomers and there is no way they can be a match for the veterans. What's more, the eldest lady is inside, so she dare not act rashly. Even if this group of old mercenaries wanted to rescue him, the success rate would be less than 20%. Being able to discover the other party's whereabouts is already the best news. When the butler saw Jarvis's expression, his heart sank. Let's go, hurry over there. The butler didn't care about anything else and walked quickly towards the door. Butler, why don't you just stay in the hotel? Jarvis, who was also walking towards the door, frowned and spoke. The young lady has had an accident, and someone has to take the blame. If something happened to the housekeeper, who knows how the Qin family would deal with them? No matter how dangerous it is, I will go. The butler shook his head without hesitation, although he said that he had never participated in a mercenary mission. But when I was in the family, I practiced with the gun a lot. Besides, if something happened to the young lady, he might as well be dead. Jarvis couldn't persuade the butler, so he had to take the butler into the car. More than 10 cars drove quickly towards the location given by Lin Bai. When they arrived at their destination, they saw from afar Lin Bai and his group pointing guns at a van that had crashed into a telephone pole. After getting off the car, everyone present was stunned. Only then did they notice that there were 5 robbers in the car. And the young lady they were looking for was among the robbers. How did they do this? Jarvis spoke subconsciously. He never expected that the newcomer in his eyes could actually take down these robbers. What's more important is that the eldest lady was actually safe and sound, and even no one in Lin Bai's team was injured. Miss. As soon as the butler got out of the car, he walked quickly towards the van, his eyes full of worry. Uncle Su. When Qin Qingqing saw the housekeeper, tears instantly came out. At this moment, the more she thought about it, the more scared she became. If it weren't for Lin Bai and his group, I'm afraid. Miss, are you okay? The butler kicked the robber's head hard and quickly brought Qin Qingqing out. At this moment, Lin Bai was looking at the master and servant with a smile on his face. It was only after a long while that the housekeeper confirmed that Qin Qingqing was not injured. He turned his gaze to Lin Bai, who was not far away. He also heard what happened from Qin Qingqing just now. It has to be said that Lin Bai, whom he looked down upon, actually gave him such a surprise. Thank you so much this time. The housekeeper came to Lin Bai, grabbed Lin Bai's hand, and said with a trembling voice. This is our job. Lin Bai let go of the butler's hand without leaving a trace. He felt somewhat uncomfortable with a grown man holding his hand. This is 10 million. I can't express my gratitude enough. I will definitely repay you handsomely someday. The butler took out a bank card from the lining and stuffed it directly into Lin Bai's hand. Lin Bai didn't hesitate and put it in his pocket. While the butler was chattering, Jarvis had his men control several gangsters and then came to Lin Bai. My name is Jarvis. I was offended before. Let's be friends. For such people, the more you know, the better. After all, this team is really outrageous. Chapter 012, The inspection from the Ministry of Education is coming. Inside the dormitory of Dongchuan University. Su Shui had just returned to the dormitory, and her face still looked a little dazed. What happened a day ago is still fresh in my mind. Is this the real battlefield environment? Su Shui couldn't help but murmured. Before, she thought that so-called soldiers only needed to stand guard. But I didn't expect that entering these environments would be so cruel. There was not even any warning when the shooting began. At this moment she truly understood what a soldier was. Am I really suited for this? Su Shui began to have the urge to back out. Su Shanduo had told her before how cruel the future would be. But when it really appeared in front of her, she realized that it could kill people if they were not careful. At this moment, Su Shui suddenly remembered her previous thoughts. The reason why she attended Lin Bai's Dongchuan University was not just for the scholarship. She also wants to be a glorious warrior. If she retreats like this, she will definitely regret it in the future. No, I must persevere. Su Shui clenched her fists and looked at the military uniform hanging beside the bed. At this moment, Lin Bai was sitting in the office, grinning with joy. I would have been happy enough just to have gained an extra 10 million. After I returned to school just now, the system prompted that I was awarded 400 points. You know, the points Su Shui can get from training all day long are just a few. But there were actually so many points to complete the task, plus the 100 points that Su Shui had contributed before. Now the total points are 500. But what should we do with so many points? Lin Bai touched his chin hesitantly. Bite. It is detected that the host's points have reached 500. The big roulette draw has started. As a gambler, once I get the points, I will definitely draw the lottery as soon as possible. Lin Bai just had a thought, and a large turntable instantly appeared in front of him. However, this time the wheel is obviously different from the last talent draw. This time's lottery is filled with various rewards. Zhang Hualin is an S-rank scout, good at jungle reconnaissance. A large movable warehouse that can move 50 km per hour. Advanced ejection knife blueprint, melee weapon, in an emergency, the blade can be launched, with a range of 100 meters. KUL assault boat blueprint, equipped with 8-barrel machine guns, can accommodate 6 people at the same time. Just a cursory glance shows that there are almost hundreds of rewards here. Lin Bai was dazzled by the colorful rewards. No, I have to wash my hands and face. Lin Bai picked up his towel and got rid of the bad luck. After doing all this, he rubbed his hands and started the lottery with excitement. The roulette will spun rapidly in an instant, then gradually slowed down. Lin Baixin also mentioned it. Special Operations Uniform Blueprints. No, the next one is a basic exoskeleton, too. Why are you still moving? Watching the pointer moving slower and slower, Lin Bai felt excited and worried at the same time. The moment the pointer stopped, Lin Bai was stunned. He stared blankly at the reward on it, and for a moment he was still in shock. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the 5th generation main battle tank Tianyu tank blueprint and training outline. What the hell? Here comes a tank blueprint. Lin Bai was almost going crazy. This was a tank, although he didn't know what it looked like yet. But as long as it is a tank, it is a powerful weapon. It's not that other military schools are without tanks at present, but those tanks were purchased from the troops at a huge cost. Moreover, all they can buy are products that were retired decades ago, and if they want new ones, they can only develop them themselves. But now he actually got a tank blueprint. If he could make this thing, it would be amazing. Who would dare to say that his school is not good? Just as Lin Bai was excited, he seemed to suddenly remember something and his eyes widened. By the way, if this is a blueprint, will there be a sample as a reward? When he bought the ATG automatic rifle, he was given a sample as a gift because it was a blueprint. This time the 5th generation Tianyu tank is also a blueprint, so logically speaking, there should be a sample. Ding! Host, your 5th generation Tianyu tank sample has been placed in the school's temporary warehouse. Please go to the warehouse to check. Lin Bai's mind suddenly started buzzing. Wow, his school now has tanks. Thinking of this, Lin Bai ran downstairs. This is a tank. Which man doesn't want to have a tank of his own? This so-called temporary warehouse is actually a place used to store school food. The moment he opened the iron door of the warehouse, Lin Bai was completely stunned. I saw an extremely brand new tank placed inside, which was very different from traditional tanks. Although it still uses a crawler design, it looks angular in appearance. On both sides of the tank are step-like firing compartments, which are independent and completely separated from the rectangular hole in the middle. Moreover, this shooting chamber is very different from previous ones. The shooting hole used here is separated from the shooter inside. It is controlled remotely, which means that ordinary ammunition has no way of hitting the shooter inside. As for the rectangular block in the middle, a rectangular gun barrel protruded from the front, and there were 2 pitch-black holes on the barrel. From the appearance, it looks completely different from the previous ones. From the knowledge instilled by the system, Lin Bai also understood that this design ensures that the gun barrel can fire quickly and continuously. Although the rectangular block in the middle does not have much of an inclination angle, its special structure allows it to store more ammunition. It also abandons the traditional manual loading and uses a fully automatic loading system, which also has 2 ammunition feeding devices. So that it can be replaced and used when a failure occurs. Lin Bai compared the drawings in his mind and swallowed his saliva with gritted teeth. This is too advanced. This is for real. Headmaster. Just then, Su Shanduo was walking towards this side. But when he walked in front of the warehouse, his eyes widened. Principal, what is this? Although it looks somewhat like a tank, it is very different from previous tanks. Even Su Shanduo was not sure for a moment whether this thing was really a tank. It's a tank. Lin Bai took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Tanks. We have tanks. Su Shanduo, who was usually calm, had no way of suppressing his emotions at this moment and could not help but shout out loud. Even Su Shui, who was training in the distance, heard the sound. After hearing the word tank, Su Shui no longer cared about training. He walked quickly towards this direction. When they arrived at the warehouse door and saw the tanks inside, they were completely stunned. When did we get the tanks? This is outrageous. Su Shui was stunned. Although it was slightly different from the tank she remembered, it was obviously a tank. She never imagined that their school could actually get this thing. Bite. At this moment, Lin Bai's cell phone suddenly vibrated. When I took it out and looked at it, it turned out to be a text message from the Education Qualifications Bureau. Tomorrow we will come to check the military training subjects, and there must be a student. Seeing this text message, Lin Bai took a deep breath. It's here, it's finally here. He had already made preparations for the Education Qualifications Bureau to come. Success or failure depends on this one move. Chapter 013, Dongchuan University, are there soldiers on mission? This not only concerns the future of Dongchuan University, but also the future of Lin Bai. Without this school, Lin Bai would be equivalent to losing the system. In this world, the system is the foundation of his survival. If we lose Tokuwa University, it would be a pipe dream to create another military school. Everything has been prepared for this day. What are you doing here? aren't you supposed to continue your training? At this moment, Su Shanduo suddenly remembered something and looked at Su Shui beside him with a serious expression. I'm going back now. Su Shui shrank her head and quickly prepared to go back to continue training. Su Shanduo is not someone you can easily mess with. If you give her another 5-kilometer load, it will be a death sentence. Wait. At this moment, Su Shanduo's voice came from behind Su Shui. Upon hearing this voice, Su Shui's face became extremely ugly. This was the tone Su Shanduo used every time he was about to increase her workload. You violated the rules and left the training ground during training. 8 kilometers will be added to tonight's training. Upon hearing this, Su Shui's mouth twitched a few times. Whatever you fear will come true. But she had no way to resist at all. After all, this was indeed against the rules. No, after training, take a good rest. We have important things to do tomorrow. At this time, Lin Bai turned his head and spoke slowly. Tomorrow is the review time. The closer it gets to this time, the more rest you should get. Long live the principal. When Su Shui heard this, she jumped up. The next day, a group of people and reporters gathered outside the gate of a university. At this time, 2 black cars slowly stopped at the door, and 5 people got out one after another. These 5 people are the 5 reviewers of the Education Grants Council. After the 5 people got off the car, reporter Zhao Bingbing, who had been prepared, hurried up with the photographer. Hello, Minister Liu. I am Zhao Bingbing, a reporter from the Central Military Commission. Can I ask you some questions? As soon as Zhao Bingbing came up, she directly asked Lu Cheng, the Deputy Director of the Education Qualifications Bureau. Hello, Reporter Zhao, please ask whatever you want to ask. Lu Cheng frowned and asked slowly. May I ask why the Education Bureau is conducting live assessments? These questions had already been checked in advance, so Zhao Bingbing only had to ask in order. The main purpose is to let the public know the identities and purposes of these people. However, this is also the first time that Zhao Bingbing has come into contact with this type of program. The purpose of conducting live review is to invite public supervision, crack down on chaotic and poor school subjects, and resolutely eliminate fake schools. Lu Qingyi stated the purpose of this trip in a righteous manner. There are too many fake schools recently, and the number of people complaining about them is increasing day by day. The central government was specially invited so that the people can know that they are doing practical things. Moreover, the choice of live broadcast this time is also to catch a typical example. According to data investigation and records, these universities that were not ranked all chose military majors. The thought of a military major at a fake university is not right at all. Isn't this just walking into a trap? So I chose this place to start the live broadcast without hesitation. So that the public knows their determination to crack down on fake schools. What are you talking about? If you want to start, just start now. The sun is out. That's right, I'm so horny, I keep talking so much. By the way, what kind of school is this? The school gate looks just like the one I had in middle school. Didn't I just say that we should catch fake schools? This is probably a fake school. It doesn't look that good. There weren't many people watching around who came for this topic. The reason they came here was because they heard that Bingbing would appear here, and they came here specifically to see Bingbing. So at this moment everyone had a bored look on their face. Lu Cheng also heard the discussions coming from the surroundings, but his expression did not change at all. When I came here, I already knew it would be like this. After all, in order to attract more people to watch, they specially asked the TV station celebrity Bingbing to come. The purpose is to gain more popularity, so that the shooting will be more effective and convincing. After communicating with Bingbing for a few words, Bingbing allowed the photographer to point the camera at herself. Today's live broadcast will all be based on military training as the assessment subject. Next, let's enter this university together. As the camera moved, Lu Cheng led the other 4 people and walked into this fake university. When everyone arrived at the school playground, they saw a square formation gathered on the playground and marching. 1, 2, 3, 4. Following the slogans, the formation moved forward sparsely. The main point was that there was much ado about nothing. Although the slogans were shouted loudly, nearly 1/5 of the students lost their pace. You can tell at first glance that they are all a mob. No way, what the hell is this? Can this be called marching? If you have ever gone through military training, you wouldn't be so lame. No no no. Look, the guy in the corner is actually using his hands and feet together. Wow, can this be called a military specialty? It's a ball, they haven't even put on their clothes properly, and some of them have even let the corners of their clothes hang out. My goodness, this is a real fake university, it's really an eyesore. If this thing can pass, then there must be something fishy going on. The onlookers couldn't help but complain. It's not that I haven't seen poor performances, but I've never seen performances as poor as this one. Although the instructor in front looked tall and mighty, he was obviously just a show-off. He couldn't even march properly, and no one knew where he found the coach. Minister Liu, are the students in our school okay? A chubby fat man wearing round-framed gold-rimmed glasses was rubbing his hands with an ingratiating smile. This is the principal of this school. He didn't care much about this review at all. There have been so many such incidents before. Anyway, as long as it saves face, giving a red envelope is enough. That's why he hired a coach from the gym so that he could look taller and more powerful. Not bad. Lu Cheng took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and glared at the fat principal. Are you blind? After saying that, Lu Cheng wrote an F on the notebook without hesitation. Grade F, unqualified, go to the Education Bureau to cancel the school. After saying this, Lu Cheng turned around and left. He was transferred down from above specifically to crack down on such fake schools. If such a school is still okay, then it is simply lying with open eyes. Seeing Lu Cheng like this, the audience couldn't help but pause. This is actually a real plan. TSK, it looks like this is for real. I guess the schools behind us are going to be in big trouble. I thought it was just another show effect, but it's a good thing this way, so that so many students won't be deceived. Who says it's not true? If there had been such a review 7 or 8 years ago, I wouldn't have ended up going to a fake university. I don't know what kind of schools are behind here. Seeing this happen, the audience naturally applauded. Because this live broadcast was prepared in advance, the central government also specially organized several buses. Let the audience go to the next school. As the morning went by, 5 schools had been reviewed. Among these 5 schools, not a single one is qualified. It can be said that these 5 schools just want to pass the review by doing superficial work. As the car stopped, Lu Cheng looked out the window. This is their final destination, Dongchuan University. Looks like another rubbish school. Lu Cheng looked at the school gate, frowned and shook his head. It's not that he wants to have a preconceived idea, but because there are not many schools that can pass the military major. Because this would provide an opportunity to sign a talent transfer agreement with the Xia army. Every time you send someone in, you can get a lot of money. It is also for this reason that so many schools want to apply for military majors. However, these ordinary schools simply do not have enough resources to train so many students. Therefore, it is very difficult for these schools to cultivate qualified talents. It's just misleading young people. After the audience got off the bus, Bingbing turned her back to the gate of Dongchuan University and began to introduce herself. This Dongchuan University is our final destination. If this university does not reach AD in military majors, it will be closed. The audience looked up at the school and shook their heads after just one look. Anyone can open a school now. This school is so fucking lame. Small, shabby, and poor are all written on the school gate, but that's good, so these schools won't cheat people. I don't even need to go in to see it. I know the result. None of these fake schools are good. This is normal, but it is inevitable that this crappy school will close down. They visited so many schools today, and there were some that looked good. But in reality it's not a good thing. Everyone hopes that these schools will close down. However, as soon as everyone walked in, they heard rhythmic footsteps coming from the front, not loud but neat. 3 men in combat uniforms walked towards them in unison. The 3 men were all equipped with steel guns and had resolute expressions. Also, this looked completely different from the previous school. Other schools require students to shout slogans while marching, and their steps may not necessarily be in order. But when these 3 people walked over, it seemed as if every step was imprinted in their bones. Every step is the same distance, without the slightest deviation. What's more important is that the eyes of these 3 people are like a bloodthirsty wolf, with a hint of murderous intent. But at first glance, everyone was stunned. My goodness, why are there soldiers on mission here? Chapter 014, You really use a gun? Outrageous. No, what's going on in this school? Why are there soldiers here? Could this be a student from the school? He really looks like a soldier. I come from a military background, so these must be real soldiers. Their steps have become a habit, and you can tell at a glance. My goodness, could this be the instructor of this school? The audience was shocked. After all, there was a huge contrast between the previous school and this school. But for a moment, no one thought about the students. After all, it has not been long since the new major was launched, so it is basically impossible to train such good students. At this time, the three men had come in front of the group and stopped at the same time. Hello, leader. Let's start the review now. Su Shanduo took a step forward, raised his head and chest, saluted and shouted to Lu Cheng and others. This loud and impactful voice made Lu Cheng dumbfounded for a moment. Hello, Minister Lu. I am Lin Bai, the president of Dongchuan University. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Lin Bai put on a smile. This was what he had arranged on purpose. After all, they were the last school. He has been watching the live broadcast the entire time, just to give them a little shock when they arrive. If it weren't for this reason, they would definitely still be on the playground now. The moment Lin Bai appeared, everyone focused their attention on him. After seeing Lin Bai's slightly immature face, everyone couldn't help but feel a little dazed. After all, Lin Bai looks too young, as if he is still in school. Why is this principal so young? He must be a rich second generation. You don't look like an unlearned person. Weren't you walking well in the team just now? It's hard to say. What if you've been practicing this since you entered school? If that's the case, even a dog can keep up with the pace. That's true. Who can say for sure if this guy is just a show-off? Besides, what about those students? While the audience was chatting, they also noticed that there were only 3 people in front of them. The reason I was so sure was because there was no one on the playground. And the whole school was silent. Where are your students? When Lu Qing saw Lin Bai coming out, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Lin Bai is really too young. How can such a principal develop a good major? Even though I was a little shocked just now, this is not something that can be overcome by superficial efforts. This is our student, Su Shui. Lin Bai nodded slightly to Su Shui beside him, and Su Shui immediately stepped forward and shouted loudly. Reporting to the leader, I am Su Shui, a military student from Dongchuan University. When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. What's going on? Don't tell me there's only one student. Who would open a school with only one student? I am convinced. This school might as well be closed down. It looks like the configuration should be a principal, an instructor, and a student. This is absolutely amazing. What a joke, look at other schools, you only have one student, you might as well be a cram school. The audience couldn't help but complain. After all, such a thing is really outrageous. A student alone cannot earn much money even if he is trained. They all suspected that this school was run as a joke. You only have one student. Even Lu Cheng's expression became a little strange. He has been in the industry for so many years and has reviewed countless schools. But this is the first time I have seen such a scene. It is better to have nothing than to have something less than perfect. Lin Bai looked straight at Lu Cheng without any sign of retreat. It's better to have nothing than to have something less than perfect. Then go and check it out. Lu Cheng was so angry that a smile appeared on his face. But I have to admit, there is nothing wrong with this. In terms of rules and regulations, even if there is only one student, he is still a student. There was no way he could find fault with it. In that case, we might as well start the inspection directly. Please follow me to the playground. Lin Bai was not afraid either, and led everyone towards the playground not far away. In the live broadcast room. The netizens who were watching the live broadcast were somewhat uninterested. I came here purely for Bing Bing's looks, but after seeing this scene, I became a little interested. Some barrages of comments also appeared in the live broadcast room one after another. This school looks more interesting than the previous one. How can this not be interesting? One person can occupy an entire dormitory building. This is boring. What's interesting about this? However, this is definitely a gimmick. The only student of this move is actually a girl. That's right. In such a short time, it's hard for girls to catch up with boys. Although netizens were more interested. But I still don't have any hope for this outcome. It's not that women are inferior to men, but that men have advantages over women in terms of body structure. This is the result of long-term evolution, and very few people can overcome the differences between men and women. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to pass the test. The first event is to run 5 kilometers with a weight of 10 kilograms. Lin Bai walked in front of the crowd and announced the first test. He had already received the test project before the review began. He only needs to extract a part of it as the assessment content. You can make your own arrangements for the test items. But this test must reach a certain number. Please show your equipment for inspection. After arriving at the playground, one of the judges spoke to Lin Bai. He is the veteran who accompanied us on this trip, and his main responsibility is to check whether the equipment is qualified. Lin Bai nodded slightly at Su Shui. Su Shui strode up to the judges and handed over the backpack behind her. It meets the military's assessment standards. We can start testing. After checking and weighing the items in the backpack, the judge returned the backpack to Su Shui. After everything was ready, Su Shui started running around the playground following the judge's shouts. Tisk, TSK, TSK, 10 kilograms, 5 kilometers, even men can't make it. Isn't that nonsense? In the military, new recruits have to train for at least 1 day every day to barely meet the standards. For the schools ahead, 99% of them were eliminated in the first round, so let's just forget about the one girl. It must be very lame. I guess I'll be so tired that I'll lie on the ground after running 2 kilometers. Netizens were not optimistic about this test at all. 10 kilograms is actually the normal carrying weight for the troops, but it is very difficult for a newcomer to run that far. Not to mention that this is a girl, so it must be more difficult for her to run. But as the show went on round after round, the expressions of the netizens in the live broadcast room became increasingly solemn. This should be enough for 3 kilometers, right? This woman seems to be sweating a little. Wow, this pace is pretty good. When I was in the army, it was hard to see such outstanding recruits. Will it really be possible to complete these projects? Who can say for sure? Just looking at this is tiring enough. I might even die suddenly. As Su Shui ran round and round. The 5 kilometers were quickly completed. After running, beads of sweat appeared on my forehead. However, it can be seen from the straight body that there is still a little strength left. 25 minutes and 30 seconds. Meets the military's assessment standards. The retired reviewer couldn't help but nod slightly while recording the time. This achievement has surpassed 90% of people. He knew very well that the training would only last 15 days. To be able to train to this level, it must have taken a lot of effort. The second event is the 400-meter hurdles. Lin Bai waited for about 10 minutes, and after making sure he had rested well, he started the second test. The qualifying line for the 400-meter hurdles is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. With an order, Su Shui quickly shuttled through the obstacles. Every movement is extremely standard and skillful. The veteran who was recording nodded repeatedly as he watched. As Su Shui completed the second test, the results came out. 2 minutes and 27 seconds. Passed. When the results came out, everyone present was shocked. What is this third item? Yes, these are 2 consecutive physical tests. I guess it's a military test, which is easier to pass. It's hard to say. Netizens also became interested and started speculating about the third project. At this time, Lin Bai came out and announced the third test project. The third test item, live ammunition shooting. After Lin Bai said this, Su Shui immediately picked up the gun that she was carrying across her body. This clean and neat scene left the audience stunned. Good man, you really shoot. Chapter 015, Few people, much money and sufficient funding, come quickly. This is clearly a leap into the fire. The target is 200 meters away, and you have to hit 6 rounds of ammunition to pass. For someone who has only trained for 15 days, this is as difficult as climbing to heaven. The veterans in the live broadcast room saw the difficulty at a glance. Even for a new recruit who had been in the army for 15 days, it would be difficult to pass. Because the hit rate is not something that can be easily practiced, it requires a large amount of ammunition to achieve a high hit rate. Although a small number of people are talented, it is still a very difficult thing to do. Yeah, this is simply asking for trouble. Why did you choose this project for no reason? I guess this is because I am too confident in myself. Obviously, the chances of passing other projects are much higher. I don't know what the principal is thinking. He is really too young to choose this. This time it's GG. I've watched the military channel before, and what the above person said is right. It's as difficult as climbing to the sky to pass. No one was optimistic about the review project chosen by Lin Bai. After all, there is a lot of experience here, and a lot of time has been spent on previous training. It is difficult to take out some time to practice target shooting. Even if you really squeeze out the time, it cannot be done overnight. This kind of thing has nothing to do with gender, so everyone's thoughts are surprisingly consistent. That is Dongchuan University, which is about to go bankrupt. Su Shui, step out. Lin Bai didn't care about what these people said. If it were anyone else, it would be difficult to do. But these are the S-level students he specially selected. Moreover, without sufficient preparation, he would not have chosen this project. Su Shui knelt on one knee without hesitation and aimed at the target in the distance. The moment the start was shouted, Su Shui's eyes were all focused on the target. Bang, bang, bang. Following a burst of dense gunfire, Su Shui stood up directly. Because the target is quite far away, the judges need to take the target back. Just as the judges went to the target to pick up the target, some people in the live broadcast room have already started discussing the results. No, this is still too hasty. You should aim a little longer. Yeah, it only takes 15 seconds to fire 10 rounds of ammunition, so it should have only taken about 8 or 9 seconds just now. The hit rate is probably ridiculously low. I should be thankful if I can hit 4 times. There's nothing we can do about it. It's hard for a newbie to stay calm in a place like this. Although the results have not yet come out, netizens are already shaking their heads. Generally speaking, after each shot, a certain amount of time is needed for buffering. This period of time is just right for re-aiming, which is especially important for newcomers. This newcomer fired so quickly that he didn't even have time to aim. Therefore, the chance of passing has plummeted. Passed. 7 hits. Just when everyone had given up hope, the voice of the judge who was checking the target reached their ears. What? Did I hear it wrong? 7 hits. Oh my god, where the hell did this genius come from? How can this be possible? You must be kidding me. In just 15 days, we can achieve such a high hit rate. It took me 1.5 months to do it when I was in the army before. Is this genius? The little cow sat on firecrackers and the cow exploded. Everyone was stunned. This result has far exceeded their expectations. They never thought that this could pass. Even the veteran who served as the judge had a look of surprise in his eyes. He had inspected quite a few schools, but except for those who were promoted from the army to military academies, he had never seen such outstanding students. Now let me announce the results of the competition. Su Shui is a qualified soldier. After coming to their senses, the judges announced the results without hesitation. In an instant, the live broadcast room exploded. The barrage of comments scrolled rapidly in the live broadcast room. In just 15 days, she transformed from an ordinary girl into a qualified soldier. What kind of military school is this? This is absolutely amazing. I'll be angry with anyone who says this is a fake school. Whose fake school is so awesome? If it wasn't the beginning of the new semester, I would have suspected that this school was cheating. How on earth did they do it? I remember that even professional military academies find it difficult to do this. This incident is really surprising. Because of the previous physical training, one may already have a certain foundation, so it is possible to meet the standard. But target shooting is completely different. It requires professional training and talent. Crazy. Lu Cheng's eyes were dull and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. What is going on with this school? His mouth was slightly open as he muttered something. I have reviewed so many schools, but this is the first time I have seen such an outrageous school. It takes 15 days to train a qualified soldier. This is something that many military academies cannot do. But this school actually did it, and he even considered whether it was cheating. I also checked the xianxue.com website, and judging from the records above, there is absolutely no possibility of cheating. A school like this is definitely more than enough to be a military academy. Zhao Bingbing was dumbfounded. She had never served in the military. However, because of my status, I have visited the military forces for interviews countless times. So, she is very clear about how valuable this project is. This kind of thing is simply unbelievable. Pa pa pa. At this moment, Lu Qing stood up and kept clapping. The rest of the people also applauded. This result deserved their applause. I have to say that the quality of students in your school is very good. This time the evaluation is B. Lu Qing gave the final result. To be honest, even giving it an A wouldn't be excessive, but this also requires comprehensive consideration. The main reason for the deduction is the number of students, because there is only one student. Therefore, one-on-one teaching can be implemented, and the difficulty will be reduced accordingly. Scoring should also be based on this standard. But even so, this is the highest subject evaluation given in the first stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for saving Dongchuan University. Because the host completed the hidden task, he got a chance to draw talents. The moment this voice appeared, an expression of joy involuntarily appeared on Lin Bai's face. No matter what kind of talents are selected, it will be a great thing for the school. After all, even C-level talents are vastly different from ordinary instructors. Headmaster. Just as Lin Bai was thinking secretly, Su Shanduo's voice pulled him back. What's wrong? Lin Bai looked at Su Shanduo beside him with a puzzled look. I think this is a good opportunity. Do you want to? Su Shanduo glanced at the photographer in the distance and whispered to Lin Bai. Lin Bai immediately understood what Su Shanduo meant. Everyone, let's go tour the school. Lin Bai quickly came in front of the crowd and spoke with a smile on his face. This is still a TV station after all, even though it is broadcasting live now. But it will definitely be edited later and posted online, so now is a good time to promote it. When Lin Bai asked this question, everyone's eyes turned to Lu Qing. After all, Lu Qing is the one who confirms the itinerary now. Okay, let's go check it out together. Lu Qing smiled and shook his head. He understood what Lin Bai meant at a glance. But he did not refuse. Judging from the performance just now, this is indeed a very good school. In that case, it wouldn't be a big deal if I just helped promote it. After getting consent, Lin Bai took the group for a walk around the school. In fact, the school is not very big. It only took more than 20 minutes to see almost everything. Everyone, I want to make an announcement. Our school will recruit students from all over the country. Qualified students will receive a minimum reward of 100,000 yuan and a maximum of 200,000 yuan upon admission, and there will also be a 10,000 yuan subsidy per month. When he returned to the playground, Lin Bai finally couldn't hold back and came to the camera to advertise. After this news was announced, the live broadcast room exploded instantly. The minimum is 100,000 yuan. This is subsidizing the enrollment. This is better than the treatment in military academies. Yes, I remember that even in a military academy, the monthly salary is only 6,000 yuan, and there will be no rewards except for outstanding students. This can't be a joke. Where does this small school get so much money from? No, are you serious about this condition? You have to be very rich to do this. It's not that they don't want to believe it, but because the benefit is really too outrageous. The reason why military academies also provide benefits is because most of them have subsidies from above, and after training talents, they are sent to the army or used for scientific research, so they can subsidize students. But this school is a private school, and it is basically impossible to do this. I know what you guys are thinking. Lin Bai said as he pulled out a cell phone that he had prepared long ago from his pocket. This is our school's account. There are only 3 people in our school right now, and the activity fund is 10 million. Few people but a lot of money. Come quickly. In an instant, the internet exploded. Chapter 016, Are there gun barrels in your food warehouse? Brothers, I'm signing up first. Oh my god, it's first come, first served. I want to go over there, no one can stop me. Damn it, I'm old now, and the bonus for attending military school is higher than my part-time job. I've already told my nephew this news, don't think any of you can win. Originally, there weren't that many people in the live broadcast room. But after Lin Bai mentioned these rewards, people in the live broadcast room spread the news quickly. After all, every year there are actually quite a few students who plan to retake the college entrance examination. The time for the college entrance examination has not arrived yet, but maybe you can still be admitted if you go forward. Being admitted to such a high-standard awarding school is definitely much better than attending an ordinary university. Apart from anything else, this is simply good news for families with poor economic conditions. As the news spread from person to person, Lin Bai's phone kept beeping. Lin Bai took out his cell phone and saw that emails kept popping up on the screen, all of which were about students' information. Is this the power of the media? He breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but sigh. If you want to make a name for yourself, it is very difficult. After all, this requires a lot of advertising fees, and most of the advertisements are useless. Because the push group is not right, Lin Bai has not been able to recruit students for a long time. But now there is no need to worry, there will be no shortage of students. Even if there is only one outstanding student among 1,000, it would be a huge profit for him. After all, there is no need to pay advertising fees for this. This operation left Su Shui stunned. Is this the principal? This is a bit outrageous. She also didn't expect that Lin Bai would recruit students in this way. But I have to say, this is indeed a very good idea. She will have classmates in the future. At least she wasn't suffering alone. Zhao Bingbing and others were not surprised. After all, when they were walking around the campus, they knew that the other party was definitely after students. As a journalist, she was used to this kind of thing, but after confirming that Dongchuan University offered an excellent education, she had no objection. After all, such things can be considered to benefit the people in some ways. Excuse me, everyone. I have something else to do. Please go shopping first. I have something else to take care of. After achieving his goal, Lin Bai simply left. He doesn't have time to pay attention to these leaders now. Nothing is more important than his draw. It seems that this Lin Bai is quite interesting. Lu Qing looked at Lin Bai's departing back and a smile appeared on his face. He had been working in the Education Grants Bureau for so long, but this was the first time he had seen someone who didn't flatter or fawn on others. After meeting him, the principals of those schools wished they could stay by his side 24 hours a day. However, this is the kind of person he likes the most. At this time, Lin Bai had already returned to the office. After calling to order food, Lin Bai sat down on the sofa, rubbing his hands, and prepared to start the lottery. System, open the special talent lottery for me. As soon as he finished speaking, a virtual screen instantly appeared in front of Lin Bai. Looking at the golden turntable, Lin Bai's eyes were filled with excitement. I don't know what type of talent I will be given this time. Lin Bai clenched his fists and stared at the screen. In fact, Lin Bai doesn't have too many requirements for talents now. Because nowadays schools are short of all kinds of talents. Even if he was given a C-level logistics talent, he would not object. After all, no matter how bad it is, it can help him solve some of the problems. Let's get started. Lin Bai did not forget to wipe his hands and face with wet wipes before starting the lottery. As Lin Bai's mind moved, the large golden turntable on the screen began to spin rapidly. The moment the big turntable stopped, Lin Bai turned his eyes to the reward that the pointer was pointing to. Bite! Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-level talent. Wang Meng, an S-level military craftsman, once worked as a special researcher at the Military Industry Institute and has legal documents such as an ID card. In reality, the system has already rationalized the identity, so there is no need to worry about it being revealed. Oh my god, I've turned into a European emperor. Lin Bai almost jumped up with excitement. You know, the chance of winning S-level is only 5%. I thought I would be thankful to get an A grade, but wow, I was so lucky. You know, in his previous life, he was the kind of person who might not win a single number even if he bought 5 lottery tickets. But here, I got S-level twice in a row, this is really the best luck to me. After a long time, Lin Bai calmed down and began to think slowly. With Wang Meng, does that mean I can build my own military factory? It has to be said that Wang Meng played a very important role. Because he now has the ATG drawings in his hands, if he wants to continue making ATG, he can only build a military factory. But Lin Bai also knew that with his mediocre skills, it was impossible for him to do it himself. Although guns can be purchased there, the price of the finished guns is more than 3 times more expensive than the parts. More importantly, the guns he can buy on the market now are either antiques from more than 10 years ago or guns of poor quality and workmanship. Now that Wang Meng has appeared, the problem of firearms has been solved. Lin Bai summoned Wang Meng without hesitation. The next second, Lin Bai suddenly felt that the light around him became much dimmer. A tall and mighty figure appeared in front of him. At first glance, this man was about 2 meters tall and weighed about 289 pounds. The muscular body and the loose military uniform stretched tight on his body were intimidating. This man has a square face and looks extremely fierce just by looking at him. Squad leader, Wang Meng reports in. Wang Meng saluted towards Lin Bai with great momentum. When he waved, Lin Bai could even feel a gust of wind blowing on his face. "TSK TSK TSK, you must be Wang Meng. Call me principal from now on." Lin Bai was completely confused. As expected, his name suited him. When he first saw the area of expertise, he imagined that Wang Meng should be as strong and powerful as Su Shanduo. But, this turned out to be a big and strong man. If he hadn't been introduced, he would have doubted that Wang Meng was a talent in combat. "Principal, I am Wang Meng. Please give me instructions." Wang Meng looked straight ahead and shouted loudly. "I have a task for you. I want to build a military factory, and I need you to make ATA automatic rifles. Take a look at what I need." As Lin Bai spoke, he handed the ATG drawings to Wang Meng. Wang Meng took the blueprint, looked through it for a few times, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Principal, the structure of this ATG automatic rifle is not complicated, but if you want the right equipment, you will need nearly 1 million in startup capital, and it will take about 2 days to produce it. I am a talent in this area, so I can understand the production plan and steps with just a quick look. Okay, I'll go out with you to get the money." Lin Bai agreed without hesitation. As the enrollment scale expands, mass production of this ATG automatic rifle is inevitable. This money certainly can't be saved. After agreeing, Lin Bai took Wang Meng to the bank to withdraw money. After opening another bank card, Lin Bai transferred 1 million to Wang Meng's card. At the same time, Zhao Bingbing and others were casually touring the school facilities. As I walked, I noticed a warehouse behind the cafeteria. There are a few big words written on this warehouse. Temporary food warehouse. Looking from the outside, the warehouse was slightly open, probably not closed tightly. Let's go and see what the food warehouse of Dongchuan University is like. Zhao Bingbing was also curious about what was in the food warehouse in this school with only 3 people. When they arrived at the door of the warehouse, even though there was a crack, because there was no light inside, Zhao Bingbing could only pull the door open with force. As the door opened, a brand new gun barrel suddenly appeared inside. Chapter 017, This is a model, a model. What the hell is this? The usually elegant Zhao Bingbing couldn't help but blurt out. All I saw was something covered with a piece of cloth, and a double-barreled gun was sticking out from under the rifle. Why is there a gun barrel in this warehouse? Could it be a machine gun? Not really. When I was serving in the Armored Corps, I had never seen a machine gun of such a large caliber. Yes, the caliber of this double-barreled machine gun is almost as good as that of a tank. What kind of equipment is this? It's completely covered with cloth, and I can't tell what it is. There are many military fans among the audience. After all, this world does not regulate guns. Therefore, most men are military fans and have some knowledge of weapons. When they saw this, there was no way they could recognize what kind of weapon it was just by looking at the barrel. After all, the current double-barreled machine guns are not that thick at all. What on earth is this? Zhao Bingbing looked up at the gun barrel and couldn't help but mutter to herself. If I remember correctly, there should be no weapons of this type in Dragon Country. Could it be the barrel of a tank? Only the barrel of a tank has this caliber. The photographer stared at the obscured barrel and spoke hesitantly. In fact, even he himself was not sure, but judging from the height and caliber, it should be a tank. But they had never seen such a gun barrel. It really could be a tank. One of the people who were watching along slapped his thigh suddenly. After all, most weapons can be identified by their caliber. Although I have never seen this gun barrel before, I can still tell something from the side-by-side gun barrels. No way, this can't really be a tank, is it? Is it self-developed? That's impossible. The school is too small to carry out independent research. What on earth is this thing? It's covered with a cloth and we can't tell it for a while. Should we just pull it open and see what it is? The onlookers kept encouraging Zhao Bingbing. They don't have the courage or the right to see what's underneath. At the same time, outside the school gate. Minister Liu, what are you doing? Lin Bai, who had just come back from withdrawing money, happened to see Lu Qing preparing to get on the car and leave at the school gate. I have something else to do, so I won't continue to tour the school. Lu Qing placed his hands on the roof of the car and spoke with a smile. His mission has been accomplished, there is no need to continue wasting time here. What's more, he now has to go back and compile the data for this time. Don't be in a hurry, Minister Liu. It's time for dinner now. Eat first and then go back. Lin Bai tried to persuade him to stay. Anyway, the lottery has already happened and I have some free time. Forget it, let's eat it another day, I really have something urgent to do. Lu Qing shook his head and rejected Lin Bai with a smile. Seeing that Lu Qing was determined to go back, Lin Bai didn't say anything else. After watching Lu Qing and others leave, he continued walking towards the school. I don't know how many people are watching the live broadcast now. As Lin Bai walked, he took out his cell phone to see how many people were in the live broadcast room where he was advertising. But as soon as he opened the live broadcast room, he couldn't help but pause and his face became extremely ugly. Oops, I forgot to close that door. Lin Bai's face turned a little ugly. In the temporary food warehouse. Zhao Bingbing looked at the booing audience, then glanced at the covered object, and felt a little tempted. It was the first time she had seen such a unique gun barrel, and it would be a lie if she said she wasn't curious. How about we open it and see? At this moment, a word from the photographer next to her made Zhao Bingbing make up her mind. Okay, let's see what kind of weapon this is. Zhao Bingbing came to the black cloth, grabbed it and pulled it hard. As Zhao Bingbing exerted force, the entire piece of cloth flowed to the ground like water. When the true appearance of the cloth appeared in front of everyone, everyone felt that their breathing stopped instantly. Is this a tank? Bingbing covered her mouth with both hands and looked at the tank in front of her with shock. This tank was very different from the ones she had seen before, and the main difference was in appearance. Currently, the design, cabin and loading and driving of most tanks are connected together. But this is different, each part is separated separately, they are completely different individuals. And, in addition to this, the gun barrel uses a double barrel. This means that the tank is capable of dual-chamber firing, which, needless to say, greatly improves power and efficiency. Oh my god! What the hell is going on in this school? Why are there even tanks in here? That's not right. How come I have never seen this tank before? Although I have been retired for 2 years, it's not possible for me to develop so rapidly. Who knows? It must have been developed recently. But this school actually got a tank. If we hadn't come here, no one would know that this school is so awesome. The main reason is that this tank is so cool. It is very different from the traditional ones. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room popped up rapidly. Every netizen became extremely excited. After all, there is nothing wrong with equipping military academies with guns, but if they are equipped with tanks, that would be too much. It is true that guns are legal in Manhwa, but if it is a heavy weapon, it is a completely different matter. Heavy weapons are illegal, and even in military academies, not all military schools are equipped with them. Only a few military academies run by Dragon Country will come into contact with such heavy weapons. TSK, this principal is incredible, he actually hides heavy weapons. By the way, is the president of Dongchuan University doing some illegal business? Otherwise, why would he do this? That's true. This tank is a real killer. But where did this thing come from? At this time, the audience was also standing aside and talking. They have seen a lot of guns, but tanks are different. This made them comment on it. There were even many onlookers who took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Hey, how did you get my tank model out? Just then, Lin Bai appeared behind the group of people, patting the back of their heads and saying. Although he had jogged over just now, who could have thought that their hands were so fast? Just pull it down when you say so. This doesn't follow the rules at all. What's more important is that this is a heavy weapon. If he is discovered, he will be really finished. Model? Zhao Bingbing held the microphone and looked at Lin Bai at the door with a puzzled look. Yes, this is the model. Can't you see it? Lin Bai patted his chest without blinking. But, this should be true, right? Bingbing placed her hand on the tank, feeling the cool touch, and asked hesitantly. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a model, even though she has never seen this model before. But this tank is a little too real. Bingbing, don't believe it. It's obvious that this principal is lying. How could it not be true? That's right. Look at the appearance. Who can make a model like this? I won't believe it even if you kill me. I guess the principal is afraid of something going wrong, so he said this to fool us. Of course. Hiding heavy weapons is no small matter. If he's not anxious, who will be? The audience all scoffed at Lin Bai's words. After all, they have never seen a one-to-one scale model. Moreover, if it is made entirely of steel, what is the difference between it and a tank? How can this not be a model? If you search online, you will definitely not find this model, because this is a model I made for fun. Lin Bai had already seen Bingbing's hesitant look, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot. Seeing that Lin Bai wished he could spill his heart, some people in the live broadcast room also took out image recognition software. Hey, it seems that there is really no tank of this model. Yeah, this can't really be a model. Oh my god, this is absolutely insane. Why would you make such a model when you have nothing better to do? If I hadn't checked it, I would have doubted whether this model was real. After a quick search, the audience was shocked because this was actually a model. I thought it was real, but it turned out to be fake. After seeing the comments from netizens, Bingbing said with a surprised look. Because no matter how you look at it, it looks like a real tank. At this time, Lin Bai breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Bingbing's words. At this stage, we cannot let the authorities know that we have these things. However, in a research room, a beautiful female researcher is watching the live broadcast at this moment. When she saw the tank appear on the screen, the whole person was stunned for a moment. This tank. Something is wrong. Chapter 018, Where did this tank come from? Investigate. Song Yu stared at the tank on the screen, and after pressing the screenshot button, he stood up suddenly. No, this is definitely not right, this tank must not be that simple. As she thought about it, she turned on another computer and started typing rapidly. After using the 3D simulation system to make the tank in the picture into a three-dimensional pattern, Song Yu started the experimental simulation without hesitation. But when the experimental results came out, her pupils were trembling constantly. How is this possible? Just now she simulated a shell hitting the armor of this tank. The damage to this tank's armor is only 34%. You know, if it was their traditional tank, the degree of damage would have reached at least 73%. This shouldn't happen. Why would this happen? Even though this is also a slope, but Song Yu couldn't figure out the principle behind this for a while. The only thing that can be confirmed is that this so-called tank model is definitely not that simple. This tank perfectly complies with mechanics, armor. No, this model is definitely not that simple. Who made this tank? Song Yu held the pen so tightly that he didn't even notice the ink seeping through the paper. Although she said that she has not entered the internal work, she is very familiar with most of the current tank designers. But she had never heard of anyone developing such a tank. Is this a new design? But if so, why would it appear in that school? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. No, Dad must know. Song Yu stood up suddenly and walked quickly towards the door. Boom boom boom. In the study, Song Weigua, who was sorting out documents, heard a knock on the door. He frowned and took off his reading glasses. Come in. After Song Weigua answered, the study door was pushed open. His daughter came in hurriedly. Song Yu, what's the matter? Song Weigua asked with an unhappy tone. His daughter is good in every way except that she is a little reckless. Whenever I encounter some problems that cannot be solved, I will come to him first. It's a good thing to be studious, but when he was working, he didn't want to answer those questions at all. Dad, I just saw a tank model on the internet. I think this model is very strange. Song Yu came up to Song Weiguo with the phone in her hand and wanted to hand it over. Stop, I'm not interested in this tank model. If you have nothing to do, get out. Song Weiguo pushed the phone back directly. It was just a broken model and there was no need for any explanation at all. With this free time, he might as well continue his research. But just as he was about to push the phone away, he suddenly saw the photo on Song Yu's screen. Etc. Song Weiguo's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and even his expression became very ugly. He snatched the phone and looked at it carefully. The more he looked, the darker his face became. Where did this picture come from? Song Weiguo suddenly looked up at Song Yu beside him, his voice filled with thunderous anger. This is a tank I saw in the live broadcast room. They said it was a model, but I don't think it's that simple. Song Yu explained the whole story to Song Weiguo and also passed the test data to Song Weiguo. This armor slope is our latest research topic, which is under highly confidential research. Why was it leaked? And according to the test, it is more scientific and reasonable than ours. Song Weiguo stared at the data above with gritted teeth, and his hands clenched unconsciously. He originally thought that they were the first to study this topic, but he didn't expect that someone had figured it out before them. Moreover, he was sure that this was definitely not a coincidence. Because this slope not only involves different angles, it even involves structural science. As long as one part is not perfectly coordinated, the desired effect will never be achieved. To put it simply, this principle is just like a triangle, which achieves a more solid effect through the distribution of objects. Song Yu instantly realized how serious the matter was. Although she also works in the research institute, she does not have this authority at all. Although they are father and daughter, her father will not tell her most of the secrets. Because knowing too much is not a good thing, she also understands the importance of top secrets to the country. Bang! Song Weiguo slammed the table, gritted his teeth and picked up the phone. Although it is not clear what happened, this matter must be reported to the higher-ups as soon as possible. As the news spread quickly, the top science and technology departments of Long Country were in an uproar. What on earth is going on? Did someone leak the information? We must conduct a thorough investigation. This is definitely not an accident. Where exactly is this live broadcast taking place? Find a way to investigate it now. Impossible. How could such a secret be leaked? The reason why everyone is so sure that Longwo was the first to study the slope of armor is because if it was a country like Eagle, it would definitely have released certain information in the early stages of research. Unless, this secret was leaked secretly, so someone developed it before them. Just when the research department was in chaos. The instigator, Lin Bai, was sitting on the steps of the playground, watching Su Shui train with boredom. When will the other students come for the interview? I really need points. Lin Bai muttered to himself. Although many students have applied, they all need to be interviewed. So he really has nothing to do now. I can only sit here and look at the sky and watch Su Shui training. Su Shui was running 10 kilometers on the playground, and Su Shanduo was following behind her to urge her on. You didn't eat, didn't you? If you didn't, eat more pig food tonight. Look at the way you're running. I have to say that Su Shanduo really came from the army. Even during training, he was still cursing. In fact, Su Shui's current performance is already very good, but to be a qualified soldier, one must not only bear physical pressure, but also mental pressure. However, at this time, Su Shui was not affected by Su Shan at all, but continued to maintain her own rhythm. Now her talent is quite good. You have a really strong talent. Lin Bai couldn't help but nod secretly. If it were him, he might not be able to bear it. Ding! Detection of Su Shui's insufficient dietary intake. The moment this voice appeared, the corner of Lin Bai's mouth twitched. This food isn't that bad, is it? Chapter 019, 2 Pi falls from the sky. Ding! At this moment, Lin Bai's cell phone vibrated. He opened it and saw that the food delivery man had arrived. Because there is no chef, all the meals they eat now are banquets that Lin Bai orders directly from the restaurant. Have a meal. Lin Bai shouted, asking Su Shui and others to stop exercising and go to the cafeteria to eat. Goo. Looking at the table full of banquet, Su Shui's eyes glowed red, like a vicious wolf. As soon as Lin Bai picked up his chopsticks, Su Shui started to eat without hesitation. He was scooping food from the bowl while picking up food on the table. His quick eyes and hands were the key. Just as Lin Bai was about to pick up a piece of pig's trotter, he found that the pig's trotter had disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he looked up, he saw that Su Shui had already licked the pig's trotters until only bones were left. Seeing Su Shui looking like a starving ghost, the other three people tacitly slowed down their eating speed. In less than 20 minutes, Su Shui had filled up half of the banquet table by herself. Phew, it feels good. Su Shui patted her bulging belly with satisfaction. Since she started training, her appetite has been increasing day by day. But even so, her figure hasn't changed at all, and she even looks more well-proportioned than before. At this time, the other three people put down their chopsticks and couldn't help looking at each other. Lin Bai could clearly feel that, except for Su Shui, everyone else present was only half full. But there is no way around it. After all, high-intensity training every day will definitely consume a lot of energy. That's why Su Shui's appetite has been getting better and better recently, but if it continues like this it won't be a problem at all. It's impossible to ask the restaurant to deliver food every day. It's not a question of money. The point is that they won't be full even if they do that. Especially Wang Meng next to him, a tall man over 2 meters tall, who was touching his belly with a wronged look on his face. No, it seems that we have to think of a way. Lin Bai stroked the stubble on his chin and began to think. But at this moment, Lin Bai heard several footsteps coming from outside the door. When I turned around, I saw that 3 thugs with yellow, green and pink hair appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria. The 3 of them held their heads high, looking around, as if they were ignorant of the immensity of the world. What are you doing here? Lin Bai stood up, walked up to the 3 men and said with a frown. If you don't know, you might think he's running a hairdressing school. I'm here to sign up. I've already applied online. The green-haired guy standing in the middle walked out with a cynical smile. Registered? Lin Bai understood instantly, and he replied to all the emails at once. That is, if you want to register, you must participate in an offline interview. So there will definitely be more and more people coming to sign up. But he never expected that the 3 people coming over were actually key leafy, non-mainstream. He only took a glance to see the talents of these 3 people. It's okay that these 3 people dyed their hair, but even their talents are at C level, which is lower middle level. Our school doesn't allow people to dye their hair, so go away. Lin Bai shook his head slightly and spoke calmly. What, you don't want us? We've come here through so much hardship. That's right, are you guys spreading false advertising? Be careful or we will report you. What's wrong with dyeing your hair? If you don't accept us, we guarantee that your school will be in chaos. The 3 hooligans immediately became unconvinced and kept cursing at them. They came here because they heard that if they enrolled here, they would receive a reward of 100,000 yuan and a stable salary every month. Before they enroll, they would never consider leaving. As for not accepting them, they never considered at all that in their neighborhood, everyone would avoid them when they saw them. The main feature is persistence. Are you going to leave or not? There was a hint of impatience in Lin Bai's voice. We won't leave. Kill us if you dare. That's right. We came all this way and you dare to say you won't take us in. I just don't believe it. If you don't accept me, we'll stay here forever. Let me see how you recruit students. Lin Bai looked at these 3 gangsters and had no desire to communicate with them at all. What this kind of people fear most is not people who are reasonable, but people who have the reason in their hands. Su Shanduo. Lin Bai just spoke lightly. Su Shanduo, who was sitting on a stool, stood up instantly and pulled the bolt of the gun hanging beside him without hesitation. Crack. The crisp sound made the 3 gangsters' scalps tingle instantly. It is true that they have seen guns, but they have never seen such a ruthless person who would load his gun at the slightest disagreement. Let's go, let's go. Green Hair instantly became scared and quickly retreated. After exiting the cafeteria, he ran out tumbling and crawling. Looking at the frightened figure, Lin Bai shook his head helplessly. Large-scale enrollment has both advantages and disadvantages, as it includes all kinds of people. And there is no need to guess, there will probably be a lot of similar stuff coming later. Hello, are you Principal Lin? Just when Lin Bai turned around to see if there were any leftovers, he heard a voice coming from behind him. Looking back, a pair of girls in dresses appeared behind him. This pair of girls are clearly twins, and it is difficult to tell the difference between them at first glance. Who are you? Lin Bai asked with a puzzled tone. We are here to sign up for an interview. We saw the job posting and heard that Dongchuan University is still recruiting students. One of the girls who looked more mature spoke cautiously. The two sisters actually got very good results in the college entrance examination. But they didn't get into the school they wanted to go to. Just when they were preparing to repeat their studies, they saw this news on the internet. So I rushed here to see if there was any chance to enter Dongchuan University. When Lin Bai heard this, he subconsciously looked over the heads of the two sisters. Just one look and Lin Bai's eyes widened instantly. This is. I saw two big S's hanging on the heads of the twins. These two people are actually both S level. This time I really found a treasure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for meeting an S-level student. After system testing, the two have special potential, Ghost Sniper. P.S. Ghost snipers can better conceal their figures in the dark and in the jungle, and are good at finding and killing distant enemies. Holy shit! This is a golden legend. Lin Bai's face almost broke apart from laughing. I originally thought it would take a long time to meet outstanding students. Now pie is falling from the sky, and two of them at that. Chapter 020, Automatic Rifle Production Line is complete. Sister, what's wrong with the principal? Why is he staring at us? The younger sister leaned close to her elder sister's ear and spoke tremblingly. It's no wonder that she was scared. After all, Lin Bai still hadn't come to his senses yet. I think he's trying to see if we're suitable for school. My sister whispered with uncertainty in her tone. She felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, but she could also see that Lin Bai's eyes did not contain any lustful feeling. It was for this reason that she resisted the urge to turn around and leave. So can we just stay here now? Don't tell me you don't want to take us in. The younger sister looked at Lin Bai as he looked them up and down, and spoke cautiously. I'm not sure. The elder sister shook her head slightly. Apart from anything else, they actually felt a chill down their spines when Lin Bai looked them up and down like that. After all, what kind of good person would stare at others without any concealment? At this time, Lin Bai was immersed in the joy of meeting two S-level people, and naturally ignored the two of them for a while. Principal. Just then, the elder sister, unable to hold back any longer, spoke tentatively. Oh. Lin Bai, who was distracted, noticed that his behavior was a little strange. Very good, you two have great talents. If you enter our school, I can give each of you a scholarship of 200,000 yuan. Lin Bai spoke without thinking. After all, this is a person with special skills, and we cannot let him go no matter what. Ah. Really? The two sisters were stunned. They never expected that Lin Bai would give the highest bonus. They had thought about it before they came. Even if they couldn't get the admission bonus, it didn't matter. As long as they were admitted to the school, they could get 10,000 yuan every month. This result can be said to have far exceeded their imagination. Yes, you two should have great talents, so our school can offer you a high scholarship. Lin Bai did not hesitate, and took out a check from his pocket and said, if you are willing to enroll, I can give you a bonus now and take you to complete the enrollment procedures. Lin Bai has thought about it, and there is no way he will let these two people leave no matter what. So I wrote 2 checks and put them on the table. This is a public check used by our school. You can take it to the bank to exchange it. After Lin Bai placed the check in front of them, the two sisters' eyes widened. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Sister, this is really a check for 200,000. The younger sister excitedly grabbed her older sister's clothes and spoke in an excited tone. Both of them come from very poor families, and it is difficult to afford them even 5,000 yuan for tuition, let alone 200,000 yuan. Normally, when they have holidays, they go back to work to supplement the family income. With so much money, I don't have to worry about my future studies. Moreover, you can also send part of the money back home to supplement your household expenses. Well. From now on we don't have to save money anymore. There was a light in my sister's eyes and her tone became a little excited. Watching the two men put away the checks, Lin Bai was overjoyed. This time, these two talented people with special skills had no chance of escaping. Come on, I'll take you to enroll. Lin Bai brought the two people to the office. After helping them to process their academic records, he also learned their names and information. The elder sister is named Qin Zhaodi, and she has a tiny, barely noticeable beauty mole on her left cheek, while the younger sister is named Qin Pundi, and she has no beauty mole on her face. However, during the simple conversation, Lin Bai could also tell that although the two sisters were cautious in their words and actions, they had strong personalities. The reason why he behaves like this is probably because he has less contact with other people, so he speaks like this. However, this is not a big problem and it should be improved after training. Gugugugu. Just as Lin Bai was chatting with the two of them, he suddenly heard Qin Zhaodi's stomach growling from her direction. Just as she raised her head, Qin Zhaodi's face immediately turned red. The two of them rushed over immediately after learning the news. Due to financial reasons, I only brought the round-trip fare and didn't even bring much food. Now most of the food has been eaten on the way. By this time, you will naturally be very hungry. Your student registration has been transferred here. As for clothes and school tours, I'll have someone take you there. Lin Bai did not take the two people out for dinner. Instead, he took out his cell phone and called Su Shanduo, notifying Su Shui to come and take the two people to a familiar school to have dinner. The reason why he didn't do it himself was, first, that he was the principal and needed to establish his authority, not act like a tour guide. Secondly, he also saw that these two people were actually quite inferior in their bones. If I take the two sisters out to dinner like this, it will probably make them feel even more uncomfortable. As for meals, just call and arrange it later. Report. After a while, Su Shui came to the office. On the way here, Su Shui was already extremely excited. She also saw Qin Zhaodi and Qin Pandadai in the cafeteria just now. No matter what, it's not comfortable to have one-on-one time all the time without having classmates to chat with. Moreover, living in the dormitory at night is more or less a bit boring. Now the appearance of these two people has completely solved this problem. Take these two new students to change their clothes and make some arrangements. After Lin Bai finished speaking, Su Shui couldn't wait to take the two sisters out. I'm Su Shui. From now on, we'll be classmates and roommates. I hope we can get along well in the future. Su Shui's personality is actually quite outgoing. As soon as she walked out the door, she introduced herself to the two of them. I'm Qin Zhaodi, I'm your elder sister. I am Qin Pundi, and I am your sister. The two men quickly introduced themselves. Come on, I'll take you to put your luggage away. Su Shui picked up the sisters' luggage bags without saying a word and walked towards the dormitory building. The two sisters didn't even have time to stop her and could only follow Su Shui obediently. Su Shui, who was carrying two luggage bags, also noticed that the two sisters had very little stuff. Because it felt light inside, but Su Shui didn't ask any more questions. She also noticed that the two sisters' family conditions were somewhat difficult. After putting away their luggage, Su Shui took out several sets of military uniforms from the closet and handed them to them. Here are your clothes. Try them on first to see if they are the right size. If not, I have more. After placing the advertisement, Lin Bai handed all the girls' military uniforms to Su Shui and asked Su Shui to manage them. So there are about 20 sets of military uniforms in Su Shui's closet, basically all in standard sizes. The moment the two sisters received the military uniforms, their hearts were filled with turbulence. They will be students of this school in the future and will no longer have to worry about financial issues. The two men changed into their military uniforms, which were standard sizes so they fit them perfectly. If there is any place that is not the right size, just take it out and modify it. Come on, I'll take you to dinner. Su Shui had just learned that Lin Bai had booked a banquet, so she brought the two of them to the cafeteria. As soon as Qin Zhaodi and Qin Pundi walked into the cafeteria, they saw a table not far away filled with all kinds of delicious food. This is our meal. After sitting on the stools, Qin Zhaodi and Qin Pundi's faces were full of disbelief. They never imagined that the food here would be so rich. There were even many dishes that they had never seen before. Yes, I usually eat these. Su Shui called on the two of them to start eating. Hearing this, a light flashed in the eyes of the two sisters. The next second, they suddenly hugged each other and burst into tears. When they are at home, they basically give all the delicious food to their younger brother. They had never eaten anything delicious before, so after seeing this huge table of food, they could no longer control their emotions. When Su Shui saw this scene, she was suddenly at a loss. She never thought that the two sisters would hug each other and cry loudly. Rushed forward to comfort. At this time, not far from the cafeteria, Lin Bai and Su Shan Duo were watching the movement here. Principal, these two people are malnourished. It will probably take at least 3 months for them to recover. Su Shan Duo frowned and looked at the two of them. With just one glance he could tell that the two sisters were in poor health. I'm afraid it's because my family is not well off. After reading the information of the two, Lin Bai roughly understood what kind of families they grew up in. To be honest, in some places, education is too backward. So. Thinking of this, Lin Bai couldn't help shaking his head. Report. At this moment, Wang Meng's voice came from behind Lin Bai. What's wrong? Lin Bai looked back. Principal, the production line has been completed. We can start producing ATG automatic rifles. As soon as these words came out, Lin Bai's face suddenly showed excitement. Take me over there quickly. Chapter 21, A Military School for 3 People. Something. This ATG fully automatic rifle can be said to be the foundation of the school. With a large number of automatic rifles, we can meet the students' daily training needs. After hearing the news, I was naturally overjoyed. Soon, Wang Meng brought the two to the ATG automatic rifle production line. Lin Bai looked around and saw that the originally abandoned warehouse had been completely transformed. The original partition walls have all been opened up, and the original decoration lines and floors have been replaced. Even the walls were painted, and everything inside looked brand new. Not far to the right of the entrance, there is a production line that is more than 20 meters long. Each section of the production line has a clear division of labor, for example, stamping machines and the like have all been installed. Principal, let me explain the production process to you. Wang Meng came to the machine and explained the production process of ATG. In fact, the production process is not difficult, the main problem is time. In order to prevent outsiders from knowing their production process, they cannot find factories to directly produce parts. They can only make it by themselves, so this step wastes a lot of time. If Wang Meng were to make it alone, it would take at least 5 days to make an ATG automatic rifle. Can't the production time be shortened? Lin Bai put his hand on the production line and asked in a serious tone. There aren't many people now, so it doesn't matter if it's a little slower. But if more and more students come in, we will need to speed up production. Principal, if I were alone, I would not be able to do it quickly because there are so many machines that it is not convenient for one person to operate them. If there are more people, the efficiency can be greatly improved. Wang Meng shook his head helplessly. There was no way to build a fully automatic production line with this 1 million yuan. Many of the parts inside need to be made step by step, and in order to avoid problems, he needs to be extremely careful. The design of this blueprint is so reasonable. Every detail inside can be said to be perfect. As a top researcher, he could see the ingenuity of this drawing at a glance. The personnel inside the tank have been streamlined, with only 4 positions. There are 2 design seats, 1 main driver's seat, and 1 radio communication personnel and backup driver's seat. Moreover, because the tank's firing compartment uses a separated shooting method, the loading method is also fully automatic. Not only that, the shooting chamber inside is equipped with VR glasses, and with the movable shooting chamber, it can even act as a ground-to-air machine gun. 30 million. Principal, if you only give me 30 million, I can create a Tianyu for you. Wang Meng held the blueprint in his hands, his eyes seemed to be spewing flames, and even his voice began to tremble. For a researcher like him, making such high-performance weapons is an irresistible temptation. Okay. Stop. Let's put this matter aside for now. Keep this blueprint and study it slowly. Lin Bai interrupted Wang Meng's wishful thinking without hesitation. 30 million. Even if you sell the school you still can't get that much money. Moreover, now is not the time to make tanks, and he doesn't want to be noticed by the country's people at this time. Work quietly, don't shoot. All right. Wang Meng's mood was visibly depressed. Lin Bai ignored Wang Meng and turned around and left the warehouse. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Bai sat on the steps of the playground, stroking his stubble, watching Su Shui and others train. Not bad, you've made great progress in the past few days. Lin Bai couldn't help but sigh. Now that he had 3 students, he could hear the points rewards from the system from time to time. Although Qin Zhaodi and Qin Pundi are not in very good health now. But because of his talent, his training progressed very quickly. Moreover, the relationship between these 2 sisters is probably related to the living environment they grew up in. When training, I never slacked off and would only stop when I was exhausted. Many times, Su Shan doesn't even need to urge him. There is a big contrast between her and the previous Su Shui. As for training, the 2 men's bodies have not yet recovered. So the training was divided into 2 parts. In the morning, Su Shui trained with her 2 sisters. Once it's afternoon, we start training separately. Ding, Qin Zhaodi's upgrade progress is 21%, and 1 point is obtained. At this time, the sound of bonus points appeared again. The moment Lin Bai heard this voice, his mood improved a lot. To him, this is simply the most pleasant sound. In the past few days, more and more students have come to register. Lin Bai basically stayed in the admissions office to interview students. Student, I have checked your academic status and situation. Please go back and wait for notification from our school. Lin Bai spoke to a female student in front of him with a calm expression. This girl's talent is only D and her grades are also very poor. There is no way to meet Lin Bai's requirements. After hearing this, the girl lowered her head, pouted her lips and walked out. We are all adults now, so the so-called waiting for notification means that it will not be approved. So I could only turn around and leave obediently. Hey, students' talents aren't good these days. Lin Bai sighed and murmured helplessly. There have been quite a few students interviewed these days, but most of them are D level. The highest potential is only C level, and there is not even a B level. This made Lin Bai begin to suspect that his European emperor physique had disappeared. Although there were no outstanding students, Lin Bai still recruited 3 students. 1 C-grade student will receive the minimum bonus, and 2 D-grade students will be admitted as exceptions based on their academic performance. The reason for recruiting people is that Wang Meng urges people several times a day. So Lin Bai simply recruited 3 people and stuffed them into the logistics department. Due to logistical reasons, we only need to participate in training in the morning every day. In the dimly lit bar, the smell of cigarettes and alcohol filled the air. A group of scantily clad men and women were twisting their bodies on the dance floor. Drink. A burly man with bare upper body was surrounded by women on both sides, with 7 teardrops tattooed on his ferocious face. The people around looked at this man, with a hint of fear in their eyes. This man was nicknamed the Smiling Tiger, and it was said that he had killed many people during his mercenary missions abroad. You're so annoying. The woman next to him kept drawing circles on his chest with her hands. Women love men who are not bad. The corners of the Smiling Tiger's mouth cracked, and he looked very happy. Boss. At this moment, a younger brother came up to the man cautiously and spoke. What's wrong? Smiling Tiger looked coldly at his younger brother who had ruined his fun. It's like this, you see, this school seems to have some money. The younger brother quickly handed the phone to the boss, and what was playing on it was the scene of Lin Bai showing the balance. Quite interesting, a military school with 3 people. The corners of Smiling Tiger's mouth rose, and there was a hint of interest in his eyes. Chapter 022, Armed Forces appear outside the school. Late at night, outside the gate of Dongchuan School. What's wrong? Lin Bai hurriedly walked towards the school gate and shouted at Su Shan Duo from a distance. Just as he was lying on the bed getting ready to go to sleep, the phone rang. And the call was actually from Su Shan Duo, who said that there was something waiting for him to deal with at the school gate. While answering the phone, Lin Bai could still hear the noisy sound on the other end of the phone. It was for this reason that I put on my slippers and hurried over. Principal, the 2 of them said they were looking for students from our school. Su Shan Duo frowned and pointed at a middle-aged couple at the door. Following Su Shanduo's finger, I saw a couple standing next to the school gate. The couple was dressed in simple clothes and was leaning against each other as if they were talking about something. And there was a cunning smile on his face. After seeing Lin Bai coming out, the couple walked over quickly. What are you doing here? Lin Bai frowned slightly and asked. You are the principal of this school. The middle-aged woman looked Lin Bai up and down with her eyes slanted, and then continued, I'm here to look for my daughter. Let her out quickly. Who is your daughter? Lin Bai noticed the other person's gaze and felt a little unhappy. But after hearing that it was a student's parent, he didn't say anything. After all, they are the student's parents and we have to give them some face. Qin Zhaodi and Qin Pundi. Hurry and ask them to come out and tell them their parents are here. The man with a face full of flesh quickly spoke, and the flesh on his face kept shaking as he spoke. Okay, wait a minute. Lin Bai nodded slightly to Su Shanduo beside him and asked Su Shanduo to inform Qin Zhaodi and her sister. I have to say, when talking to these two people, Lin Bai always felt something was not right. That is, when these two parents mentioned their daughters, they were completely different from ordinary parents. There was no concern in his eyes at all, but rather an eagerness, and those glowing eyes were like those of a vicious wolf in the wild. However, Lin Bai didn't think much about it, after all, everyone is the same. After a while, Lin Bai saw two sisters in military uniforms walking towards here from afar. But when they came over, Lin Bai also noticed that the expressions on the two sisters' faces were very complicated. It was as if he was angry, frightened, afraid, worried, and even had a strange look on his face. It was as if the two people outside the door were not their parents at all, but people who came to collect debts. Zhao Di. Pan Di. What are you two doing here? Get back here right now. As soon as the two sisters walked in front of the middle-aged couple, the middle-aged man stretched out his hand and tried to grab Qin Zhaodi's clothes. However, Qin Zhaodi had also trained here for some time, so when facing the man's hand, she dodged without hesitation. We're not going back. Yes, we don't want to go back either. Qin Zhaodi took a few steps back, her mouth pouting, her eyes flashing. Even Qin Pundi hugged his sister's arm and looked at the couple with dissatisfaction. How dare you talk back? I raised you all this time, and you turned out to be two ungrateful wolves. After hearing this, the middle-aged woman was so anxious that she jumped up and down and almost sat down on the ground and threw a tantrum. That's right, you eat our food and use our things, why are you still reading books now? Don't think I can't deal with you two just because you put on military uniforms. The middle-aged man simply rolled up his sleeves and waved his fists at the two sisters. Lin Bai could see that if he and Su Shanduo hadn't been standing here, the two men would have probably attacked directly. We don't want to go back. We will pay you back what we owe you. Qin Zhaodi gritted her teeth and yelled at the two men. It was the first time that Lin Bai saw Qin Zhaodi with such an expression. You know, in his impression, the two sisters always spoke softly and never loudly. But this also shows how angry Qin Zhaodi and her two sisters are. Give it back to us. What can you give us? Do you know how much money you two have spent on us over the years? When the middle-aged woman roared, the stars of curse almost flew half a meter away, and she kept dancing. That's right, you two should come back with me right away. As long as you go back and get married, I won't bother with you anymore. The middle-aged man also shouted at the two sisters. We don't want to go back. Qin Zhaodi stomped her feet, her face flushed with anxiety. Yes, how can we marry that fool in the village? Qin Pundi also said, gritting his teeth. You two traitors, we have found a good family for you two. Do you know how rich Dafu's family is? They have 30 pigs alone, and they said that if you go there, they will give you a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan. You will enjoy a good life if you go there. The middle-aged man became anxious. As he spoke, he walked quickly towards the two sisters. He grabbed one of them with one hand and tried to drag her outside. The moment the middle-aged man said this, Lin Bai understood everything instantly. To be honest, such things are not uncommon. In my previous life, I could say that I often saw them in the news. Originally, he just thought that Qin Zhaodi and Qin Pundi's parents favored boys over girls, but he never expected that they actually planned to sell their daughter. Stop. Seeing that Qin Zhaodi and Qin Pundi were about to be dragged out, Lin Bai spoke without hesitation. The moment he opened his mouth, Su Shanduo quickly came to the middle-aged man and pulled him apart. You are so. The middle-aged man was pushed and staggered, and subconsciously wanted to curse. But when he saw the automatic rifle on Su Shandua's back, he shut up instantly. "We won't go back with you. As for the money, we can give it to you." As she spoke, Qin Zhaodi took out the 2 checks from her pocket and handed them over without hesitation. "How much can this be?" The middle-aged man took it casually, and when he saw the number on it, his eyes widened. "Old man, what's wrong?" After seeing the look in her man's eyes, the woman hurried over. "When I saw the words above, I was stunned. 400,000. The total amount of these 2 checks is actually 400,000. This is even higher than the betrothal gift given by Dafu's family at the village head. Is that enough?" Qin Zhaodi held the back of Qin Pundi's hand and shouted at the 2 of them. "That's not enough. Your kindness in bringing me up is greater than anything else. Come back with us now." But what the 2 sisters didn't expect was that the 2 men were still relentless and even seemed ready to rush in again. "This is our school, no unauthorized persons are allowed to enter." Lin Bai, who had been standing nearby for a long time, couldn't bear it any longer. This was clearly a case of taking advantage of the situation, so he stood directly in front of the 2 sisters. Oh, you think you're so great just because you're the principal. I'm afraid of you, the principal. Why don't you take our daughter back to us?" The middle-aged woman crossed her arms over her chest, looking like a shrew. "I won't stop you, but I have to warn you. Our school has signed a contract with Qin Zhaodi and Qin Pundi. If they leave, they have to return the check to us." As soon as Lin Bai said this, the expressions on the faces of the middle-aged couple changed instantly. "Boss, it doesn't seem worthwhile to take this back. Are you stupid? Just take them away. If anything happens, just let them go find these 2 useless people." Although the middle-aged couple's whispering was not loud, Lin Bai heard it all. Crack. Bang. Lin Bai's eyes were almost filled with anger. This was simply too much. He loaded the gun without hesitation and fired a shot into the sky. "We have the castle law in our private school. Besides, these are our students. If you cause trouble again, don't blame me for shooting you." Lin Bai's words frightened the couple so much that their legs went limp. They dared not say a word and just took the check and left. Elder sister. Younger sister. As the couple left, the strength on the twin sisters' faces disappeared in an instant, and they hugged each other and cried. The reason they wanted to leave was that they didn't want to be married off. Before they left, the couple had been talking to them about getting married. They said there were no good schools and their families had no money, so they were forced to stay with the village idiot. Training in this military academy is much better than at home. There is food and clothing, and no work. The training is hard but I enjoy it. It's much better than that terrible family. Don't worry, stay in school, no one can bully you. Lin Bai came to the sisters and began to comfort them. After a long time, after the sisters went back home, Lin Bai returned to his room and prepared to have a good rest. But just as my butt touched the edge of the bed, sirens suddenly sounded outside. And Su Shandua's voice was also heard outside. "Report, Principal, we just discovered a crude armed force 3,000 meters away." Chapter 023, Dongchuan University is surrounded. It's over. Simple troops. Lin Bairen was numb. How could a simple troop appear out of nowhere? Lin Bai didn't have time to think about it. After putting on his shoes, he ran towards the school gate. When he was about to reach the school gate, he saw a crowd of more than 10 people standing outside the school gate. Moreover, these people were waving pistols in their hands, and each of them had a ferocious smile on his face. At the same time, Lin Bai heard hurried footsteps behind him. Turning back, he saw Wang Meng running towards him. At this time, Wang Meng had an ATG fully automatic rifle on his back and in each hand. "You guys, take it." Without saying a word, Wang Meng stuffed a handful of ATG fully automatic rifles into the hands of Su Shua and the twin sisters. As for Su Shanduo, he already had the ATG fully automatic rifle sample from last time. As for Lin Bai and others, they only had pistols in their hands. "Principal, what should we do now? Should we just solve it?" At this time, Su Shanduo frowned and asked. He had just realized that these guys outside had bad intentions. There is no good person at all, and from the appearance, they are just a group of rabble. If he were allowed to take action, he could guarantee to knock down 5 or 6 people in one encounter. Don't worry, let's see first. Lin Bai shook his head. He didn't understand the other party's purpose yet. After saying this, Lin Bai turned his gaze to Wang Meng again. Wang Meng, take the logistics back first. Now the logistics department is all holding pistols, which are of little use. Although Wang Meng has strong combat power, his body is too large and the chance of being hit will increase, so it is better to let Wang Meng go back first. Wang Meng was 100% loyal to Lin Bai. Although he was very unwilling, he still retreated obediently. Ding ding ding. Just as Lin Bai was distributing tasks, the sound of knocking on the iron door was heard in the distance. Hey guys in there, push one of the leaders out. We are from the Wild Wolf Gang, and we are here to serve as security guards for you weaklings. In the distance, a guy with a mohawk hairstyle was hammering the iron gate with a gun, with an arrogant look on his face. After he shouted this, the sound of the group of people laughing could be heard in the distance. At this time, the leader of the group, Smiling Tiger, was looking at the school with a smile. A few days ago, after learning that the principal of this school was rich, he decided to come to this school to make some money without saying a word. After all, this is 10 million. He had never earned so much money when he was a mercenary before. If you make some money, you won't have to worry about expenses for the next 2 or 3 years. Boss, there's still no one inside, why don't we just go in? At this moment, the man with the mohawk who was knocking on the iron gate came up to Smiling Tiger and spoke. When he first came here, he found the door was locked. And because the campus was dark, I couldn't see if there was anyone inside. It's okay. They probably don't dare to come out. They will come here soon. Smiling Tiger shook his head and spoke with a look of disapproval. There were several rooms in the building with lights on, which meant there were definitely people inside. I guess he is still hesitating whether to come over. What's more, his main purpose of coming here this time was to get money. If he just rushed in, even if he killed everyone, he wouldn't get the money. So, the current focus is to wait for people to come out and ask them for money. After hearing this, the man with the mohawk hair could only nod and go back to the door to look inside. This group of people are here to rob. When Lin Bai heard this, his face instantly turned gloomy. He knew without thinking that it must be because the advertisement he had run before was targeted by someone. I never thought that someone would actually target the military academy. It seems like they are here to take advantage of them. Principal, these people are really pushing their limits. There was already a hint of murderous intent in the eyes of Su Shanduo next to him. For such a person, he wished he could kill him as soon as possible. Lin Bai looked at it and for a moment didn't know where to start complaining. To be honest, in his previous life, he had only seen similar people at the entrance of an elementary school. He was also clamoring for protection money, but I didn't expect to see such a person here. Moreover, do these people have no sense of propriety? They dare to rob people with guns. The Xia Kingdom in this era is a bit too bad. While the riot was happening, uniformed police officers were observing Dongchuan University with binoculars on a mountain 1 kilometer away from the school. When passing by the school gate, he suddenly stopped. Is this robbery? The police recognized them immediately. They were the Wild Wolf Gang that had been causing so much trouble recently. There have been quite a few cases involving them recently, such as helping real estate developers force residents to sign, and involving internet fraud companies. They are involved in all of them. I didn't expect that I would rush to the gate of Dongchuan University. Damn it! These guys actually attacked this place. The policeman's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. The reason why he appeared here was because he was ordered to observe Dongchuan University. Also, get as much information as possible. Now that something like this has happened, it must be reported immediately. Inside the family compound of the research institute. The cell phone on the table suddenly vibrated, and the sound woke Song Weigua up suddenly while he was resting. Hello. After Song Weigua answered the phone, he asked while yawning and frowning. Generally speaking, no one would call him at this time. Is this Minister Song? I'm Zhang Jianhua from the ministry. Something happened at the Dongchuan University that you asked me to look out for. The person on the other end of the phone hurriedly told his identity and situation. Something happened at Dongchuan University? What happened? Song Weigua, who was still feeling sleepy, woke up instantly after hearing these words. Zhang Jianhua is the Minister of Police. Since the last study on tanks, he has entrusted Zhang Jianhua to pay attention to Dongchuan University. After all, Dongchuan University is so mysterious. Because according to intelligence investigation, the president of Dongchuan University brought the school back to life by his own efforts. It was also for this reason that Song Weigua did not go to ask about the tanks. Instead, he planned to investigate Lin Bai and the school first. But no one expected that at this critical juncture, something would happen at Dongchuan University. I just heard from the people below that a group of people who might be bandits have surrounded Dongchuan University with guns. Zhang Jianhua said with a bitter face. Although he and Song Weigua are both ministers, due to the different systems, Song Weigua's rank is actually much higher than his. If this person is really angry, then this situation won't be resolved so easily. Then why don't you act quickly? What are you waiting for? When Song Weigua heard this, he instantly became anxious. My goodness, this Dongchuan University involves their secrets. If something goes wrong, God knows whether the secrets will be leaked on a large scale. Moreover, there is a speculation within the science department that a small part of the model structure may have been developed independently by the school. No matter what the possibility is, we must not let anything happen to this school. No, Minister Song, we have no reason to go out. Guns are legal now, and so are gatherings. Although they may have bad backgrounds, we cannot act without solid evidence. Zhang Jianhua's voice was full of bitterness. Even if they wanted to take action, they had to wait until the shooting started. Carrying out arrests right now is totally against the rules and procedures. I don't care if you have evidence or not. I'm warning you, this university involves top-level secrets. If anything goes wrong with this university, you'll be in big trouble. I don't care what method you use, mobilize the troops immediately. Song Weigua cursed loudly. This was a confidential matter, no matter what the reason was, there must be no accidents. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianhua almost jumped up. My goodness, this involves military secrets. This is no small matter. I'm notifying the armed police now. It will take 15 minutes for the nearest armed police to arrive. Zhang Jianhua said without hesitation, the location over there is really remote. Song Weigua was almost going crazy. 15 minutes is enough for a school shooting. Chapter 024, Fire. Fire without hesitation. Lin Bai looked at the robbers outside the campus and felt speechless for a moment. Just now, he had carefully observed these robbers. These robbers were all carrying pistols, and judging from their talents, the highest talent was only a C-level one. Moreover, these people are clearly not a professional team. If they were a professional team, they would definitely not be standing there in a daze at the school gate. Instead, they should explore the interior of the campus and behind the shelter, but a group of them stood at the door carelessly. If you don't know, you might think they were here for a spring outing at the school gate. It was a group of people like this who actually dared to come and rob him. I don't know whether they are brave or stupid. When I met such an opponent, I didn't know where to start complaining. Principal, what should we do? Su Shui held the ATG automatic rifle and spoke with a firm expression. After experiencing the mercenary mission, Su Shui is no longer a coward. You. Lin Bai looked at the logistics officer holding a small pistol and said, go start the live broadcast. Lin Bai had previously created a live broadcast account for Dongchuan University. After its creation, it already has a considerable number of fans. At this time, live broadcast is the most appropriate. After all, the school already has a reputation. However, the true strength of the military academy has not been known to the outside world. We can take this opportunity to demonstrate the strength of the school, and prevent all kinds of people from coming to the school in the future. Live streaming. The students in the logistics department were stunned. They had never imagined that Lin Bai was planning to start a live broadcast at this time. That's right, just do it. Lin Bai then urged. We can't let him miss this opportunity. Moreover, live broadcast can also prove what the school is doing. The trainee from the logistics department didn't say much. He nodded in agreement and started the live broadcast without hesitation. As soon as the live broadcast started, many netizens entered the live broadcast room. Most of them are fans that have already been accumulated before. What's going on? Dongchuan University chose to broadcast live at night for the first time. Yeah, if I hadn't set it as a special focus, I wouldn't have known it would be broadcast live at this point. Why is it so dark all around? Are they doing some kind of outdoor live broadcast so late at night? Are you planning to start training at night? After all, this is a military academy, and training can be held at any time. As soon as netizens entered the live broadcast room, they started asking questions one after another. After all, no one understands why Dongchuan started the live broadcast at this time. Because the live broadcast at this time attracts very little traffic. Moreover, different times correspond to different groups. At this time, there should not be many people interested in enrollment. Good evening, everyone. Lin Bai walked in front of the camera. I'm sure everyone is curious about why I chose to start the live broadcast at this time. As he spoke, Lin Bai took the phone and pointed it in the direction of the school gate. The reason why we started the live broadcast at this time is because our school was robbed by armed robbers. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the live broadcast room's head started buzzing. What the hell, isn't this an outrageous armed robbery? And there seemed to be more than a dozen people at the door. No, are robbers these days so outrageous? They actually come to rob a school. Are they planning to steal the school chairs to study? I guess they're here for Principal Lin's money. Didn't Principal Lin show us his account before? There's 10 million in it. For just 10 million, he actually committed large-scale robbery. My goodness, who is this person? The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. It's not that they haven't seen robberies before, but they have never seen people robbing schools. After all, schools are places full of students. Even if you have no conscience, it doesn't mean you can play like this. Next, I'm going to ask everyone to take a look at the school spirit of our school. After Lin Bai finished speaking, he asked the students from the logistics department to hide in the bushes, while he walked directly towards the gate. At this time, there was a hint of impatience in the eyes of the smiling tiger outside the door. It's been more than 10 minutes now, and even this tiny campus hasn't arrived yet. Xiaoyozi, shout again. If you still ignore us, just rush in. I originally planned to extort some money, but if there is no movement from inside, I will have no choice but to kill him. At this moment, Smiling Tiger suddenly saw a man walking slowly towards him from a distance, and he looked very young. Boss, this seems to be the principal of that school. Xiaoyozi on the side hurried over and spoke. The Smiling Tiger did not speak, but nodded slowly with a ferocious smile. In his eyes, this is just a walking 10 million. What are you doing here? Lin Bai looked at the mob in front of him calmly and asked. What are we here for? Do you even need to ask? Xiaoyozi's words instantly caused everyone around to burst into laughter. Stop talking nonsense, I'm here to cooperate with you. At this moment, the Smiling Tiger hiding in the crowd walked to the door and said with a grin through the door. What cooperation? Lin Bai pretended not to know. I see that your school's security is not very good. We will provide you with 6 months of security services, and you just give us 10 million. As Smiling Tiger spoke, he lifted the hem of his clothes and showed the pistol at his waist. At this time, in the bushes not far away, students from the logistics department recorded all the conversations into the live broadcast room. The audience in the live broadcast room were shocked when they heard these shameless words. Oh my god, 10 million for 6 months of security. If you're robbing money, just say so. I have never seen such a shameless person. It is obvious that he is after money. I just said that these people came here just for Principal Lin's 10 million. Was I right? Isn't it just robbery? Robbery sounds so good now. The audience didn't know where to start complaining. After all, with 10 million, you can hire a more professional bodyguard. That's not necessary. Our school has no shortage of security. If you have nothing to do, just leave. Our students still need to rest. Lin Bai pretended to be innocent and shook his head. The reason why he said so much to the other party was because there was no reason to take action directly now. The area outside the school gate is not their school's territory. If they open fire directly, they won't be able to explain themselves even if they are right. I'm giving you face, right? Can't you see that I'm just trying to rob you? At this moment, Xiaoyozi on the side suddenly became angry, pulled out his gun and pointed it at Lin Bai. When Lin Bai heard this, he quickly pretended to be frightened. Don't shoot. You can ask for money, but you have to come with me into the school to get it. After saying this, Lin Bai pressed the door opening button. As the door opened, Lin Bai continued, "Don't come in with a gun. This is a school." The robbers watched the door slowly open and had no time to pay attention to what Lin Bai said. Instead, he watched the door open with fiery eyes. There was a look of greed on everyone's face. The moment the door opened, these people rushed in. He wished he could pin Lin Bai down immediately and take away all of his money. But the moment they all rushed into the school gate, something strange happened. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous gunfire knocked down 5 or 6 robbers in an instant. These were the shots fired by the students, and Lindbergh had told them about it before he set out. As long as we get into the school, we can implement the castle law and start shooting. This sudden change left the robbers confused. Run, find cover. Smiling Tiger was the first to react. He also understood why Lin Bai wanted them in. This is clearly a long-awaited trap. Moreover, Lin Bai, who was standing not far away just now, had already disappeared somewhere unknown. At this time, Su Shui and others were lying behind the cover. Su Shui held the automatic rifle and aimed it at the robbers not far away. Although her fingers were shaking slightly when she pulled the trigger, she did it rhythmically. The sisters Qin Zhaodi and Qin Pundi seemed calmer, with hatred in their eyes. To them, these are enemies who want to take away their beautiful lives. No one can take away the life we have now. 30 seconds later. All the thugs who rushed in fell to the ground. Chapter 025, Can you really drive this tank? It must be fake. In the pool of blood, the only sounds that could be heard were the groans and screams of the robbers who were still alive. There were also many robbers who endured the pain and begged for help, but at this time everyone did not move, just staring at the robbers not far away. The 6 students were still lying in the shelter, staring at the people screaming not far away. Although Longwood does not ban guns, they have never shot and killed robbers themselves. I really killed someone. Su Shui looked at her hands, muttering to herself with a dull look. When she fired the gun, she said she knew what would happen, but the adrenaline secreted in her body suppressed her fear. After I calmed down, fear came like a tide. Tears as big as beans kept falling down her face. Sister. Qin Pundi hugged Qin Zhaodi beside him, his body shaking. Just now she was just forcing herself to fire the gun, but when she saw the blood on the ground, she instantly felt dizzy and nauseous. Don't be afraid. Although Qin Zhaodi was also very scared, she could only pretend to be strong when looking at her sister. But even so, she didn't regret it at all. She knew very well that if she didn't do that, there would be no way to guarantee her future. In the live broadcast room. Fuck, they actually fired shots, this is too exciting, they just fell to the ground. I thought I was just trying to get the robbers away, but I didn't expect they would actually do it. These students are really brave. It looks like there should be more than 10 of them collapsed not far away. The military academy is still quite good. These robbers are just unlucky to have run into these tough guys. It's not like the audience didn't expect a gunfight to break out. I just didn't expect that these students who looked so young could be so decisive. You know, for the new recruits, this is an irrepressible fear. After all, you have to overcome psychological barriers to shoot. However, these students, who had only been trained for a short time, were able to do this. This is incredible. Everyone stay in fighting shape, don't be careless. At this moment, Lin Bai suddenly shouted at the students behind the shelter. This is not the time to be afraid or sad, this is the battlefield. It's a fight to the death on the battlefield, so you must never let your guard down. Moreover, the reason why the students were asked to shoot was to temper their will. Otherwise, he would have asked Su Shanduo to take action long ago. You know, Su Shanduo didn't fire a shot the whole time. If it were Su Shanduo, these more than 10 people would not survive more than 7 or 8 seconds in this empty gate. And we guarantee that no one will breathe, but now there are still many robbers lying at the gate who are barely alive. This is the gap between top fighters and ordinary students, and this gap can only be honed through combat. If we just train forever, there is no way to train qualified soldiers. At this time, in a crooked-looking armored vehicle not far from the school gate, Smiling Tiger was sitting in the car, breathing rapidly. Everything that had just happened made him unable to recover for a long time. How is this possible? What on earth is going on in this school? The scene that just happened was still vivid in their minds. As soon as they walked in, countless bullets were fired at them. In just a blink of an eye, a large number of his brothers were lying down. If he had not participated in a mercenary mission before, he would have been more careful in doing things and would have stood behind the younger brothers when entering, otherwise he would have been the first to fall. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The smiling tiger, who had recovered from his shock, pounded the steering wheel with his fists. These are all his younger brothers, and it's not that he feels sorry for them. But these younger brothers are the foundation of his roots. He has just returned to Longwa, and if he wants to make money, he must have these younger brothers to do things. It took me almost 2 years to win over loyal followers. Although he has other younger brothers, they are just fence-sitters. It is also for this reason that all those who come here are his confidants. But as soon as they met, they all died in this school. What's more, what he couldn't tolerate was that he actually felt scared just now. You know, he is a man who has experienced bloody battles, but he is actually afraid of an unknown school. Those inside, give up resistance and raise your hands in surrender. Lin Bai poked his head out and started shouting into the megaphone. He also noticed someone running onto the armored vehicle just now, and this person was the leader of the robbers. We must not let it go so easily. But because the enemy was driving an armored vehicle, it was not easy to launch a direct attack. Surrender. I surrender to you, spicy next door. You all must die today. Smiling Tiger was breathing heavily, his eyes were bloodshot. He lost so many of his confidants in just one night, he would never let these students go. It is true that the people inside have automatic rifles, but this is an armored vehicle. Ordinary automatic rifles have no way to break through the defense. Even if he wants to leave, he has to kill everyone in this school before leaving. As he said that, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The engine of the homemade armored vehicle kept roaring, and the next second, the armored vehicle rushed directly into the campus. As they rushed forward all the way, the bullets fired by Lin Bai and others had no way of breaking through the defense at all. Moreover, because of the fast speed, there was no way to launch an attack. Principle. This guy is driving a homemade armored vehicle, and it must be filled with armor fragments that were retired by the military. At this time, Su Shanduo quickly crawled to Lin Bai's side and shouted. Just now when the armored vehicle rushed in, he also saw the structure of the armored vehicle clearly. It did look patched up in appearance, but he also recognized that the armor used in this armored vehicle were actually military parts. For example, the hull of a tank, these parts have extremely good protective properties, and generally there is no way to deal with them. Duh. At this moment, Su Shanduo pressed Lin Bai's raised head down. A volley of bullets hit the surrounding concrete and stones, splashing them. Damn, this guy even installed a hand-controlled machine gun. Su Shanduo saw that there was actually a machine gun installed inside the protective cover on the top of the armored vehicle. Among the civilians, this can be regarded as being armed to the teeth. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. What's going on? Why is there an armored vehicle here? This is crazy. The guy inside actually drove an armored vehicle to attack the school. It's over, it's really over this time. The protective performance of this armored vehicle is too good. These students don't have the energy to fight back. I don't know if the military knows about this now. If they don't come, we won't be able to handle it at all. They were well aware that the battle had now turned into an unequal one. After all, the robbers are now sitting in the car, and the chances of getting hurt are very small. There is simply no way to deal with this robber. Moreover, although the students are now behind the bunker, the armored vehicles are highly maneuverable. It's only a matter of time to subdue the students. You all should die. At this time, the smiling tiger sitting in the car let out a crazy laugh. He was also constantly controlling the screen inside the car and firing bullets at the students. Even though it only has one machine gun, after being modified, it has a magazine capacity of 2,000 rounds. As long as the transmission frequency is guaranteed, there is no need to worry about overheating. Principal, what should we do now? At this time, Su Shanduo frowned and asked. They don't have any heavy weapons right now. If they have some, they do, but... etc. Lin Bai frowned, took out his cell phone and sent a message to Wang Meng. Wang Meng, who was in the warehouse at this time, also saw the message on the mobile phone. The moment he saw the message, an excited smile appeared on his face. After a while, the door of the warehouse slowly opened. With a rumbling sound, the Tianyu tank stored in the warehouse was driven out. At this moment, all the students present were stunned. Wow, isn't this tank a model? Can it really be opened? Even the smiling tiger's face turned extremely pale in an instant. This must be fake. Chapter 26, The police arrive late. Oh my god, isn't this a model? How the hell can it move? I was actually fooled. Last time I really thought this thing was just a model. Oh my god, there must be a killer weapon hidden in the school. You're crazy. Whose school has a tank? Even military schools don't have one. Moreover, this is a tank that doesn't exist on the market. You really didn't show it to us until you were at your wit's end. You're only showing it now, it's obvious that you're pulling out your trump card. The audience in the live broadcast room have gone crazy. They originally thought it was just a model, but when it was actually opened, they were completely confused. You know, this is not just about hiding heavy weapons. This privately collected tank was a self-developed tank, and they had never seen any information about this tank. But even so, this is a tank, and it is not comparable to this kind of armored vehicle at all. Just one shot from this thing and the armored vehicle will fall apart in an instant. After the Tianyu tank drove out, the gun barrel began to move rapidly, obviously aiming at the armored vehicle. The smiling tiger sitting in the armored vehicle's head suddenly started buzzing. What kind of a hell of a school is this? No. Run. When his life was threatened, Smiling Tiger no longer cared about revenge. This thing was simply not something his armored vehicle made of scrap metal could deal with. To put it bluntly, the machine gun has run out of ammunition and can't do anything to the tank. Tanks have always been the army's most powerful weapon. Using this thing to deal with their small armored vehicles is simply a waste of talent. He didn't hesitate at all, he quickly shifted gears and drove in reverse, the accelerator was almost smoking. As soon as he stepped out of the school gate, he drifted without hesitation and fled the scene at a high speed in a cold sweat. He ran really fast. That guy really knows how to pick on the weak and fear the strong. I thought this guy really wasn't afraid of death, but when this tank came out, it ran faster than a rabbit. That engine was almost smoking just now, I thought he would fight to the death. It's normal to run. How can anyone with a bit of common sense not run when seeing this thing? The audience in the live broadcast room were talking about it. However, they were more concerned about the tank than the fleeing robbers. After all, this tank looks so sci-fi. The gun barrel alone looks intimidating. No one would doubt the power of this tank at all. Watching the armored vehicle leave, Lin Bai, who was lying behind the bunker, finally breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. To put it bluntly, this Tianyu tank is just a showpiece, because there are no shells in it at all. There wasn't even any ammunition for the heavy machine gun, so the only way to deal with this armored vehicle was to ram it. As Lin Bai stood up, the tense atmosphere at the scene finally dissipated. The students who were hiding behind the shelters collapsed to the ground in an instant as if they had lost their strength. They had never seen such a scene before. This was a real battle with real swords and guns. When they saw the armored vehicles, they even thought they were finished. Finally, I survived. After Su Shui breathed a sigh of relief, she leaned against the shelter and couldn't help sobbing softly. Just now, she even felt that she would not see tomorrow's sun. After surviving the disaster, the feeling is hard to describe in words. The only thing I have is to be thankful. Woo woo woo. Qin Pundi hugged his sister and cried bitterly. Don't worry, sister, it's okay. Although Qin Zhaodi was sweating profusely, her eyes were still cold. The eldest brother is like a father. She is the oldest in the family and the only support for Qin Pundi. At this time, she must stand up. No matter how scared she is, she will not back down. She would never allow anyone to ruin her and her sister's lives. This battle will definitely help them grow. Lin Bai put the pistol back to his waist and couldn't help but sigh. After experiencing a conflict like this, these students will definitely adapt faster when they actually enter the battlefield environment. Moreover, such conflicts are just within the barely acceptable range for students. Because the battlefield environment can easily cause serious psychological trauma to soldiers. For students, this kind of small conflict is still barely bearable. Yes, this is also a good thing for them. Su Shanduo looked at all the students present with calm eyes. As an instructor, he also needs to collect students' performance in this situation. Then guide each student's performance. After all, a soldier needs not only training, but also mental toughness. Bite. At this moment, Lin Bai suddenly heard a clear voice coming from his mind. Qin Zhaodi gained potential after the battle, ruthless and cold-blooded, able to execute any type of command without any mental backlash. Her only weakness is her sister. Lin Bai was stunned. This could be said to be an excellent potential. For soldiers, the most important thing is to obey orders 100%. However, many soldiers are unable to control their emotions, resulting in mission failure. Such things are really not uncommon on the battlefield. In some war-torn areas, some children will carry weapons and take advantage of soldiers' sympathy for children to launch attacks. This is fatal to most soldiers. When a person is cold-blooded enough, he will analyze everything in the most rational way. This is the best trait for a soldier. I didn't expect that Qin Zhaodi would have such a trait. This trait is great. It seems that Qin Zhaodi has unlimited potential. Lin Bai couldn't help but sigh. Qin Zhaodi's biggest problem now is that she needs to improve her physical condition. Although Su Shui had been training for a long time, she still couldn't adapt to combat quickly. It can be said that after good recovery, Qin Zhaodi will be stronger than Su Shui. Students, don't be afraid. This is progress for you. Moreover, you have successfully defended the school. After Lin Bai asked Su Shanduo to gather the students together, he spoke to them. As soon as these words were spoken, excitement appeared on the students' faces. They have indeed protected the school, and this is the school's affirmation of them. Bite. Student loyalty points increased to 65. Loyalty. When he saw the loyalty, Lin Bai couldn't help but feel confused. He had noticed before that there was a loyalty of 100 under the profiles of Su Shanduo and Wang Meng. However, he did not care too much about this attribute. After all, the system had only given a brief introduction, and Su Shanduo and Wang Meng would not object to any of his orders. Now that I see that students have gained loyalty, I am naturally a little confused. P.S. When loyalty reaches 60, they will regard you as a leader and obey most orders that do not violate their bottom line. Also, the higher the loyalty, the more controllable it is and the lower the chance of betrayal. After a brief explanation of the system, Lin Bai was ecstatic. This is equivalent to him having soldiers loyal to him. Although it is only 65 points, it already represents that the students have begun to accept and identify with him as the principal. At this moment, the system continued to emit sounds. When the loyalty reaches 100, the students will serve you as their master. They will never betray you and will obey any of your orders unconditionally. When the system added this, Lin Bai's expression became less natural. This is equivalent to having a group of death warriors. But for Lin Bai, this was a little difficult to accept for a while. After all, this is a living person. Although Su Shanduo and Wang Meng were also 100% obedient. But this was generated by the system after all, and his feelings were not that deep. System, are you sure this is a military school system? It's not a warlord system. Lin Bai couldn't help but complain. This is totally training his students as die-hard fans. At the same time, Smiling Tiger was driving and looking back. Only after he realized that no one was chasing him did he burst into laughter as if he had survived a disaster. But at this moment, he suddenly noticed a dazzling light on the road ahead. Looking closely, it turned out to be a convoy. But when he saw the convoy's logo clearly, his face changed. This is actually an armed police convoy consisting of 3 troop carriers. Chapter 027, Did you scare the robber into tears? In the armed police convoy, Zhang Jianhua was putting on a bulletproof vest in the passenger seat. Even though they are not in the same system, he is the one who requested the armed police support, so they will definitely go together. Ding ding ding. Report, new situation discovered. Just then, the voice of the scout on the mountain came from the radio. What's wrong? Hearing the investigator's voice, Zhang Jianhua hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted at the other end. According to observation, a fierce gunfight broke out inside the school just now. In addition, the armed robbers drove a vehicle that looked like an armored vehicle into the school. After entering the school, the sound of machine gun fire was heard. They have now left the school. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the armed police who were rushing to the school became extremely solemn. This is not a good thing. It is obvious that the conflict is over and now the armed robbers are fleeing. What they didn't expect was that this group of armed robbers actually had an armored vehicle. Once the armored vehicles are deployed, the students in the school will have no room for resistance. After all, this armored vehicle is a cross-level weapon, and even if students have weapons, they have no way to resist. It's over, it's over. Which direction is the armored vehicle of the armed robbers heading? Zhang Jianhua asked hurriedly while holding the walkie-talkie. Now that the robbers have left, we must catch them as soon as possible. If the robbers are not caught, there will be no way to explain what happened next. Report, after observation, the robbers drove the armored vehicle towards the west. The observer quickly told all the information he knew. West? Zhang Jianhua frowned and immediately reacted. The direction the armed robber fled was exactly the direction they were heading towards the school. And there is only one road here, and you just happened to meet it. Everyone, prepare your weapons and be ready to fire at any time. They had just received intelligence that the other party was driving an armored vehicle. Although they were riding in reinforced troop carriers, they were still inferior to armored vehicles. Once they meet, it is likely to be a fierce battle. Ring, ring, ring. At this moment, Zhang Jianhua's cell phone started vibrating. When he took out his cell phone, Zhang Jianhua's face suddenly fell. The person who called was Song Weiguo. Now when he saw Song Weiguo's call, he felt a headache and had no idea how to explain it. But I still picked up the phone. How are things going now? Have you arrived at school? I've already driven to Dongchuan University. As soon as the call was connected, Song Weiguo's urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Jianhua could even hear the roar of the engine on the other end of the phone. Not yet. The robbers have already left the school in an armored vehicle. Zhang Jianhua gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. He didn't even dare to imagine the situation in the school now. The only prayer is that the number of casualties in this school can be as small as possible. Left school. Song Weiguo paused for a moment, and then his whole expression changed. He naturally knew what this sentence meant. It meant that everything was settled. Zhang Jianhua, I'm telling you, if anything happens to that school, you're all done for. After Song Weiguo said this, he hung up the phone. Hearing the beeping sound coming from the other end, Zhang Jianhua's face became particularly gloomy. He knew that Song Weiguo was definitely not exaggerating, and he had known Song Weiguo for a long time. This respected old scientist would never joke about such things. In other words, this is a big deal. Hurry up and meet the robbers as soon as possible. Zhang Jianhua gritted his teeth and shouted, asking the convoy to speed up. At the current speed, if we encounter the robbers' armored vehicles, there will likely be a large number of casualties. But now I can't care about so many things. I must get rid of the robbers as soon as possible and rush to school. But at this moment, they saw a dark car driving towards them from a distance. Because it was late at night and the distance was quite far, the outline of the vehicle could not be seen clearly at all. But even so, his hand was already on the gun. As the car got closer, Zhang Jianhua's heart suddenly rose when he saw the oncoming car clearly. Prepare for battle. Armored vehicle of armed robbers spotted. Zhang Jianhua gritted his teeth, picked up the intercom and shouted inside. At the same time, Smiling Tiger's face changed when he saw the 3 troop carriers. What the hell, what sin have I committed? Where are the armed police here? Before coming here, he had carefully studied all the surrounding routes and the locations of the armed police forces. If he remembered correctly, as long as they solved the problem within half an hour, they would definitely not encounter the armed police. It takes time to call the police, and there is no way to determine their purpose before opening fire. However, now we actually encountered an armed police troop carrier, which is simply unbelievable. He didn't have time to think about it, so he gritted his teeth and rushed into the fields beside the road. Because there are wolves in front and tigers behind, there is definitely no way to retreat. Unless he wants to see tanks bombard him. Therefore, we can only see if we can get rid of the armed police by taking a more rugged road. The moment he rushed into the field, Smiling Tiger almost felt like he was going to fly. But he didn't care about all that and quickly looked at the rearview mirror. But when I looked over there, my soul almost flew out of my body. 2 of the 3 troop carriers in the convoy actually drove down directly. Fuck, this is crazy. You know, this is muddy ground. It's easier for a troop carrier to get stuck in the ground. However, the troop carrier did not hesitate at all. When it slowed down, many armed police officers stuck their heads out. He shot at the armored vehicle without hesitation. If it were just that, it would have been fine, but he even saw someone taking out the RGP. The moment he saw RGP, Smiling Tiger gave up resistance instantly. I surrender, don't fire. After stopping the car, Smiling Tiger was pinned to the ground by a group of people. How are those students doing? Zhang Jianhua grabbed Smiling Tiger by the collar and yelled at him. At this time, Smiling Tiger had completely collapsed and just wanted to rob a school. I encountered so many outrageous things. After a long while, he finally uttered 2 words in a trembling voice, "Save me." After saying this, he broke down and burst into tears. All the police were stunned. Save you? You are the criminal. Send someone to take him back. The rest of you, follow me to Dongchuan University immediately. Looking at the Smiling Tiger's appearance, Zhang Jianhua didn't want to waste any more time. Soon, the police rushed to Dongchuan University. The moment they entered, they were stunned. Looking around, I saw corpses lying all over the ground. And it can be seen that all of them are the bodies of the robbers. They were all stunned. This is... What's going on? Chapter 028, These things are so important. Lin Bai was trying to calm the students down when he suddenly saw 3 troop carriers driving in from a distance. Moreover, the words, "Armed Police," were written in large letters on the troop carrier. The police came so quickly. Lin Bai was a little shocked when he saw the troop carrier. The location of their school can be said to be very remote. There was no police station or anything like that nearby. I didn't expect that the police would come after such a short while. Maybe someone around here called the police. Su Shanduo said casually with his gun slung across his body. After all, there are some residents living about 100 meters outside the school gate. I guess he heard the noise here, so he called the police. Everyone put the safety on your guns and put them away. Lin Bai didn't care too much about it. He would have to call the police sooner or later anyway. It is impossible to cover up such a big thing. Moreover, he just happened to rely on this incident to establish the prestige of his school. At the same time, several police cars followed in from outside the school gate. The person sitting in the police car was Song Weiguo. After learning the news, Song Weiguo rushed here without stopping. I was just worried that something unexpected might happen, even though I had just learned that the robber leader had been caught. But what he was more concerned about was the current situation of Dongchuan University. But as soon as he got off the car, Song Weiguo saw corpses all over the ground. After seeing so many corpses, he was completely confused. Song Bu, you're here. After seeing Song Weiguo get off the car, Zhang Jianhua quickly arranged for several armed police officers to surround Song Weiguo. Although it now appears that the robbers are all dead, the surrounding area has not yet been checked. He didn't want to see Song Weiguo have an accident in front of him. You guys made this? Song Weiguo spoke with a puzzled tone. No, it was like this when we got here. Zhang Jianhua spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. But with just one glance, he was sure that these were definitely robbers. After all, he had never heard of any school where all the students had tattoos. While they were talking, Song Weiguo noticed out of the corner of his eye that someone was slowly walking towards them in the distance with his hands raised. The person who came at this time was Lin Bai. After seeing the armed police get off the car, Lin Bai hurriedly walked over with his hand raised. I am the president of Dongchuan University. After noticing that Lin Bai was not carrying any weapons, the armed police nodded and let Lin Bai pass. The moment Song Weiguo saw Lin Bai appear, he finally felt relieved. Although I don't know what happened, I'm glad that Lin Bai is okay. Are you the president of Dongchuan University? What's going on? Song Weiguo took a step forward and raised his chin towards the robber who was lying on the ground not far away. Although he had many questions he wanted to ask now was not the time to ask them. Moreover, he was also very curious as to why all these robbers were beaten to death. Just when they were talking just now, he also heard Zhang Jianhua say that the robber leader seemed to be very scared. Judging from the traces at the scene, something serious must have happened. They came to rob and even tried to force their way into the school. They were so terrifying and we were so scared that we had no choice but to fight back. When Lin Bai said this, he pretended to be very scared. He started a live broadcast specifically for this moment. According to the memory of this body, doing so must be legal and compliant. But after saying this, the armed police and police officers around fell silent. They were all professionals present, and they knew roughly what had happened with just a quick look at the scene. Is this fear? Is this self-defense? It was obvious that the robbers opened fire as soon as they entered the door. With just one encounter, all the robbers were knocked down. They had never seen a scared person beat a robber like that. Some of the unlucky robbers were beaten into a hornet's nest. They all believed it when we said it was a siege. Oh, so that's how it is. Song Weigua spoke with his mouth twitching. He was so worried, but now he realizes that his worry about Chun Chun was unnecessary. What we should be worried about are those robbers. Moreover, he suddenly remembered only now that the young man in front of him was the one with real hidden talents. The reason why he was so worried was obviously because he didn't expect this. There is nothing to say. If that tank is real, if they hide inside it, no one will be able to do anything to them. It's true. We are all very scared now. Lin Bai said, pointing at the student standing not far away, look, they are still trembling. Will we be punished for doing that? Although he knew these legal provisions, Lin Bai still adhered to the principle of being cautious and put everyone in the position of the weak. Anyway, this all happened in front of the police and it won't be made public, so it won't affect his reputation as a principal at all. Don't worry, we will follow the procedure. Judging from the traces of their invasion, they have also violated the castle law. You will be fine, but you still need to check your firearms and cooperate with the record. Zhang Jianhua walked up to Song Weigua and spoke. Now that everything is fine now, just follow the normal process. Okay, I'll go talk to the students now, and we'll all cooperate with the record. Lin Bai was not surprised by this cooperation in the transcript. After all, it would be strange if he didn't ask anything. After the armed police took away all their guns, they took them away for questioning. As for the robbers at the scene, they have all died due to their serious injuries, so the scene has been temporarily cordoned off to collect clues. The person in charge of the firearms inspection this time was Song Weigua. Originally, this matter should not have been handled by Song Weigua. But when he was collecting the guns just now, Song Weigua noticed that the guns these students were carrying were guns he had never seen before. You know, he has seen all the firearms designed by Longhua. Even those from abroad, he brought back most of them for research. But the guns that Lin Bai had here were something he had never seen before. Moreover, the first time he saw the ATG automatic rifle, he knew that this was definitely not a simple firearm. Because from the appearance, this design is surprisingly smooth and ergonomic. It even has a similar effect to the God Bless tank. This. Song Weigua picked up one at random and looked at it carefully. The more he looked at it, the more excited he became. If he wasn't worried about attracting attention, he would have tried out 2 rounds right now. After checking everything, Song Weigua reluctantly put down his gun. No problem, these guns are normal. After taking the statement, the police also left with the body. As for what happens next, Lin Bai and others need to wait for notification. Drive quickly. Take me back to the lab. As soon as he got in the car, Song Weigua could no longer suppress his excitement and spoke in a hurried voice. Minister Song, what's wrong with you? When Zhang Jianhua saw Song Weigua's appearance, his eyes were full of confusion. Emergency. Song Weigua didn't want to say too much at all. All he wanted now was to get back to the laboratory as soon as possible and replicate all the data he saw. Chapter 029, The research department is in an uproar. Inside the office of Dongchuan University. Principal, what's wrong? Su Shanduo noticed that Lin Bai, who was sitting at the desk, seemed to have an expression that was a little strange. I always feel that there is something wrong with the policeman who just talked to me. Lin Bai frowned and spoke. For some reason, he felt something was wrong, but he couldn't find out what was wrong. He always felt that the man just now didn't look like a policeman. You're talking about that person. The chances of that person being a police officer are slim. After hearing this, Su Shanduo slowly nodded and spoke. Why do you say that? Lin Bai put down the pen he was writing about what happened and looked at Su Shanduo. Although that man is old and has the aura of a superior, he is definitely not a former police officer because there are no corresponding calluses on his palms and fingers. At the same time, the police uniform he wears does not match his temperament and position. Su Shanduo directly pointed out what was wrong. The vast majority of police officers have risen from the bottom or were previously in the military. If it is a civilian job, there may not be these traces. After all, civilian workers do not need physical training all year round. However, the police rank on the clothes was wrong. When Song Weiguo was speaking just now, the police officer next to him with a higher rank than him obviously looked up to him. Even when questioning, he let this person ask the question first, which means that this person's position is much higher than his. After hearing this, Lin Bai nodded slowly. He felt something was wrong just now. After hearing what Su Shanduo said, he knew where the problem lay. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Lin Bai shook his head and threw the matter out of his mind. No matter what, no matter who that person is, it has nothing to do with him, and they have their own reasons for this matter, so it can't be blamed on them. Then principal, I will arrange for the students to go back and rest now. Su Shanduo said. Okay, go ahead, you can get up later tomorrow. Lin Bai nodded. No one had a good rest because of what happened tonight. Let the students have a good rest tonight. Besides, he would have to stay up late tonight to record the details of what happened and the shortcomings of the battle. As for Su Shanduo, after letting the students go back to rest, he returned to stand guard outside the school gate. The school returned to peace again. However, the research institute was extremely bustling at this time. Just now they received news from Song Weiguo and entered a state of emergency. The emergency state cannot be activated casually, because once it is entered, senior researchers need to deal with one thing at the same time whether they are sleeping or conducting research. It can be said that the number of times the state of emergency is activated is very small. In the researchers' meeting room, the researchers were whispering to each other. What happened? Why did we suddenly enter a state of emergency? I'm not sure, but Director Song isn't the type to activate a state of emergency casually. I guess there's some project or something urgent going on. Could it be that a cryogenic gun barrel has been developed? That shouldn't be possible. If it were such a thing, there would be no need to declare a state of emergency. Just as everyone was talking, the door of the conference room was pushed open and Song Weiguo walked in anxiously. Xiaoyu, play this. Song Weiguo, who had just come in, ignored anyone and handed the law enforcement recorder he brought from the police station to Song Yu. Song Yu played the footage from the law enforcement recorder without hesitation. Everyone, this is the appearance of the unknown gun I got tonight. In my opinion, this gun has great potential, so I hope everyone can work together to study this gun. When Song Weiguo said this, all the senior researchers present frowned. They never imagined that the reason for declaring the state of emergency was a gun. But even so, they didn't say much, but looked at the big screen. On the big screen appeared a gun they had never seen before. The gun looked slightly different from previous ones, but the difference was not too big. Moreover, there is nothing wrong with the materials used in the gun. The materials used are exactly the same as those used in previous firearms. Is there something wrong with this gun? I haven't seen it yet, it seems that there is a little difference in appearance. Could it be that there is something else going on inside? Wait, look at the shape. It seems to be very ergonomic. As soon as they saw the appearance of the gun, everyone began to analyze it quickly. Those present were all the top scientific researchers in Dragon Country, so they soon noticed the difference of ATG. But even though the appearance was slightly different, they didn't notice anything more important at the moment. Xiaoyu, start the gun comparison simulation. Song Weiguo didn't say much but spoke to Song Yu. Song Yu nodded and turned on the supercomputer simulation comparison system. As the computer began to simulate, data about the gun gradually appeared in front of them. The moment they saw the results, everyone was shocked. The screen clearly read, according to comprehensive data comparison, this automatic rifle is 50% better than the latest existing rifle designs. How on earth was this done? How could this be more than 50%? Yeah, this shouldn't be the case. How could there be such a big change just based on appearance? This can't be a computer problem. If it was about 5% more, I could accept it, but what's going on here? This shouldn't be the case. I've been researching automatic rifles for quite some time. How could such data appear? It is no wonder that they were so shocked. You have to know that this database comparison is not just a comparison of firearms currently on the market. The database will even compare firearms that they have not yet released or are currently researching. You know, these latest designs are the ones they are proud of. However, in front of this gun, it is so vulnerable. You all know why I activated the emergency mode now. When I got my hands on this gun, I noticed that its structure was perfect. Song Weigwa took a deep breath and spoke through gritted teeth. I have to say that he was also shocked when he saw the result. The reason why he activated the emergency mode without hesitation was because when he picked up the gun, he felt that it felt very good. It was light in the front, middle and back, and it was effortless to pick up. It was much better than what he had gotten before. Military Song, where did you see this gun? At this moment, Song Yu couldn't help but speak. Even though Song Weigwa is her father, she still has to address him by his title in her department. I saw this gun in the hands of that Lin Bai. When Song Weigwa said this, everyone was shocked. Isn't this the guy who invented the tank? Who on earth is this guy? That's right, why does he have so many designs that we have never heard of? The researchers immediately remembered who this person was. Minister Song, do you want to cooperate with the police? Song Yu also realized the seriousness of the matter and asked. No, I doubt it. This school is not that simple. There may be more technology. Song Weigwa shook his head without hesitation. After all, this matter still needs to be considered carefully. At the same time, Lin Bai still knew nothing. He turned over in bed and continued to sleep soundly. Chapter 030, Sniper Rifle, got it. The next morning, as soon as Lin Bai got up, he heard the sound of shouting commands coming from the playground outside. After a quick wash, Lin Bai went to the playground to watch the students training. It seems that professional instructors are different. The effectiveness of this training has been greatly improved. Lin Bai couldn't help but sigh secretly as he looked at the students on the playground. Although the talents of the students in logistics were relatively low, under the leadership of Su Shan Duo, they made much faster progress than those in ordinary military academies. And this is when I only train in the morning. Ding! Qin Zhaodi and Qin Pundi were promoted to first-rank soldiers. Get 200 points. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly appeared in Lin Bai's mind. Lin Bai was not too surprised to hear this voice. With the precedent of Su Shui, Lin Bai also knew that he would be automatically promoted as long as the progress was sufficient. Looks like I can use up some points again. Lin Bai looked at his current points. I now have more than 300 points. Although it is not enough for the lottery, it is enough to buy some shops. Ever since what happened last night, Lin Bai decided that he must improve the students' combat effectiveness. Especially Qin Zhaodi's two characteristics must not be wasted. If Qin Zhaodi's strength can be greatly improved, she will be able to earn more rewards through mercenary missions in the later stage. Thinking of this, Lin Bai opened the points mall without hesitation. System, display all sniper rifles. Lin Bai had already thought about the products he wanted to find this time. Qin Zhaodi and Qin Pandi both focus on sniping. So the sniper rifle is naturally the first choice. After opening them all, various types of sniper rifles appeared in front of Lin Bai. APW non-automatic sniper rifle, effective range 3,100 meters, high accuracy, uses 7.62 mm ammunition. 300 points. Kajif sniper automatic sniper rifle, effective range 1,800 meters, ammunition capacity 30 rounds, poor accuracy, uses .243 ammunition. 200 points. Kotel semi-automatic sniper rifle, effective range 2,500 meters, professional police use, uses .243 ammunition. 250 points. Hidden automatic sniper rifle, effective range 2,600 meters, uses 7.62 mm ammunition. 300 points. As soon as Lin Bai opened it, he noticed the stealth automatic sniper rifle at first glance. This automatic sniper rifle focuses on stability, and because it is an automatic sniper rifle, it can be used as an automatic rifle in an emergency. Moreover, compared with automatic rifles, it is more accurate. The only drawback is that it is too heavy. However, this is not a big disadvantage for a sniper rifle. The reason why APW was not chosen is that although APW has great power and long range, it is a single-shot sniper rifle and needs to be reloaded after each shot. It may not look like much on the surface, but the scenarios it deals with are more professional. For current students, what they need are more functional rifles. Lin Bai did not hesitate too much and exchanged for the stealth automatic sniper rifle without hesitation. Just after exchanging the stealth, the next second, the drawings of the stealth immediately appeared in Lin Bai's mind. And in front of him appeared a black and green automatic sniper rifle. I have to say that this automatic sniper rifle is indeed very different from the ATG. The barrel of this stealth automatic sniper rifle is longer than that of the ATG, and there are two fixed brackets in the front. And the sight also uses a long-range optical control sight. Lin Bai couldn't help but pick up the gun. As soon as he held it in his hand, he felt its heavy feeling. I estimate it weighs at least 20 kilograms, and it's just an automatic sniper rifle. TSK, this guy is incredible. Lin Bai looked up at the playground. At this time, Qin Zhaodi and others were practicing shooting in the shooting range. He held the hidden automatic sniper rifle and walked towards Qin Zhaodi. Headmaster. When Qin Zhaodi saw Lin Bai coming over, she quickly turned off the safety and saluted Lin Bai. Come, try this automatic sniper rifle. Lin Bai waved at her and spoke. When Qin Zhaodi heard this, she hurried forward and took the hider. In fact, when Lin Bai came over just now, Qin Zhaodi noticed this automatic sniper rifle. It has to be said that the moment Qin Zhaodi saw this automatic sniper rifle, she felt as if it was tailor-made for her. In fact, compared to automatic rifles, she prefers these heavy automatic sniper rifles. After taking it, Qin Zhaodi couldn't let go of the hider and played with it. I have to say, just touching it made her eager to try it. Report. Instructor Su, I want to apply for a gun test. Qin Zhaodi gritted her teeth, put the gun on her back, and shouted at Su Shanduo. Okay, take it to the rooftop and try it out. Su Shanduo nodded and approved it. There is no need to practice at this distance in the shooting range now. The distance is really too close. At more than 100 meters, you can only use automatic rifles. Qin Zhaodi ran towards the teaching building without hesitation. After reaching the roof, Qin Zhaodi looked towards the target in the direction of the playground. The distance to the target is more than 500 meters, and with the naked eye, it can only be seen as a small dot. Although Qin Zhaodi had never shot at such a long distance, her first feeling was that she could definitely hit the target. Without any hesitation, she lay down on the edge of the roof and aimed at the target on the playground in the distance. Because the distance was relatively close, there was no need to check the wind speed and humidity, so Qin Zhaodi pulled the trigger without hesitation. And the next second, the target on the playground fell down instantly. A wisp of green smoke was still coming out of the center of the target. When Lin Bai saw this scene, his pupils shrank slightly. He just noticed that when Qin Zhaodi pulled the trigger, there was no movement at all. Although I have seen from the introduction that this hider is very hidden, I didn't expect it to be so good. There is no sound at all. For a sniper, this is simply a magical weapon. You know, most of the people who deal with snipers are snipers. Therefore, good firearms are crucial for snipers. It is generally very difficult for a sniper to detect the enemy. The enemy's position can only be determined by the sound of the other party's gunfire and the muzzle flame. But this stealth has a silencer and a flame arrestor all in one, which perfectly solves the problem of hiding. In other words, if the other party wants to discover the sniper's position, they can only analyze it through the trajectory. But if this is the case, then you must take the risk of being targeted by the other party when conducting the inspection. It is also for this reason that this hermit can be called a divine weapon. Nice gun. After seeing this scene, Su Shanduo couldn't help but praise. As an instructor, he has come into contact with many sniper rifles, but he has to admit that this is the best he has ever seen. Principal, I want that sniper rifle too. At this moment, Qin Pundi, who was usually a little shy, couldn't help but speak in a low voice. When she saw this gun, she loved it to her core. Okay, you have it too, don't worry. Even if Qin Pundi didn't say it, Lin Bai would prepare one for her. After all, Qin Pandi is also a talented sniper. And how could this not be equipped with a stealth fighter? Principal, do I have one too? Just then, Su Shui also trotted over with ATG in her arms. This sniper rifle is so cool that I get itchy just thinking about it. You didn't. You're a special forces soldier, forget it. But what Su Shui didn't expect was that Lin Bai actually refused outright. But Su Shui was about to say something when she was interrupted by Lin Bai. I choose positions based on each person's personality. You are more suitable for the attacker position. Lin Bai spoke without thinking. Hearing this, Su Shui could only stomp her feet and stop talking. After a while, Lin Bai arrived at the logistics department. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Wang Meng assembling an ATG automatic rifle. Headmaster. Wang Meng noticed Lin Bai coming in and saluted quickly. Come here, Wang Meng, take a look at this. Lin Bai handed the hidden drawings to Wang Meng without hesitation. The moment Wang Meng saw the hidden person, his breathing became normal. This gun. He is excited. Chapter 031, Military Training Mission, S-Class Heavy Troop Carrier. How about it? Lin Bai looked at Wang Meng in front of him and asked. This gun has very strong performance. Moreover, I have never seen a gun barrel with a silencer and flash suppressor integrated into it. Judging from the accessories above, this is an excellent gun. Wang Meng pointed at the drawing on the table with his index finger and spoke. You know, he is a researcher. Because the system arranges his identity reasonably, he knows most of the weapons on the market. However, he had never seen such an excellent fully automatic sniper rifle. So, how much does this mass production cost? This is the issue that Lin Bai is most concerned about. Wait a minute. Wang Meng took out a notebook and started calculating quickly on it. About 10 minutes later, Wang Meng pushed the notebook in front of Lin Bai. I saw that the notebook was filled with densely packed instruments and parts. I just calculated that we only need 5 million to build a suitable production line. Wang Meng raised his head, looked into Lin Bai's eyes and said. He has cut the budget as much as possible. After all, he knows that Lin Bai does not have sufficient funds. 5 million. Lin Bai was completely silent after hearing this. 5 million is too much. You know, they are spending money like water right now. After adding up all the expenses, he only had more than 8 million left in his account. If you take out such a large amount of funds, you will have no way to deal with any emergencies if you encounter them later. Although you can participate in mercenary missions, you won't be able to earn that much money even if you do. The last time I was able to get so much money was entirely because the butler gave me 10 million. Otherwise, in just those few days, you could only make 500,000 or 600,000 at best. No, we have to think of a way. Lin Bai walked back and forth, stroking his stubble. The reason why he was so anxious to improve his combat power was because the incident with the robbers had sounded the alarm for him. If they cannot improve their combat effectiveness, then if they encounter such a thing again in the future, they will not be able to fight back at all. Although the matter has been resolved this time, the other party was actually scared away by the Tianyu tank. If they encounter a stronger enemy, then this trick will definitely not work. Etc. Just as Lin Bai was thinking, he suddenly grasped a crucial point. Wang Meng, how much money is needed to build a production line for Tianyu tank shells? Lin Bai gritted his teeth and looked at Wang Meng. The stealth automatic sniper rifle has a high production cost because of its high precision. However, the cost of the Tianyu tank's shells should be relatively lower. As for the shells, the production line costs about 3.5 million, and the subsequent shells cost 5,000 each. Wang Meng hesitated slightly before giving an accurate answer. No wonder they say war is a money-spending place. The shells alone are so expensive. Lin Bai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After all, now that they had a production line, they were producing according to cost. But even so, the price is so high. Alright, Wang Meng, you have to get the shells out for me first. Lin Bai gritted his teeth, took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Meng. Although I'm reluctant, this is not the time to save money. If they are unwilling to invest, then their school will not become stronger given the current situation. The school's strength is still too weak, and the main fighting force is still only Su Shanduo and Wang Meng. You know, these two are his treasures. Logically speaking, the school's main fighting force should be students. After all, this is a military academy, and in order to have outstanding students, there won't be too many students in a short period of time. So heavy weapons become crucial. Principal. I promise I can complete the task. Wang Meng stamped his feet and spoke with a flushed face. You know, his favorite thing is to be able to do research. Watching weapons being produced one by one is the happiest thing for him. Although the ATG automatic rifle is now available, it still cannot meet the needs. Now there's something else to do. After sending Wang Meng away, Lin Bai came to the admissions office. There are still a few people coming for the interview today. Lin Bai's only hope is that the students coming for the interview can be better. Not long after sitting down, Lin Bai saw a few young people walking towards him. After just a glance, his expression became a little depressed. The students who came for interviews during this period were basically C and D level, and I didn't even see any B level students. Being able to recruit Su Shui, Qin Zhaodi and Qin Pandiai must have meant that he was possessed by luck. After all, Lin Bai would also use the system to check other people's ratings when he went out. The S-level ones can already be called 1 in a million. At least when he went out, most of the ones he saw were D-level. There are even some students who are in grade F, and enrollment is still not something that can be forced. You stay here, and report to the logistics department later. After a while, Lin Bai picked out a C-level one and assigned it to the logistics department. The reason for recruiting this C-level person is because this person has an unprecedented trait. That is, concentration. When he is doing something seriously, his hands will speed up by 20%. Although not a lot, this trait can still come in handy for logistics. In the next few days, Lin Bai either went to watch the students' training or stayed in the admissions department. 2 C-level people were recruited in the past few days. Although they had no special qualities, Lin Bai still had to consider the issue of increasing the production lines. After all, although the current production line only produces ATG fully automatic rifles, the 4 people still can't keep up. The purpose of recruiting 2 more people is to have someone to help after the Tianyu tank shell production line is completed. No, we have to think of a way to get more points. Lin Bai muttered as he looked at the trainees training on the playground. The talents of C-level and D-level students are not high to begin with, and since they only train in the morning, the points they provide are very few. As for the sisters Su Shui and Qin Zhaodi, although their provision was acceptable, it was still too slow. At this rate, it will take some time before we can accumulate another 500 or 600 points. Just as Lin Bai was thinking hard, a mechanical sound of the system suddenly came into his mind. Byte. Publish a live broadcast of military training missions, gain 100,000 shock points, and be rewarded with an S-level blueprint heavy troop carrier. Do you accept? Heavy troop carrier. The moment he heard this mission, Lin Bai was stunned. Although it seems to be of no use at the moment, it is still a system diagram after all. Lin Bai didn't hesitate at all and chose to accept it without hesitation. This must be tried. Chapter 032, Training, the effect is good. Gather. The next morning, Lin Bai gathered all the students together. After a period of training, all the students' faces showed a bit more toughness. Report. Everyone is here, please give the principal a lecture. After asking the students to count, Su Shanduo ran to Lin Bai and shouted loudly. Lin Bai nodded slightly and looked at the students present. Everyone has made great progress in training recently, but in my opinion it is still not enough, so I plan to carry out a 7-day intensive training, and then there will be a live military training. When these words were spoken, all the students present were shocked. No one expected that training camp would be held, but if that were all, there would be nothing wrong. But, this will be broadcast live in front of everyone. Many of them signed up after seeing Lin Bai's advertisement. Naturally, I also know that the school's official account has quite a few fans in its live broadcast room. If you accidentally make a fool of yourself in there, you will be so embarrassed that you will be thrown into disgrace. Do you have any comments? Lin Bai looked at the people with frowned brows with a serious expression. Report, a new student shouted through gritted teeth. Speak. Lin Bai nodded slightly. Principal, we just came in today, and we're already live streaming so soon. He didn't finish his words, but he also expressed the thoughts of many new students present. After all, it hasn't been long since we started training, and this could very well lead to embarrassment. Not only would they lose face, they might also bring shame to the school. Don't you have any confidence in yourselves? Even though you've only been here for a few days, you've already integrated into the training atmosphere. That's why I plan to train you. After Lin Bai finished speaking, he looked at the others and asked, does anyone else have any questions? Report. This time it was Su Shui who came out. After Lin Bai nodded, Su Shui spoke up, Principal, I understand the live broadcast, but why do we need to have a training camp? Isn't the training camp itself training? And we also go all out every time. The reason why she said this was because she didn't want to be dragged down by the training. After all, she was the first student to enter the group and had the best physical fitness. Once training begins, it means she has to reduce her training volume to cooperate with other team members. She would rather do normal training than this. Go all out. Lin Bai raised his lips slightly, and said with a faint smile, look forward to it, you will know after the training begins. In order to achieve better live broadcast effects, Lin Bai and Su Shan spent an entire night planning. Although it is a training camp, it is not that simple at all. Stand at attention. After Lin Bai announced the training camp, a sinister smile appeared on Su Shan's face. In fact, he has long felt that the amount of training should be increased. Although they are training every day, there are still many shortcomings. This time is just right for them to adapt to what a battlefield is like in advance. Everyone, stand at attention on the steps for 3 hours. When Su Shan Duo said this, the faces of the students present changed. In fact, the military posture is not too difficult. The key is that when standing at attention on the steps, you need to lean your body slightly forward throughout the whole process. Concentrate all the body's strength on the front of the feet, so after a long time, the whole leg will shake uncontrollably. This means there is no room for rest at all. However, the order had already been given, and everyone had no choice but to stand on the steps. For example, Su Shui, even though she had been standing for so long, her eyes were still full of determination, her body was straight, and there was no change at all. Although beads of sweat were already on the foreheads of the two sisters Qin Zhaodi and Qin Pundi, they still looked firmly ahead and forced themselves to control their bodies. You have to know that this was when the bodies of the two sisters Qin Zhaodi and Qin Pundi had not yet been properly adjusted. If you are in good physical condition, standing at attention will not be a problem at all. But even so, compared with other students, there is still a big difference. It seems that training is necessary. Lin Bai nodded slightly. It must be said that this was a good opportunity to hone the students. After the military posture ended, Su Shanduo let them come down and rest on the spot for more than 10 minutes. Boys, stand at attention. Go get your backpacks and do the 15-kilometer weight-carrying exercise. Su Shanduo pointed to the backpack that had been placed not far away and said. Each of these backpacks weighs nearly 30 kilograms. The moment the students heard the number of 15 kilometers, their faces turned extremely ugly. This is far beyond the previous training volume. Generally speaking, even if it is a 10-kilometer cross-country run, one should travel light. Now they have to run 15 kilometers with weights, and this is even after they have been standing in military posture for 3 hours. Not to mention anything else, even the expression on Su Shui's face became a little ugly. But even so, they picked up their backpacks without saying a word and ran towards the mountain under the leadership of Su Shanduo. After watching the group leave, Lin Bai returned to the office without hesitation and turned on the air conditioner. As the sun set, Lin Bai heard the sounds of 1, 2, 1 coming from outside the window. Walking to the window and looking out, I saw that these students no longer had the high spirits they had before. They all looked as tired as dead dogs. Some students even almost fell down without any support. Even Su Shui was breathing heavily, her eyes full of fatigue. Everyone, disperse and eat. Su Shanduo looked at everyone and spoke. Today we have reached the students' limit. Just let the students have a good rest, because the next day is the highlight. The next morning, all the students were taken to the mountain by Su Shanduo. Su Shui and others were stunned when they saw Lin Bai, who had been waiting for them on the mountain early. They have no idea what is going on. Although they had gone up the mountain during training, Lin Bai never waited for them there in advance. Today's tactical training will last for 3 days. You will form groups of 3 and defend against the attacks from the instructors. As Lin Bai spoke, he pulled open the table covered with a red cloth, only to see that the table was already filled with paintball guns. After Lin Bai nodded, all the students were given a paintball gun. A group of 3. That doesn't seem too difficult. After hearing this, Su Shue's face showed excitement. She has been training for a long time, although she has never fought against Su Shan duo. But with 3 people involved, Su Shan would definitely suffer a lot. The other students had similar ideas. After all, with the cooperation of multiple people, the probability of failure was too low. Lin Bai announced the start only after Su Shan duo entered the woods. The first to enter the forest were a team of logistics members. But just 10 seconds after they entered the woods, they heard cries of pain coming from inside. Then, the 3 members of the logistics department walked out dejectedly. And their bodies are already covered with Easter eggs. This is only more than 10 seconds, how is this possible? Su Shue's expression suddenly became serious. The problem was solved too quickly. The losing team members come with me to the training room. Lin Bai brought all the failed players into the training room for high-intensity training. At the same time, Su Shue and her 2 sisters also entered the woods. They already had some training experience. Since they trained together in the morning, they also learned how to advance in a 3-person tactical formation. They were confident that Su Shan duo would be dealt with as soon as he appeared. At this moment, a rustling sound was heard in the jungle in the distance. Alert! Su Shue's voice echoed in the woods. At this time, Lin Bai was crossing his arms across his chest, looking towards the direction of the woods with interest. Ding! Su Shue's training progress is 79%. It seems that the training effect is very good, and we are ready to upgrade again. Lin Bai couldn't help but say secretly. Chapter 033, the first live broadcast of military training. Begin. In the dark woods. Su Shue and the other 2 were arranged in a V-shape, moving forward cautiously along the trees and other cover. Where is the instructor? There's no trace of him on the ground. Qin Zhaodi looked around cautiously and spoke in a low voice. I also find it very strange. When we came in just now, we could barely see some traces, but later all these traces disappeared. Su Shue frowned and spoke. She had already sensed that something was wrong just now, it seemed like a trap. Her intuition told her that Su Shan duo should be around, but she never saw him. Could it be possible that we should go find another logistics team? Logically speaking, there should be another logistics team here. It's possible, but be careful. Su Shue shook her head and said hesitantly in a low voice. Searching in this type of terrain is the most time-consuming and energy-consuming. What's more important is that now they are in the light while Su Shan duo is in the dark. There was no way to quickly find Su Shan duo's location, which made them extremely passive. What's even worse is that they have no way to hide because they are not sure whether Su Shan duo is watching them. If you really hide, there is a high possibility that you will be caught in one fell swoop. As the group was exploring the surroundings, they didn't notice at all that a pile of leaves on a tree in the distance shook slightly. At this time, Su Shan duo completely covered his body with leaves. He was observing Su Shue and the other 2 through the scope on his gun. It seems that he is not a waste after all. Su Shan duo nodded slightly, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. From the formation of these 3 people, he already knew what Su Shue and the others were thinking. The 3 of them were each looking in one direction, and at a distance. The purpose is to react immediately the moment someone else is attacked. To put it bluntly, the plan is to use teammates to lure him out. He smiled, put the gun behind his back, and jumped down from the tree without making any sound. An hour has passed, Su Shue, if it doesn't work, let's hide first. Qin Zhaodi whispered to Su Shue beside her. There is no way to continue like this. Now we should take the initiative and bet whether Su Shan duo is nearby. If Su Shan duo is not nearby, then they can lie in ambush now and wait for him to appear, and they will surely win. Okay, let's go a little further, or we'll hide. Su Shue shook her head helplessly. She really wanted to use this method to attract Su Shan duo out. But this method is indeed very energy consuming, and after a long time, you will definitely slack off. There is no other choice but to carry out hidden repairs. Bang! At this moment, gunshots suddenly came from the west of Su Shue and others. It's another team. They were attacked. The moment Su Shue heard the gunshots, she quickly determined that the gunshots were not too far away from them. So what about us now? Qin Zhaodi glanced into the distance and handed the decision to Su Shui. There are two options now. The first is to find the logistics team and join forces to work together. There is strength in numbers. The second is to find a hiding place immediately. Su Shanduo must be dealing with the logistics team now, and he is definitely not staring at them. Hide and ambush Su Shanduo. Let's go. Let's go support them. Su Shui did not hesitate too much. As long as they could reunite, their chances of winning would definitely be higher. Because when a group of people gather together, they can take turns to rest, and Su Shanduo doesn't dare to attack them at will. Following an order, the three men quickly shuttled through the woods and headed towards where the gunshots came from. It should be nearby. Su Shui estimated the distance and said to the other two. If I heard correctly, it must be here. Is it there? Qin Pundi looked into the distance and saw a pile of slightly bulging leaves on the ground not far away. It looked like someone was hiding down there. It's possible, let's go over and take a look. But just as they were about to get closer, a grenade fell next to them. Bang! With a loud bang, colorful smoke instantly surrounded them. Cough cough cough. Su Shui and others walked out, covering their noses. At this time, they were covered with various colors. This is clearly being eliminated. At this moment, Su Shanduo jumped down from the tree. When Su Shui saw Su Shanduo jumping down, she was shocked. Su Shanduo was less than 15 meters away from them just now. But at this time, Su Shanduo was covered with various branches and leaves. The face was smeared with dark green and black, which was clearly caused by leaf juice and black mud. It was also because of this reason that they had no way of finding Su Shanduo at all. Instructor. When they saw Su Shanduo appear, they hurriedly saluted. Do you know what your mistake is? Su Shanduo spoke in a calm tone. Su Shui lowered her head. She knew very well what she had done wrong. We shouldn't have provided support immediately because we have no way of telling if it was a trap. Also, we trusted our instincts too much when providing support. After all, if they didn't support him, Su Shanduo might not be able to defeat them easily. Moreover, when they saw the pile of dead leaves in the distance, they immediately assumed that there was someone underneath. It was for this reason that they were attacked. If you are more careful, you might be able to find Su Shanduo on the tree. That's right, but you missed the most important point. You shouldn't support your teammates. Su Shanduo spoke with a solemn tone. Instructor, I don't quite understand this. Qin Zhaodi said with a puzzled tone. When they were making the decision before, they also thought about two different options. I know what you're thinking. You just want to gather together to deal with me. But do you remember what our mission is this time? It's to survive, not to save people. If you were on the battlefield, your mission would be to pass on intelligence. When friendly forces were attacked, you acted rashly like this, which would only delay military intelligence. But they regarded the second point as the most important, which led to their failure. Alright, let's go to the training room and continue with the actual combat training. After saying this, Su Shanduo left directly to deal with the last logistics team. It has to be said that under Su Shanduo's hands, the logistics team couldn't even survive 10 minutes. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and at this time Lin Bai was drinking tea in the office. Bite. Qin Zhaodi and Pan Di were upgraded to second-level soldiers, qualified ordinary soldiers. Get 200 points. Here it comes. Lin Bai couldn't help but feel happy when he heard the voice. Su Shui was upgraded 5 days ago, and now she has 3 second-level soldiers. With such strength, starting live broadcast is not a big problem. Thinking of this, Lin Bai went directly to the venue and started the live broadcast. As soon as the live broadcast started, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased rapidly. In just a few minutes, the number of people soared to more than 50,000. Moreover, this trend is expected to continue to rise. Principal Lin, are you going to recruit students again with this live broadcast? Yeah, I was rejected last time and I felt sad for a long time. Principal, I have a dream of becoming a soldier. I can endure hardships and work hard. Can you accept me? My ancestors for 18 generations were military officers. I am definitely an excellent candidate. As soon as the live broadcast started, many netizens began discussing it. In fact, most of them were just joking, and most of them wanted to know what the content of this time was. After all, the last gunfight was so outrageous that they were stunned just by watching it. Many people even saw the news the next day. Lin Bai turned the camera to the distance and said in a serious tone. This is the first live broadcast of the military training display for recruitment. Tactical demonstration, begin. Chapter 034, Are you crazy? You call this military training? Inside the Longwa Research Institute. A group of senior researchers slumped on their stools with exhausted looks on their faces. Although they all looked like they were about to collapse, they all had a faint smile on their faces. Minister, this is our research results report. The secretary placed a thick stack of documents on Song Weigua's desk. This is information that everyone spent a lot of time to figure out, and it contains information about the ATG automatic rifle. Finally, I have uncovered the appearance of this automatic rifle. Song Weigua said with a trembling voice, although his body was very tired, his spirit was extremely excited. He flipped through the information quickly, and the more he read, the more shocked he became. The above information and analysis had shocked him to the point of complete collapse. Just by analyzing the appearance of this automatic rifle, they came up with many theories and results. If they were to conduct the research on their own, it would take at least an entire research institute half a year to come up with the answer. With this information, they will be able to provide crucial help in their future research on new automatic rifles. It seems that there are more secrets behind Lin Bai than I could have imagined. Song Weigua turned his gaze to the files not far away. The file bag contained information about Lin Bai. These are the materials sent by Zhang Jianhua during this period. These materials record in detail all of Lin Bai's experiences from birth to the present. He had already read Lin Bai's information dozens of times. He also discovered something wrong, which was that Lin Bai was mediocre when he was in college. At most, he was a little more precocious than others, but after inheriting the school, he produced a series of scientific research results that shocked the world. You know, what they have now is only the appearance of ATG, and they dare not even imagine what the internal structure is like. What is certain is that the weapons in Lin Bai's hands are much more powerful than what they currently have. No, this matter must be considered carefully. Song Weigua stood up suddenly and picked up his coat to keep warm at night. Secretary, prepare a car for me to go to the police headquarters. Inside the police department's office. Minister Song, why are you here so late? Zhang Jianhua, who brought Song Weigua to the sofa, asked in a puzzled tone. He never imagined that this pillar of the country would come to him at this time. I came here to talk to you about Dongchuan University. After Song Weigua picked up the teacup and took a sip of hot tea, he turned his gaze to Zhang Jianhua. Dongchuan University. Zhang Jianhua was stunned, and quickly said, Don't worry, we have already conducted a thorough investigation of the last case. It was indeed the robbers who were motivated by money, so Dongchuan University has no responsibility. No, I want to talk about not only this, but also the security issues of Dongchuan University. After the last incident, Song Weigua became particularly worried about Dongchuan University. After all, he didn't know the situation at Dongchuan University. What should he do if robbers appeared again, but were stronger than this time? Moreover, no matter how strong the robbers are, he doesn't want to see any accidents. After all, bullets have no eyes. If a stray bullet hits Lin Bai's head, it would be a real disaster. You can rest assured about this. This will never happen. Look. As Zhang Jianhua spoke, he took out a tablet from under the tea table. After opening the tablet, there was a topographic map of the area around Dongchuan University. And there are flashing red dots in certain locations on the topographic map. What is this? Song Weigua asked, pointing at the red dot. Let me explain to you. These red dots are our secret sentries. They are arranged in a rotating pattern and are set up in key locations. They can ensure that Dongchuan University is protected while being in sight. Zhang Jianhua also knew that Song Weigua was very concerned about this matter because it involved state secrets. So after returning, they organized a group of armed police early on, turned them into secret sentries, and hid in the mountains to carry out guard. So that what happened last time won't happen again. Any other arrangements? Song Weigua was obviously not satisfied with these arrangements and asked with a frown. I know your concerns, so I have placed the armed police brigade in a county town closer to Dongchuan. As Zhang Jianhua spoke, he did not forget to click on the map location on the tablet screen. This can be said to be the highest level of protection he can achieve. If stronger defense is needed, the only way is to mobilize the army. Okay, that should be enough. After seeing this protection, Song Weiguo felt relieved. Why don't we just summon Lindbergh? At this time, Zhang Jianhua asked with a puzzled tone. Judging from the information, Lin Bai should be just an ordinary principal. Even if you come into contact with confidential information, there is no need to go through so much trouble. Not yet. We can't let anyone know these secrets now. Besides, we are still verifying these secrets. Song Weiguo waved his hand and rejected it without hesitation. In fact, he had wanted to do that a long time ago, but in this way he had no idea of Lin Bai's attitude towards them. Therefore, it is necessary to find out all the secrets within Dongchuan University without alerting the enemy. Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the door. After Zhang Jianhua said to come in, a policeman came in from outside the door. Minister Zhang, there is an emergency. Lin Bai, the president of Dongchuan University, has started a live broadcast. When the police said this, Song Weiguo and Zhang Jianhua's faces instantly became extremely ugly. Live broadcast? What the hell? Why did this school suddenly start a live broadcast? What you fear is bound to happen. I was just thinking about how to hide Dongchuan University, but now I have started live streaming. Isn't this what attracts everyone's attention? Take me there quickly. Song Weiguo held on to the chair and stood up directly. He had to see what Lin Bai was broadcasting live. If it involves secrets that are too important, he will even use other methods to interrupt the live broadcast. In his eyes, nothing is more important than Dragon Kingdom. Under the guidance of the police, Zhang Jianhua and Song Weiguo soon arrived at a projection conference room. There were various images distributed on it, which were obviously the surveillance cameras of the roads near Dongchuan University. The video playing in the middle is the live broadcast started by Dongchuan University. Now is it? After Zhang Jianhua helped Song Weiguo sit down, he came to the surveillance personnel and asked. They are conducting a tactical live broadcast now. Tactical live broadcast? Zhang Jianhua and Song Weiguo were both stunned. They never imagined that Lin Bai's live broadcast was for this purpose. However, before they figured it out, they still looked at the big screen. On the screen, 3 tactical teams, fully armed and vigilant, were marching through the woods. Every movement and step can be said to be extremely standard. Zhang Jianhua originally came from the army. After seeing these movements, the pupils contracted slightly. Although it is the simplest formation, each action is coordinated. With such cooperation, even in the army, one can be considered a veteran. What's more, the most professional ones here are actually 3 girls. This couldn't help but surprise him, considering that they had only been training for a short time. At this time, in the live broadcast room, the barrage was scrolling rapidly on the screen. Fuck, this is so cool. This looks like a movie set. This is really much more professional than I thought. It even comes with such professional clothing. Dongchuan University really didn't let me down. This is simply a textbook version of progress. But to be honest, this special operations uniform is really cool. Is it made by Dongchuan University itself? Most of the audience focused their attention on the special operations uniforms worn by the tactical team. This special operations uniform is all black, and the black used is extremely high grade, which will make it more difficult to be discovered when entering the shadows. Moreover, because of the style, the first impression given by the special operations uniforms worn by the 3 special forces teams is that they are so handsome. Chapter 035, This is not a performance, this is a killing technique. Ding, congratulations on getting 2 shock points. Ding, congratulations on getting 3 shock points. Ding, congratulations on getting 1 shock value. The system prompt sound kept ringing in Lin Bai's mind. Before this dense reminder tone even finished, the next sentence was heard immediately. It can be said that it was like thousands of speakers echoing in Lin Bai's mind. System, block the shock value notification sound. Lin Bai's heart moved and he blocked the prompt sound. I have to say that this special operations uniform really attracts a lot of attention. It can be said that most of the shock value here is contributed by this special operations uniform. After the system virtual screen was displayed, Lin Bai saw that the current shock value had reached 10,000. It looks like we are one step closer to completing the mission. To be honest, these shocking values have exceeded Lin Bai's original expectations. I originally thought it would be good to get 4 or 5,000. By the way, system, what is the use of this shock value? Lin Bai suddenly thought of this, although the task required so many shock values. However, this shock value is not displayed in the task display, but next to the points. In other words, this shock value must have other uses. Shock value has no effect at present, but it can be accumulated in advance for the next live broadcast task. The system's answer instantly silenced Lin Bai. In other words, live broadcasting will be necessary in the long run. Actually, this is nothing. What he is more worried about now is whether secrets will be leaked during the live broadcast. Although the Tianyu tank has been known by more and more people, in the eyes of most people, it is just a moving model. If someone really noticed that there was something wrong with his God-blessed tank, it would be a real headache. Forget it, it's a blessing, not a disaster. If it's a disaster, you can't avoid it. Lin Bai sighed, adjusted his facial expression, and appeared in front of the camera. What you just saw is a student from our school. Lin Bai briefly introduced himself and then said, "My dear friends, if you are satisfied with what you have seen, please give us a follow. Your attention is our greatest support." Lin Bai's words stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. "Principal, you don't act like a principal at all when you say this." "That's right, whose principal actually needs attention like a blogger?" "Principal, please move aside first. I want to continue looking at that special combat uniform." "Principal, you can't get attention easily if you want it." The audience kept teasing Lin Bai in the live broadcast room. After all, Lin Bai's every move now is too much like that of a small blogger. You know, other military academies would never do such a thing. Talent? Lin Bai never expected that one would need talent to get attention. Where does his talent come from? It is impossible for him to use the knowledge of his previous life to give a financial teaching lecture. Isn't this just pure boredom? Yes, principal, this is the unspoken rule in the live broadcast room. Actually, you don't have to worry too much, principal. If all else fails, just wear black stockings. I think you look great in black stockings, principal. That's right. I think it's very suitable. If the principal wears it, it will definitely increase the school's popularity. The audience in the live broadcast room started talking at once. They were eager to see Lin Bai make a fool of himself. After all, their favorite thing to do was to tease the anchor. Sure enough, a look of hesitation appeared on Lin Bai's face at this moment. After seeing Lin Bai's appearance, their faces showed a bit more excitement. Cough cough. Lin Bai clenched his right fist, put it to his mouth and coughed twice. He is not stupid, it is obvious that the audience is deliberately making fun of him. How could he possibly need to perform any talents? He is the principal of a school. If I really wear black stockings, it will be a black spot for my whole life. I know everyone wants to see me perform my talents. I can't do that if I wear black stockings, but I have other talents. Lin Bai said to the camera. Hey, it sounds pretty good. At least there's something to watch. Yeah, I think that's fine, host. As long as you perform your talent, I will definitely pay attention. Me too, one follower in exchange for a performance, it's a good deal. Wait, what is this? Bang! Just as everyone was waiting for Lin Bai's performance, they saw Lin Bai suddenly pull out a gun and shoot a magazine into the sky. This inexplicable behavior confused the audience in the live broadcast room. My goodness, what the hell is going on? My friends, my performance is over. Please give me a thumbs up. At this moment, Lin Bai's face suddenly came in front of the camera and he said with a nasty expression. Are you acting? You are going too far. I never thought that people could be so shameless. 6. Principal, you are really amazing. You are just lying. That's right, this doesn't count at all. I won't acknowledge you so late, and I definitely won't pay attention anyway. After the audience in the live broadcast room realized what was happening, they started cursing. I've seen people who are perfunctory, but I've never seen anyone so perfunctory. This kind of behavior can actually be called a performance. Anyone here can do this. But it's true, as long as you have hands, that's enough. My friends, you are going back on your word. This is totally against the rules. Lin Bai's face instantly turned stern. In his previous life, this would have been considered a performance. It's just that in this world's dragon country, almost every household has a gun, so they don't care. It's useless no matter what you say, we don't recognize it anyway. That's right. If it doesn't work, come over here and hit me through the network cable. If you don't perform for us today, we will definitely not like it. I want to see what you can do to us. The audience just acted like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. I don't want to pay attention to anything you say. Okay, if you don't click to follow me, I won't show you any more. Lin Bai took a step back, crossed his arms and spoke. The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. This didn't go according to the rules at all. After a long stalemate, the audience finally compromised, and the account's followers instantly reached 30,000. After seeing the increase in the number of followers, Lin Bai immediately stepped aside and continued to broadcast the live training. I saw 3 tactical teams working together, advancing and shooting. Action, very professional. Compared with the last time, there has been obvious improvement in this shooting. After the target practice, there was a fighting show. Su Shui was seen fighting with a man from the logistics department. As soon as she approached him, she quickly knocked him down and choked his throat with a dagger. But after seeing this scene, the audience immediately stopped buying it. This is completely different from what they imagined, and it can be said that it is not at all entertaining. But at this moment, a familiar ID sent out a barrage of comments. This is not a performance, this is a killing technique. Chapter 036, Return 3,000 yuan for travel expenses, regardless of whether you are admitted or not. The moment this ID appeared, many people immediately recognized his identity. Isn't this Military Aliang? Oh my god, he actually showed up here. Yeah, I didn't expect that he would come out to popularize science. I thought this was really useless. But this is different from what I saw on TV before. Don't those things on TV focus on action and speed? It's exactly what I remembered. Did Military Liang make a mistake? And what is this killing technique? Although they all recognized the identity of military officer Aliang, they still believed in their own ideas. After all, Su Shui's actions were so simple and crude that they even gave them the feeling that they could do whatever they wanted. Military Aliang, in fact, there are very few people who know how to kill. It can be said that only the elites in the army can learn it. This is different from traditional fighting. It emphasizes killing by any means necessary. The moment these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Killing people by any means necessary? Are you kidding me? I have never heard of this before. No, I seem to have some impression that my grandfather was an elite in the army. He mentioned it when I was very young. This is too amazing. In other words, these are skills that only elites are qualified to learn. That's impossible. I think I can do it. What kind of killing method is this? Although Military Aliang has explained it, there are still many netizens who don't believe it. Because they saw Su Shui's actions very clearly just now. When the other party stabbed at her, she pushed the other party's arm away and then directly slashed his throat. Military Aliang, those who doubt me can go check out the Crazy Dog Fist School. What they learn is similar to the killing technique, which can be said to be a simplified version of the killing technique. The reason why it looks simple to you is because they use the simplest method to deal with different actions, so it looks simple. If you don't believe it, you can try it yourself. Mad Dog Fist. I actually know this. It turns out this is just a simplified version of the killing technique. If this is true, it's terrifying. I remember that the founder of the Mad Dog Fist was totally unreasonable. Isn't that nonsense? This is the founder of the mud truck. I'll fight you tomorrow and I'll kill you today. I didn't expect that Dongchuan University actually has such a skill. Only after hearing military officer Aliang's detailed explanation did the netizens believe his words. But the more this happened, the more shocked they were. They had never imagined that this military academy would be of such a standard. Even the skills they learn are aimed at killing people. This military academy is really serious. Lin Bai originally planned to explain, but after seeing this military man Aliang, he no longer mentioned it. This is obviously someone voluntarily becoming a tool. Moreover, after military officer Al Yang's explanation, his shock level skyrocketed. In just 10 minutes, the price had risen to 50,000. It won't be long before we reach 100,000. Lin Bai couldn't help but nod secretly. As long as he completed the task, he would have one more vehicle. You know, this drawing is for samples. My friends, the next training session is a shooting demonstration. After the fight, Lindbergh started the next project without hesitation. At Lin Bai's command, 9 students quickly came to the location where the guns were placed, picked up their guns and opened fire without hesitation. Following a sound like firecrackers, Lin Bai aimed the camera at the target. The moment everyone saw the target, they were shocked. Oh my god, it's only been a few days, how come these students are so accurate? That's right, where can this school find so many elite students? I'm really impressed. I remember it wasn't long since the first Bing Bing live broadcast assessment. Even if it was other military academies, it would be impossible to guarantee such results in such a short period of time during training. The results they just saw, none of them were bad, the worst one got 6 right. Moreover, 3 of the targets were hit by 9 bullets, and for one of them, the last bullet just grazed the edge. It has only been a short time since the training started. Needless to say, he will become a sharpshooter. If you say you are not confused by this, it is simply impossible. After all, guns are not uncommon nowadays, and many netizens have played with guns. But in Longwa, one must be at least 18 years old to use a gun, and these students are just high school graduates. In other words, they all started training from the very beginning, and it is extremely difficult to master such shooting skills in such a short period of time. At least no one in the audience could do this. Military Aliang, I have to say, this is the best student I have ever seen in so many military academies. Military Aliang typed these words from the bottom of his heart. Because he had a certain status among the people, he would occasionally receive invitations from other military academies to observe. When I watched the training, most of them had been training for more than 3 months, but the results were basically only 6 to 7. He could tell at a glance that it was not the gap between the students, but the gap between the coaches and the training. In fact, if you want to improve your shooting skills, the fastest way is to practice shooting a lot. But this is something that many military academies find difficult to afford. After all, bullets are not cheap. A 7.62 bullet costs $5. Moreover, this is the cost. Many schools can only get the wholesale price of $8 per piece. At this price, not many military academies can afford it. This is really a cow with firecrackers tied to it, and the cow exploded. I remember that Aliang didn't praise many military academies. This is rare. You're crazy. It's only been a short time since the start of school, and they're already so arrogant. This military academy is even more awesome than the army. I can see that Dongchuan University will become a famous military school in Longwa sooner or later. Netizens were all amazed. After all, such a thing was really too horrifying. No matter what method is used, being able to do this is already incredible. At this time, Lin Bai was leisurely watching the rising points. Just with those 2 moves, the shock value has reached 70,000. This is not a big deal at all, it's so easy. Lin Bai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He was worried at first, but now there is no need to worry at all. Etc. At this moment, Lin Bai suddenly remembered something. Everyone, aged 17 to 20, after passing the online preliminary test, come to Dongchuan University for an interview and I will reimburse you 1,000 to 3,000 yuan for your travel expenses. The entire online audience was stunned. Wow, 3,000 for travel expenses. This is more or less outrageous. Chapter 037, you call this a model? When the travel expenses were reimbursed, everyone was shocked. You know, reimbursement of travel expenses is a very difficult thing, and no military academy dares to do that. What's more, this is a nationwide recruitment. Although there is an online initial interview, the admission rate is still very high. Principal Lin is crazy. He dares to do such a thing. Isn't he afraid of the school closing down? I am convinced. What is a pattern? This is a pattern. But can Principal Lin really hold on? That should be possible. Didn't Principal Lin still have more than 10 million in his account last time? That's amazing. I didn't dare go for the interview because I was worried about the travel expenses. Now I have to go. In fact, some schools have done so, but very few have been able to stick to it. It is also for this reason that no school is planning to do so now. Lin Bai made this decision after considering it for a long time, because the enrollment is still too slow now. Moreover, we have been advertising for a while now, but the students who come here are not very satisfied, so in order to expand enrollment, we can only use this method. When Lin Bai announced the news, new media quickly sensed its significance, and some self-media outlets have begun to promote it spontaneously. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room began to rise sharply. In just over 10 minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room had reached 50,000. Song Weigua and others who were watching the live broadcast took a long time to recover. This kid is incredible. Not to mention the technologies he has hidden, his education and enrollment alone have already crushed 90% of military academies. Song Weigua visits many military academies every year and selects some scientific research talents from them. After all, researchers who graduated from military academies are more trustworthy, and for this reason, he is very clear about this aspect. Zhang Jianhua was so shocked that he was speechless. He was originally a demobilized police officer from the army, but he had never seen such a military academy. This kid is incredible. It seems like he really intends to set up a top military academy. After a long time, Zhang Jianhua spoke with great emotion. Because he had read Lin Bai's information a long time ago, he also knew that Lin Bai had advertised on CCTV before. However, the number of students in the school did not increase much, and it was not until now that he knew Lin Bai's purpose. Lin Bai intends to select the most outstanding students from among them. But he thought it was normal because the benefits offered by Lin Bai were much better than those of other schools. Just as they were sighing with admiration, Lin Bai focused all his attention on the virtual screen. In just over 10 minutes, the shock value has reached nearly 85,000. It still doesn't work. Lin Bai frowned and shook his head slightly. In fact, this enrollment was killing two birds with one stone. I originally intended to gain some shock value from this news. But now that the shock value has reached 85,000, there is not much sign of rising. It seems that the system doesn't intend to let me get stuck with this bug. Because after this incident was publicized, there must have been a lot of spontaneous publicity on the self-media. However, this can only be shocking to those who are watching online in the live broadcast room. This also resulted in his original plan not being fully realized. Principal, what do we do next? At this time, Su Shanduo trotted to Lin Bai. The current military projects have basically been completed, but Lin Bai did not give any orders, and he did not stop rashly. Instead, he planned to wait for Lin Bai's opinion before making a decision. Wait a minute. Let the students gather. Lin Bai pondered for a long time, gritted his teeth, and spoke. Gather. At Su Shanduo's command, the students trotted over to Lin Bai and lined up. Wait, what is this called a gathering? Are there no more projects to come? I don't think so. After all, this major has only been launched for a short time. It's great to have so many projects. That's true. It looks like we'll have to wait a long time for the next live broadcast. What a pity. It ended before I could get addicted to it. Although there were many projects, there was no practical training or long-distance off-road, so it was completed in less than 3 hours. It is also because of this reason that netizens are not satisfied with the show. However, they also expressed their understanding. After all, it was already very good for a newly established military academy to be able to train so well in such a short time. Wang Meng. Lin Bai made up his mind and shouted suddenly in the direction of Wang Meng. In fact, he didn't intend to do that unless it was absolutely necessary. But now the shock value has not reached the standard, and it is impossible to complete the task without doing so. Now is the time to play your cards. Yes. Wang Meng, who was standing not far away, heard Lin Bai calling him and his face was full of excitement. Lin Bai had already told him about this matter a long time ago, so he had been waiting. Go get ready. As soon as Lin Bai said this, Wang Meng went into the warehouse without saying a word. The netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned. No one knows what Lin Bai is planning to do, but it seems that he has some projects. Just then, Lin Bai came in front of the camera. My friends, I just saw a comment saying that you haven't seen enough, so I'm going to add a new item. Infantry tank coordination. As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room went into an uproar. No one expected that Lin Bai would actually plan to start infantry tank coordination. You know, even among military academies, there are not many that have such programs. Because the only way the military academy wants to carry out infantry tank coordination is to apply to the troops. However, there are very few troops that can agree to the application. After all, this is a heavy weapon, and if something unexpected happens, no one can afford it. Brothers, what's going on? Did I hear it wrong? Why do I seem to hear infantry and tank coordination? Brothers, you heard it right, this is true, Principal Lin plans to carry out the infantry tank coordination project. That's not right. Isn't this a military academy? Where did the tanks come from? They can't be made of cheap cardboard. This is just a joke. I can tell from the looks of it that you're new here. Principal Lin actually has a tank model, and it can even move. Many old viewers know very well that Lin Bai really has a tank. Even though it was just a model, the appearance alone shocked them. Lin Bai looked at the reactions in the live broadcast room and was not at all surprised. After all, during the previous live broadcast, he announced to the public that this was just a model. The reason why he was reluctant to carry out infantry tank coordination was because he was worried that professionals would see his live broadcast. After all, there is a military blogger named Military Aliang in the live broadcast room. Although the possibility of being seen through is not high, Lin Bai does not want to attract the attention of Longwa at this moment. But in order to complete the task, no matter how unwilling you are, you have to grit your teeth and do it. The reward of the troop carrier blueprint alone was something he couldn't refuse. Report. It's ready. At this time, Wang Meng had already opened the door of the warehouse. As Lin Bai nodded, a huge object slowly drove out from inside. When the Tianyu tank appeared, everyone was shocked. They had indeed seen the tank, but the feeling of oppression when it was moving was difficult to describe in words. What the hell is this? There are tanks in this military academy. This is considered privately storing heavy weapons. Oh my god, this live broadcast room is too hardcore. It's outrageous. Even the model can't be that realistic. I was there when the school was reviewed, and I have to say, this thing is really fucking amazing. But let me be honest, how did this school come about? Is this really a proper military school? I even suspect this is a warlord school. Because there were many new viewers in the live broadcast room, they were all shocked at this moment. They had never seen such an outrageous scene before. Moreover, when the tanks came out, all the playgrounds along the way were crushed as they drove. Is this really a model? Chapter 038, The authorities are in trouble, and you don't even try to hide it? Inside the police department meeting room. This. Song Weiguo became anxious when he saw it. Why the hell are we broadcasting live the coordination between infantry and tanks for no reason? As for ATG, there is no need to worry too much, because although ATG has a slightly different appearance, the possibility of being noticed by other countries is very small. But this tank is different. Its appearance alone contains a lot of technology. Just by changing the appearance of the current tank, the performance of the tank can be greatly improved. It was also for this reason that he was most worried about Lin Bai's live broadcast of the tank. But what you fear will come true, and it is too late to stop it now. Minister Song, what should we do now? Should we cut off the live broadcast? Zhang Jianhua spoke in a hurried voice. After all, this was the only way now. Yes, Dad, call and cut off the live broadcast now. Song Yu also agreed with this idea. Although the money had already been drawn, the less loss the better. Although this behavior may arouse Lin Bai's suspicion, there is nothing that can be done about it. After all, it's impossible to just let the information go like this. Forget it, it's too late now. Song Weiguo shook his head without thinking. If he called to stop the broadcast now, it would more likely attract the attention of someone with ulterior motives. So are we just going to watch now? Zhang Jianhua also knew how important these secrets were to Song Weiguo, so he still wanted to help if possible. Hurry up and give me the computer. Connect it to our research institute. We need to get as much data as possible. Song Weiguo hesitated for only a moment and then made the decision without hesitation. Although we had obtained some data last time, we were unable to obtain comprehensive data because the video was not comprehensive enough. Since there is no way to interrupt the live broadcast, let's get the people from the Research Institute moving quickly. Record as much data as possible, as these data are crucial to the current dragon country. After hearing this, Zhang Jianhua nodded and agreed without hesitation. Just as he was connecting to the Institute's internal network, Song Weiguo also called the Institute and requested emergency treatment. After hearing the news sent back by Song Weiguo, the researchers who had just laid down to rest jumped up from the sofa and other places, cursing, and rushed to the computer. Although they complained, they also knew how important this matter was. After all, it concerned the future of Dragon Country. After gathering in the hall, the researchers were quickly calculating and recording the images on the screen. At this time, they were watching and exclaiming in admiration. Those who could come to the research department were all research fanatics. Laymen watched the excitement, experts watched the doorway. Just watch carefully, you can find many shocking designs. The data this time is much more comprehensive. Where on earth did this guy named Lin Bai get it from? That's right. Did you notice that the track design of this tank is different from the ones we have seen before? Look, the design of the firing chamber is so ingenious. I dare say that each firing chamber has an automatic loading design that we have never seen before. Comrades, stop chatting and start recording. We need to get the most data for research as soon as possible. Following the order, the researchers all sped up their typing. Although it is possible to review the situation by replaying it later, scientific research is all about speed. They couldn't be sure whether any other countries had noticed Lin Bai, so all they could do was speed up their research as much as possible. Although Song Weiguo was not in the research institute, he was at least able to give orders. Minister Song, I've thought about this for a long time. Do we really not need to block the news? At this time, Zhang Jianhua spoke with a hesitant tone, although it was already too late. But at least it can minimize the losses caused by the leakage of confidential information. Moreover, with his ability, he can directly ask the live broadcast platform to delete the replay, and he can also use the power of the internet police to delete the backups of those who watch the live broadcast. This won't work. Is there any other way? Song Weiguo spoke without hesitation. They do that to really draw attention to themselves, and they can't guarantee that they can actually delete them all. The power of the internet police is indeed very strong, but if someone saves this video, it will still be spread. Because there is no way for the internet police to detect these local downloads. Give me some time, I'll think about what to do. Zhang Jianhua spoke with a hesitant tone. It sounds simple, but it is so difficult to do. In fact, our main goal is to prevent foreign forces from noticing this school, but we cannot let Lin Bai know our motives, so we must think of a smooth way to resolve this matter. Song Weiguo murmured, stroking the pale beard on his chin. If Lin Bai knew about their existence, it would indeed not be so troublesome, but he didn't know Lin Bai's background, because if he only looked at the information, then Lin Bai was definitely an unknown person. It was such a person who had technology that he didn't know where he got it from. Therefore, one must be extremely careful in dealing with Lin Bai. Song Weiguo told Zhang Jianhua all the analysis, and they began to think about solutions together. Minister Song, you are right. After all, Lin Bai is still too confusing right now. I don't know where he got so many scientific research results. Maybe there will be more in the future. We have to think of a way to play the long game and catch the big fish. Zhang Jianhua nodded thoughtfully. What Song Weiguo said was not wrong. For them, it was a very troublesome matter to suppress the news. If it is not handled properly, Lin Bai will probably notice something is wrong. Just as they were thinking hard, Song Yu slapped his thigh and stood up suddenly, even knocking over the stool he was sitting on. But at this time, Song Yu ignored the fallen stool and spoke out his thoughts. That's a good idea. Zhang Jianhua, just do it. After hearing Song Yu's words, Song Weiguo's eyes lit up. This approach can be said to be able to minimize the impact as much as possible. Zhang Jianhua didn't hesitate too much and took out his mobile phone and made the call. The note displayed on the mobile phone screen was actually the Minister of the Education Qualifications Bureau. At the same time, the infantry tank coordination project is nearing completion. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room were still not satisfied with the show. Wow, this is really exciting. There is actually infantry tank coordination to watch. This is simply incredible. Don't mention it. We don't see this very often. After all, this kind of tactics is strictly controlled by the Dragon Army. To be honest, this infantry-tank collaboration is incredible just by looking at it. These students are so amazing. Aren't you talking nonsense? Dongchuan University's standards for selecting students are incredibly high. I have to say that this live broadcast amazed everyone. The happiest person at this moment was Lin Bai. Ding! The shock value has exceeded 100,000. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The drawings of the heavy troop carrier have been issued and the samples have been placed in the warehouse, please check them. Finally done. Lin Bai stretched lazily and let out a sigh. It seems like it's time to end the live broadcast. Lin Bai looked at his watch and prepared to officially end it. Now the task has been completed with great difficulty and the advertisement has also been run. After completing the task, Lin Bai had no intention of continuing the live broadcast, and the sample of the heavy troop carrier had already arrived. He couldn't wait to see the troop carrier. Ring, ring, ring. Just as Lin Bai was about to announce the end of the live broadcast, his phone suddenly started vibrating. After seeing the name noted on the phone, Lin Bai frowned. Wang Cheng. Who is that? Although it has been integrated with Lin Bai's original memory, he really can't remember this person's identity for a while. Wang Cheng, Wang Cheng. Oh my god. He's actually the director of the Education Bureau. Lin Bai slapped his head and his expression suddenly froze. This body had met the NGC once before by chance. But Lin Bai never thought about why the director of the Education Qualifications Bureau would call him. Could it be that the previous review was revoked? Lin Bai's mind began to work rapidly, and he even wondered whether this world also had to pay protection fees. Hello, is this Director Wang? After answering the call, Lin Bai asked cautiously. Yes, it's me. After hearing Lin Bai calling out his name directly, Wang Qing knew in his heart that Lin Bai must have saved his cell phone number. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Lin Bai asked hesitantly. There is indeed something going on. I just received a report that your military academy has heavy weapons. What about your tank? Wang Qing spoke directly. My tank is fake, you can rest assured. Lin Bai reacted immediately and spoke quickly. So it's fake. Then you have to explain it in the live broadcast room, otherwise you will also be suspected of fraudulent enrollment. At this time, Wang Qing finally told him the purpose of this trip. Zhang Jianhua called him just now to ask him to do this. You can rest assured that I will explain it in the live broadcast room. Lin Bai actually had the same idea in mind, and since that had already been said, he naturally agreed. After hanging up the phone, Lin Bai hurried back to the camera. By the way, everyone, I have one more thing to announce. The tank we are using this time is a model. However, Lin Bai's action made the audience in the live broadcast room smile meaningfully. It turns out it's fake. Don't worry, we know. I know. This must be fake. How could it not be fake? That's right, if it wasn't fake, I would just go over and drive him away. TSK, we all know it, those who understand will understand. At the same time, the local education grants authority also issued a notice. The heavy weapons in the local military academy are all models, and the relevant departments participated in the design. After seeing the news, Song Weiguo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was covered up. Chapter 039, Is This a War? Inside the office of the president of Dongchuan University. Lin Bai went straight back to the office after finishing the live broadcast. I wanted to open my computer to see the advertisement he had run today, but as soon as I opened it, I found that the Education Qualifications Bureau had actually issued a notice. What does the Education Grants Bureau mean by issuing this? Lin Bai was stunned after seeing the notice. He never thought that the Education Qualifications Bureau would repeatedly emphasize this matter. After all, he has already repeated the model of the Tianyu tank in the live broadcast room, so wouldn't it be a waste of time to do this? The reason why Lin Bai is so concerned is that the Education Qualifications Bureau is official after all, and the information it releases is more authoritative. Moreover, no announcements would be made unless it was particularly important, but not long after, I saw the name of my school on it. In a sense, this is already an incredible thing. Could it be that, they still doubt that this tank is real? This idea suddenly popped up in Lin Bai's mind. If this was the case, then everything made sense. Because if they do this, then even if something happens, the Education Grants Bureau will not be held responsible. After all, he had already told the entire network in the live broadcast room that this was just a model. Even if something really happened, the responsibility would definitely not be on the shoulders of the Education Qualifications Bureau. TISC, TSK, the officials are really vigilant nowadays. Lin Bai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But Lin Bai didn't think much about it. As long as the Education Qualifications Bureau didn't send anyone to check, everything would be fine. After closing the Education Grants Bureau's website, he clicked on today's hot searches. After scrolling down for a long time, I finally saw the big words, Dongchuan University, on the 100th hot search. Although it is relatively far behind, it is already very good, at least it can attract the attention of some people. Let's go check out the heavy troop carrier first. After Lin Bai turned off the computer, he walked quickly towards the warehouse. In fact, he wanted to go over there just now, but the students hadn't gone back to rest yet, so he went back to the office first. Now that most of the students have gone back, there is no need to worry about them seeing it. After all, this heavy troop carrier appeared out of nowhere in the warehouse. Lin Bai came to the door of the warehouse, gritted his teeth, and pulled the door open with force. With a series of clicks as the door opened, a large heavy troop carrier appeared in front of Lin Bai. It was just the first glance, but Lin Bai couldn't take his eyes away. In some ways, this troop carrier doesn't look like a troop carrier at all, but more like a sci-fi truck. The 15-meter-long wheeled armored personnel carrier can accommodate a Tianyu tank and 20 people. The 8 wheels are arranged side by side, and the appearance is green and black, but even so, there is no way to hide the angular appearance. In addition, this heavy troop carrier has switchable shooting holes on the side, which can be used in emergencies. There is also a climbable staircase in the rear compartment, which seems to be able to climb under the vehicle, but Lin Bai does not know its specific function at this time. As for the interior, there are 2 monitors that can monitor both sides of the car body in real time, and the conditions outside the car body can be seen through the monitors. Moreover, Lin Bai also keenly noticed that there was something fishy going on at the connection between the front and body of this heavy troop carrier. This is different from most troop carriers, many of which have separate front and body parts. The reason for such design is that it is convenient to turn when encountering a narrow road. However, a special channel was left at this connection, and it was constructed according to the blueprint in my mind. Lin Bai also knew that this connection could be closed when turning, so he could turn normally. The reason for such a design is that if an enemy attack occurs and something happens to the soldier in the driving seat, the soldier behind can still pass through the connection and continue driving the heavy troop carrier. This is truly worthy of being a system product. Lin Bai couldn't help but secretly sigh that this was full of details. With this heavy troop carrier, it will be really convenient to carry out missions in the future. The most important thing is that you don't have to worry about being discovered when you go out with the Tianyu tank. Although this heavy personnel carrier is also eye-catching, it is at least not as eye-catching as a tank. What's more, it is estimated that only a very few people can tell that this is a troop carrier, because the appearance is so cool. Even if it is announced to the outside world as a motorhome or an expensive truck, some people may believe it. Lin Bai placed his hand on the heavy troop carrier. The cold touch through his palm made him even more excited. Report. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Turning back, he saw that the person was Wang Meng. The moment Wang Meng saw the heavy troop carrier, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't even finish writing his report and just stared at the heavy troop carrier. What's wrong? Wang Meng. Su Shanduo followed closely behind, and when he walked to Wang Meng's side and looked, he was also stunned for a moment. He never thought that Lin Bai would actually get this heavy troop carrier, and this heavy troop carrier was completely different from the ones he had seen before. The reason why they did not ask about the source of the heavy troop carriers was because they were originally generated by the system. They naturally knew the system and knew that this was most likely a new reward. Wang Meng, Su Shanduo, why are you two so reckless? Lin Bai's words brought the 2 people back to reality. Report to the principal, we have good news to report. Only then did Wang Meng remember the purpose of his trip and stood at attention and saluted. Tell me, what's the good news? Lin Bai showed a curious look on his face. The artillery shell production line you asked me to build has been completed. Please come over and inspect it. Wang Meng spoke excitedly and said that he had been spending all his time on the artillery production line these days. Now, it has finally been completed, and it is for this reason that I spoke without hesitation. Done. Then take me over there right now. Lin Bai was ecstatic. This was really good news. With the shells, he no longer had to worry about safety issues. After all, in Dragon Country, there are very few people who can possess heavy weapons, although there are some people like that smiling tiger. However, this is only a small part, not to mention that this is a shell fired by a tank. Ordinary minions are no match at all. Without saying a word, Wang Meng immediately took Lin Bai to the production line. Because the warehouse is usually used as the logistics department site, the production line is placed in the cafeteria kitchen, which is of no use. As soon as he walked into the kitchen, Lin Bai saw several shiny black shells placed in a box nearby. Principal, this is the high-explosive bomb I made using the production line. Wang Meng stood aside and introduced the shell. Is this a high-explosive bomb? Lin Bai picked up the heavy shell and looked at it carefully. With this thing, they will be able to mass-produce artillery shells in the future. The cost of 5,000 per piece is not a big problem for the school. What's more, with this, they no longer have to worry about not having any trump cards. Let's go to the shooting range and try it. Lin Bai spoke without thinking. After all, the school is relatively remote, so there is no need to worry about being noticed by others. It was for this reason that he gave the order without hesitation. Okay. Wang Meng nodded without hesitation when he heard this. After picking up a few shells, he followed Lin Bai back to the warehouse. Let me try. The experiment was originally supposed to be conducted by Wang Meng. But Lin Bai was really itching to do it, so he took the task directly. He just jumped a few times and got directly into the Tianyu tank. This was the first time Lin Bai entered the Tianyu tank, but because he had the blueprint in his mind, he immediately understood how to operate it just by sitting in. After starting the tank, he aimed directly at the shooting range from the warehouse door. Because of the automatic loading, Lin Bai can fire shells even when he is in the driving seat. After Lin Bai took aim, he pressed the button with excitement. With a loud bang, the target in the shooting range was blown into the sky. The students who were resting were suddenly awakened by the shell and were all shocked. What's going on? Is there a war? Chapter 040, Unlock the Building, the Military Factory. What's going on? Go out and check it out. Su Shui was the first to react. She grabbed the ATG automatic rifle that had no ammunition, put on her clothes, and looked out the window. Qin Zhaodi and Qin Pundi also jumped up. The panic in their eyes was gone, and they were replaced by determination. What's wrong? Qin Zhaodi and Qin Pundi were just about to go to the window and ask something when they found that Su Shui had a dazed expression. Look outside. Su Shui clearly saw a black gun barrel extending from the warehouse. And in the distance, on the shooting range, black smoke was rising. These are clearly signs of being bombarded by artillery shells. It goes without saying that they were definitely fired by the tanks in the warehouse. At the same time, it wasn't just the students in the school who were watching this scene. After hearing the loud explosion, the police on the mountain not far away immediately picked up the telescope to observe the situation inside Dongchuan University. But when he saw the situation inside Dongchuan University, he was stunned. He never expected that there would be bomb craters inside Dongchuan University. I must have seen it wrong. Although he also knew that there were tanks inside Dongchuan University, he was not a high-ranking official, so the information he knew was limited. And because I knew that the Education Grants Bureau had issued a notice, I didn't take this matter to heart at all. But now he is very sure that there are indeed traces of tank bombing inside Dongchuan University. No, report it immediately. After he came to his senses, he immediately called the higher-ups. Inside the chief of police's office, Zhang Jianhua sat down in the office chair with a tired look on his face. Because of today's live broadcast, he has been supplementing information all day. Until now, he had just finished processing the information and was about to stand up and leave. The door of his office was suddenly pushed open by his subordinates. What's wrong? Zhang Jianhua was stunned when he saw the door being pushed open. Minister, it's bad, there was an explosion inside Dongchuan University. The policeman who rushed in spoke in a hurried tone. The moment he heard this, Zhang Jianhua's face instantly became extremely ugly. What? You said there was an explosion at Dongchuan University? His voice became shrill. He never expected that an explosion would happen at Dongchuan University. If any serious accident really happened, he would be torn to pieces alive by Song Weiguo. Yes, but based on my observation, this should be something that was done by Dongchuan University itself. The policeman seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly added. You made it yourself? Zhang Jianhua breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no one went to Dongchuan University to cause trouble, it shouldn't be a big deal. I guess Dongchuan University is up to something again. Without any hesitation, he called Song Weiguo. Inside the research institute, Song Weiguo shook his head helplessly as he looked at a group of exhausted researchers. These days, the researchers have not had a good night's sleep and are basically just forcing themselves to endure. Plus the tanks showed up again today, so they were all working overtime. Even researchers who love research are finding it a bit difficult now. Minister, here are the data about the tanks in Dongchuan University that came out today. After Song Shui sorted out the information, she handed a thick stack to Song Weiguo. At this time, Song Shui's eyes were already filled with bloodshot. Okay. Song Weiguo took the information and said to the researchers below, everyone go back and have a good rest now. After all, researchers are not made of iron. Now that there is nothing to do, it is time to let them go back and have a good rest. When the researchers heard this, tired smiles appeared on their faces. Now I can finally go back and have a good rest. I had already spent a lot of time researching the automatic rifles of Dongchuan University. With the tank, it can be said that he was extremely tired and could even fall asleep as soon as he touched the pillow. Without much hesitation, everyone walked towards their seats, planning to pack up and leave. At this time, Song Weiguo was about to study it carefully when suddenly his cell phone started vibrating non-stop. Hello? What's the matter? Seeing that it was Zhang Jianhua calling, Song Weiguo pressed the answer button without hesitation. What? There was an explosion at Dongchuan University? And it's suspected that they caused the explosion themselves. Okay, send me all the videos right now and I'll watch them now. Song Weiguo's voice echoed throughout the laboratory. All the researchers who were packing up their things couldn't help but pause, and suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts. Everyone, don't leave yet, let's watch the video of Dongchuan University first. Song Weiguo did not hesitate too much and directly called all the scientific researchers present. After all, something like this happened, and all the scientific researchers must go together to see what happened. After Zhang Jianhua sent the video over, Song Shui opened it on the big screen. This is a video recorded over a long period of time. Although the distance is quite far, it is still clear enough to see. When zoomed in, everyone saw a gun barrel sticking out of the warehouse, and the next second, with a loud bang, a large deep pit appeared in the shooting range not far away. Even the target was blown into the air and fell directly down. This is a cannonball. Song Weiguo was completely stunned. The other researchers' heads were also buzzing. The next second, they couldn't help but pull their hair and cry out in pleading voices. Why? We just finished the research, why are there shells again? What the hell is going on at this Dongchuan University? Is there a research department hidden inside? Wow, I just want to have a good rest, why? I'm really convinced. Why don't we let them be the scientific research department? All of them collapsed, after all, this research was done too frequently. Although I was able to collect information, I was really exhausted. Even though it was just a shell exploding, they still had to start calculating. For a moment, everyone was numb. On the other side, Lin Bai looked at the target in the distance and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. School upgraded to level 1. Get unlocked special building, military factory. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Military factory? But don't we have our own military factory line? Lin Bai was confused. You need land to build a military factory. Building weapons in the military factory area will speed up the process by 500%. Chapter 041, I have to buy a piece of land for a military factory. 500%. You're speeding up. After hearing about this system reward, Lin Bai's head started buzzing. This reward can be said to be the most promising reward ever received. You know, this 500% speed means that others can only make one gun a day, but they can make three. Moreover, this is useful as long as it is in school. If he plans to make money from this, he can open a military factory. Not to mention anything else, at this speed, it won't take long for him to win the entire dragon country's military orders. This is not a joke, because the product is expensive, and it's not just the cost, but also the labor. With this, it means that one person can do the work of 5 people. Just thinking about it made him so excited that he couldn't help but tremble all over. Even if he doesn't go in this direction, it will be very useful for the school. Because what they lack most now is manpower, he can barely accept C-level. But even there are too few C-level ones. If it weren't for the purpose of giving Wang Meng some manpower, he would not have recruited a few special D-level talents. But now these problems can be easily solved. No. This military factory must be built as soon as possible. Lin Bai decided on a plan without hesitation, which was already at the forefront of everything. Moreover, he had already considered this before because the school was too small. Even the production lines can only be installed in different locations, so expansion is actually a matter of time. It seems that I have to contact the relevant departments for the expansion of teaching qualifications tomorrow. Lin Bai secretly made up his mind to make it happen no matter what. The next morning, Lin Bai immediately went to the Education Qualifications Bureau. Because he was being monitored in real time, Zhang Jianhua had already tracked Lin Bai's whereabouts after he left the house. After knowing that Lin Bai was heading to the Education Qualifications Bureau, he notified Wang Cheng in advance. The UGC. Lin Bai arrived at the entrance of the Education Bureau and couldn't help but sigh. I have to say that the Education Grants Bureau in this world is very different from that in the previous life. There were actually more than a dozen armed guards outside the Education Bureau. Only after Lin Bai filled out his purpose of visit did the security guard let him in. Hello, I am the president of Dongchuan University. I would like to ask how to apply for school expansion. After a brief communication at the front desk of Quandu, Lin Bai knew that if he wanted to apply, he needed to find Director Wang Cheng. After arriving at Director Wang Cheng's door, Lin Bai knocked on the door, and the sound of someone coming in was heard from inside. When Lin Bai walked in, he found Wang Cheng sitting in front of the table. Lin Bai, right? Come, sit down. In fact, Wang Cheng didn't have to deal with this kind of thing at all, but because it was a serious matter, he needed to meet Lin Bai in person. Hello, Director Wang. Lin Bai was stunned when he saw Wang Cheng's attitude. Could the officials in this world be so friendly? After all, compared with his previous life, Wang Cheng's attitude can be said to be extremely good. What are you planning this time? After Lin Bai sat down, Wang Cheng went straight to the point. I came here this time to apply for expansion for the school. Lin Bai told everyone the purpose of this trip. School expansion. Wang Cheng was stunned for a moment, because he just informed the front desk to let anyone from Dongchuan University come up if he saw him. He didn't expect that Lin Bai came here this time for this. If I remember correctly, your school doesn't have many students, right? Do you still need land? He really couldn't understand why Lin Bai wanted to expand. There are more than 10 people in total, so the space is enough even for training. There is no need for much expansion at all. It's like this. Although the venue of our school is okay, I think it's still too small. After all, it's a military school. If the venue is bigger, we won't have to worry about disturbing others. Lin Bai had already thought of an excuse online yesterday. After all, it is normal for a military academy to need a larger venue. Wang Cheng was silenced by Lin Bai's words. He was very familiar with all the schools in the city, except for Lin Bai's hellish place, which had very few people at all. Disturbing the people. How can this be disturbing? Moreover, there are only wild mountains and wilderness all around, so even if it is really used for training, it would not be a big deal. This is a special expansion, so there must be something going on. Director Wang, I've seen a lot of wasteland over there. In fact, it would be a good thing for our city to lease it. After all, it will make good use of resources. As Lin Bai spoke, he took out the manual. This manual is about the requirements for school expansion. In fact, if the school wants to expand, there are no big requirements. As long as there is sufficient funds, it will be fine. He has now satisfied the situation. I understand. How big a piece of land do you want? Wang Qing nodded slowly. He also knew that this matter had to be approved. I don't want much, just 500 acres. Lin Bai touched the back of his head and said with a smile. 500 acres. Wow, it's so big, what are you planning to do with it? Although Wang Qing was confused, he still agreed. Not long after, Wang Qing gave Lin Bai an address and asked Lin Bai to go there to sign the contract. The area around the school is actually quite desolate. In this place, there is no one competing with them at all. Despite this, the price is still shocking, reaching 400 per acre. Moreover, the lease term must be at least 20 years, and a capital of 4 million must be put up for the first time. Lin Bai looked at the agreement in front of him and felt his heart bleeding. Oh my goodness, this one cost me 4 million. It would be a lie to say I don't feel sad. After much hesitation, Lin Bai finally paid a deposit of 1 million. As soon as he returned to the office, Lin Bai threw himself in front of the computer. He opened the Mercenary website without hesitation. Now that I have lost a lot of money, I can only make it back in this way. As soon as I opened the Mercenary mission website, a wide variety of missions appeared. TSK, how come there are all kinds of tasks? After Lin Bai opened the website, he immediately noticed that there were many more tasks on the Mercenary website. However, most of these missions are mercenary missions in war zones. 50,000/day, if you kill someone, you can get 200,000/head, officers are counted separately. No limit on the number of people. Lin Bai kept his eyes on this task. It seems like this mission is pretty good. Lin Bai gritted his teeth and took it without hesitation. This task is also a training for the students. Chapter 042, Armored Vehicle. This is fake. The next day, on the playground of Dongchuan University. All the students were running in circles around the playground, and their faces no longer had the tired look they had when they first arrived. Su Shui, who carries a weight of 30 kilograms, has already mastered the current basic physical training. As for Qin Zhaodi and Qin Pandi, although there were beads of sweat on their foreheads, the two sisters still had a faint smile on their faces while running with weights. For them, life now is much better than before. At least now they are living for themselves. Headmaster. At this time, Su Shanduo, who was running with Lin Bai, saw Lin Bai approaching from a distance and immediately saluted Lin Bai. As for the other students, they did not stop until the order was given and could only look at Lin Bai with respect. Lin Bai waved his hand and walked to the podium. Everyone gather. At the command, all the students gathered in front of Lin Bai immediately. Are you guys tired? Lin Bai said with a smile on his face as he looked at the students in the audience. Not tired. The students' voices suddenly rang out. This is the truth. After all, we have just started training and it is not very tiring. Since you are not tired, then I will find something interesting for you. The smile on Lin Bai's face disappeared instantly, and he said in a solemn tone, everyone, fully armed, ready to go on the mission, and conduct practical training. Practical training? The students present were all stunned. What the hell is this practical training? Are they really going to go to war? Even though they had 1,000 things to say, they all remained silent in front of Lin Bai. Only Su Shui had a look of fear on her face. Having experienced it once, she knew very well what this so-called practical training was. This is a real battlefield with real guns and swords. Could it be like last time? Even though she had experienced killing enemies now, the environment was much more terrifying than when the robbers came. The battlefield is always changing rapidly, not to mention it is an unfamiliar place, unlike the previous school, so it must be more dangerous. Everyone, go back and prepare your luggage, prepare live ammunition and other necessary items. Gather at the playground in half an hour. After Lin Bai gave the order, the students obediently headed towards their dormitory buildings even though they didn't know what was going on. Sister Su, what's going on with this training? You look so unhappy. After returning to the dormitory, Qin Zhaodi hesitated for a long time before asking. When Lin Bai was speaking just now, she was very sensitive to the change in Su Shui's expression. She had been here for so long, but she had never seen Su Shui's face look so ugly. This. Su Shui showed a look of hesitation on her face. After hesitating for a long time, she finally shook her head. Nothing, just follow the principal's arrangement. After all, she was not sure whether Lin Bai really wanted to go to those dangerous environments. It was also for this reason that she did not express her thoughts. Qin Zhaodi looked at Su Shui like this and did not ask any further questions. Instead, she quickly packed her luggage. On the playground. Principal, are you planning to go on a mission next? After the students left, Su Shanduo came to Lin Bai and asked. After all, there is only one possibility for practical training, and that is to go on a mission. Moreover, he was also well aware that the school's funding had shrunk significantly recently. It's only a matter of time before I go on a mission. Yes, the purpose of this trip is first to allow the students to go through the baptism of blood and fire and grow, and second to get more funds. Lin Bai nodded without hesitation. Now the funds have been reduced a lot. Moreover, what his Dongchuan University needs are outstanding elites, so this step is essential. Then what is my mission? Su Shanduo asked. Your main task this time is to stay with the students and try your best to prevent them from getting into any accidents. Lin Bai said without hesitation. Many of them were C-level and D-level. Those at these levels grow more slowly, so they must be taken care of more. Avoid excessive casualties as much as possible. Su Shanduo nodded without saying anything more. After all, he would obey Lin Bai's orders unconditionally. Half an hour later, all the students gathered on the playground again, with bulging backpacks on their backs. After counting the number of people, Lin Bai waved towards the warehouse not far behind him. At this moment, a huge heavy troop carrier slowly drove out of the warehouse. Everyone was stunned when they saw the troop carrier. No one expected that such a thing would appear in the school. Principal, what is this? Su Shui swallowed and asked carefully. Although her intuition told her that this was a heavy troop carrier. But she had never seen this type of heavy troop carrier before. And this heavy troop carrier looks really cool from the outside. It looks completely different from before. This is our school's heavy troop carrier, everyone get on board. Lin Bai waved to everyone and spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy troop carrier that was driving next to Lin Bai automatically opened the rear door. As the hatch slowly opened, what appeared in front of everyone was the tank in their school. Not only that, the interior space is huge and there are many machines that have never been seen before. Just by looking at it, they were all shocked. A heavy personnel carrier can actually transport tanks. This is outrageous. There aren't many people in the world who can do this. What are you still standing there for? Get in the car. Lin Bai looked at the people who were standing there in a daze, frowned, and spoke in an unhappy tone. Lin Bai's voice brought them back to reality, and they hurriedly got on the heavy troop carrier. Destination, Chang'an International Airport, activate city ground mode. After getting in the car, Lin Bai took over Su Shanduo's seat and spoke to the screen next to the main driver's seat. Information received, mode changing in progress. Immediately afterwards, the tracks that were originally on the wheels began to disintegrate and automatically retracted to the baffle above the wheels. Moreover, the heavy troop carrier seemed to have its own thoughts as it drove towards the airport. Although the mode had been switched, Lin Bai did not let the heavy troop carrier drive on the main road, but chose a small road. After all, if you drive this thing on the road, you will definitely be caught by the traffic police. At the same time, on the distant hilltop, the police officer who was following them was stunned and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What the hell is this? This must be fake. Chapter 043, 200 miles per hour, you call this an armored vehicle? At the same time, in the huge research department, dozens of senior researchers were hunched over computers, typing on the keyboards with tired eyes. How is it now? Zhang Jianhua walked to Song Weigua's side and asked the tired researchers. Alas, the technological foundation of this tank is too high. Although we are working hard to analyze it, there are still many things that need our research. Song Weigua shook his head helplessly. The more he studied it, the more shocked he became. Every little detail in it is the key to their research. Although these days are quite tiring, the technology they have obtained is something that would take them a long time to obtain. It seems that this Lin Bai has many unknown secrets. Zhang Jianhua touched his chin and muttered thoughtfully. This was his first time coming to Dragon Country's laboratory, and it was also his first time seeing so many senior researchers working together on a research project. According to records, the last time such a large-scale military operation was mobilized was when China was researching nuclear weapons. Bang! At this moment, the door of the laboratory was suddenly pushed open. The scientific researchers who were working hard on their research were all attracted by the loud noise. A researcher in white scientific research clothes rushed in from outside. "Mr. Song. The police asked me to report that a large vehicle drove out of Dongchuan University. Based on preliminary observations, this vehicle should not be available on the market." Everyone was stunned at this moment. Especially the researchers who were conducting research, their eyes were wide open. Is this Dongchuan University the school of the man named Lin Bai? It's this school. How come there are vehicles that are not available on the market? Wait, could this be some technology that we haven't developed yet? Oh my god, I haven't had a good rest for many days. The researchers were nervous, but they were still very excited when the new technology first came out. But if this continues one after another, he will be exhausted to death on the job. Song Weigua couldn't help but be stunned, and his expression suddenly became extremely solemn. "Everyone, put down your work and gather in the conference room immediately." Although he didn't know what this vehicle was, after observing Lin Bai, he felt that this was most likely another scientific research result that they had never seen before. Following Song Weigua's order, everyone rushed to the conference room. In just a few minutes, everyone arrived at the meeting room. After everyone arrived, Zhang Jianhua immediately opened the video sent by the police station. On the big screen, a large 16-wheeled vehicle slowly drove out of the warehouse. This large vehicle was something they had never seen before. What shocked them even more was that after the students got on the vehicle, the tracks of the vehicle were actually retracted. How on earth did they do this? Song Weigua's breathing became extremely heavy. This was the first time he saw such a heavy vehicle. The biggest function of tracks is to help vehicles travel on various complex terrains. Although the speed is very fast, there is still a certain gap compared to wheels. But this heavy truck solves this problem perfectly, and judging from its external structure, this heavy truck has a huge capacity. What kind of vehicle is this? I have never seen such a design concept before. Yeah, this is really weird. Who on earth made this? Changeable tracks and wheels, isn't this the design that our dragon country lacks the most? How on earth is this done? Moreover, this track can be folded and installed by itself. The researchers present were all wide-eyed, as they had thought about researching such vehicles before. However, due to various limitations, this research was eventually put on hold. But I never expected that someone actually figured it out. Minister Song, what kind of vehicle is this? Zhang Jianhua on the side swallowed his saliva and asked with a slightly trembling voice. After all, he is the director of the police station, and he is a retired soldier, so he has a lot of experience. But this was the first time he saw such an outrageous vehicle. From the looks of it, this should be a military troop carrier. Song Weigua hesitated for a long time before he slowly spoke. Although there are big differences in appearance, judging from the details, it is most likely a heavy troop carrier. Since the students have already boarded the bus, most of them are probably transporting troops. However, the capacity of this troop carrier is so large that it can be used to transport heavy weapons. This is actually used to transport troops. How is it possible? With this size, it's more than enough to accommodate military supplies, let alone soldiers. But this is really possible. Did you notice that there seem to be shooting holes on both sides of this heavy troop carrier? Yes, if there are firing holes, then it means that this is most likely a heavy troop carrier. For a moment, all the scientific researchers were stunned. After all, this troop transport truck was too outrageous. Copy all the videos first and study them later. Song Weigua frowned, stared at the big screen and spoke. Although we don't know what the function of this heavy troop carrier is, based on past experience, research is necessary. Song Yu nodded and took out the file to copy it. Upon hearing this, the researchers present instantly lost their minds. Are you going to research it again? Don't tell me what kind of black technology this heavy troop carrier is. I've been working overtime for a week straight, and I'm almost dying. Let's take a good look at this heavy troop carrier. Judging from its current design, it should have many uses. The researchers couldn't help but complain. It's good that they want to learn more skills, but the workload is too heavy. Wait, if this is really a heavy troop carrier, then what exactly does Lin Bai want to do? Just then, Zhang Jianhua suddenly noticed the blind spot. During this period of time, Lin Bai basically stayed in school. Now suddenly a heavy troop carrier comes out, and takes the trainees out with it. What on earth is it doing? Putting aside other things, this heavy troop carrier is the biggest potential danger. If there really are heavy weapons inside, it would be a powerful killer. No matter what's in there, we must stop it and make them retreat. Song Weiguo turned his gaze to Zhang Jianhua. No matter what Lin Bai plans to do, keeping Lin Bai in school is the best option. Okay, I'll arrange it now. Zhang Jianhua immediately picked up his mobile phone and asked the traffic police to set up control ahead. What they didn't know was that when the traffic police took action, Lin Bai actually received the information first. Ding! There is a traffic police vehicle setting a checkpoint on the road ahead, please speed up and pass. Lin Bai, who was sitting in the driver's seat and looking at the scenery along the road, suddenly heard an AI prompt from the central control about the heavy troop carrier. Traffic police set up a checkpoint. Lin Bai frowned slightly. He never thought that there would be a traffic police checkpoint at this time. Generally speaking, traffic police only appear at night at non-critical intersections. I didn't expect to see traffic police setting up checkpoints during the day. Speed up. Speed up and pass the police checkpoint. Lin Bai didn't think much about it and just rushed over when he met him. Anyway, the checkpoints haven't been set up yet. The moment Lin Bai gave the order, a strong sense of being pushed on the back suddenly came over him. In just a moment, it went 200 yards. Chapter 044, Going to the Battlefield for Internship? Are you crazy? The students in the rear car were stunned by the sudden acceleration. Because you can see the scenery outside through the screens on both sides of the rear compartment. At this time, all they could see were the trees flashing by and the buildings in the distance. What the hell? What's going on? Is this car that fast? The principle is awesome. This car's acceleration is almost faster than a sports car. I am really impressed. How did they do this? Oh my god, our school actually has this kind of car. To be honest, the scenery outside is just a flash. It's so exciting. The students in the carriage did not dare to hesitate at all and put on their seatbelts without hesitation. At this speed, if they really hit something, even if they have strong defenses, they will have to endure enough just being in the car. Lin Bai, who was in the driving seat, was only slightly surprised when he saw the soaring speed. As early as when he was driving the heavy troop carrier, he had already noticed the speed of this heavy troop carrier. This 200-hour speed is not the limit of this car. If you want, you can increase it. But on the small road, this speed is enough. At the same time, in the conference room of the research institute, Zhang Jianhua, who was arranging his work, suddenly received a call. After answering the call, the expression on his face suddenly became extremely ugly. What? How is this possible? Hurry up and connect me to the drone and the surveillance along the way. He yelled into the phone before hanging up, his eyes still twitching. What's wrong? What happened? After seeing Zhang Jianhua hang up the phone, Song Weiguo hurriedly asked. There's no need to look at this is definitely about Lin Bai. I just received a call that the heavy troop carrier driven by Lin Bai and his men has increased its speed to 200. Zhang Jianhua gasped violently and spoke with a trembling voice. 200 miles per hour. On the path we just left. Song Weiguo supported himself on the table with both hands, stood up suddenly, and asked in an incredible tone. They knew very well that the path that Lin Bai left was very long and the ground was rugged, so there was no way to increase the speed. But no one expected that this heavy troop carrier could increase its speed to 200 yards. Even if you are in a hurry to reincarnate, you wouldn't play like this. The researchers gathered in a circle and their eyes almost popped out when they heard this. Did I hear you right? 200 yards. You heard it right, I heard it clearly just now. This is fucking crazy, just that crappy road, 200 yards. Are you tired of living? It's over. This must be due to some kind of stimulation. This is a life-threatening situation. It must be said that they had seen many cars that went faster than 200 miles per hour. I have even seen cars that can reach speeds of 400 or 500 kilometers per hour, but the point is that these cars are all driven on professional fields. Not to mention the quality of the heavy troop carrier, driving at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour on a small road like this would cause a huge deviation even if it ran over a small stone. It can be said that it is simply impossible for humans to control such a machine. What's more, this vehicle is a large heavy-duty troop carrier, so it is even more difficult to operate. Well, I'll connect the drone now to show you. Zhang Jianhua gritted his teeth and connected the network to the drone monitor with real-time feedback. As soon as the monitor was connected, everyone saw the heavy troop carrier speeding on the path. The wind created by the passing car can slightly bend the grass on the side. From this scene, we can see how terrifying this is. Oh my god, this speed is simply risking one's life. On a road like this, it's already the limit to pass two cars. Isn't this a joke? What on earth does Lin Bai want to do? Is this guy racing with a car full of students? The view from above made the researchers' scalps tingle. They didn't even dare to imagine what kind of person would do such an outrageous thing. Just when everyone was worried, someone suddenly noticed the scenery in the distance. He stood up suddenly and shouted, "Look ahead." As these words were spoken, everyone noticed the scene on the screen, and everyone's face turned extremely pale. Meanwhile, inside the heavy troop carrier, Zhang Meng sat behind Lin Bai, with his hands on the back of Lin Bai's chair, his eyes constantly looking at the dashboard in front of him. Oh my god, is this fully intelligent control? This is so advanced. For Zhang Meng, this kind of high-tech that he had never seen before was so good that he couldn't take his eyes off it. He had just noticed that the traditional manual transmission was abandoned and an automatic transmission was adopted. This shows that the technology behind this heavy troop carrier is already very mature. What's more important is that there are all kinds of buttons on the center console of this car. Just as he was fascinated by the sight, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a small black dot appearing on the road ahead. This little black dot is also enlarging at an extremely fast speed. This small black dot turned out to be a red car. The moment Wang Meng saw the red car, he was stunned. Oh no, there's a car ahead. After he shouted this, everyone else noticed this horrifying scene. You know, it's going 200 miles per hour now. If it crashes at this speed, let alone this small car, even a wall can be knocked down directly. In addition, this heavy troop carrier is not a simple thing, it is possible to crush it directly. Principal, brake quickly. It's over, something big has happened this time. Mom, you don't have to cook for me this new year. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. The trainees suddenly screamed like ghosts, even though they were inside a heavy troop carrier. But in a high-speed collision, not many vehicles can withstand it. Even airplanes, when flying high in the sky, are afraid of the sudden appearance of birds. It is also for this reason that if there is a collision, the entire army will be wiped out. As the red car got closer, some students couldn't help but close their eyes. No matter what the result is, they don't want to see it. But at this moment, everyone suddenly felt that the entire car body had shifted. The next second, an incredible scene happened. Their heavy troop carrier actually swung past the drainage ditch. In the meeting room of the research department, all the researchers were shocked. How did they do this? This shouldn't be the case. At the speed at that time, it would be very difficult to achieve a steering deviation. That's not right. How could a person have such sharp control? You know, every step is not easy to do. This should be luck, but this luck is a bit too good. When the researchers saw this scene, they felt that their three views were shattered. It's not their fault. It's extremely difficult to achieve such control while moving at high speeds. But this has actually been done, which is simply beyond the scope of human beings. Minister Song. At this moment, Zhang Jianhua looked at Song Weiguo with an embarrassed look. More important than this is that the interception networks they set up have become ineffective. At this speed, before they were even ready, others had already rushed over. I understand. Just let them pass and don't chase them. I want to see where they are going. Song Weiguo finally gritted his teeth and spoke helplessly. Since we can't catch up, let's see what Lin Bai wants to do. Following the surveillance along the way, they soon discovered that Lin Bai and others had actually gone to the international airport. Because people had been notified in advance, they received the news immediately after Lin Bai and others entered the airport. They boarded a plane to Syria, which was chartered by a mercenary organization. When they heard the news from the airport police, everyone was stunned. Go to Syria? That's a place of war. Outrageous. Why are you going there for no reason? At this moment, a bold idea came to Song Weigua's mind. Could it be? After getting on the plane, Lin Baikai stood in front of all the students and coughed twice. Get ready, there is an important task coming up. What's the mission? They had just noticed that their entire vehicle was stuffed directly into the transport plane. From the looks of it, it should be a chartered plane. Next, our mission is to go for internship, to go to the battlefield for internship. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Chapter 045, our mission was picked up by someone. Battlefield? Practice? How are these words linked together? Which good person would go to the battlefield for internship? This isn't called an internship, this is called traveling to another dimension. The principal is not kidding. A student from the logistics department spoke with a twitching mouth. This is completely different from the previous fight against robbers. Going to the battlefield now is basically the same as giving away one's life. Don't worry, everyone. Lin Bai heard what the student said and pressed his hand down slightly. I'm not kidding. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere went haywire. He's really going to the battlefield. It's over, it's really over this time. But it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, we have experienced actual combat before. But this is not even on the same level. On the battlefield, it could be a matter of seconds before we're done. No, I am more or less panicked. The 6 people from the logistics department couldn't help but feel a little scared. After all, this would allow them to face death directly. If you say you're not scared, you're lying. Qin Zhaodi held Qin Pundi's hand tightly, gritted her teeth slightly, and said with a forced smile, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." When she heard the news, she was not afraid, but comforted her sister instead. Because the moment she joined the military academy, she realized that entering the battlefield was inevitable. It was just a lot faster than she had originally expected. But even so, she did not back down. As long as her sister is safe, she won't be afraid even if she faces hell. Su Shui watched every move of the students around her, but her eyes became more determined. She had participated in the mission alone, and after learning the news, she quickly adjusted her mentality. Long live Dongchuan University! At this moment, Su Shui raised her right hand and shouted to everyone. After she shouted this, the passion in the hearts of the others was ignited. They all shouted loudly. Long live Dongchuan University! Just when everyone was excited, Wang Meng suddenly walked in. You 3, come with me. Wang Meng randomly picked 3 members of the logistics department and took them out. Brother Meng, what's the matter? One of the students came out and asked with a puzzled tone. Just follow me. Wang Meng didn't say much, but brought the 3 people straight to the front of the tank. This is our school's God-blessed tank. Wang Meng patted the cold surface of the Tianyu tank and said in an excited tone. The 3 logistics trainees all nodded. They saw the tank when they were getting on the troop carrier. You all need to urgently train and familiarize yourself with the use of the Tianyu tank as soon as possible. Although you may not need to use it, it is better to be prepared. As soon as Wang Meng said this, excitement appeared on the faces of the 3 logistics trainees. Brother Meng, do you mean that if we go to the battlefield, we can drive this tank? Oh my God, what are you afraid of? This is a powerful weapon. With this tank, you can move around with ease. I knew the principal would never joke about our lives. This is simply amazing. TSK, this is a tank. I never thought I could drive this thing. The reason why they are so excited is that they are well aware of the power of the Tianyu tank. While studying in the warehouse, they noticed the Tianyu tank more than once. But because of Wang Meng's order, they did not study the tanks carefully and could only watch from a distance. The last time, when the tank was tested, they saw it clearly, it was simply a powerful weapon. With this thing, the difficulty of this kind of task will be reduced dramatically. If you encounter something wrong, just 2 shots will be enough. Listen carefully, this can only be used in emergencies. You just need to figure out how to operate it in advance. Looking at the excited expressions of the students, Wang Meng continued speaking without any hesitation. Lin Bai had already warned him not to use tanks unless absolutely necessary. It was true that they accepted the mercenary mission, but they were only dealing with scattered soldiers and had no use for heavy firepower at all. Although using heavy firepower will get more money, it will definitely attract the enemy's attention. After all, if some mercenaries joined the battlefield, it would at most make their situation a little worse, which is not a big problem. But once heavy firepower appears, the enemy will definitely have to allow heavy firepower to enter the field. When the fighting starts, it will be no joke. Even with missiles, it is not impossible to destroy tanks at a specific location. It is also for this reason that Lin Bai has repeatedly emphasized that tanks should not be used unless absolutely necessary. This is just their last trump card. After learning the news, the students didn't care at all, but picked up the instructions and started reading them with great interest. After arranging everything, Lin Bai looked out the window and murmured in a low voice, "I hope everything goes well." The Beilu Manor, which covers an area of more than 300 acres, is planted with various plants and also houses a variety of animals. Looking around, there are nearly 80 guards alone. Inside the manor's villa, Qin Qingqing was wearing a princess dress, with her hands on her hips, looking angrily at the housekeeper in front of her. "Uncle Li, who was the person who saved me last time?" Ever since she met Lin Bai and others last time, Qin Qingqing has been thinking about them. This is much better than that sissy she met online. Moreover, just thinking about Lin Bai's resolute face made her blush slightly. "Miss, I really don't know who they are." When the butler heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. Ever since Qin Qingqing came back, she has been pestering him with this question every other day. How could he let the eldest daughter of the Qin family come into contact with these rough-handed mercenaries? So, he used the excuse of not knowing the other party's identity without hesitation. But I didn't expect that it hadn't been 2 days since the silence and the eldest lady started asking about this matter again. "You are lying. I have asked others. When issuing tasks, we can know each other's identities." Qin Qingqing clenched her fists, stamped her feet, and glared at the housekeeper angrily. She almost believed it before, after all, she had never been exposed to such things, but she still vaguely felt that something was wrong. After asking others, she was sure that Uncle Li knew the other person's identity. "Miss, please don't make things difficult for me. I know it's right, but it's against the rules." The housekeeper tried to persuade her earnestly. "Uncle Li, you are lying. Don't think I don't know. We are the host family. I know we will definitely not violate the rules." Qin Qingqing was not stupid. After asking her friends, she clarified all the relevant questions. She is a protected person, so she has the right to know the other person's name and origin. This kind of thing is not considered private, and some mercenaries even want others to know their names. After all, this is a good thing for mercenaries. "Hey, this is all for your own good, you don't need to know so much." The housekeeper was so confused that he should never have agreed to let the young lady go to Syria. After returning from a trip to Syria, the whole family was in turmoil. It's a good thing that the master and his wife haven't been at home recently, otherwise they would have scolded him to death. "They are my saviors. Is it too much for me to want to know their names?" Qin Qingqing was so angry that her face turned red. She gritted her teeth and continued, "If you don't tell me, I won't eat for the next few days and I will starve myself to death." When the butler heard this, he shook his head with a wry smile. This is the eldest lady's usual trick. She said she would not eat, but in fact she hid food in the room. Even if she stayed in there for 10 days or half a month, she wouldn't necessarily starve. However, it is true that this is very troublesome. Just when the butler didn't know how to get out, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. "Come in," the butler shouted with an excited look on his face. "Butler, our merchandise escort mission has been taken over by the same mercenary group from last time." The secretary who came in spoke up. When Qin Qingqing heard this, her eyes lit up instantly. The housekeeper just felt a tingling sensation on his back. Chapter 046, Going to the Battlefield. As time passed, the trainees on the plane became increasingly nervous. They can't even imagine anything about Syria. Soon, the plane slowly landed at a mercenary airport on the Syrian border. After getting off the plane, Lin Bai gathered everyone together. "We have now arrived in Syria, a no-man's land. Our next mission is to escort a batch of goods to the government forces on the battlefield. Lin Bai put his hands behind his back and spoke with a serious expression. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of everyone present became extremely serious. Even though it was their first time here, they had read a lot of news about this place before. If the mercenaries are just guarding a certain location, then the risk factor is not very high. But delivering supplies to government forces is a completely different matter. Because the rebels definitely don't want to see government forces getting supplies. Once they know that their mission this time is to escort supplies, they will definitely try every means to attack them. This not only prevents the government forces from getting supplies, but also allows them to get part of the supplies. It is also for this reason that the danger factor of this mission is extremely high. It can be said that someone may attack them at any time. There is a key point in our mission this time. If we encounter the rebels, we can take the initiative. Lin Bai did not forget the additional task he had accepted before, which was that he would get a portion of the reward for every rebel he eliminated. As for why I repeat this, it is because they are just mercenaries, not peacekeeping forces, so there is no need to abide by the rule of firing first and then returning fire. After saying all this, Lin Bai called the person who was responsible for handling the goods. In just over 10 minutes, Lin Bai saw a man with a turban covering his face walking towards him outside the passage. "Are you the Dongchuan mercenary?" After the masked man came up to him, he lowered his voice and asked. "Yes, it's me." Lin Bai nodded slightly and spoke. "For this mission, you need to transport weapons supplies and some military intelligence." The masked man pointed at a dusty, unremarkable truck outside and spoke. "Okay, leave this matter to me." After taking the truck keys, Lin Bai nodded and agreed. He had already seen the specific details of this mission on the Mercenary website. This requires that all the supplies in this truck be delivered to Katashia City within 2 days. However, the reward for the mission is also very generous. As long as the delivery is successful, you can get a reward of 10 million. From this we can see that this mission is extremely risky. If the risk wasn't so great, it would be absolutely impossible to offer such a high price. After all, when they accepted the mission before, if they hadn't saved the eldest daughter of the Qin family, they would only have earned a few 100,000. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first and leave this truck to you." The masked man spoke in a hurried voice, as if he didn't want to stay with Lin Bai for too long. After Lin Bai nodded, the man hurriedly left. "Su Shui and Su Shanduo, you drive the trucks, and everyone else, get ready to get on the heavy troop carriers." Lin Bai sent Su Shui and Su Shanduo to drive the truck that was already covered in dust. Their heavy troop carriers drove in the front to lead the way. As the 2 cars slowly drove out of the no man's land border, the drivers saw from afar a large number of refugees appearing on the road in the distance. The refugees had dry lips, were skinny, and had dead look in their eyes. "There are so many refugees here, sister." On the heavy troop carrier, Qin Pundi's eyes showed sympathy. The eyes of these refugees are full of despair, and just looking at them, one can't help but feel sympathy. There is no way around it. If a country does not have enough military force, it will become like this. Qin Zhaodi shook her head helplessly. If it weren't for the war, these people should have lived and worked in peace. Just as the students were sympathizing, Lin Bai frowned. Because the number of refugees ahead is increasing. And these refugees are on the road, so their driving speed will drop sharply. He wanted to open up the wasteland directly, but the truck behind him was too old, so he was forced to continue driving on the road. "Principal, if this continues, we are likely to be attacked." Zhang Meng, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, frowned as he looked at the refugees in front of him and spoke. "It's okay. If it's a light weapon, then it won't be a big problem. Let the trainees go up to the roof of the heavy troop carrier to stand guard." Lin Bai shook his head and said with a helpless tone. "Okay, I'll arrange it now." Zhang Meng agreed immediately. In this situation, if you want the refugees to make way, the only option is to shoot. If we just make them feel fear, a path will soon be cleared. But he was not one of those brutal rebels, and he would not shoot directly at the refugees. All they could do was to speed up and move slowly behind the refugees. The refugees also noticed the 2 cars following them, and some of them couldn't help but look the 2 cars up and down. When they saw the students appearing on the roof of the car, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. They all saw the shining steel guns in the hands of Qin Zhaodi and others. In a place like this, only guns are the way to go, and for this reason, they all have a little more fear in their hearts. The reason they did not disperse was because they also realized that the people in the car seemed to have no intention of attacking them at all. On the roof of the car, Chin Zhaodi and Chin Pundi stood behind the raised shelter and looked at the refugees below. "Sister, that child is so pitiful." Chin Pundi looked at a child in the arms of a mother and spoke through gritted teeth. In this kind of weather, the mother and the child looked extremely haggard. "Hey, this is not something we can help with." Although Chin Zhaodi felt sympathetic, she shook her head helplessly. The only way to end this is for them to win the war themselves. But it is easier said than done. When Chin Pundi heard what his sister said, he gritted his teeth, took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket and threw it at the mother and son. When the black chocolate was thrown in front of them, the mother was delighted at first, then looked at Chin Pundi with gratitude, then picked up the chocolate and ran towards the outside. Chin Pundi was completely stunned after seeing his mother's actions. She never expected that this mother would do such a strange thing. "Sister, why is she running away?" As soon as Chin Pundi finished speaking, he saw an extremely horrifying scene. The refugees around had their eyes sparkling after seeing what had just happened. "Kind people, please save us. We need some food too. Look at me, I haven't eaten for days. I just want a piece of chocolate. Just one piece. Yes, please have mercy on us, we can't hold on any longer, please. I know you have food. With just a little bit, we can survive." The refugees rushed towards the heavy troop carrier like a wave. The expressions on their faces were like evil spirits crawling out of the abyss. In this hellish environment, food is the hope of survival for everyone. "No, we don't have any other food in the car, you guys should leave now." Chin Pundi waved his hands hurriedly and spoke. She never expected that just a piece of chocolate would attract so much attention. And these people are like crazy, some even want to climb onto the car. Moreover, because of this action, the car was unable to move forward for a while. "What should I do, sister?" Seeing these people even trying to climb up, Chin Pundi asked with a look of fear. After hearing this, Chin Zhaodi was also panicked for a moment. She had never encountered such a thing before, and if it were the rebels, she could still open fire. But these are all refugees, there is no solution at all. But now, these refugees are almost climbing onto the roof of the car, preparing to enter through the roof. Bang! At this critical moment, a gunshot rang out. Chapter 047, Intercepting a Heavy Troop Carrier. The refugees who were originally climbing up all showed expressions of fear on their faces. No one had expected that someone would actually open fire at this time. Even Chin Pundi and Chin Zhaodi were frightened for the whole day, as the gunshots clearly came from right next to them. When they turned around, they saw that the person who fired the shot was Lin Bai. "You guys, this is the first and last time I'm warning you. If you try to climb onto my car again, don't blame me for giving you a peanut." Lin Bai pointed the ATG at the refugees below. The murderous intent in his eyes was not concealed at all, but became more and more intense. At this time, the refugees who were climbing the heavy troop carrier stopped their actions and carefully retreated to the side of the vehicle. "Don't get excited, we just want some food." "Yes, as long as you give us food, we will leave obediently. We are all human beings. We should help each other. As long as you give us a part of us, we can survive." "That's right, there must be a lot of stuff in the truck behind you, just give it to us." Although these refugees were frightened by Lin Bai, they did not leave just like that. Instead, they began to ask carefully. And while they were talking, they kept looking at Lin Bai from time to time. Bang! At this moment, a bullet hit one of the refugees' feet. "You want to eat, right? Sure, I can give you some peanuts. Just eat them once, and you won't have to eat them for the rest of your life." Lin Bai snorted coldly and pointed the gun at the other refugees. As soon as these words were spoken, the refugees who were originally surrounding the area all ran away, not daring to stay where they were. The road that was originally jammed with traffic jams now became extremely smooth. "Keep going." Lin Bai did not leave, but looked at them vigilantly and shouted at the heavy troop carrier. As the car drove away, Lin Bai, who was originally standing on the roof, put down the rifle in his hand and looked at the two sisters of the Chin family. "Do you know what you just did wrong?" Lin Bai looked at Chin Zhaodi and Chin Pundi with a serious expression. We were not decisive enough when we fired the gun just now. Qin Zhaodi hesitated for a moment before speaking. If the shot had been fired in time, this wouldn't have happened. But as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Bai rejected her idea. No. This is not the biggest problem. Your problem is that you are too compassionate. Lin Bai said, gritting his teeth. But they are just poor people. Qin Pundi gritted his teeth and spoke after hearing this. In her eyes, they were just a group of poor refugees and there was no need to be so cautious. Poor guy. Lin Bai snorted coldly, this guy is indeed a poor guy, but we can't help him. Do you know what would have happened if we hadn't stopped it just now? If we hadn't stopped it, all our supplies would have been taken away. When Lin Bai said this, he was not exaggerating. Refugees are indeed miserable, but precisely for this reason they become the most unstable group. Under the mass effect of a group of people, everyone will take risks for food. Especially when they see food and find that the other party is easy to bully, they will show no mercy. In such a turbulent place, having food taken away is just the best possible outcome. If one is not careful, even Qin Zhaodi and others may be abducted. Many similar things have happened in ancient history, and that is why Lin Bai is so cautious. If these refugees had not been driven away just now, the most likely outcome would have been a fierce war. This was not a fierce battle in the literal sense, but a spiritual one, because these refugees had no weapons, so they had to shoot these refugees who were temporarily possessed by evil spirits against their conscience. He wants to train the students, but not turn them into crazy people. I know I was wrong. After hearing this, Qin Pundi said with red eyes. She also knew that what Lin Bai said was entirely possible. After scolding the two sisters, Lin Bai returned to the driver's seat and continued driving towards Kadesa. However, because of what happened just now, the car maintained a speed of about 50 km per hour for the rest of the journey. About half a day had passed, and Lin Bai, who was watching the Syrian news in the cab, suddenly heard a voice prompt from the heavy troop carrier. Warning! 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 We detected gunfire 10 kilometers ahead. We initially identified it as a small to medium-sized battle area. Hearing the voice prompt, Lin Bai's expression suddenly became a little solemn. He had looked at the map before, and there was only one way to get to Kadesa city. If there is a battle ahead, they will have no way to take a detour. Principal, what should we do now? Wang Meng grabbed the ATG automatic rifle and spoke through gritted teeth. Go through. Lin Bai hesitated for a moment and gave the order without hesitation. Although it was a small or medium-sized battle zone, there was no way to determine the time of the battle. Moreover, they now need to deliver the supplies within 2 days. If it exceeds this time, the mission will be considered a failure. So they don't have time to waste here anymore. Everyone, load your weapons, get ready, and fire at any time. After receiving the order, Wang Meng went directly to the back of the carriage and gave orders to the students. Even the 3 people who were originally on the roof returned to the car. Because in the war zone, the roof is too dangerous, and safety can only be guaranteed inside the car. At this time, in the battle zone 10 kilometers ahead, there was black smoke coming out of the vehicles on the ground, and there were corpses and bomb craters everywhere. Are you sure you're going to pass through here? A one-eyed man with a beard and wearing black clothes asked his subordinate beside him. That's right. Someone has already informed us. We have just checked and found out that there is indeed what we need on the truck. The man beside him put his gun behind his back and nodded without hesitation. So what's their personnel ratio? One Eye asked. They had already found out that the intelligence and supplies sold by the Qin family were handed over to a group of mercenaries for shipment. I heard that he offered a high price, so we must find out the strength of the mercenaries. They have a truck that I haven't seen before. It should be a troop transport truck. However, from a quick inquiry just now, there should be only about 10 people in it. The subordinates told all the information they knew. In that case, let's clean up the battlefield quickly and don't let them find out anything is wrong. The one-eye heaved a sigh of relief and waved his hand, asking all his men to quickly clean up the traces on the ground. This location was originally the territory of the government forces, but for the sake of the things in the truck, they simply wiped out the government forces. The purpose is to obtain the supplies and the information contained therein. The reason why they were so sure that the things were in the car was that after they learned the news, they had already sent people to blend in with the refugees. What he was worried about at first was that this mercenary was very powerful, but it seemed that he should not be a difficult character. After all, there are only 10 people. If we set an ambush, we can probably capture them in one encounter. At this time, the seriously ill truck driven by Lin Bai and others was getting closer and closer to here. According to the original map, this should be a small station of the government forces. However, from a distance, this small site seemed to be completely quiet. Everything around was quiet. If it weren't for the reminder from the heavy troop carrier, Lin Bai would not have even thought that a battle had broken out here. Principal, it looks like this is a trick. Wang Meng frowned and looked around. Not necessarily, maybe he's waiting for other targets. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Bai said in a serious tone. After all, if they were not targeted, there would be no need to clean the battlefield so cleanly. However, there is another possibility, that is, these people are coming for other people. At this moment, Lin Bai suddenly noticed an unarmed man rushing out from the front. Just stood in the middle of the road and waved at them. Chapter 048, Fight. In a building not far from the man who stopped the car, more than 20 gun barrels were sticking out from various places. The reason they did that was to make Lin Bai stop the car so that they could catch him in one fell swoop. Even if not all of them come down, they can still delay some of them. Everyone, get ready. As soon as the other party gets off the car, we will attack immediately. The one-eyed man looked outside through the gap in the window, with murderous intent in his eyes. But the next second, he was completely stunned. They saw that the truck, which they had never seen before, actually made a sound. The person in front, get out of my way now. Lin Bai shouted outside while using the intercom in the car. This heavy troop carrier already has a horn, so there's no need to get out. This heavy troop carrier was designed with this situation in mind. So even if you don't get off the car, you can still communicate directly with the outside world. The man standing not far from the heavy troop carrier was stunned when he heard this. After a long while, he spoke, "We are the camp of the government army. Some of our people need your help." The man lifted up his clothes to prove that he had no weapons on him. After all, they were already prepared. Once the fight started, he would just run away, so it didn't matter if he didn't have any weapons. Since I've given you a chance, if you don't want it, then die. But the next second, an unexpected scene happened. A pitch-black gun barrel suddenly appeared in front of the car, and the gun barrel was aimed at his forehead. Before the man could say anything more, the gun barrel embedded under the car actually opened fire. Just one shot and the man fell to the ground. What the hell is going on? Have we been discovered? When the one-eyed man saw this scene, he was stunned for a moment. He never expected that this team of mercenaries would actually shoot as soon as they said so. What he didn't expect was that there was a gun barrel in the front of the car, and it was obvious that this gun barrel was not manually controlled. Not to mention One Eye, even the students in the car didn't understand why Lin Bai chose to open fire suddenly. At this time, the only ones who saw through everything were Wang Meng and Su Shanduo. Just now, when Lin Bai saw the man rushing out, he already realized that something was wrong. Although there seems to be no signs of fighting here, the previous intelligence about the heavy troop carrier is absolutely correct. Even if the government forces won, they would never just run away because they needed their help due to the damage in the battle. Because after the battle, it is easy for the enemy to ambush you again. The correct approach should be to let them pass. However, not only did the other party not do so, but they also repeatedly asked them to get out of the car to help. Their intentions were clear. Keep driving. After opening fire, Lin Bai had no intention of continuing to waste time with them in this place, but instead let the heavy troop carrier continue to move forward. Damn it! Everybody shoot right now. Although One Eye didn't know where he had been exposed, he absolutely could not drag it on any longer. So the only option now is to shoot, and leave the supplies and intelligence behind at all costs. Pa pa pa. The next second, the surroundings were like burning firecrackers, and countless bullets poured onto the heavy troop carrier. The reason why the heavy troop carrier was chosen was because the main force was there, and the trucks behind would be useful to them. So they didn't attack the truck. After all, no one could tell what was inside the truck. If there are missiles or something like that, at this distance, it would be like killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of our own. But what One Eye never expected was that the dense concentration of bullets poured onto the body of the heavy troop carrier, but there was no sign of damage at all. If I have to say something, there is just a few scratches on the car door, but otherwise there is no problem at all. How is this possible? What's wrong with this guy? The one-eyed man gritted his teeth and stood up with an anxious look. What was happening now was completely beyond his imagination. I originally thought that the heavy troop carrier wouldn't be able to last long, but it's actually invulnerable to swords and guns. Boss! What should I do? The subordinates standing by were getting anxious, because the top leaders of their rebel army were not good people. It would be fine if I died in the battle, but if I return empty-handed, it would be more terrifying than death. Don't worry, there are mines ahead. The one-eyed man gritted his teeth and said that although the mine was small, it would have no problem dealing with a car. If it explodes, the car's tires will definitely not be able to withstand it. But at this moment, he saw a scene that stunned him. The heavy troop carrier that originally had only wheels suddenly installed tracks on itself. Not only that, he also realized that this track was at least used by tanks. It is simply a fantasy to think that they can blow up this troop transport truck with their small amount of landmines. As expected, after the heavy troop carrier drove past, only a dull explosion was heard, and the heavy troop carrier was actually not damaged at all. Damn it! Everyone, charge forward, no matter what means you use, you must stop this car. Even if that doesn't work, you must stop the truck behind it. The one-eyed man roared, picked up the gun, and ran straight downstairs. At the same time, Lin Bai, who was in the car, frowned and looked into the building. The enemy's thermal image was clearly displayed on the screen mounted on the heavy troop carrier nearby. Principal, should we fight back now? Qin Zhaodi, holding a concealed sniper rifle, rushed into the cab and spoke in a hurried tone. Don't be impatient. This place is not suitable for us to fight. Wait until you leave this stronghold and wait for my order. Lin Bai thought for a moment and shook his head. Now was not the best time to take action, and there would be great risks if he took action now. Because Su Shui and her team's truck was still behind, if they took action now, he was worried that even if the other party could not get the supplies from above, they would die together. If it weren't for Su Shui and the other's truck, they could just speed up and leave here directly. Therefore, this is not the place to take action, and we must choose another location. Moreover, another point is that if we take action now, the possibility of killing is too small. Qin Zhaodi nodded without hesitation and went back to the trunk to wait. As the car moved forward, Lin Bai and his companions also left the stronghold. After leaving the stronghold, Lin Bai asked Su Shui and others to drive away in the truck first, while they parked the car across the middle of the road, ready to resist the other party's pursuit. Sure enough, at this moment, the other party chased out in various vehicles. Boss, they have blocked the road. The man in the driver's seat shouted in an angry tone. In this situation, there was no way for them to get through. I saw it. The one-eyed man's face became extremely gloomy. If the other party is lying across the road and you fire back at them, they are literally a moving target. Even if they can solve it, they will definitely suffer heavy losses. You have to know that the enemy is a troop transport truck. Even if they come down with a bunch of heavy machine guns, it is not impossible. Wait, they didn't get out of the car, let's go straight over and install a large dose of explosives. But at this moment, the one-eyed man who was observing suddenly discovered that after the other party turned the car sideways, no one got out of the car. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as the other party doesn't get out of the car, he will definitely be able to deal with him. Thinking of this, he gave the order without hesitation. The vehicles in front were driving at full speed towards the heavy troop carrier. Now for them, time means victory. As long as the other party doesn't get off the car, there is absolutely no way to deal with them. As the vehicle got closer, they could see the heavy troop carrier clearly. The most excited person at this moment was One Eye, who thought his plan had failed, but he didn't expect the other party to stay and stop him. You know, the trucks transporting supplies only run at 50 kilometers per hour. After solving it, you can still catch up. But when they were still 100 meters away from the heavy troop carrier, the one-eyed man suddenly saw an extremely horrifying scene. Chapter 049, we can only watch their performance. They saw a row of small black holes appearing on the side facing them. With just one glance, One Eye instantly recognized it. This is a shooting hole. Drive to both sides. At the last moment, One Eye picked up the walkie-talkie and yelled at everyone. If we just use heavy troop carriers as cover, then that's fine. Moreover, as long as there is a certain distance, there is still a possibility of winning. However, at a distance of only 100 meters, this row of shooting holes looked like the scythe of the god of death. They had no way to fight back and could only passively take the beating. But at that moment, he also noticed that the other side only had a small hole and no observation hole at all. It was estimated that the only observer was the co-pilot. Therefore, their only way to survive now is to move to both sides. As long as they can avoid the first round of shooting, they still have a chance of survival. They may even be able to avoid the shooting holes and counterattack the heavy troop carriers due to the opponent's lack of vision. The next second, a dense rain of bullets suddenly hit, and in just a moment of contact, the 4 cars in front were instantly blown up. The remaining 3 cars, because they dodged in time, rushed directly onto the wasteland. Although his speed slowed down instantly, One Eye still breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was in the last car and discovered the situation in time, so he was wiped out without even a single encounter. But even so, he lost 16 of his men. Everyone, rest assured, the enemy can no longer aim at us. Use the flanking tactics immediately. The One-Eye Man gave the order without hesitation. This was the best time for them to launch an attack. Although there is a gun muzzle in front of the opponent's vehicle, the angle of movement is limited. As long as the angle is correct, even if the observer on the vehicle gives the position, it will be difficult for the people behind the shooting hole to hit them. But at this moment, with a gunshot, a splash of blood suddenly appeared on the driver's seat of the car in front. How is this possible? Upon seeing this scene, the one-eyed man's eyes instantly widened. He never expected that the person in the driver's seat of the car in front of him was shot dead by someone. Don't be afraid, this is luck, hurry up and charge. The one-eyed man shouted without hesitation that it was just bad luck. He didn't believe that someone could attack them without any vision. But in the next second, several gunshots were heard, and the men in the car were instantly shot down. Because the distance was relatively close, he also saw that these men were shot in the forehead or chest. How is this possible? At the same time, Lin Bai had already arrived at the back of the car. The originally plain interior of the rear compartment unexpectedly changed at this time. I saw that there were many VR glasses connected on both sides of the rear compartment. Students wearing VR glasses can see everything outside clearly. At this time, they could eliminate the enemies outside without even taking any risks. Although this is the first time for the students to use it, it has to be said that except for a little more weight, it is no different from usual. With one shot after another, in just 10 minutes or so, the rebels in the distance became silent. It should all be solved. Lin Bai glanced at the thermal imager and saw that everyone in the car in the distance was lying down. After making sure that there were no survivors, Lin Bai drove the heavy troop carrier in the direction the truck left. But what Lin Bai didn't notice was that after he left, a person sat up in the back seat of one of the cars and looked in the direction where Lin Bai left with fear. Damn, these guys actually have thermal imaging cameras. And where the hell did this crappy car come from? The one-eyed man wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered with a look of fear. Everything that had just happened was completely beyond his imagination. Just now, when he discovered that Lin Bai and others were able to aim at them accurately, his first reaction was to have his men drive fast and dodge back and forth. However, this will only prolong their death. And through everything that happened just now, he also noticed that Lin Bai and the others must have thermal imagers. Otherwise, there is absolutely no way to accurately judge their every move. It was also for this reason that after the gunshot, he simply lay down on the seat. He prayed that Lin Bai would not come over to check, but what made him feel fortunate was that Lin Bai did not stop. Instead, he just drove away. No, we have to report to headquarters immediately. He didn't have time to think about it and took out the satellite phone. Inside the Longwa police station. At this time in the police station, a group of policemen were constantly making phone calls. Even Zhang Jianhua was constantly making phone calls. Is that all right? This is really too much trouble for you. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jianhua looked at Song Weiguo with excitement. Minister Song, I found them. I now know their location and roughly their destination. Really? Where are they now and what are they planning to do? When Song Weiguo heard this, he strode to Zhang Jianhua's side and asked in a hurried tone. As soon as Lin Bai and others arrived in Syria, they began to contact the Syrian embassy constantly. The purpose was to find out the whereabouts of Lin Bai and others, because Lin Bai and others were so important to them. They had to know the whereabouts of Lin Bai and others at all costs. After working for nearly 10 hours, they finally got the news. At the beginning, what they could guess was that Lin Bai and others should have accepted a mercenary mission. In fact, this is not a secret. It can even be said that this is a very normal thing. In fact, many military academies train soldiers in this way. However, even if they knew this, they had no way of knowing what Lin Bai and others were doing at the first moment. This is not because their information network is bad, but because the Mercenary website is a highly confidential website and they have no way to start from the Mercenary website. So they could only start with the embassy in Syria. After a long discussion, Syria agreed to transfer the only satellite for them to use. Look, this is the satellite we borrowed. It contains information about Lin Bai and his team's direction of travel and their current location. Zhang Jianhua turned on the projection screen and played all the images captured by the satellite. A high-altitude bird's-eye view appeared in front of them. As the camera zoomed in, they saw Lin Bai's iconic heavy troop carrier moving forward, followed by a truck. What on earth is Lin Bai doing? Song Weiguo frowned and asked. It is true that he is the pillar of the country, but that does not mean he knows everything. According to my analysis and judgment, Lin Bai and the others should have received the escort mission. Zhang Jianhua hesitated for a long time before speaking in a tentative tone. Generally speaking, if there are other vehicles, most of them are probably for protection or escort. Because there is a truck behind, the possibility of it being an escort becomes greater. This guy is really crazy. He actually ran to this damn place to do an escort mission. Song Weiguo couldn't help but curse. With that kind of technology, there was no need to do such a dangerous thing. Isn't this just playing with your own life? Any normal person knows how dangerous Syria is now. It can be said that the Syrian people are now tired of living there. Is there any way to bring Lin Bai and the others back? Song Weiguo gritted his teeth and asked. No matter what, Lin Bai's safety is the most important thing now. So no matter what method is available, we have to use it. Minister Song, our dragon nation is very powerful, but that is Syria, we have no way to deal with it. Zhang Jianhua spread out his hands and said with a sad face. This was something they couldn't do at all. All they could do now was to quietly watch what happened to Lin Bai. Damn it! Song Weiguo couldn't help but curse. Syria, in a dilapidated room full of bullet holes. A dozen high-ranking rebels were gathered together to discuss matters. Judging from the current situation, the government forces will not be able to hold out for much longer. They are in a very bad condition now. A bearded man sitting in a seat was tapping the sand table in front of him with an excited tone. Although the government forces were relatively strong in the early stages, they mostly relied on help from other countries. Because they had already agreed on some things some time ago, the Eagle country would give them some help. In addition, with the pressure from the Eagle country behind the scenes, some countries have already left Syria, so the current strength of the government forces is becoming weaker and weaker. It is true that we are getting stronger and stronger. Although we have the upper hand now, we still have to be careful, because although those countries have not sent troops, they are still providing funds for them to buy weapons behind the scenes. At this time, another person at the conference table spoke up. This is not a big problem. If they want to obtain weapons, they can only transport them by truck. Currently, most of their airports have been destroyed, so it will be enough to control road transportation. The bearded man sneered and slapped the table and spoke. He had already thought about this problem, so he had prepared a solution early on. Put some of the force on roads and other places. Even if we can't stop all of them, it is enough to stop most of the supplies. As long as they fight for a longer period of time, they will be the ones who will win in the end. After the bearded man said this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, and the other 10 or so people couldn't help but laugh as well. At this moment, a messenger walked in from outside the door, leaned close to the bearded man's ear and told him the information. But as soon as the bearded man heard the messenger's words, his expression became extremely ugly. Bang! The bearded man slammed the table and cursed with a red face, that useless one-eyed guy. What the hell is he doing? He never expected that the one-eyed man he had such high hopes for was actually defeated by a team of mercenaries. Although One Eye leads a small number of people, they are all his elite troops. When the bearded man got angry, everyone's faces became extremely serious. You know, the bearded man is the leader of their group. If he was so angry, something bad must have happened. Just now. The bearded man told everything he had just known. According to reliable intelligence, the truck is loaded with a large amount of ammunition, and it also contains the original recording of our conversation with the Eagle Country. We must find a way to destroy it. The bearded man looked at one of his men standing nearby and said, "You are to take 4 armored vehicles and 300 men and start the sniping immediately. We must stop them no matter what." He had just heard from One Eye that the heavy troop carrier of this team of mercenaries was very mysterious, and there were shooting holes on the side. If that was the case, then it would be enough to just mobilize the armored vehicles. After all, the armored vehicles move very fast, so we can still make it there now. At this time, Lin Bai and others had no idea that the other party had already set their sights on them. As night fell, Lin Bai did not continue to move forward, but instead found a sparsely populated town and carried out repairs on the spot. The reason why he didn't move forward was because Lin Bai's trip was not only to make money, but also to train students. If he just stayed in the car, it would not be of much help to the students' training. It was also for this reason that after arriving in the town, Lin Bai ordered renovations. "Sister Sue, today is really exciting. Those rebels are rushing towards us like crazy." "Yes, I personally dealt with 2 rebels today. TSK, I didn't expect that our principal's heavy troop carrier is so powerful. Those bullets can't penetrate its defense. I also saw that the rebels were dumbfounded when they saw that we were invulnerable." The students entered an abandoned villa, lit a bonfire, and excitedly talked about what had happened today. They really couldn't bear to kill civilians, but it was completely different towards the brutal and bloody rebels. None of these rebels are good people, and each of them has the blood of civilians on their hands. That's why they are so excited. "Let's chat, let's eat first." Just as they were talking happily, Wang Meng walked in carrying a big box. When the box was opened, all kinds of individual rations were found inside. No one had eaten anything the whole day, so after seeing these individual rations, everyone gathered around and got their own individual rations. But when they opened it and took the first bite, their faces changed. "This is like sticky paste. It's completely different from what we eat at school. Isn't that nonsense? We are having a banquet at a hotel in school. But this thing tastes too bad. I feel like I can't even swallow a bite." After taking a few bites, the students couldn't help but start complaining. "This stuff is really too outrageous. It's not that they haven't eaten bad food before, but this stuff tastes really weird. But there is no way around it. After all, individual soldier rations have never focused on taste, but nutritional value." Lin Bai carefully selected these individual rations online before buying them. Despite this, only Qin Pandadai and Qin Zhaodi's expressions did not change at all, and they continued to eat without changing their expressions. After all, both of them grew up in poor families and had eaten much worse food than this, so they felt no emotion when eating it. Lin Bai, who was sitting not far away, also came over and got one. After casually opening it, he started eating. But as soon as the food entered his mouth, Lin Bai frowned. "It seems to be really unpalatable." Lin Bai sighed in his heart. When he was in school, he had considered hiring a chef. The first is that it can save more money. After all, booking a banquet for each meal is quite expensive. The second is to be able to supplement nutrition according to each student's body. The third thing is that when you encounter such an environment, you can eat something hot. Although Lin Bai wanted to find a chef, it was not that easy at all. Because the requirements for recruiting chefs are so high, it requires more than just superb cooking skills. This requires a nutritionist, otherwise there is no way to provide students with adequate nutrition. If that's the case, then it's fine. Lin Bai also needs this chef to accompany the army, that is, he has to be a chef soldier. With so many conditions here, it is extremely difficult to find the right one. After all, any chef with such skills would surely be recruited by the Dragon Kingdom. It is also because of this reason that Lin Bai has never found a suitable chef. "I still have to rely on my luck." Lin Bai swallowed a mouthful of cold paste and shook his head helplessly. Although Su Shanduo is a good instructor, he is not a chef. After dinner, Lin Bai simply assigned the order of night shifts. There were 9 students in total, divided into 3 groups to keep watch, the first half of the night, the middle, and the second half of the night. After arranging the night watchman, everyone returned to the heavy troop carrier to rest. Although we were on a heavy troop carrier, the space was spacious enough for everyone to sleep comfortably in their sleeping bags. A night passed and nothing happened. After getting up, everyone quickly washed and had breakfast, then drove the heavy troop carrier to continue their journey to Katashia City. I think it should arrive at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lin Bai sat in the driver's seat, crossed his legs and estimated the current distance and time. This is more than enough for them. After all, the original delivery time was supposed to be 6 p.m. tomorrow. After the experience of the previous day, today's students all had a more relaxed look on their faces. Ding! 10 vehicles detected ahead, heading west. At this moment, Lin Bai suddenly heard a warning sound from the heavy troop carrier. 10 cars. Lin Bai was stunned when he heard 10 cars. This doesn't sound like a big deal at all. But the next second, he quickly realized that this was in Syria. You know, the possibility of 10 cars moving at the same time is very rare. Everyone prepare for battle. Chapter 051, Is this thing a gun barrel? In the police department's meeting room. Look, what's on the road ahead? The people who were watching the satellite video suddenly noticed that there were 10 cars in front of Lin Bai's road. Moreover, they could clearly see from the pictures that 4 of the 10 vehicles were armored vehicles, and 6 were troop transport trucks. Is this the rebels or the government forces? After seeing this scene, Song Weigua asked with an excited tone. They were not idle that night and were constantly negotiating with the Syrian government forces. They also obtained information from it that Katashia City had recently purchased a batch of ammunition. Based on Lin Bai's direction of travel, Lin Bai's mission was most likely to transport this batch of ammunition. If they were government army belongings, the rebels would definitely take them without hesitation when they encountered them. If it was an ordinary team, it would be fine, but this force is too strong, and the direction of movement is exactly the direction Lin Bai is heading. If they meet, a battle will most likely break out. Although Lin Bai's troop transport truck looks very advanced, it is still far behind armored vehicles. After all, heavy personnel carriers do not have any heavy firepower, but armored vehicles on the battlefield are equipped with heavy firepower. Once this happens, it will be a one-sided massacre. Even if the other party doesn't know what Lin Bai is escorting, there is no way anyone would refuse to eat the fat meat that is delivered to their doorstep. Now Song Weigua's only prayer is that the team appearing in front is the government army. If it were government troops, they could still escape. This should be the rebels. But what he didn't expect was that Zhang Jianhua actually said this. Rebels? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. It's over. Lin Bai is really finished this time. He actually ran into the rebels here. They insisted on going to Syria for no reason. This is simply too arrogant. Now something bad has happened. I think it will only take one encounter for Lin Bai to be dealt with. There really is no one who can save them. The researchers present were all anxious. It's true that they don't want to work overtime, but this is based on a slow process. If Lin Bai died, they probably wouldn't be able to study and see the scientific research results. It can be said that Lin Bai is extremely important to them. This even concerns the future of Dragon Country. Is there any other solution? Can we send the Dragon Nation's troops to rescue us? Song Weigua grabbed Zhang Jianhua's arm and asked in an anxious tone. If he remembered correctly, Longhua should have peacekeeping forces in Syria. Although we cannot take direct action, we can go there in the name of rescuing the citizens of Dragon Country. No, our troops are stationed in their capital. It's too late to go there now. Zhang Jianhua shook his head with a grim expression. Not to mention that the other party is now very close to Lin Bai. Even if he can be mobilized, it will take a long time. After all, every move of the troops represents the Dragon Kingdom, so they are restricted in what they do. Hearing this, Song Weiguo looked as pale as death and fell down on the stool. It's over. It's really over this time. Inside the rebels' armored vehicle, Jawa was holding a cheap cigarette in his mouth and complained with an unhappy look on his face, the leader is too cautious. He only has a troop transport truck, but he still wants me to bring so many people and armored vehicles. Although I have heard from the intelligence that this troop transport truck is very advanced, no matter how advanced it is still just a troop transport truck. So he didn't take this task seriously at all. If the leader hadn't asked him to do so, he probably wouldn't have cared about this matter at all. By the way, how far are we from them now? Jiahua casually put out the cigarette that was still burning, and said in a lazy tone. Captain, according to the intelligence, we are not far from them now. Do we need to stop and set up an ambush? The messenger turned to look at Jiahua and began to report. Generally speaking, when faced with such a mission, even if they have armored vehicles, they will stop and set up traps. There's no need for that. How powerful can a broken troop carrier be? Just take care of it and go back to eat meat. Jiahua waved his hand and spoke bluntly. It's just a small troop carrier, there's no need to waste so much time. His coming here was already a waste of talent. Not to mention the 4 armored vehicles, he was followed by 300 soldiers. With so many people, dealing with a heavy troop carrier is no problem at all. The messenger did not object and directly notified each car of the order. Shortly after the order was passed down, they saw a heavy troop carrier approaching from the front. Principal, according to our observation, the enemy has 4 armored vehicles and 6 troop carriers. Wang Meng put down the telescope in his hand and spoke in a serious tone. 4 armored vehicles. Lin Bai couldn't help but be stunned. Wow, this is a big deal, in Syria. Having 4 armored vehicles is already a medium-sized force. Unexpectedly, he would meet him in this place. And his intuition told him that this was probably aimed at them. Everyone prepare to fight. Lin Bai immediately ordered the heavy troop carrier to stop and shouted to the students. After Lin Bai gave the order, even Su Shanduo and Su Shui on the truck behind came to the heavy troop carrier and prepared for battle. Captain, the troop carrier in front has stopped. After observing that Lin Bai's heavy troop carrier had stopped, the observer immediately reported to Jiahua. Are they coming sideways? Although Gava looked down on the enemy's heavy troop carriers, he still asked based on the information provided by the intelligence. After all, the news brought back by One Eye was that there were shooting holes on both sides of the enemy's heavy troop carriers. If there were shooting holes, then let their troop carrier truck stop and let 4 armored vehicles go up to deal with it. Because ordinary ammunition has no way to deal with their armored vehicles, this can also reduce casualties. No, they just stopped. The scout immediately reported his observations. It looks like you're scared seeing so many of us, so just drive right past us. Hearing this, Jiahua sneered and ordered everyone to surround them. After all, if this is the case, it means that the other party dare not resist at all. In that case, there is only ammunition left, so we can just go up and capture the prisoners. In the police department's meeting room. Why did Lin Bai and his team's heavy troop carrier stop? Song Weigua, who was watching the projection screen, became anxious when he saw the heavy troop carrier stop. He had seen the speed at which the heavy troop carrier accelerated. At this time, as long as he took the people with him and turned around and left, no one would be able to catch up. But Lin Bai actually stopped the car and had no intention of leaving at all. This doesn't mean you're giving up resistance. Zhang Jianhua clenched his fists and spoke in a serious tone. These rebels are not good people and they will not show mercy just because they surrender. Once they fall into the hands of the rebels, they will most likely suffer a fate worse than death. It was also for this reason that he became anxious instantly after seeing Lin Bai's appearance. It's hard to say. After all, they have so many people and so much power, there's no way we can resist them. That's right. If I remember correctly, Lin Bai's students and teachers are only about 10 people in total. There's really no way out of this situation. No one can save him. That's right. Being targeted by those inhumane guys is simply a shame. For a moment, the emotions of all scientific researchers reached their lowest point. After all, there is no other way. In this situation, no one can save him. Everyone was extremely pessimistic. Look, what that is. Just when everyone had given up hope, one of the sharp-eyed researchers suddenly noticed something and pointed at the big screen. Everyone subconsciously looked at the screen. Is that thing behind the troop carrier a gun barrel? Chapter 052, which mercenary has a tank? Oh my god, this really looks like a cannon barrel. And isn't this a double-barreled cannon barrel? I remember this thing is the tank in Lin Bai school. How did it appear here? Oh my god, could this guy have stuffed this tank into a heavy personnel carrier? No wonder he stayed here without moving, it turns out he was waiting for this. The researchers immediately understood why Lin Bai kept the heavy troop carrier in place. This was not out of fear at all, he was just controlling the tank to come down. The armored vehicle is indeed very powerful, but the tank is the real trump card. Not to mention anything else, the armored vehicle cannot withstand a single shot from the tank. With such strength, how could he possibly run away? Everyone, take out your pens and record everything that happened. Song Weiguo reacted instantly and shouted to everyone. If you don't record it now, when will you? When the researchers heard this, they hurriedly took out their pens. At the same time, Gava led his troops and rushed to within 400 meters of the heavy troop carrier. But at this moment, Jawa suddenly saw a tank driving down from the heavy troop carrier. At this moment, Jawa got goosebumps and his eyes were full of fear. Where the hell did this tank come from? He had been on the battlefield for a long time, and this was the first time he saw a tank inside a heavy personnel carrier. And this tank was something he had never seen before. "Captain, there are tanks on the other side, what should we do?" Just then, the observer's roar brought him back to reality. Although Jawa wanted to run, he suddenly remembered the death order his leader had given him before. That is, the truck must be destroyed no matter what. But given the current situation, they don't dare to get close at all. All vehicles dispersed. No matter what, the trucks carrying the goods must be destroyed. Jawa gritted his teeth and roared. Since I can't leave, I can only fight to the death. Although tanks have appeared, there is still hope for a comeback. Their armored vehicles are more flexible than tanks, and although they can be hit, it takes time for tanks to reload. This time is enough for them to rush close, and as long as they get close, they may even have a chance to deal with the tanks. After all, their cars are carrying large doses of explosives. As long as they can be loaded in, no matter how strong you are, you will be defeated. As his order was given, all the vehicles rushed towards the tanks with all their might. At this time, the Tianyu tank was already ready. Bang! Bang! With two loud bangs, an armored vehicle and a troop carrier were blown upside down. What the hell is going on? Jawa's head was buzzing. If he was not mistaken, the tank had just fired continuously. For him, this is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. He had never seen a tank with 2 rounds of fire. Damn it! Charge! His eyes were red. Just those 2 shots killed at least 70 of his men. But now that the arrow has been shot, there is no turning back. No matter how serious the loss is, the truck must be eliminated. At this moment, what he didn't expect was that the tank opened fire again in less than 2 seconds. Although 1 shot missed, an armored vehicle was destroyed. Given their current distance, it is impossible for them to get in front of the tank. At this moment, Jawa's mind was racing. Everyone get out of the car with large amounts of bombs and disperse the attack. He suddenly shouted towards the communicator's position. Since the other side used tanks, all we could do was bomb their vehicles. If it is used against scattered soldiers, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced. The rebels left the troop transport truck without any hesitation. After getting off the car, they dispersed quickly. Sure enough, after bombing the remaining 2 armored vehicles, the tank did not continue the attack. Everyone follow me. Machine gunners, suppress the tank's firing holes. As Jawa ran, he kept roaring and issuing orders. Tanks all have shooting holes, and you have to get close to them to disable them. Because the shooting holes of the tank are limited in angle. After giving the order, he quickly pulled up the RGP, aimed at the tank and pulled the trigger. The next second, an RPG with flames flew towards the tank. Boom! There was a loud bang and flames burst out. It was accompanied by thick black smoke. Hit! After seeing the shot, Gava couldn't help but clench his fists. This shot can at least knock out part of the tank's attack power. But when the smoke cleared, an astonishing scene appeared before him. I saw that the RPG that had just been fired had no effect at all, and there was not even a trace of damage on the surface of the tank. What is going on? Jawa immediately started cursing. It was not that he had seen outrageous things before, but he had never seen anything so outrageous. This is simply a one-sided crushing. If it were any other tank, it would at least cause some damage. But it didn't work at all. The only way now is to place all hope on the infantry. Although there will be large-scale casualties, this is the only solution. But what made him feel fortunate was that these were the most elite rebels. With just one order, the soldiers ran towards the tanks quickly. And because of sufficient experience, he deliberately avoided the shooting holes in front of the tank according to common sense. If the other side does not have infantry and tank coordination, there is no way to stop them now. Okay. An excited look appeared on Jawa's face. But before he could be happy, the next scene made him drop his jaw in shock. I saw 2 machine guns appearing in the bunker-like things on both sides of the tank. Moreover, this machine gun was completely different from any he had seen before, because it was fixed on both sides of the tank and could even rotate 180 degrees. When he saw this scene, his face suddenly turned extremely pale. The next second, the bunker-like shooting hole was spewing flames crazily, and the flames like pillars of light shot into the soldiers' bodies mercilessly. In just a blink of an eye, this place instantly turned into a purgatory of flesh and blood. The soldiers who rushed forward just now were instantly killed. However, it did not stop, but became faster. If this is desperate enough, the most desperate thing is yet to come. The heavy troop carrier slowly changed direction and pointed its side towards them. The next second, the shooting holes on the side turned into messengers of hell and began to reap their lives. It's over. Jawa's body went limp and he fell to his knees. You don't even need to watch to know what happened next. That means everything is over. In this situation, even escape becomes a luxury for them. Bang! At this moment, his eyes went dark and his body fell heavily to the ground. Report to the principal, the enemy's top brass has been killed. Qin Zhaodi, who was standing next to the shooting hole, shouted at Lin Bai. As soon as the battle started, she began looking for the enemy's leader. In modern warfare, the most important thing is to capture the leader first. Carry out the decapitation mission. Very good, now you can play freely. Lin Bai spoke in a nonchalant tone. There is no suspense about the ending now. In fact, the ending was already decided the moment the Tianyu tank appeared. In today's warfare, numbers no longer represent the advantage they once did. Only advanced weapons are the biggest advantage. After more than half an hour, looking around, there were corpses everywhere. The originally noisy environment suddenly became extremely quiet. All that was left was a faint wailing and the crackling of flames. Everyone get out of the car now and start collecting the bodies. Lin Bai stayed in the car for a while and gave the order only after he was sure there was no danger. While they were busy, everyone watching the satellite video was stunned. Every researcher's mouth opened wide and their eyes almost popped out. Chapter 053, Definitely in Love. Did you see that just now? That tank can actually fire continuously. Although it was a perspective from above, Song Weiguo could clearly see that the tank was able to fire continuously. Not only can it fire 2 shells at a time, but more importantly, the reloading time is incredibly short. I saw that too. How on earth was this done? This is not scientific at all. Could it be that they installed an automatic loader in the tank? But the loading speed is too fast. There were no problems with loading so many shells, which means that the technology is already mature. I just know why Lin Bai is so fearless. With this equipment, how could he be afraid? Longhua had previously studied automatic loading devices for tanks, but there had been no progress at all. Because the tank's automatic loading device needs to bear a lot of weight, and for this reason, the failure rate is very high. Especially when hit, most automatic loading devices will stop working. After investing a huge amount of money in research and development, it was ultimately abandoned, although there is now an automatic loading device. However, the loading efficiency is extremely slow, and it is impossible to complete the loading in just a few seconds. It is also for this reason that a group of researchers were so shocked after seeing this tank, because it has overturned their cognition. Did you notice that Lin Bai and his crew's tanks were completely unscathed after being hit head-on by the RPG? At this moment, Zhang Jianhua, who had been silent, spoke in a serious tone. When watching the video just now, he noticed that when Lin Bai's tank was hit by an RPG, there was no problem at all, which means that Lin Bai's tank has an incredibly high defense. Yes, what's the matter with Lin Bai's tank? When we calculated it before, we had already calculated it based on the strongest defense, but it is impossible to achieve this. This shouldn't be possible. Could it be that we made a mistake in our calculations? But our calculation results have been verified by the computer, so there is no way there could be a problem. Wait. Even though we said before that we have applied mechanical distribution on the computer and our best materials at present, it does not mean that we understand that the materials they use are the same as ours. This shouldn't be possible. If you want to research a new type of material, you must invest a lot of energy. How did he do it? Although they had already had this guess, they couldn't believe it at all because such a thing was too far-fetched. In order to research better defensive armor materials, Longwa invests a lot of money every year, but after so many years, only 2 or 3 new materials can be actually used. I think it's true. Just as everyone was discussing the issue, Song Weigwa spoke slowly in a low voice. If it was before, you would definitely not believe it no matter what, but he has seen enough miracles. Just when the police chief's meeting room was in chaos. At this time, the students had already piled up all the corpses. Vomit. The students kept retching while carrying the corpses, and they could even feel the warmth coming from their hands. Not long ago, these corpses were still living beings, but they destroyed all these lives. I never thought I would kill someone. Is this a real soldier? This is so horrible. Why do they have to chase us so relentlessly? But if we don't take action, we will be the ones to die. Although some students have experienced actual combat, what happened before was completely different from this time. Especially under the bombardment of tank shells, many of the corpses could no longer be recognized, and some were even left with only limb fragments. This is a huge test for all students both mentally and physically. At this time, Lin Bai was sitting on the tank and observing his surroundings. When his gaze swept over the students, there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Principal, do you think this test is too cruel for them? At this time, Wang Meng walked to the side of Cheng Lu and asked in a low voice. After all, it hasn't been that long since they started training, so this is indeed a bit cruel for them. Lin Bai sighed and spoke, although he knew that this was the only way, he still felt mixed emotions when he saw this scene. Don't worry, these things will eventually pass, and after this incident, they will definitely be tempered to a certain extent, so this kind of thing is inevitable. Although Wang Meng was created by the system, he still retained some of his previous memories. He had been to the battlefield in the past and knew what it was like. Moreover, what he had encountered before was much more cruel than what he was experiencing today. He even witnessed his comrades being torn into pieces beside him. It is also for this reason that he feels that it is only a matter of time before students experience such things. Although Lin Bai possesses extremely powerful weapons, this kind of thing is also a good thing for them. Report, after calculation, the number of enemies killed this time is 312. Just when he realized what he was going to say, he saw Su Shui coming to Lin Bai with gritted teeth and started reporting with a slightly trembling voice. When I was fighting back in the car, I didn't feel fear because of the adrenaline. But it was not until she got off the car to collect the bodies that Su Shui realized that they had killed more than 300 people. It sounds like just a number, but when those corpses were laid out in front of her, it seemed like hell on earth. The blood flowed along the corpse to the ground. The scarlet ground made Su Shui's face look extremely ugly. If she hadn't been holding it back, she would have vomited all over the ground. More than 300 people. Lin Bai pondered for a moment, then said in a serious tone, "Put all these bodies together and take pictures. After taking photos, pile them together and burn them together. As for the weapons they carry, if they are intact, take them all with you." Lin Bai gave the order without hesitation. These more than 300 rebels are pure money. It would be a waste if we don't take them to claim the reward. After cleaning for about 2 hours, a raging fire continued to burn in the wilderness, and the air was filled with the smell of barbecue. Let's go. Lin Bai took a deep look at the fire, shook his head, turned around and got into the car. This is the first battle that the students have participated in, but it will definitely not be the last. There will definitely be many such things in the future, and we must not be so indecisive. As a leader, Lin Bai needs to do more than just provide good weapons and training to the students. More importantly, he needs to show perseverance in front of the students. Only in this way can the students be happy and follow him wholeheartedly. After getting on the heavy troop carrier, the vehicle headed towards the city of Katashia. At this time, in an open space in Katashia City, an armed helicopter was parked aside, and a beautiful figure jumped from the helicopter to the ground while talking on the phone. "Uncle Lee, I've already told you that you don't have to worry about me. How could anything happen to me here? Isn't this place quite safe? What do you mean take a plane back now? No, there are no more flights back now, and the signal here is not very good. I'll hang up first. If you are really worried about me, just come here directly. After hanging up her phone, Qin Qingqing put it in her pocket, then jumped and followed the bodyguards into the hotel that had been booked in advance. Damn it! Why did the young lady go there? If the master knew about this, he would kill me. The butler's eyes were full of helplessness after the phone was hung up. That day, after the eldest lady heard that Lin Bai and his group of mercenaries had accepted the mission, she insisted on going to Kadesa. But this kind of place is simply not a place that a young lady like Qin Qingqing can go to. It was thought that after Katasa's airport was destroyed, Qin Qingqing would not be able to go there either. But he never imagined that Qin Qingqing would actually fly to the border, and then use the power of his family to mobilize an armed helicopter to send himself to Kadesa. No, we can't leave the young lady there alone. The housekeeper gritted his teeth and shouted to the secretary beside him, "Prepare the plane for me immediately." Chapter 054, I came here specifically to see you. Inside the rebel branch base. What do you mean they were wiped out? Are these guys just here to do nothing? The bearded man slammed the table and stood up, staring straight at the intelligence officer in front of him. You have to know that he sent out more than 300 elite soldiers and 4 armored vehicles, which were enough for a medium-sized battle. But so many people died silently in that wasteland. This kind of thing is simply a fantasy. Chief, we have just checked. Those 300 people are indeed our brothers. Judging from the traces at the scene, there must have been a fierce battle, and there are also traces of tank shells attacking. The intelligence officer gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. To be honest, when he heard the news, his face was full of disbelief. Because the government army's tanks are currently under their surveillance, it is impossible for tanks to appear there. But things are so strange. For some reason, tanks appeared inexplicably. If it was just one, it would be fine. If it was really just a tank, it wouldn't have turned out like this. In other words, at least 2 or 3 tanks had to appear in that place to destroy their entire army. Damn it, damn it. The bearded man was so angry that he jumped up and down and paced back and forth in the temporary meeting room. What happened was far beyond his imagination. Not only had the information been leaked, but an unknown force had also appeared. Moreover, the other party must have set up a trap long ago in order to lure him into sending out manpower. Go down and check it for me. Find out who this tank belongs to, no matter what. The bearded man slammed the table and yelled at the intelligence officer. It is no use to pursue responsibility now. The only thing we can do is to make amends and find out what happened behind the scenes. As time passed, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, Lin Bai and others finally arrived in Kadesa. After arriving outside the city, Syrian government troops immediately came to greet them and confirmed that Lin Bai and others were transporting supplies. The truck was immediately taken over and the money was transferred to Lin Bai's account. Wait a moment, we have another task to hand over. Just as the head of the government forces was about to leave, Lin Bai hurriedly stopped him. These are the rebels we killed on the road. These are the pictures we took. If you need other evidence, we can provide the location for you to investigate. As Lin Bai spoke, he took out his cell phone and handed the photo to the head of the government forces. The reason why it was handed over to the person in charge of the government army was because the task of eliminating the rebels was issued by the government army, so they were also the ones who paid the commission. Let me see. The head of the government army said as he took the phone and looked at the photo on it. The moment he saw the photo, his originally calm expression suddenly became extremely excited. Aren't these the men led by Jiawa? Could this be his troop? The head of the government forces was almost speechless at this moment. Because the men led by Jawa are all the elite among the elite. They had fought against Jawa many times during the battles, but they had never gained the upper hand, and it could even be said that they were defeated miserably. The reason why it is so difficult to deal with is that although Jawa is arrogant, he is extremely powerful and does things very carefully. It is also for this reason that they have no way to deal with him at all. But he never expected that the arrogant Gava would be destroyed by the pair of ugly mercenaries in front of him. Moreover, he had seen from the photos that there were actually shadows of several armored vehicles, which meant that even if all these people went out, they failed to eliminate Lin Bai's mercenaries, and instead got killed themselves. I don't know which one is Gawa, and I don't know if they are his troops, but this is a photo of their leader, who has been killed by us. After Lin Bai asked the leader of the government forces to hand him the phone, he dialed a few photos and handed the photos to the leader of the government forces. Yes, that's him. When the head of the government forces saw the person in the photo, he danced excitedly and shouted with excitement. He had led his troops to fight against Jawa's troops before, but was beaten back by them. It was for this reason that he knew Jawa very well and could recognize him even if he turned into ashes. Isn't that Jawa in the photo? In the photo, Jawa's forehead is still bleeding. What is certain is that Jawa has died at the hands of the young man in front of him. After learning the news, he couldn't help but hug Lin Bai. The commission for the task you posted on the website before. Lin Bai calmly pushed the person in front of him away and asked about the business. You know, they killed a lot of enemies this time. If they get so much money, they don't have to worry about the problem of weapons production line later. Don't worry, I'll go over and do the statistics now. After the statistics are finished, the funds will be deposited into your account immediately. The head of the government army agreed without hesitation. After Lin Bai sent him the photos, he left in a hurry, obviously going back to report the news. As time passed, Lin Bai suddenly felt his cell phone vibrate. When I looked down, I saw the news that funds had been deposited into the account. I could also tell from the other party's account that this was the account of the government army. 9.5 million. The moment Lin Bai saw the amount, an expression of excitement appeared on his face. Combined with the previous funds, he earned a total of 20 million from this mission, and he no longer had to worry about financial issues from then on. It turns out that war is the biggest den of money. Lin Bai couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. He can get so much funds in just one mission, and he can recruit more students after returning. With so much funding, he doesn't have to worry about weapons issues. Besides, he has to expand the school after he returns, so much funding is enough for the time being. Hey! Just as Lin Bai was pondering how to use the funds, he suddenly heard a clear shout. He turned his head and saw a woman in a princess dress running towards him excitedly not far away. Moreover, there were actually 20 or 30 bodyguards following this woman not far behind. The first time Lin Bai saw this woman, he felt that she looked very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where for a while. Do you remember me? I'm the girl you saved last time. After Qin Qingqing ran to Lin Bai, she grabbed Lin Bai's cell phone and started talking. The eldest lady of the Qin family? Lin Bai suddenly remembered the identity of the woman in front of him. It has been a long time since then, and Lin Bai has never taken this matter to heart. If Qin Qingqing hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have remembered it at all. Yes, it's me. Don't call me miss anymore. Just call me Qin Qingqing. Qin Qingqing spoke excitedly. She had thought it would take a long time before she could see Lin Bai, but she didn't expect to see him now. Miss Qin Qingqing, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in Longwa now? Lin Bai frowned and spoke with a puzzled tone. After the last incident, the housekeeper said that he would take Qin Qingqing back and would never let her come over, but Lin Bai never expected that he would see Qin Qingqing here. I came here specifically to see you. You saved me last time, and I haven't treated you guys to a meal yet, so I came here without telling Uncle Li. Qin Qingqing said this casually, not taking the matter seriously at all. Although an accident almost happened last time, Qin Qingqing brought a large number of bodyguards this time, and some armed forces, so Qin Qingqing was not worried about any accidents in this place. But after she said this, Lin Bai's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Chapter 055, over. According to the memories left by this body, it is very clear what the Qin family does. To put it bluntly, the Qin family is a large military-industrial group. They specialize in the production of military supplies, and because of this, they have industries in many places. If he remembered correctly, this mission was issued by the Qin family. If Lin Bai had met Qin Qingqing somewhere else, he would not have any objection, but this place happened to be in Syria. Moreover, this was at the place where the conflict was most intense. If anything happened to Qin Qingqing, the Qin family would never let them go. Although Lin Bai's strength is still pretty good now, he is not even qualified to compete with the Qin family, so the appearance of Qin Qingqing now is not a good thing, and it is even a hot potato. He had just heard that Qin Qingqing came to see him specifically. The more this happened, the more headache he had. She came to see him specifically. If anything happened, the blame would be firmly on his head. Ms. Chin, we saved you before because we had a contractual relationship. That's why we saved you. There's no such thing as gratitude or being a lifesaver. Lin Bai spoke righteously and seriously. Although it is a good thing that the eldest daughter of the Chin family regards him as a savior, it depends on the circumstances. If the eldest daughter of the Chin family is the one in power, then it would not matter if she takes over this hot potato, but Chin Qingqing is not the one in power at all. So Lin Bai immediately threw the blame away and said that he must not let Chin Qingqing get involved with him, otherwise if something unexpected really happened, he would never be able to explain himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Although we once had a contractual relationship, you are still my savior. Let me treat you to a meal. Chin Qingqing originally wanted to invite Lin Bai alone, but she knew very well that this was impossible, and if so, her purpose would be too obvious, so she asked to invite Lin Bai and others to dinner. That's not necessary. I still have things to do. If you have nothing else to do, Miss Chin, please leave Cat Asa as soon as possible. It's very dangerous here. After Lin Bai said this, he didn't give Chin Qingqing any time to answer. He just took his people and fled away. Hey! Chin Qingqing stomped her feet in anger when she saw Lin Bai's look. Do I really look scary? I think I look pretty good. After returning to the car, Lin Bai immediately ordered the heavy troop carrier to drive out of the city. Principal, what's wrong with you? Su Shanduo, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also noticed that Lin Bai looked like he had stepped on dog shit and spoke in a puzzled tone. Don't mention it, I met the employer of the previous mission. Lin Bai said with an impatient tone. What's wrong? Su Sanduo also remembered the girl he rescued in the previous mission. This matter is difficult to explain clearly, let's leave here now. Lin Bai did not intend to continue explaining, but planned to go directly back to the border and then take a plane to leave this place of trouble. As long as he drives out of the city, he can drive at full speed. After all, without the burden of the truck, it won't even take a day to get back to the border. After hearing this, Su Shanduo did not ask any further questions. But at this moment, the voice of the heavy troop carrier's AI suddenly came from the center console. Warning, a large number of vehicles are appearing 5 kilometers ahead. According to analysis, they are most likely combat-armed vehicles. Based on current judgment, the enemy is estimated to be around 1,300 people. When Lin Bai heard this, his face instantly became extremely ugly. Stop the car. Stop the car now. Lin Bai didn't care about anything else. He stopped the car, jumped out and grabbed a government soldier who was on patrol. I'm a mercenary who just came here to submit a mission. When we came here, we found a large number of armed vehicles behind us. I want to ask if these vehicles belong to your troops. Lin Bai did not mention that the heavy troop carrier had AI. His purpose was to find out whether the troops in front were government troops. If they are government troops, we can leave with peace of mind. If they are not government troops, the consequences will be disastrous. As soon as Lin Bai finished speaking, the faces of the government soldiers patrolling in front of him changed drastically. He didn't understand at all, but directly shouted into the intercom, report, report, we received a clue that there are unidentified armed forces heading towards us. Not long after he shouted this, there was a response from the intercom. According to investigation, it is not our army. Please ask all soldiers to assemble immediately to defend the offensive and prepare for battle. After hearing the voice, the soldier led his team members to run towards the outskirts of Cat Asa without saying a word. When Lin Bai saw this look, he instantly realized that this was not a teammate at all, but an enemy. In this case, it is impossible for them to leave now. They can only stay in Cat Asa and rely on the advantage of terrain to fight the enemy. The reason why they couldn't leave was that they had just dealt with 300 rebels, and he heard from the person in charge that the leader of the rebels was a very famous captain. So he was not sure whether the other party was coming for him. No matter which option he chose, he could only stay in the city. And there is another reason, Qin family's eldest daughter Qin Qingqing is still here. Even if he could really run away, if he left Qin Qingqing here and something unexpected happened, the Qin family would definitely be hit. This military academy, which has not yet established itself, is simply vulnerable. So he had to stay and protect Qin Qingqing no matter what. Everyone prepare for battle. Lin Bai jumped directly into the driver's seat and yelled towards the rear compartment, while controlling the heavy troop carrier to drive towards the best hotel in Katasia. Don't worry, Uncle Lee. I'll be back soon. I just met Lin Bai. He doesn't look like a bad guy. Let's talk about it when you get there. Anyway, I'm staying here in the hotel, and I've brought a lot of bodyguards with me. What happened last time will definitely not happen again. Alright, that's it. I'm not leaving now. Qin Qingqing hung up the phone. Ever since she came here, Uncle Lee had been calling her non-stop to ask her to leave. Miss, why don't we leave first? This place is really not very safe. After Qin Qingqing hung up the phone, the bodyguard captain beside her also spoke in a serious tone. He used to be a mercenary, so he knew very well how dangerous it was to be in such a position. No one could tell when the enemy would attack. Those rebels are not good people. They would never take even the eldest daughter of the Qin family seriously and would even do anything to them. If the eldest lady had not called them halfway when she arrived, he would never have let her come over no matter what. What are you afraid of? Aren't you guys still here? Qin Qingqing looked disapproving. She also planned to go look for Lin Bai again after half a day, otherwise she would have traveled so far in vain. Swoosh. When the bodyguard captain was about to say something, his face suddenly became extremely ugly, and he threw Qin Qingqing to the ground without saying a word. And in the next second, the outer wall of the room suddenly exploded. Are you okay? Qin Qingqing felt dizzy. When she looked carefully, she saw that the captain of the bodyguards was standing in front of her. Miss, please get out of here. After saying this, the bodyguard captain shook his body twice and fell heavily to the side. After seeing this scene, Qin Qingqing's mind was instantly in a mess. Duh. Just then, dense gunfire was heard outside, bringing her back to reality. Qin Qingqing looked outside cautiously, only to see a large number of rebels rushing in, shooting without hesitation at anyone they saw. They don't care whether they are old or young. At this time, the bodyguards and security personnel of the hotel downstairs were fighting back desperately. Judging from the comparison of the number of people, defeat was only a matter of time. After all, their hotel security personnel and the bodyguards they brought did not have heavy weapons. Finished. Qin Qingqing's legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 056, There's a firefight ahead. If she had known this would happen, she would never have come here, but it was too late to regret now. Although Qin Qingqing grew up in a greenhouse, her family was exposed to these things after all, so she understood what would happen if these rebels broke in. But now there is no chance of escape. Kadesa has become a living hell. Whether you stay here or run away, you will end up facing despair. Bang! At this moment, the door of the room was suddenly kicked open. The loud noise made Qin Qingqing's face change drastically, and she closed her eyes in fear. What are you doing? Follow me now. But at this moment, a familiar voice appeared in Qin Qingqing's ears. After hearing this voice, Qin Qingqing turned around suddenly and saw Lin Bai behind her. Why are you here? Qin Qingqing was overjoyed, with tears in her eyes, and she hugged Lin Bai directly. She didn't expect that the person who appeared in front of her at this time was Lin Bai. Don't waste time, you want to die, come with me now. Lin Bai pushed Qin Qingqing away and spoke with an impatient look on his face. It's already like this, but he still jumps on me and hugs me, isn't that crazy? Qin Qingqing suddenly woke up at this moment and quickly let go of Lin Bai. By the way, can you take my people with you? When preparing to leave, Qin Qingqing did not forget the bodyguards she brought with her. Originally, these bodyguards were just in a lawless mercenary zone. If she hadn't insisted on coming, those bodyguards wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Take someone with you. Lin Bai's eyes showed a hint of impatience. To be honest, if it weren't for Qin Qingqing's identity, he wouldn't have cared at all. However, looking at Qin Qingqing's appearance, Lin Bai finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Logistics team. Load all the Qin family's wounded onto our heavy troop carriers and prepare to leave now. After Lin Bai shouted this, several logistics trainees rushed in from outside the door, picked up the bodyguard captain who was lying on the ground and ran away. Lin Bai brought Qin Qingqing to the hotel parking lot. Thanks to the bodyguard captain's intercom, all of Qin's men gathered in the parking lot in just 2 minutes. Lin Bai looked around and saw that there were only about 10 bodyguards left out of the original 30 or so, and all of them were injured. You all get in the car together. Lin Bai simply opened the trunk and shouted at them. Because Qin Qingqing was there, the bodyguards didn't hesitate and jumped into the car directly. 50 kilometers away from Kadesa, an armed helicopter was heading towards Kadesa. Brotherly, Kadesa is currently engaged in a firefight, we can't get through. The pilot of the armed helicopter turned and shouted at the housekeeper. What? There's a firefight? What's going on? When the butler heard this, he became anxious on the spot. He never expected that Kadesa would be in the crossfire. You know, the eldest daughter of their Qin family is still in there. If anything unexpected happens, it will be useless even if she dies to apologize. We just received intelligence that the rebels are planning to attack Katasia, so they are now attacking the city. The driver spoke with a serious expression. No matter what, we have to go now. The butler didn't care about that at all and spoke in a hurried tone. He didn't care about Katasa's current condition. For Qin Qingqing, he had to go there no matter what. No, there's no way we can get close. Because our helicopter gunship has no markings. But the driver directly rejected the butler's order. Now both sides are in a rage, and who knows which side they are on. It is true that this is an armed helicopter, but in a battle like this, it is simply the biggest target. Not to mention going into the city to find someone, there is no way to get close even within 10 kilometers. But the young lady is still in there, we need to find a way. The butler grabbed the driver by the collar and spit on his face. No, we can't obey your order. But the driver directly rejected the butler. It is true that they were raised by the Qin family, but that does not mean that they will die in vain. This is obviously a dead end and has no meaning at all. The butler looked at the solemn expressions of the bodyguards around him and knew that no matter what he said, it would be useless. He suddenly felt dizzy and fell into the chair. Master, I'm so sorry. The butler murmured with a whine of pain. Russell. At this moment, a signal came from the driver's radio. Whose signal is this? The driver shouted in an excited tone after hearing the rustling sound of the signal. Everyone in the Qin family uses a fixed channel, which is an encrypted channel. Therefore, only you can connect to it. Can you hear me? We are Team S. We are flying towards Kadesa. Although the driver was roaring, due to the long distance, only the voice from the other end of the walkie-talkie could be heard. This is the Qin family, guards. We have already fled to the south. Please ask the surviving members to head south, break out. I'll repeat myself. Miss and I have already followed the Dongchuan mercenaries and are heading south to break out. Although the sound on the other end was not very clear, I could still hear the conversation clearly in front of me. Are they saying that the young lady is breaking out? The butler, who had lost all hope, rushed to the driver's side after hearing this. Yes. That's right. Now I heard from them that they must have rushed out with a group of mercenaries. The driver spoke excitedly. It is true that they have no way to get close to the battle zone now, but as long as the eldest lady rushes out, they can start a rescue. Dongchuan mercenaries. At this moment, the butler suddenly noticed the name Dongchuan. Isn't this Dongchuan the same mercenary team from before? He suddenly remembered that these Dongchuan mercenaries were exactly the team of mercenaries that the eldest lady had been looking for in the past. In the police department's meeting room, everyone also noticed Katasa's current condition. What's going on? Why was Kat Asa attacked? What's the situation now? Song Weiguo was so excited that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He originally thought that Lin Bai and the others would no longer be in danger. But no one expected that a battle would break out at this time. And it was a large-scale battle. In this kind of battle, it is extremely difficult to get out alive. I have contacted the Syrian government forces. According to their intelligence, Kadashar's situation is very bad. Zhang Jianhua said with gritted teeth with an unpleasant look on his face. When we contacted the government forces just now, their response was that the current situation can be described as one-sided. Although they are fighting desperately, the rebels have gathered too much strength. Armored vehicles are no big deal, even the few tanks were mobilized. You know, in a place like this, tanks are simply the top combat force. Let alone resistance, it's simply a one-sided massacre. At this time, there was no way to pay attention to the people from the Dragon Country. Damn it, why did this happen at this time? Song Weiguo slammed his fist on the table. This Lin Bai is of great significance to Longhua. Although his previous performance was heroic, Lin Bai was simply not able to turn the tide. Look, that seems to be Lin Bai's heavy troop carrier. Just when everyone was in despair, one of them suddenly noticed a heavy troop carrier appearing on the satellite video. At the same time, in the city of Katasia, a huge heavy troop carrier was speeding through the city. 100 meters ahead, there are two heavy armored vehicles. There are about 100 people engaging in a firefight to the west. Please make a decision. At this time, the heavy troop carrier issued a rapid alarm. Lin Bai glanced at the map, gritted his teeth and said, "Just rush over. If you go west, you will definitely take a detour. If you want to leave the city, the fastest way is to go south. Even though we will encounter armored vehicles, we can't care about that at this time." The next second, a roar was heard from the heavy troop carrier. It was like the roar of a wild beast, rushing straight forward. Chapter 057, You call this a heavy armored vehicle? It's over, Lin Bai actually drove in that direction. Everyone who was watching the satellite saw at a glance that right in front of Lin Bai and his team was the enemy's large force. Just on the road ahead, there are several armored vehicles, and not far from the armored vehicles, there are even 3 tanks. Even if you manage to rush through, what you will face next is the attack of tanks. Is there anyone who can contact Lin Bai? Song Weiguo shouted with excitement. If we could contact Lin Bai now, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Lin Bai's tank is very powerful, but that doesn't mean he can deal with 3 tanks at the same time. I can't get in touch with him. Lin Bai is in Syria now, and the phone number he used is not entered into our system. Zhang Jianhua shook his head slightly with a trembling tone. If he could have been contacted, he would have already done so. Then we. Song Weiguo opened his mouth slightly, but in the end said nothing. The ending is very clear, Lin Bai is beyond help. At the same time, on the heavy troop carrier. Wait, something seems wrong. The direction we are heading now is the direction the rebels are entering the city. One of the Qin family's experienced bodyguards immediately realized that there was something wrong with the direction they were heading. Because when the rebels rushed into the city, he happened to be on a high place. Although his vision was blocked, he was still able to determine that the rebels rushed in from this direction. If nothing unexpected happens, they are likely to encounter the main force of the rebels. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the bodyguards present changed. They never expected that they had just escaped from the wolf's den and fell into the tiger's den. No way, if that's the case, then we're doomed. I remember that during the battle just now, the most rebels appeared in this direction. If we rush in like this, we will die. Hurry up and tell your captain that we will be heading in the main force now. The bodyguards were all anxious. Even though Katasia only had 2 exits, it would be most appropriate to go out from the other side now. So they kept urging the students in the car. What they had never expected was that these students looked exceptionally calm. After knowing the news, there was no trace of panic on his face. Instead, he just quietly held the ATG automatic rifle, looking at the scenery outside with a calm expression. It was as if everything that happened now had nothing to do with them. Damn it, are you all scared silly? One of the bodyguards cursed, stood up and walked quickly towards the car. If you don't go, I will go. But just as he was about to walk to the connection, Su Shui stood in front of him. The area ahead is a forbidden area, and only insiders are allowed to enter. Su Shui's expression was cold, even though she didn't know what Lin Bai was planning to do. But after long-term training, they have already trusted Lin Bai very much. So, no matter what Lin Bai planned to do, she would never allow anyone to disturb Lin Bai. Didn't you hear what I said just now? If we keep going forward, we will die. After seeing Su Shui's appearance, the bodyguard was so angry that he jumped to his feet. He saw a nice tank that he had never seen before. But there was only one of them, and it was impossible for it to get out. I want you to go back right now, otherwise. Su Shui did not intend to continue talking to this person, but warned him in a fierce tone. Crack. Just after Su Shui finished saying this, the students who had not taken any action immediately raised their guns and pointed them at all the bodyguards. This uniform movement made the bodyguards' faces suddenly become extremely ugly. They never expected that this group of mercenaries who looked so young would have such strong military qualities. You know, military literacy is very difficult to cultivate, especially for mercenaries. This is because most mercenaries are rather lax, and the younger they are, the more difficult it is for them to develop such military qualities. But the people in front of him were able to understand the meaning of just a warning, which meant that they had participated in many battles. Or there is a very powerful instructor behind these mercenaries. Come back here and don't cause any more trouble. Just when the situation was tense, Qin Qingqing walked up quickly and grabbed the bodyguard. Although she didn't know what might happen next, Qin Qingqing chose to believe Lin Bai unconditionally. If it weren't for Lin Bai, she would have no choice but to wait for death in the hotel. What's more, there is no other way now even if you don't listen to Lin Bai. These cars are not theirs, so it's already great to be able to sit here and escape together. After hearing this, the bodyguard returned to his seat in disappointment. In the situation just now, even if he wanted to do something, he would never dare to do so. They had no doubt that these young-looking people in front of them would not dare to take action. It's hard to survive in this kind of environment for so many years. If you want to know what a person is like, you just need to look at his eyes. It can be said that the mercenaries standing in front of them have definitely seen blood. But what they never expected was that these mercenaries actually had another identity as trainees. After seeing the bodyguards go back, Su Shui returned to her seat, but her eyes were still looking at these bodyguards intentionally or unintentionally. After experiencing the refugee incident, no one will be soft-hearted. As long as the other party makes any unusual movement, Su Shui will open fire and fight immediately. Here, you can't trust anyone except your own people. At this time, the heavy troop carrier had already rushed through the street at a rapid speed. 3 armored vehicles suddenly appeared in the distance, and they were driving towards Lin Bai in a V-shaped formation. Everyone prepare to fight. Without Lin Bai's instructions, Su Shanduo rushed directly to the back of the car and shouted at everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, the students put on VR goggles, raised their automatic rifles and aimed outside. Heavy personnel carrier, open the tiger shovel. As the enemy got closer, Lin Bai could even see the bullets pouring out of their armored vehicles. But these bullets could only cause some scratches on the heavy personnel carrier at most. At this moment, the heavy troop carrier shook violently, and the next second, a tripod device similar to a shovel appeared in front of the heavy troop carrier. This triangular device is extremely sharp and streamlined. As the speed increased further, the heavy troop carrier directly crashed into an armored vehicle in the middle. At the moment of collision, the armored vehicle was actually overturned. The heavy troop carrier did not slow down at all and moved forward at a faster speed. The other 2 armored vehicles that had originally intended to block the heavy personnel carrier were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. For a moment, he didn't even have the courage to catch up. After a moment, he suddenly sounded to convey information to the troops in the rear. At this time, the leader of the rebel branch was commanding his troops to attack. Damn it, the progress is too slow. If it weren't for that useless guy Jiaohua, I would have already captured Cat Asa by now. The bearded man couldn't help but curse inwardly. Originally, Gava's troops were to serve as the assault force for this attack. But because the entire army was destroyed, only another unit could take over. Although the speed is not very slow, there is still a big gap compared to Gawa. Report. At this moment, the intelligence officer not far away stood up suddenly. What's wrong? The bearded man asked with a frown. I just received intelligence that a troop transport truck has broken through the siege of armored vehicles right in front of us and is now heading in our direction. After the intelligence officer said this, the bearded man stood up suddenly. Are you sure it's a heavy troop carrier? When the bearded man heard the word heavy troop carrier, he suddenly remembered Gawa's mission objective. Wasn't it a heavy troop carrier that we were dealing with at that time? And based on the direction the opponent was heading at that time, the opponent's destination was Cat Asa. Chapter 058, What do you mean, Dongchuan mercenaries? Assemble the troops immediately and make sure to get rid of that heavy troop carrier. After the bearded man finished speaking, he paused and continued, now move the 3 tanks around here and destroy it for me. Although the troops on the front are sufficient, because 2 of my men have already capsized in front of the heavy troop carrier, we still need to be cautious to avoid capsizing in the ditch. At the same time, heavy troop carriers were speeding towards them. Deputy Captain, what should we do? At this time, the bodyguard fixed his eyes on the deputy captain. The captain has fainted, and now the deputy captain has to take charge of the situation. Prepare your weapons. Even if you die, you must get a new one, the deputy captain said while gritting his teeth. Although I don't know what these mercenaries are doing, I can see clearly from the bulletproof glass in front that tanks have appeared not far away. When the bodyguards heard this, they gritted their teeth and tightened their guns. They have let it go now. Staying in the hotel would be a dead end anyway, so they might as well change a few more. At this moment, the door of the rear compartment slowly opened, and the tank next to them actually started. What a bunch of lunatics, the deputy captain couldn't help but curse. There is no point in driving a tank out now, the most you can do is replace it. Moreover, driving tanks now would make them the focus of concentrated fire. After all, tanks are the main targets. As long as they appear, they will definitely be attacked at full firepower. Sure enough, just as the Tianyu tank drove out of the carriage, 3 tanks appeared not far away. It was obvious that these 2 tanks had planned this in advance. The moment the Tianyu tank appeared, the gun barrels were already aimed at the Tianyu tank. This is easy. Can the Qin family guards hear it? At this moment, the deputy captain suddenly heard a call from the other end of his walkie-talkie. I can hear you, who are you? The deputy captain quickly pulled off the walkie-talkie from his chest and yelled at the other end. We are the Qin family's armed helicopter, currently 20 kilometers away from Kadesa. May I ask if you have escaped? After making contact, the driver's face was still full of excitement. As long as they left the city, they could risk their lives to rescue them even if some of the pursuers were in pursuit. We can't escape. The deputy captain felt mixed emotions when he heard this. Just sending armed helicopters over would not have much effect at all. Moreover, given the current situation, staying alive has become a luxury. Is the young lady there with you? When the housekeeper heard this, he instantly became anxious and rushed to the intercom and yelled. The young lady is here with us, but there is no way to rescue her. We are being blocked by 3 tanks. As soon as he finished speaking, the butler collapsed to the ground. At this moment, he was disheartened. He knew very well that it would be impossible for him to escape since he was blocked by 3 tanks. Inside the police station, when everyone saw the 3 tanks forming a pincer attack on the Tianyu tank, their faces changed. The rebels actually sent 3 tanks here. Lin Bai shouldn't have driven out the tanks. Isn't this just to attract fire? If the tanks hadn't come out, there might still be room for resistance. This move is so stupid. It's clearly sending yourself to a dead end. Generally speaking, the main targets on the battlefield are heavy firepower targets. If it was a troop transport truck, although it would be intercepted, because they are now fleeing, it would not attract too much firepower and be chased by the enemy. However, when tanks come out, the situation is completely different. No one wants to see tanks appear. Although they also knew that the Tianyu tank was very powerful and its design was relatively advanced. But there is a limit after all, these 3 tanks are in different positions. They believed that the Tianyu tank could replace 1 or 2, but if it was hit by just 1 bullet, it would be the end of them. Although they were extremely worried, there was nothing they could do to help. I can only watch the tragedy happen. But at this moment, everyone suddenly opened their eyes wide. The Tianyu tank fired a shot the moment it got off the vehicle. The shot hit the gun barrel of the right tank accurately. With a loud bang, the tank was scrapped. At the same time, the bearded man was watching the situation through a telescope in the camp. The moment he saw the Tianyu tank appear, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. He finally understood why both of his men returned empty-handed. With this firepower configuration, let alone his subordinates, if he had the same number of troops, it would most likely be the same situation. Aim at the enemy tank and fire, the bearded man roared, holding the walkie-talkie tightly in his hand. He clearly saw that the gun barrel of the Tianyu tank was moving in another direction. Boom! The moment he gave the order, his own tanks finally opened fire. The next second, dust raised by the shells suddenly burst out from the armor of the Tianyu tank. When he saw the shell hit the Tianyu tank, an excitement appeared on his face. Got it. It worked. As long as it hits the target, the enemy tank will be paralyzed. Once the tanks are dealt with, the heavy personnel carriers will no longer be a threat. Everyone who was watching the satellite had a look of pain on their face. Is this the end? Why, if we just give us a little more time, we'll be able to find out his identity. It seems that it has finally become like this. There's nothing we can do about it. This is probably all God's will. The researchers' voices were hoarse and low. This concerns the future of Dragon Country. Although I don't know Lin Bai's position, I can be sure that even if they can only study it through appearance, they can still find out a lot of things. Moreover, if they were given a little more time to find out Lin Bai's identity, perhaps they could win him over. If the technical power is so strong, Dragon Country will surely become the strongest country. But all of this disappeared with that shell. This is all my fault. If I had come clean earlier, maybe. Song Weiguo was heartbroken. The reason why he had never met Lin Bai was because he did not understand Lin Bai's identity and the power behind him. But no matter what, it's better than things turning out like this. Look, Lin Bai's tank seems to be fine. Just when everyone was frustrated, Zhang Jianhua suddenly pointed at the big screen and shouted. Everyone looked in the direction of Zhang Jianhua's finger, and everyone was shocked. After the smoke cleared, there was only a small dent on the side of the Tianyu tank. At this moment, the Tianyu tank began to turn its gun rapidly and directly hit the tank where the shell had just been fired. With just one shot, the rebel tank suddenly burst into dazzling flames. This sudden change left the bearded man dumbfounded. What's going on? Didn't he get hit just now? He had been participating in combat for more than 10 years, but this was the first time he had seen such an outrageous scene. Generally speaking, no matter what kind of tank the opponent has, as long as you hit it, you will be able to solve it. But what was happening now was completely beyond his imagination. This shot only made a dent. This kind of thing is simply a fantasy. At this moment, he was so angry that his whole body was shaking and his eyes were bloodshot. It can be said that the two people who are the calmest right now are Lin Bai and Wang Meng. Lin Bai and Wang Meng had both looked at the drawings and were very clear about Tianyu's defensive capabilities. In fact, the most powerful feature of Tianyu is the new type of armor on its surface. The reason why it takes a lot of money to produce the Tianyu tank is not because of the establishment of a production line. It's the armor on the surface of Tianyu, which requires a lot of equipment to make. This is not sold on the market at all, so you can only make the equipment by hand yourself. With the current protective performance of the Tianyu tank, it can even withstand the artillery fire of level 80 or 90 tanks without any problem. If you want to deal with the Tianyu tank, you can only use large-scale Stinger missiles. But this thing is extremely expensive and the Syrian rebels can't afford it at all. Chapter 059, Translation, What is a big killer? At this moment, a scene that made the bearded man even more frightened appeared. I saw the muzzle of the Tianyu tank moving rapidly, clearly aiming at the last tank. If his last tank was destroyed, he would be really finished. You know, his biggest reliance in attacking Cat Asa this time was those 3 tanks. If we only rely on heavy weapons, it will be impossible to defeat Cat Asa. Because Katasia is originally the territory of the government army, the terrain is complicated, and the government army has more people, so it is difficult to take it. But no one expected that at this moment, Chen Yaojin would appear out of nowhere. He can now say that he regrets his decision. If he had let Lin Bai go at that time, this incident would not have happened. Although Lin Bai is his enemy, no matter how big the enemy is, he is not as important as this city. If he can take this city, it will further promote the outcome of the battle. But now all of this has been destroyed in his hands. The worst thing is that the enemy's tank is now aiming at his last tank. Judging from the opponent's hit rate in the previous few times, there would be no surprise at all in hitting the last tank. No. We must find a way. The bearded man's mind started working rapidly. Now that we have been beaten like this, we must find a way to recover the losses from this failed attack. Just then, he suddenly thought of a solution. Yes. Let's do that. Thinking of this, he picked up the intercom without hesitation and shouted to the other end of the intercom, "The last tank, listen to my order, aim at the heavy troop carrier in front and fire immediately." The reason they did so was because the heavy troop carriers were now blocking Lin Bai's tanks. As long as they dealt with the heavy troop carriers, they could use their numerical advantage to rush forward directly. The tank is indeed very powerful, but as long as it loses its gun barrel, its power will be greatly reduced. At that time, they can even go up and seize the tank directly under the cover of armored vehicles. He just saw that the power of this tank is much stronger than their current tanks. So, as long as they have this tank, this battle will not be a loss, and they can even use this tank to continue to capture Cat Asa. After he gave the order, the last tank resolutely aimed its gun at the heavy personnel carrier, and at the moment of firing, it was directly hit by the Tianyu tank. But the shell has already been fired. Boom! With this loud bang, everyone saw that the heavy troop carrier was hit head-on by this shot. Why? It was only 1 second. Song Weigua knew very well that Lin Bai was in the heavy troop carrier, and if he was hit by this shot, the only possibility would be death. I thought Lin Bai could leave here alive, but I didn't expect that the other party would attack the heavy troop carrier. This is simply too insidious, this is clearly a one-for-one exchange. I didn't expect that at this most critical moment, it would turn out like this. It's impossible now. Lin Bai is gone. The heavens are blind. This is going to destroy our Dragon Nation's hope of rising. At this point the researchers no longer had any hope, as they all knew that just because the tanks could handle it, that didn't mean the troop transport trucks could do the same. After all, heavy troop carriers do not focus on defense, but on carrying capacity. In this situation, there is no possibility of survival, everything has become a foregone conclusion. There's no hope. I'll contact our peacekeeping force in Syria to see if we can bring back the heavy personnel carrier and tanks. Zhang Jianhua lowered his head and spoke weakly. In this situation, there is no need to continue struggling. He had given up completely, and he knew very well what the other party's purpose was. It's nothing more than trying to catch a turtle in a jar. As long as the heavy troop carrier is destroyed, no one will be able to leave there. But at this moment, he suddenly noticed that the researchers were looking behind him in shock. He suddenly felt as if something was wrong. He looked back and his mouth opened involuntarily. What's going on? As the smoke slowly dissipated, he saw an incredible scene. The heavy troop carrier was standing there intact, but a layer of white mucus appeared on its surface. This layer of mucus was slowly flowing down the body of the heavy troop carrier. Could this be Newtonian fluid? Song Weigua spoke almost without a voice. The most powerful thing about Newtonian fluid is that the greater the impact force, the higher the defense. But this is only theoretical, because there is still an upper limit. They had previously studied how to raise the upper limit of Newtonian fluids. But there has been no progress. However, now this scientific research result actually appeared in front of them. Impossible. How can this be researched? This is unscientific. Yes, our knowledge reserves have not reached that level yet. It is impossible that they developed it themselves. They should have developed it themselves. Have you forgotten? These tanks and heavy personnel carriers are their products. This is simply horrifying. Such an invention will surely revolutionize future wars. After making sure that Lin Bai was okay, the researchers focused their attention on the heavy troop carrier. At first they thought it was just because of better handling performance, higher horsepower, and larger capacity, but now it has completely exceeded their imagination. Heavy troop carriers have always had a big problem, which is that their defense is low and soldiers are easily injured. In modern warfare, transporting soldiers has always been one of the biggest problems. After all, it is normal to plow the land with artillery fire. It can be said that in this era, not using missiles is simply an impossible problem. It is also for this reason that the lives and safety of soldiers are easily threatened. But the appearance of Lin Bai's heavy troop carrier can completely solve this problem. At the same time, after 3 rebel tanks were destroyed, the person in charge of Cat Asa received the news at the first time and launched a counterattack without hesitation. They already had a certain advantage, but in just half an hour, the rebels were beaten and fled in panic. "Leader, let's retreat." One of the men ran up to the bearded man, wiped the black dust off his forehead, and started shouting. "There is no point in fighting now. The enemy's morale has greatly increased, and they have no tanks, so there is no way to continue fighting. Let's go." The bearded man looked fiercely in Lin Bai's direction, gritted his teeth, and drove away as if escaping. "It's a miracle that we survived. Is this the power of Dongchuan mercenaries? I am short-sighted. No wonder they rushed directly to the most dangerous place, it turns out they were using defense as an offense. This is really not easy. Thanks to them. Without them, the consequences would be disastrous." The Qin family's bodyguards couldn't help but hug each other. Being able to survive a desperate situation like this is something they can brag about for the rest of their lives. Moreover, they saw everything that happened just now. This has completely changed their perspective. Sir, thanks to you. If it weren't for you, we would have. After seeing Lin Bai coming out, the deputy captain walked up quickly and bowed in a respectful tone. It's nothing, this is what we should do. Lin Bai said with a strange expression as he looked at the bodyguards in front of him. In fact, he had no intention of taking care of this mess at the beginning. He took action in such a crowded place with so many people talking, simply because he was afraid that others didn't know his hidden card. It was also for this reason that he wanted to leave as soon as possible. But he didn't expect that the other side seemed to have a grudge against him and actually sent tanks to deal with him. A rabbit will bite when it is cornered, and he will only fight back when he has no choice. He knew without guessing that this scene would definitely be noticed by many people. After all, such a weapon is simply a powerful weapon. Chapter 060, Get a chance to win a special talent lottery. You are awesome. What's your name? Qin Qingqing covered her mouth, trotted to Lin Bai, and spoke in a surprised tone. Everything that happened now was completely beyond her imagination. I thought I had no choice but to die, but I never expected that I could survive this desperate situation. Lin Bai. Lin Bai said calmly. Even though the girl in front of him was a young lady, he had no good feelings towards her at all. If it weren't for this young lady, he would have probably run away to who knows where by now. In order to save this young lady, he ended up getting himself into trouble. The reason why he was so cautious was that he had no idea what attitude Longwa had towards him. According to the books he had read in his previous life, if a country saw such a talent, it would either imprison him or slice his brain. None of this is good. However, if this matter were to get out, it would completely confirm the role of his tanks and heavy personnel carriers. The reason why he was able to conceal it before was because he had never used heavy firepower weapons in public. But now, this weapon has appeared in front of everyone. Miss. Miss. Just when Qin Qingqing wanted to continue asking something, she suddenly heard a miserable wailing coming from not far away. Turning around, I saw that the butler had rushed over even before the armed helicopter stopped. The tears slowly dripped onto the ground along the wrinkles on her face. After receiving the news that the rebels had fled, he immediately contacted the government forces. It is also because of this reason that I was able to get here so quickly. Uncle Li, don't worry so much. Look, I'm fine now. Qin Qingqing said this while turning around in a circle and speaking with a smile. Don't do this again. It was so dangerous this time. If it weren't for... As the butler was speaking, he suddenly remembered something and looked at Lin Bai. Thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, the young lady would really... The butler grabbed Lin Bai's hand. Although the eldest lady came to find Lin Bai, Qin Qingqing was fine after all, and this was Qin Qingqing's own decision. No matter what, he had to repay Lin Bai well. It's insignificant, not worth mentioning. Lin Bai said with a twitch of his mouth. Don't worry, our Qin family will definitely repay you. The housekeeper said as he reached into the inner pocket of his clothes, intending to take out the bank card. But just as he reached in, the corner of his eye twitched twice, because he was surprised to find that he was in such a hurry to go out that he didn't even bring his wallet. Well. I'm in a hurry to go out today. The butler said helplessly, scratching the back of his head. It can be said that after working as a butler for so many years, this was the first time he encountered such an embarrassing thing. Forget it, we can talk about repaying you later. Lin Bai also realized that the butler was not lying. Besides, the money was enough for the short term, so he didn't pursue it too much. Don't worry, I will definitely remember your kindness. The housekeeper kept chattering. After a long time, Lin Bai said goodbye to the housekeeper. As for Qin Qingqing, although she still wanted to say something to Lin Bai, she was still dragged onto the armed helicopter by the butler. He couldn't say that he didn't want to stay in this shabby place for even a moment. Mr. Lin. Lin Bai had just seen off the Qin family and was about to leave when he saw a familiar face walking towards him from a distance. Looking closely, wasn't he the leader of the government forces in the Katasha stronghold? However, the person in charge at this time was no longer as calm as when we first met. The right arm was missing, and even the wound was only bandaged temporarily. However, what made Lin Bai admire him was that even though the person in charge had become like this, he still tried to remain calm, with only his cheeks puffed up from time to time. You. Lin Bai asked after the person in charge approached. It's no problem, it was accidentally cut off by a machine gun. The person in charge stretched out his left hand and held Lin Bai's hand tightly. This time, thanks to you. If it weren't for you, our Kadesa base would never have been preserved. The reason why he came here even though he was injured was that he came specifically to find Lin Bai. He had just heard the report from his subordinates. If Lin Bai had not dealt with the tanks, they would have had no chance of surviving. That's why he came here specifically to thank Lin Bai for saving his life. Those rebels weren't good people to begin with, and this is what I should do. Lin Bai looked righteously at the person in charge in front of him, and did not even blink when he lied. In fact, when he saw the person in charge coming over, he already knew that good things must be coming. You are indeed a man of righteousness. We will never forget your help. This is part of our thank you gift. If you need our help in the future, we will also do our best to help you. After the person in charge said this, his subordinate who was supporting him immediately took out 2 cards from his pocket. One card was naturally a bank card, and the other was a card that Lin Bai had never seen before. This is our internal personnel's identity card. Only the highest-ranking internal personnel can get it. You helped us. If you are in our government army's territory in the future, just take out this card and we will help you as much as possible. The reason why he dared to take out this thing was because he had already reported it to the top management. This card can indeed be given to Lin Bai. Then I won't be polite. Lin Bai had no intention of shirking the responsibility. He had already taken such a big risk, it would be unreasonable not to take advantage of it. Then I won't continue to entertain you. I'm now. The person in charge looked at his broken arm with a wry smile and spoke. Lin Bai immediately nodded and agreed. After saying all this, he turned around and left. As soon as he got in the car, Lin Bai couldn't wait to take out the bank card. When he opened it, he found that there was 15 million in it. This price of 15 million is already a lot for a stronghold. It can be said that this time, the government forces also shed a lot of blood. Let's go. Go home. Lin Bai waved his hand at everyone and spoke in an excited tone. At this time, in the police station, all the researchers had gone back, and only Song Weiguo and Zhang Jianhua were left in the conference room. What do you think about this matter? Song Weiguo looked at Zhang Jianhua and spoke slowly. In my opinion, it's better to avoid contact with Lin Bai too quickly. He has already made a lot of money on this mission, and he probably won't go out during this period of time. Just now, Zhang Jianhua had learned from the Syrian government forces about Lin Bai's approximate income from this trip. The minimum income is 30 million. With so much money, I probably won't go out. The reason for making such a judgment is that he combined it with the incident of Lin Bai applying for land some time ago. When the two of them got together and looked at each other, they immediately understood Lin Bai's plan. It was obvious that Lin Bai was planning to make money and then expand the campus. That's true, but his weapons. Song Weiguo also agreed with Zhang Jianhua's idea, but the biggest problem now was the weapon in Lin Bai's hand. In this battle, they completely saw Lin Bai's potential. It was also for this reason that he considered whether or not to try to contact Lin Bai. There should be other ways. Let's wait a little longer. If he really wants to join our Dragon Nation, he will definitely come to us sooner or later. Zhang Jianhua pondered for a long time before speaking. Okay, that's it. Song Weiguo finally nodded and agreed. Time flies. Lin Bai and others have also returned to school. Because they are too tired, the students can have a good rest for a night. Lin Bai returned to his office immediately. As soon as he took the first step into the office, Lin Bai heard the crisp voice of the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leading the soldiers to complete the mercenary mission. Rewards are being drawn now. Congratulations, you have won a special talent lottery. Chapter 061, Get Talents, Cooks. After seeing this reward, Lin Bai, who was originally excited, instantly turned pale. Are you kidding me? I put so much effort into this mission, and you give me this? Lin Bai gritted his teeth and cursed breathlessly. I originally thought they would give me some drawings or something, but I didn't expect that they would just give me this. This is just a joke. I got more than this when I came back from a mission before. Ding! This mission is relatively easy, and the extra things that happen to the host are not counted in the mission. As soon as the system said this, Lin Bai was instantly deflated. He also understood that he was actually the one who caused so much trouble in these tasks. Take the task of transporting items for example, the subsequent tasks can be completed safely. For example, at the beginning, as long as the items in the truck are moved to the heavy troop carrier, they can arrive in the shortest time. The reason why Lin Bai brought the truck was actually to let the students experience the battlefield environment. Otherwise, if it was just for transportation, there would be no need for Lin Bai to bring the students along. Okay, give me the lottery. Lin Bai shook his head and spoke through gritted teeth. After all, what the system said is not unreasonable. After Lin Bai said this, the golden roulette wheel suddenly appeared in front of Lin Bai. I saw the golden roulette wheel began to spin rapidly. Lin Bai stared at the pointer of the roulette wheel. Give me something good. As Lin Bai prayed, the roulette wheel gradually slowed down. When the roulette wheel came to a stop, the pointer stopped in an unexpected position. Bite. Pang Dui, S level, cook, proficient in various cuisines, able to cook in various terrains and locations, and has certain nutritional knowledge. In reality, the system has already rationalized the identity, so there is no need to worry about it being revealed. Warm tips, the talents extracted by the system are absolutely loyal and will fight for the host. It has to be said that this was completely beyond Lin Bai's expectations. He couldn't help but look at his own hands. Is this what it feels like to be a European emperor? Another S rank, and a cook at that. What Lin Bai lacks most now is cooks, because the food problem has been giving him a headache recently. But now it's finally solved. As Lin Bai activated the card in his hand, a man about 1.75 meters tall and slightly bloated appeared in front of him. Report to the squad leader, I am Pang Dui. Pang Dui shouted with a voice as loud as an ox and full of energy. Okay, from now on you will be our cook, and you will be responsible for all our meals. Lin Bai spoke without hesitation. It just so happens that they have a vacant cafeteria right now. Yes. Monitor. The next day, Lin Bai introduced Pang Dui to all the students. We can actually have someone who specializes in cooking. Although the banquet was delicious, there was too much junk food. That's good. From now on, even when we go on a mission, we don't have to eat those cold canned foods. As expected of Dongchuan University, you really did not come to the wrong place. The students' faces were filled with excitement. In fact, it is no wonder that they are so excited, because before, although they had banquets every day. But because the nutrition is not enough, I will feel hungry after training for a while. But now you don't have to worry about this problem anymore, as it has been solved perfectly. Wang Meng, come out with me. After Lin Bai asked the students to go to training, he shouted to Wang Meng who was not far away. Okay, principal. Wang Meng trotted to Lin Bai's front. This time, Lin Bai's main purpose was to find a suitable construction team. Now that he has some funds, Lin Bai plans to arrange the production line first. Now that we have cooks, it is impossible for us to stay in the warehouse every day to make guns. At that time, Pang Dui will definitely use the warehouse to store food. According to Lin Bai's plan, he planned to build a 3-story house covering an area of about 2,000 square meters. Although it seems very large, the reason why Lin Bai considered it that way is because he thought that there would be a lot of items that need to be made on the production line later. Moreover, these 2,000 square meters are also built based on the current funds. It is true that we already have 35 million now, but only 20 million can be used for production. The rest of the money needs to be invested in the production line to make other weapons. Inside a building that towers into the sky, countless employees came in and out. Outside the building, it is surrounded by numerous factory buildings. Qin Qingqing, look at what you did this time. Even Uncle Li was scared like this by you. Qin Qingqing's father, Qin Tian, slammed the table and yelled at Qin Qingqing. He basically stays in the company to deal with business issues. Although I don't have much time to take care of Qin Qingqing, I try my best to provide her with all the material support I can. But this time, he actually ran directly to Cetacea in Syria. Isn't this simply courting death? Although nothing unexpected has happened yet, if something really happens, it will be all over. The reason why he dotes on Qin Qingqing so much is because Qin Qingqing is his only daughter. So he has spent a lot of time on Qin Qingqing. Dad, I get it. I won't go there casually anymore. Qin Qingqing shrank her head and spoke cautiously. It had to be said that this was the first time she saw her father so angry. Don't ever go to those dangerous places again. Qin Tian spoke with a proud tone. Master, the young lady also knows that she was wrong, and this time it was all thanks to that team of mercenaries. Just then, the butler standing nearby came out and spoke. Who are the mercenaries? Have you found out? Hearing this, Qin Tiankai turned his gaze to the housekeeper. In fact, after hearing what happened, he immediately went to ask the government forces. After receiving the reply from the other side, he was stunned. A team of mercenaries actually used a new type of tank to destroy 3 tanks of the rebels. It would be fine if it was just that, but this mercenary team was surprisingly unharmed. At most, there was a dent on the tank, but that was insignificant at all. As someone who was originally engaged in the military business, he knew the importance of this thing just by listening to the description. It is also for this reason that he pays so much attention to such things. Otherwise, even if the other party saved his daughter, he would just give some money and be done with it. After all, he didn't want his daughter to be too close to the mercenaries. Being a mercenary is not a very good profession. It can be said that being close to mercenaries means being close to death. I've already sent someone to investigate. There isn't much that could be found, but it's all here. The butler nodded, took out a stack of prepared documents from his briefcase, and handed the tablet to Qin Tian. This is the information I was able to collect. The tablet contains a video about the Dongchuan mercenaries. When Qin Tian heard this, he immediately opened his tablet and started watching. A lot of information can be obtained through their operations. Compared to this, what shocked Qin Tian even more was the video of the battlefield. Because the government forces had drones, they captured all the footage. When he saw the shells hitting the tank, he was completely stunned. It must be said that this was completely beyond his imagination. He had never expected that the shell would only leave a small dent on the tank. Just looking at this, I couldn't help but tremble all over. Qin Tian was originally in the military research and development business, so he knew very well how terrifying this thing was. With such defensive capabilities, their military industry is no match at all. It can even be said that no one in the entire world can surpass Lin Bai in the field of tanks and heavy personnel carriers. As for their origins, we found them in our country of Long. Although the mercenary website did not provide us with information, through the 2 words Dongchuan, we found that there is a university in our country called Dongchuan University. This university also has a video. You can open another video to watch it. Although the number of people online at that time was not high, it was later on the hot search list. The butler explained how to obtain the information. Chapter 062, Lin Bai is here. It's actually a school in our country, but this shouldn't be the case. Why have I never heard of such a school? The more Qin Tian read, the more solemn his expression became. In about half an hour, he had read all the information that Lin Bai had made public. I have to say that Lin Bai's appearance was very wrong, even unreasonable. According to historical records, Lin Bai's appearance was due to the inheritance left by his family. Moreover, this school was a technical college that was about to go bankrupt, but after Lin Bai took over, it performed miracles. The guns, tanks and heavy personnel carriers alone all embody extremely high levels of technology. But such a person actually chose to live in such a small school. There are only 2 possibilities now. The first is that Lin Bai is hiding something and has some plan. The second point is that there is a huge organization behind Lin Bai, and Lin Bai is just a superficial person in charge. This person is not a simple person. Qin Tian leaned back on the chair, put down the tablet, and said with an exclamatory tone. Dad, I'm right, he's very good. At this moment, Qin Qingqing, who had been silent the whole time, couldn't help but interrupt. Lin Bai was different from anyone she had ever met before. He had the aura of a person who was born to be superior. Moreover, during the battle, he remained calm and composed in the face of danger. This kind of temperament is simply not possessed by his peers. What does this have to do with you? Qin Tian scolded, then said faintly, It seems that I have to meet this person. At this moment, Lin Bai sighed as he looked at his account which had lost 14 million. I thought I could still splurge a bit, but after just going out for a stroll, I only had 21 million left. The investment required for this military factory production line is really too much. Not to mention other things, the money for the land costs 5 million. Looks like I have to find a way to make some money. Lin Bai sat on the chair and thought quietly, but how could he come up with a way to make money in such a short time? Ding ling ling. Just as Lin Bai closed his eyes and thought, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Hello. Lin Bai picked up the microphone and asked. Hello, are you Mr. Lindbergh? A deep and steady voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me. Lin Bai replied casually. I am Qin Tian. When the person on the other end of the phone said his name, Lin Bai sat up straight. Qin Tian. This name is familiar to people in the military field. In the past 20 years, Qin Tian has built up the Qin military industry group. Moreover, it began to develop at an extremely fast pace, and in just a few years, it became a behemoth. It is said that even the Dragon Kingdom officials have some relationship with Qin Tian. Although it is just a rumor, it is very likely. But I didn't expect that such a person would actually call me. Hello, Mr. Qin. After Lin Bai responded, his mind began to work rapidly. Why did Qin Tian call me? Is he trying to repay me? After all, he saved Qin Qingqing, so he deserves some reward. It's like this. I heard from our housekeeper that you saved my daughter. To repay your kindness, I would like to invite you out for a meal. Qin Tian's voice was gentle, but still majestic. Sure, but you have to stay at my place because it's not convenient for me to go out of town. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Bai spoke directly. Because his military industry had shown signs of being exposed, he had to be on guard. If the other party came here, no matter what happened, he would have something to rely on. Okay, I'll call you when I get there. Qin Tian hung up the phone after he said that. In the office of the chairman of Qin Group. It's incredible. Qin Tian said lightly with a smile. Master, what did he say? The butler half bent over and asked. This guy is very cautious and careful. If you want to see him, you have to go to his city. Just as Lin Bai said this, Qin Tian had already thought of Lin Bai's idea. But the more this happened, the more interested he became in Lin Bai. Logically speaking, how could a 20-year-old boy have such a meticulous mind? Although Lin Bai's voice was rather immature, every word he said was flawless. What do you mean, sir? The butler asked. Take a look at the itinerary and arrange some free time to prepare the plane. I'd like to go over and see if this guy has any skills. Qin Tian crossed his arms and spoke. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Bai sat lazily on the stool and looked down from the window. At this time, the trainees were training on the playground, and a construction team had already been working on an open space not far away. Ding! Gain 2 points. Ding! Gain 1 point. The system's points reminder sounds continued to ring in Lin Bai's mind. After returning from Syria, the trainees under him have changed a lot and have all reached the first-level soldiers. Sure enough, war is the best baptism for soldiers. Lin Bai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He has not been idle during this period because he has returned. So he also interviewed some students, and although he didn't see any S-level ones, he still met 2 B-level ones. After Lin Bai recruited them, he asked them to undergo physical training together without arranging them into any formation. Gradually, the points finally reached 500 points. Lin Bai didn't hesitate at all and directly opened the system mall to start choosing. The land battle is almost over now, so the next step should be development. Lin Bai was secretly pondering the next direction of development in his heart. Just as he was thinking, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a blueprint. 5th generation fighter, 500 points. Fighter plane. When Lin Bai saw these 2 words, a fiery light flashed in his eyes. In modern warfare, the most important thing is airstrike force. Although we now have tanks, we have no means of countering when we encounter fighter jets. In addition to anti-aircraft missiles, there is another option to counter, and that is fighter jets. The best way to deal with fighters has always been to use fighters. If we can take down a fighter jet, not only will it be easier to carry out missions in the future, but we will also have airstrike power. It's you. Lin Bai chose the 5th generation fighter without hesitation. And the next second, all the drawings of the fighter planes appeared in Lin Bai's mind. The 5th generation fighter jet has stealth technology and can reach speeds of up to 3 supersonic speeds when paired with the Owl fighter jet. After seeing the detailed introduction, Lin Bai's eyes widened. I have to say, this fifth-generation fighter is definitely worth the money. It can even be said that the performance of this fifth-generation fighter has far surpassed the Eagle country's most advanced fighter. System, where is my fighter? Lin Bai immediately asked about the whereabouts of the sample. He couldn't wait to see what the fighter jet looked like up close. Because the host school has no extra warehouses, the fighter jets have arrived at the port and are on the way. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Bai suddenly understood, but this was normal. There is no place to put such a large fighter jet. It is impossible for it to appear out of thin air in the open space. The system should ensure the fighter's direction in this way. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, the landline phone suddenly rang. Who is it? After Lin Bai answered the phone, there was a hint of impatience in his tone. You know, he is now waiting for the fighter jets to arrive. Mr. Lin, it's me, Qin Tian. Just then, Qin Tian's voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Qin. When Lin Bai heard Qin Tian's name, the corners of his mouth twitched twice. He didn't expect that Qin Tian would actually call him. It's like this, Mr. Lin, you asked me to come over last time, and I'm here now. When will you be free to come out? Qin Tian said lightly. You're here already. Where are you? House Hotel, when are you free, Mr. Lin? When Qin Tian's voice came, Lin Bai's mouth twitched twice. He didn't expect that this guy actually came over. Chapter 063, the request is very simple. Inside the presidential suite of the House Hotel. Lin Bai sat in his seat with his legs crossed, and standing on his left and right were Su Shanduo and Wang Biao. This guy doesn't look like a military industry boss at all, but more like a teacher. Looking at the gentle Qin Tian in front of him, he couldn't help but think in his heart that this Qin Tian was completely different from what he had imagined. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and was dressed simply, but he also noticed that there was a hidden aggressive look in Qin Tian's eyes. Lin Bai looked at Qin Tian opposite him, and Qin Tian was also looking at the young man who made him curious. I have to say, when Qin Tian saw Lin Bai, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Lin Bai is really too young. If it were like this, it wouldn't be a big deal, but he is still mature at such a young age. Although he wasn't speaking now, every move he made was peaceful. Although it may seem like nothing, it is something that many experienced people cannot do. After all, he is the owner of a military factory, and not many people can remain calm in front of him. It is already very shocking that Lin Bai can do this now. Mr. Lin, I didn't expect that you, at such a young age, would have such a school. Qin Tian stood up and stretched out his right hand. Now was not the time to speak first. There is a taboo in business wars, which is not to easily state your goals. In addition, Lin Bai doesn't know him well yet, so the best way now is to establish a good relationship with him first. You're welcome. Lin Bai stretched out his right hand with an indifferent expression, and separated from Qin Tian's hand as soon as it touched. After Qin Tian sat down, he glanced at the butler beside him, and the butler immediately handed a bank card to Lin Bai. Mr. Lin, this is 20 million. This is a small token of our appreciation. Lin Bai didn't mean to refuse and took it directly. Mr. Qin, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. As soon as Lin Bai took the money, he stood up and looked like he was going to leave. This action made Qin Tian stunned on the spot. This was totally against the rules. Logically speaking, shouldn't I have a free talk with him? But now I'm leaving. Mr. Lin, why are you in such a hurry? We haven't eaten yet. Qin Tian quickly stood up and tried to persuade her to stay. He still had some important business to discuss, and now he let Lin Bai leave like this, then wouldn't his trip be in vain? Forget about eating. After all, we still have to go back to school to check on the students' training. Lin Bai shook his head and spoke without hesitation. In fact, he has now vaguely guessed Qin Tian's thoughts. To be honest, he wanted to cooperate with Qin Tian, but he absolutely could not take the initiative to speak now. Once the other party speaks first, he has the advantage in bargaining. That's why he would leave as soon as he took the money. As long as the other party really wanted to cooperate, they would definitely stop him. Now it is enough to force him to talk about business. Mr. Lin, please stay. I actually have some projects I want to work with you on. At this moment, Qin Tian finally spoke these words. He had analyzed it before, and sooner or later someone would notice the weapon in Lin Bai's hand. Once he can get the patent for the weapon now, he will definitely have an advantage. Moreover, he now has another purpose, but... Project? What project? Tell me about it. After Qin Tian finished speaking, Lin Bai returned directly to his seat with a smiling face. Seeing Lin Bai like this, Qin Tian was really furious, but he was not sure what Lin Bai was thinking at the moment, so he could only continue. It's like this, Mr. Lin. When I was watching the government video, I saw your tank and troop carrier. I come from the military industry, so I want to buy the patents for your tank and troop carrier. Qin Tian gritted his teeth and spoke. Patent? Impossible. Lin Bai rejected Qin Tian's proposal without hesitation. We don't sell patents for our weapons. If that's the case, then don't mention it. The reason why Lin Bai refused without hesitation was because he had already considered that this technology must not be handed over to a private company. Once a private company obtains the patent, it will surely start mass production and then sell it to various countries. At that time, he will truly become a sinner for all eternity. It's true that he loves money, but this is definitely not the way to make money. But Mr. Lin Bai, the price we can offer is not low. For your tank patent, we can give you at least 1 billion in patent fees. At this moment, Qin Tian continued to persuade. For a school like this, if it could have 1 billion yuan, it would definitely stand out among all the military academies. Moreover, before he came here, he had already made a simple assessment of these weapons. The conclusion is that this is definitely a business that will not lose money. I'm sorry, if you only plan to buy the patent, then forget it. There's no need to bring this up any further. Lin Bai frowned and prepared to leave. 1 billion is indeed an astonishing amount, but this 1 billion was accumulated with blood. If that was the case, then he had no intention of selling it at all. Then Mr. Lin Bai, what is your bottom line? Seeing that Lin Bai had not left yet, Qin Tian gritted his teeth and spoke. He believed that Lin Bai was definitely a shrewd old fox. If he really didn't want to, he would have left by now. If he stayed here now, there must be room for him to turn around. I can give you weapons, but these weapons can only be produced by us, and you need to pay half of the deposit first. Not only that, you can only use them for normal purposes and cannot buy or sell them to private armed forces at will. Lin Bai stood up and spoke out his thoughts in a torrent of words. To put it bluntly, it can be used and given to other countries, but the countries that use it must be countries that are on good terms with Long country. For example, selling to the Eagle country is absolutely not allowed. No matter what field you are in, you must not sell to bad countries. Secondly, Lin Bai would never advance the money for the materials. After all, he was in urgent need of a large amount of funds and it was impossible for him to buy the raw materials out of his own pocket. After hearing these requests, Qin Tian showed a look of surprise on his face. The reason why he was so shocked was that he did not expect Lin Bai's request to be so simple. Chapter 064, Being Led by the Nose. And in terms of price? Qin Tian asked tentatively. After all, these conditions were nothing to him, and he had no intention of selling these weapons to countries like the Eagle country. He was also very clear that countries like the Eagle country were not good people at all, and selling to them would be completely unscrupulous. So the most important issue now is price. A tank costs 80 million, and a troop carrier costs 50 million. The price of a tank special shell is 30,000 yuan a round. Lin Bai spoke without hesitation. He had thought about the possibility of something like this happening before coming here. So he had thought about the prices of the Tianyu tanks and troop transport trucks early on. Okay, in that case, I'll order 5 tanks and 5 troop carriers first. Qin Tian nodded without hesitation and said, in fact, this price is already very cheap. The cost of building a tank is not as cheap as imagined, because the materials used in a tank are very expensive. Even a relatively cheap tank costs more than 20 million. And this does not include labor costs. Lin Bai and Qin Tian hit it off immediately. After signing the agreement, they left directly. Qin Tian also took out half of the funds as a deposit. Is this really a good idea, Principal? This is different from your previous plan. After leaving the hotel, Su Shanduo, who was sitting in the driver's seat, frowned and spoke. Lin Bai had told them before that he had never considered selling tanks or troop carriers, but now Lin Bai has decided to sell them. I didn't sell it before because I didn't want too many people to pay attention to it. But now I have to sell it because we made too much noise in Syria. It's only a matter of time before others find out. So before others know about it, we need to sell what we have to the Qin family. If we sell it to them, then other people's attention will shift from us to the Qin family. Lin Bai began to explain why he did that. He had thought of this before coming here, because the Qin family is a world-renowned military-industrial enterprise after all. If the Qin family could come up with such a weapon, it would not necessarily attract a lot of attention. Even if they were noticed by others, they would think that it was sold to them by the Qin family. After all, he saved the eldest daughter of the Qin family, and this incident was seen by many people, so there is a certain connection between them. At least in a short period of time, it will not be noticed by too many people, and everyone's attention will be focused on the Qin family. When signing the agreement just now, Lin Bai specifically included this point in the agreement, that is, the Qin family cannot tell others that their procurement channels must be said to be independently developed by the Qin family. So this is also a good thing for him. First, it can attract the attention of others, and second, he can get some funds. Only then did Su Shanduo nodded thoughtfully. But what they didn't notice was that in a building not far away, a large group of people were holding cameras and eavesdropping devices, pointing them at Lin Bai and others. Lin Bai actually plans to sell weapons. Is he crazy? Song Weiguo slammed the table and cursed angrily with gritted teeth. He never thought that Lin Bai would actually contact an arms dealer. If this arms dealer sells these weapons to other countries, the consequences will be disastrous, and it may even have a huge impact on Longgua's current status. In fact, I didn't expect that Qin Tian would come specifically to find Lin Bai. It seems that the weapon in Lin Bai's hand has attracted more and more people's attention. Zhang Jianhua stood beside Song Weiguo with a serious expression. When he received the news, he told Song Weiguo immediately. No, we absolutely cannot let this weapon fall into the hands of other countries. Let's think of a way to contact Qin Tian. If he disagrees, we can only use tough measures. Song Weiguo gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. The reason why he did not attack Lin Bai directly was because he did not know how many weapons Lin Bai had. But Qin Tian is completely different. After all, Qin Tian is the buyer and can get the weapon in Lin Bai's hand in this way. Okay, I got it. I'll find a way to investigate. Zhang Jianhua nodded and agreed without hesitation, because he also knew the seriousness of the matter. Although the Qin family contributed a lot of taxes, he had no say in this matter. These equipments must not fall into the hands of other people. On the plane. TSK, I didn't expect this young man to have some awareness and actually have his own firm stance. This is not an easy thing to do. Qin Tian sat on the deluxe seat with his arms folded across his chest, and spoke with a smile. I have to say that meeting Lin Bai today did shock him a little. Many people cannot control themselves in front of money, but Lin Bai actually did it. But are these equipments really worth so much money, sir? At this moment, the butler on the side spoke with a puzzled look. This is absolutely worth the money. The defensive power of the tank alone is worth our huge investment. Even if we want to develop such protective armor, we will have to invest at least 500 million or 600 million. Qin Tian nodded and spoke without hesitation. After watching the video and reading the information, he also made an evaluation of the tank. The highlight of this tank is its defense, and the second is its gun barrel that can fire continuously in a short period of time. The reason why he only knew these 2 points was that the researchers in their company could not be compared with the scientific researchers in Longguo. But I always feel that there is something wrong with this kid's words. When we were communicating just now, I always felt like we were being led by him. At this moment, the butler spoke hesitantly. He felt something was wrong when they were chatting just now. It seemed that the rhythm was not in their hands at all, but in Lin Bai's hands. This kid is not as simple as you think. Although he is only in his 20s, he is not far behind those children of aristocratic families who have received elite education. Among his peers, he can already be considered a top talent. Qin Tian knew very well that some people would receive elite education since childhood, especially in negotiations, and the reason why they were led by the nose was because he was careless. It has to be admitted that Lin Bai has such talent, but he has no way of knowing that the reason he has such talent is not because of Qin Ming, but because he has lived 2 lives as a human being. Chapter 65, National Military Academy Competition. Why are you panicking? A week passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the Longwa Research Department. Boom boom boom. Following a rapid knock on the door, Song Weigua casually said, "Come in." When the door opened, Zhang Jianhua walked in. Song Weigua raised his head and looked at Zhang Jianhua. After seeing that the person coming was Zhang Jianhua, he hurriedly took off the reading glasses on his nose. "How's it going? Any news?" During this period of time, Zhang Jianhua has been looking for information about Qin Tian, so he is now waiting for news from Zhang Jianhua. It's very strange. I checked his information and there seemed to be nothing wrong with his basic information. But when I applied for a high-level file investigation, I found that I was not qualified to view his real information. Zhang Jianhua spoke in a solemn tone. You mean his identity is kept secret by his superiors? When Song Weigua heard this, a look of shock appeared on his face. He had never thought that Qin Tian's information would be kept confidential. The reason for this being certain is that as long as one is a senior member of their internal team, the information will be locked, and only a few specific people will be able to access the information, so this is the only possibility. Yes, that's right. Zhang Jianhua nodded without hesitation. In the current situation, there is no way to find out the information. If you want to know the background of this person, the first thing is to apply to your superiors, and the second is to negotiate face to face. Leave this matter to me, I will contact the people above. To be honest, after learning the news, Song Weigua was somewhat relieved. After all, at least this technology was still in their own hands. As long as they communicated well with the people above, they would be able to conduct joint research. At this moment on the campus of Dongchuan University, the command echoed throughout the campus, and Lin Bai sat on the stairs of the playground, looking at the military factory being built in the distance. Based on the current situation, it will take another 3 or 4 days to build a simple military factory. Lin Bai thought secretly in his heart that once the military factory was produced, it would be able to speed up the production of weapons. Now that we have established a cooperative relationship with Qin Tian, we don't have to worry too much about financial issues in the short term. Principal, all the equipment for the tank production line has arrived and has been completed. At this moment, Wang Meng trotted to Lin Bai's side and spoke in a serious tone. How low can the production cost of a tank be reduced? Lin Bai turned his gaze to Wang Meng beside him. After all, now that we have established cooperation with Qin Tian, the matter of tank manufacturing must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Based on the current equipment and materials, we need 25 million to produce a Tianyu tank. Wang Meng spoke without thinking. After all, many precision parts in the Tianyu tank were commissioned to be processed by some processing plants. Therefore, this cost is already the lowest cost for them to produce the Tianyu tank, and there is no way to continue to lower the price. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Lin Bai nodded. After the students finished their training and rested on the spot, Lin Bai walked towards them. Hello, Principal. When Lin Bai appeared in front of the students, they shouted in unison. Everyone, sit down and have a good rest. I want to announce something to you during this free time. Lin Bai waved his hand, asked the students to sit down, and then spoke to everyone. In 10 days, we will participate in the National Military Academy competition. I hope everyone can devote all their energy to training in the near future. When Lin Bai said this, all the students present were stunned. National Military Academy competition? Wouldn't that mean there would be many well-known military academies participating? Oh my God, I feel so stressed just listening to this. I hope the principal is not kidding us again. We have only been training for such a short time. If I remember correctly, most of the participants in the National Military Academy competition have been training for more than a year. I don't know what the current situation is like in other military academies, but what I can be sure of is that there must be many strong people in them. The students looked at each other and whispered. They also knew about the National Military Academy competition, which was held every 2 years, and all the participating military academies were famous schools. Although there are no prizes for this competition, well-known military academies will participate in it because of the target audience and the school's reputation. They never expected that they would have to participate in these competitions after only training for such a short period of time. You know, these competitions are very difficult. Don't worry, everyone. I believe that you have been training for so long, you will not be worse than others. Lin Bai glanced at the students present with a determined look. The reason why he announced this matter was because the system released a new task last night. After completing the task, he would receive a random reward. The content of this task was to take the students of the school to participate in the National Military Academy competition. As long as you get a certain ranking, you can get a certain reward. Even if the school can only make it into the top 10, you can get a random drawing. It was also for this reason that Lin Bai chose to participate in the competition without hesitation. In fact, even if there were no tasks issued by the system, Lin Bai would definitely participate in this competition. Because the enrollment season has passed, the difficulty of recruiting students has increased sharply. In addition, Lin Bai only looks for outstanding students, and for this reason, there are no new students during this period. If you want to attract more students, you can only make your school famous. Although we have advertised before, the popularity has died down recently, so fewer and fewer students are submitting their resumes. Only in this way can we attract more students. As for this matter, he has already discussed it with Su Shanduo. Su Shanduo also felt that this was necessary. After all, training alone for a long time would be like working behind closed doors. It would be better to go and learn and see if the experience of other military academies is applicable. In fact, I think we don't need to worry that much, because we have experienced actual combat. Compared with the students in the military academy, we still have certain advantages. At this moment, Su Shui spoke with a calm expression. The moment Su Shui said this, the students around her couldn't help but nod in agreement with Su Shui's point of view. Because only their military academy conducts actual combat training. So this is the biggest advantage for them. Chapter 066, Fake University. Then everyone should train well. Seeing that the students were relieved, Lin Bai continued with a smile, in order to ensure good results, we should intensify the training in the next few days. As soon as the words fell, the students present wailed. Although he has gotten used to daily training now, it will be completely different if he intensifies the training. Su Shanduo will really train himself to death. Inside Guanyin Military Academy. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. More than 4,000 cadets were training on the vast playground, while Li Guangjuan, the principal of Guanyin Military Academy, was watching the cadets training on the stage. Principal, I have brought the roster of the school that has registered this time. Please take a look. A burly instructor trotted over to Li Guangjuan and placed a piece of information on the table in front of Li Guangjuan. Li Guangjuan nodded slightly and opened the document in front of him. Sure enough, this list is the same as the one from the last competition. Those guys have all signed up the school. After seeing the name of the military academy above, Li Guangjuan spoke with a smile. The people on this list are all his old rivals. Every year, these more than a dozen well-known military academies compete for students. Because every time after the competition rankings are released, they will go to other military academies to snatch students from their school. This has become an unspoken rule, and even students have the right to make their own choices. Therefore, if they want to improve their reputation, they can only win the competition. Li Guangjuan is very confident about this year's competition because last year he recruited a special forces instructor from the army to be an instructor in their school. You know, the special forces instructors in the army are top-notch experts, and the students they teach are indeed much better than last year. If nothing unexpected happens, their school will definitely get the first place this time. Hey, how come there is a school here that I have never seen before? At this moment, Li Guangjuan suddenly discovered the name of a school on the list that he had never seen before. Although it felt familiar, I couldn't remember which school it was for a moment. You must have heard of this school before. Dongchuan University has been in the spotlight recently, and it even recruited students on a large scale online. The instructor spoke without hesitation. So it's this school. I didn't expect such a rubbish school would dare to sign up for the military academy competition. After hearing the instructor's explanation, Li Guangjuan suddenly remembered Dongchuan University. He had seen the name of this school in the news before and knew that Dongchuan University was recruiting students on a large scale and offering high bonuses. Because their school had already gone through the enrollment process at that time, they did not pay much attention to this matter after knowing about it. After all, the high-quality students were all taken away by their military academies, and the ones who remained were all unqualified students. He even made a few jokes when he saw the news. He didn't expect that this unknown school would dare to participate in the military academy competition. Isn't this just courting death? I'm afraid their school wants to make a name for itself this way. The instructor stood aside and spoke without hesitation. Don't worry about these little guys. They can't cause any trouble anyway. After saying this, Li Guangjuan started looking at other information. At the same time, the research department has also received news that Dongchuan University will participate in the military academy competition. It seems that Lin Bai intends to expand the scope of enrollment in this way, and also wants to attract some high-quality students from other military academies. Song Weiguo looked at the pile of information in his hand, frowned and spoke. Should we do something? Zhang Jianhua stood aside and spoke without hesitation. Because according to their current core idea, that is to reduce the popularity of Dongchuan University as much as possible, because it is not a good thing for them if Dongchuan University is too famous. Participating in a military academy competition shouldn't cause any trouble. After all, other military academy students have also trained for such a long time, and our military academy has only been training for half a year. It's probably just a formality. Song Weiguo shook his head after pondering for a long time. After all, it's just a competition, and no one will pay attention to Dongchuan University. Moreover, if you don't get a certain ranking, then participating in the competition is just to show off. Zhang Jianhua also nodded with an expression of approval. Although the military academy competition could be cancelled, it would also have an impact on the enrollment of the troops. Because at that time many military leaders will go to the scene to watch and determine which military academy students will be stronger, which is related to the fresh blood in the Dragon Country troops. 9 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Bai basically stayed in the military factory, dealing with issues related to its construction. As for the training of students, Su Shanduo is fully responsible. That morning, Lin Bai asked all the students to gather on the playground, line up in an orderly manner and get on the troop transport trucks and drive towards the city where the military academy competition was to be held. After all, this is a national competition, and the competition is not held in one's own city, so Lin Bai must take the students to set off early. After Lin Bai set off, Zhang Jianhua and others received the news first. However, because they knew about this matter in advance, Zhang Jianhua and his team did not take it to heart, but instead sent team members to follow and make arrangements. After driving for 13 hours, everyone finally arrived at the military academy, the city where the training was held. Because they had registered in advance, they had already been arranged to stay in the hotel. When they arrived outside the hotel was already filled with students from various military academies, and the military training uniforms of these schools were of different colors. The moment the sci-fi troop transport truck stopped in front of the hotel, students from all schools focused their eyes on the troop transport truck. Oh my god, which school's troop transport truck is this? It looks so cool. TSK, is this thing really a troop transport truck? I even suspect it's a large luxury RV. Which school does this troop transport truck belong to? I've never seen this school emblem before. I seem to have some impression that this is Dongchuan University. At this moment, one of the students slapped his head and spoke. When he said the 4 words, Dongchuan University, the students present were stunned, and then mocking smiles appeared on their faces. They knew very well that Dongchuan University was a military academy transformed from a junior college, which was simply a joke to them. In their eyes, there is no difference between this and a fake university. Chapter 067, Where do these elite soldiers come from? So it's that fake school. I don't know where they got the supply truck. I guess they're just some upstart. Although they said they would give a lot of bonuses, the teaching conditions are not good enough. I didn't expect this fake school to dare to participate in the National Military Academy competition. Isn't this just embarrassing to come here? Now anyone dares to sign up for the Military Academy competition. But there's nothing we can do about it. They were recruiting a lot of people a while ago, but it doesn't look like there are that many people. When the students of the famous military academy learned that the university before them was Dongchuan University, they all showed disdain on their faces. Although the scholarship awarded by Dongchuan University is much higher than that of their school is recognized for its good teaching quality. This is related to their jobs after graduation, so in the eyes of most of them, this is ultimately a school with no future. At this moment, they suddenly felt a chill. Following the direction of the chill, they saw the students from Dongchuan University staring at them with cold eyes. Although the students of Dongchuan University did not speak, they felt a creepy feeling, as if they were being targeted by their natural enemy. At this time, the students from other schools were speechless, and they didn't even dare to look at the students from Dongchuan University. What's wrong with the people in this school? They all look like cold machines. I also felt very strange. These people looked at us as if they were looking at a piece of meat on a chopping board. There was no emotion at all. What on earth is going on with these people? Why do they look so strange? But this is normal. After all, what kind of students can a rubbish school produce? I guess they are all freaks. The students couldn't help but whisper to each other. After all, the looks from the Dongchuan University students gave them a creepy feeling. What they don't know is that the reason they have such a feeling is that all the students in Dongchuan University have experienced the battlefield environment. After training in such an extremely dangerous place, all soldiers will be transformed. Especially after experiencing a siege, the trainees are no longer afraid of death. Therefore, they have been unknowingly infected with murderous aura, and even just a glance can make others feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Ahem. At this moment, Lin Bai put his hand in front of his mouth and coughed twice. Su Shui and others then retracted their gazes and looked straight ahead. Everyone is ready to train. After Lin Bai gave the order, Su Shanduo led a group of students towards the temporary playground without hesitation. This group of people is really weird. I didn't expect them to start training right after arriving here. Do they think cramming at the last minute will be useful? Luckily I haven't been to this school before. I didn't expect the people in this school to look so weird. I don't know why, but when I saw these people, I felt that this was not a good school at all. I don't know what these people are pretending to be. Once the game starts, I will definitely beat them down. When Lin Bai and others disappeared from their sight, the students of these schools began to curse in low voices with displeasure. After all, what happened just now made them blush. It was just a look, but it scared a group of them like this. At this time, not far away, Li Guangjuan from Guanyin University also noticed the troop transport trucks parked in the parking lot. Because Lin Bai and his team's troop transport trucks were so cool, even he couldn't help but take a few more glances. I don't know where this school got the money from, but the car looks so luxurious. Li Guangjuan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the troop transport truck, but he shook his head and quickly put the matter behind him. The most important thing now is this game, which is related to their school's enrollment rate in the next 2 years. The next morning, a large number of reporters came to the outside of the National Military Academy competition venue, and Bingbing also appeared outside the door of the venue. Hello everyone, we have now arrived outside the competition venue. There are a total of 50 military schools participating in the competition. The specific rules are the same as before. The competition will test the soldiers' endurance, marksmanship, reaction ability, and survival in the wild. Only those who stand out in these subjects will have a chance to win the championship. Bingbing explained the rules of the competition to Arrow. In fact, this competition should not be hosted by Bingbing, but by her colleagues. However, what she did not expect was that Dongchuan University would actually participate in this competition. It is also for this reason that I took the initiative to accept the task of live broadcast. Because of what she saw last time, Bingbing couldn't forget it for a long time. After entering the competition venue, looking in the direction of the camera, I saw that the competition venue had been divided into many areas. Each area was for instructors and students from different military academies. At a glance, the entire playground was full of people. Due to the restrictions of the competition, each school could only select 50 soldiers to participate. But even at a glance, it still felt like the entire venue was full of people, and the audience in the live broadcast room were also carefully watching every school in the venue. Isn't that Shixia University? I don't know if this school will become a dark horse this year. I heard that the students they recruited this year are pretty good. I think it's a bit uncertain. After all, Guanyin University usually won the championship in previous years. I think this time it will be either first or second. I don't know what events will be included in this year's competition, but I heard that it will be more exciting than previous years. Wait, have you noticed why there are so few people in that school over there? Including the instructors, there seemed to be only about 10 people. While everyone was sending barrage chats, the sharp-eyed audience suddenly discovered that the area designated by one of the schools was not full. Upon closer inspection, there were only about a dozen people in the area. Moreover, the clothes worn by these 10 or so people are different from those of other schools. Students from other schools basically wear camouflage uniforms, but the difference is the depth of color, while all the students of this school wear black armed uniforms. From a distance, it looks like a team of elite soldiers, which naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, it is very different from other schools. Chapter 068, Dongchuan University must be the last one. Inside the office of the research department. How's the situation now? Is there anything wrong? Song Weiguo, who was sitting in an office chair, held the microphone and asked the person on the other end of the phone. Don't worry, I'm watching here, and nothing should go wrong, because they haven't been training for long, so it shouldn't attract too much attention. Zhang Jianhua, who was sitting in the stands and wearing a hat, spoke cautiously, his eyes still fixed on Dongchuan University on the field. As long as nothing goes wrong, you must keep a close eye on them and don't let them do anything weird again. Song Weiguo felt relieved after hearing this, because every time Lin Bai went out, they would be worried. However, there shouldn't be any big problems this time. After all, training a student into an elite is a very difficult task, and it will take at least more than a year. After hanging up the phone, Song Weiguo put down the receiver, leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. Minister Song, the car is ready. When will you leave? Just then, Song Weiguo's secretary walked in quickly and asked Song Weiguo. Right now. Song Weiguo picked up a stack of documents and followed his secretary into the car. The purpose of his trip this time was to meet with the Longwa Military Industry Ministry. Because he had already found his leader, and his leader introduced him to the Longwa Military Industry Department, who was able to check Qin Tian's information, and also wanted to report the news to the Longwa Military Industry Department. Although he was from the Science and Technology Department, it was after all affiliated with two different departments from the Ministry of Military Industry. Although they are both engaged in scientific research, the areas divided are also different. In just over an hour, the car slowly stopped under the building of China's Ministry of Military Industry. There is a big difference between the Ministry of Military Industry of China and their Scientific Research Department, because the location of the Ministry of Military Industry of China is more hidden and larger. As soon as I opened the car door, I saw a middle-aged man walking towards me quickly. Song Weiguo looked carefully and saw that the middle-aged man came over and was none other than Wan Wenjie, the minister of the Ministry of Military Industry. Hello, Minister Song, we are also aware of this news. We will work with you to investigate. Wan Wenjie had received the arrangements and notifications from his superiors yesterday, and learned what had happened. What made him excited was that he had never imagined that someone could come up with such amazing scientific research results. It was also for this reason that when he learned that Song Weiguo was about to come, he was waiting downstairs early. Let's go up and talk first, and this time I need your help to give some authority to retrieve someone's information. Song Weiguo went straight to the point without saying anything more. After arriving at the office, Song Weiguo directly handed the document he brought with him to Wan Wenjie. After Wan Wenjie took the information, he began to read it excitedly. The more he read, the more shocked he was. There were so many technologies contained in it. We were also shocked when we saw this information before. We never thought that someone could develop such scientific research results. It is for this reason that we attach great importance to this matter. This is all the information we have compiled, but this is only a small part of the glacier. Song Weiguo sat aside and spoke with a serious look. This is really incredible. Someone can actually come up with such scientific research results. I hope we can have further cooperation in the future. Wan Wenjie stretched out his right hand without hesitation and held Song Weiguo's hand tightly. In fact, it stands to reason that the next thing should be under the full responsibility of their Ministry of Military Industry, but the discovery was also made by Song Weiguo, so they can only conduct joint research. Oh, by the way, I have another matter to trouble you. Due to some special reasons, this man named Lin Bai cooperated with a man named Qin Tian. According to our preliminary investigation, this Qin Tian is a military-industrial dealer, but we can't find out any more information about him, so I need your permission. Song Weiguo did not forget this matter and quickly told it. His most important goal at this time was to investigate Qin Tian's information. Qin Tian. But what Song Weiguo didn't expect was that after hearing this name, Wan Wenjie showed a little surprise on his face. This Qin Tian is our man. At the same time, the National Military Academy competition has begun. Hello everyone, the first competition of our National Military Academy competition is the 30-kilometer weight-bearing training. The host stood on the stage and announced to the audience that the competition was about to begin. The moment this competition event was announced, everyone present showed a look of surprise on their faces. The 30-kilometer load-bearing march is not a big problem for students from all schools, but because of the competition among many people, they have to pursue speed and conduct forced marches. Because of this reason, the difficulty of this competition will increase dramatically. Principal, it looks like we're going to win this time. The instructor next to Li Guangjuan spoke with an excited look. Even a 30-kilometer cross-country march with weights is nothing for the students in their school, because they conduct cross-country marches with weights regularly. This has allowed their students to gradually get used to long-term cross-country running. Because of the long-term training in this project, their students have a great advantage over other students. Of course. Li Guangjuan smiled and looked at the students on the competition field with a calm gaze. Ever since the competition ended in the previous 2 years, he began to predict the possible events that might appear, and sure enough, he got it right this time. The reason for saying that is that if cross-country training is carried out frequently, it will inevitably reduce training in other items, such as target shooting, so it is necessary to distinguish the priorities. As all the students were ready, at the referee's command, all the students jogged towards the prepared path. In the live broadcast room. I don't know which school will take first place this time. Look at which university. I feel like they are in pretty good shape this time. But it's hard to say. Although they are in first place, this is a 30-kilometer weight-bearing training run after all. If we don't conserve our energy, we might be overtaken later. Although I don't know which school will take first place, I know which school will take last place. It must be Dongchuan University. At this time, everyone noticed that the Dongchuan University team had opened up a gap of nearly 500 meters with the second to last place, and they were actually moving their bodies slowly. Chapter 069, Dongchuan University, no. What on earth are the people from Dongchuan University doing? The game has already started, and they are still warming up. Do you really think that sharpening the knife will not delay the chopping of wood? This is simply a joke. How can you possibly get a ranking in this state? I've said it before, this school is completely useless, it's just good for publicity. If you really go to this school, you won't know what to do after graduation. Some people are short-sighted and go to this school just for the money. Look at what they are taught. The audience in the live broadcast room watched the live broadcast with disdain. Although this is not a 100-meter sprint and there is no need to rush, the distance between us is already so far that it will be very troublesome to catch up later. Li Guangjuan, who was sitting in the audience, also looked at Dongchuan University with a slightly mocking expression. I didn't expect these guys to be so stupid. They dared to come to participate in the competition. Isn't it embarrassing to come here? He originally thought that Dongchuan University had some capabilities. After all, it had invested a lot of money to recruit students, so it shouldn't be too bad. But he didn't expect it to be like this. Just when everyone had a mocking look on their faces, Zhang Jianhua, who was sitting on the stage, had a slightly strange look on his face. He had been in the army before, and his grades were exceptionally good, so he even participated in special training, where he had the honor of meeting a top instructor. The instructor once told him that before doing long-distance cross-country running, it is best to stretch the body first, because this will help long-distance running. And the most important thing is that the calmer your mentality is, the farther you can run during long-distance running. Although the Dongchuan University students who are conducting warm-up training are warming up, they all have calm looks on their faces. You know, it is very difficult to control your own mentality, but the students of Dongchuan University did not have any emotional fluctuations at all. Just as he was thinking secretly, Su Shui and others finally moved. They were seen jogging and running slowly towards the front. Although they were the last in the team, their expressions were exceptionally calm, and they even formed a long queue. The one running in the front was Su Shui, and the one at the end was a larger boy. This is... When Zhang Jianhua saw this scene, an incredible look appeared on his face. During long-distance cross-country training, forming a long line can help save energy, because even reducing wind resistance a little bit can save them a lot of energy. In fact, this is the same as in a bicycle race. Once you form a team, you will line up in a line. Although groups from other schools also run in formation, they do not run in one line because they have more people running and have not received training in this area. However, Zhang Jianhua still shook his head and sighed. He had to admit that these details could indeed increase the chances of victory, but the most important thing was the student's own physique. Although the students in Dongchuan University have been training for a period of time, they cannot be compared with those who have been training for 2 years. After all, physical fitness is something that requires long-term training. It is impossible to become strong overnight. Time passed by minute, and now we are not far from the finish line. This is also the time when competition among other teams is most intense. Because they had been running for a long time, the students from each school had tired looks on their faces. But they still gritted their teeth and silently increased their speed. After all, this ranking was related to their future. You should know that there are many senior generals in the army watching privately here. Once you are targeted by someone in the military, your life will be good. Wait and look. The audience watching the big screen at the competition suddenly noticed that the Dongchuan University student who was originally at the back actually sped up. What shocked them even more was that the students from Dongchuan University did not look tired at all on their faces, except for a few tiny beads of sweat. How is it possible that they have already run for more than 20 kilometers, and why don't they look tired at all? This couldn't be cheating, right? If I remember correctly, these students have only been training for less than half a year. How come they have so much energy now? This is absolutely impossible. How did they do that? And now they are running faster and faster, even twice as fast as the other teams. I've been running for so long, how come I still have so much energy left? The spectators in the stadium were all amazed. No one had expected that Dongchuan University would actually speed up their running pace at this time. And he didn't look tired at all. If he continued at his current speed, he would surpass all the teams in no time. They could also see that the other teams were extremely exhausted at this time. Compared with the students of Dongchuan University, they were simply in a world of difference. Although they have more people and can support each other to move forward, their speed is still far behind that of Dongchuan University. At this moment, even Li Guangjuan stood up suddenly, looking at the direction of the big screen with gritted teeth. How on earth did they do that? How come they have so much energy? You know, their school has hired very good instructors to teach and train, but it is actually not as good as a fake university. This scene alone made him so angry that he couldn't stop shaking all over. Principal, don't worry. I'm afraid that their school's teaching conditions are not good, so they have probably been practicing long-distance running during this period. Otherwise, they would never have such excellent results. At this time, the instructor standing aside hurriedly explained. If you only train in one thing for a long time, you will definitely be better than them. It's so unlucky that they have to run into this project. Li Guangjuan cursed and sat back in his seat. What the instructor said was not without reason. He also knew very well that if one practiced one project for a long time, he would indeed be better than the students in their school, because the projects their students studied were more diverse. When everyone was shocked, only Lin Bai was watching the scene on the big screen with his arms folded and a faint smile on his face. Chapter 70, Guaranteed to take first place. Although I haven't watched the recording of the previous national military games. But after knowing the competition items, Su Shanduo patted his chest and promised Lin Bai. The reason why they are so sure of getting the first place is that not only is their training top-notch, but more importantly, they have a professional cook. Because of the improved nutrition during this period, each student's physical fitness improved faster. And when I was at Dongchuan University, I often trained for long-distance cross-country running. Although the training time is not long, the student's performance is already comparable to that of veterans with 3 or 4 years of training. For the students in these military academies, this is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Moreover, they will pay more attention to actual combat relationships, so Su Sanduo also pays special attention to the student's physical fitness. It was also for this reason that Lin Bai was not at all surprised by this result. At the same time, when the other military academy cadets who were running saw the cadets from Dongchuan University speeding up, they all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Now they don't have much strength left in their bodies because of running for a long time. It can be said that they are relying entirely on their willpower to keep running. But they never expected that at this time, the Dongchuan University, which they least expected, actually surpassed them, and there was no sign of fatigue on their faces at all. As Dongchuan University quickened its pace and crossed the finish line, everyone present showed shocked expressions on their faces. No one had expected that Dongchuan University, the least favored university, would actually win first place. After getting the results, the students from Dongchuan University all had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Sister Su didn't expect that we actually won first place. It turns out that our school's teaching conditions are really better than those of other schools. Qin Zhaodi spoke with a tone of disbelief. In fact, before the game started, they were all more or less worried in their hearts, and they did have to undergo high-intensity training every day. But their opponents are all from well-known military academies, and each of them has trained for a longer time than them. But it was not until now that they realized that the students from these famous military academies were actually no match for them. I've said it before, you don't have to worry at all. After all, our instructors are from top special forces. Su Shui took a look and Su Shanduo, who was standing not far away, spoke. When they were chatting in their spare time before, Su Shui was very curious about Su Sanduo's background, so she asked Su Sanduo about it. It was also for this reason that Su Shui found out that Su Shanduo was actually a top special forces instructor. You should know that these top instructors basically will not appear in society, because each of these top instructors is the most valuable asset of Longwa, so they receive higher salaries, so most of them will choose to stay in Longwa and continue serving. Even if a small number of them come out, they will not continue to work in this field, because they are all talents, and even after they come out, they will be directly assigned to departments such as the police department. In the research department. How could they possibly get first place? What the hell is going on? When Dongchuan University won the first place in the 30 km cross-country race, Song Weiguo also received the news. But after knowing the news, he was stunned. He never expected that Dongchuan University could actually win the first place. Minister Song, you don't have to worry too much. Although Dongchuan University's performance is outstanding, not many people should notice it. After all, it is only the first place in a project, not the overall championship. According to past experience, if you want to appear, you must at least be ranked in the top 10. There are many military academies participating in the competition this time, and many schools focus on different projects, so in the end, it still depends on the overall ranking. Zhang Jianhua gritted his teeth and comforted Song Weiguo. Just keep an eye on that place as much as possible. It doesn't matter if you get a higher ranking. The important thing is not to attract too much attention from those who are interested. Song Weiguo gritted his teeth. After all, this was still acceptable because what they were most worried about was that the weapons in Dongchuan University would be displayed in public. It is also for this reason that they are particularly attentive to everything Dongchuan University does now. The reason why we are worried about getting a relatively high ranking is that if Dongchuan University continues to expand its enrollment and influence, it will definitely attract more people's attention. After all, its rise is too fast. If there is nothing wrong with the domestic situation, what they are most worried about is that other countries will also notice it. If other countries really get involved, the whole thing will become very tricky. Especially the Eagle country, they are unscrupulous in doing things, and it is for this reason that he is particularly worried. After the game, everyone returned to the hotel to rest, and Lin Bai also returned to his room. As soon as Lin Bai returned to the room, he called Wang who stayed at school. Principal. As soon as the phone was connected, Wang Meng's rough voice came from the other end. What is the current progress of the production of the Tianyu tank? Lin Bai asked directly without getting straight to the point. The factory was completed 4 days ago, so the production of Tianyu tanks and troop carriers has begun. The Tianyu tank is now 60% complete, and the troop carrier truck is currently in production with only 5% progress. However, we estimate that both of them can be completed within a week. After Wang Meng turned his head to take a look at the equipment on the assembly line, he spoke in a decisive tone. Well done. After Lin Bai estimated the time, he spoke with an excited tone. Because of the construction of the military factory and the purchase of equipment, the original 30 million has now been reduced to more than 5 million. What he is most anxious about now is to get more funds as soon as possible. Although he could earn money by being a mercenary, because he had been hired some time ago, Lin Bai had no intention of showing up in the near future. After all, he didn't want anyone else to target them. Moreover, as long as these weapons are made as soon as possible and delivered to Qin Tian will be able to attract most of the attention. Because he had also purchased some information on the Mercenary website recently, it was said that many mercenaries had already noticed their Tianyu tanks and troop transport trucks. After all, the scene shown at that time was impossible for anyone not to be moved. Only after confirming the production time did Lin Bai feel relieved. Chapter 071, External Members of the Ministry of Military Industry. Inside the Dragon State Military Industry Department. A luxury car quickly stopped in front of the Longwa Military Industry Ministry building. A man in a well-dressed suit got out of the car. It was Qin Tian. At this time, Qin Tian was holding a briefcase in his hand, his face full of excitement. "Who are you, sir?" As soon as he got out of the car, the guard standing by the gate came over. Although the car was registered with them, they had never seen this man before. "I am an expatriate from the Ministry of Military Industry. Here is my ID. I need to see the minister for something urgent." As Qin Tian spoke, he took out a certificate from the inner pocket of his clothes. When the two guards saw the certificate, they quickly made way for Qin Tian to enter. The reason why Qin Tian was so anxious at this moment was entirely because he had just received a call from his superior. When he pushed open the office door, he saw Ruan Wenjie and Song Weigua sitting on chairs. "You're finally here." Ruan Wenjie stood up excitedly when he saw Qin Tian coming in. "Leader, I'm here. Is what you said on the phone true? Is the weapon in the hands of that man named Lin Bai really that important?" Qin Tian spoke in a hurried tone. After he learned on the phone that the tanks and troop transport trucks in Lin Bai's hands were all top-notch technology, he felt terrible. He never expected that the weapon in Lin Bai's hand would be so terrifying. Originally, he just thought that this scientific research result might be of some use, so the price he offered was not very high. But he never imagined that these weapons contained so much technology. Although he only learned part of it from the phone call, he also knew the importance of this matter. "Come and sit down first." Ruan Wenjie pulled Qin Tian to sit on the sofa and introduced Song Weigua to Qin Tian. "This is Director Song of the Research Department. It was also because of Director Song who found me that I knew this research result would be so important." Song Weigua smiled, stretched out his hand and separated from Qin Tian immediately. After coming here, he also got Qin Tian's identity. Qin Tian was a money-making tool sent by their long country. Some of the obsolete weapons or some weapons with large storage quantities would be sold through Qin Tian's company. It can be said that the reason why Qin Tian was able to achieve so much in such a short period of time was entirely because he had the support of Longguo behind him. With the support of Longguo's power, it didn't take long for Qin Tian to occupy most of Longguo's military industry market. The reason why Qin Tian was specifically assigned to do these things was because although Longguo also had a military industry department that sold weapons to foreign countries, it could not sell all kinds of different weapons at will. But if it is a non-governmental organization, there will not be so many concerns, and it is also convenient, they can find out more information. It is also for this reason that Qin Tian is exposed to the outside world as the chairman of a private military industry. It has to be said that with Qin Tian in Longguo, more financial revenue can be obtained. After Song Weigua came here and learned the news, the panic in his heart was completely put down. As long as they cooperated with Qin Tian, it would mean that they would be able to obtain the weapons in Lin Bai's hands for a long time. With these weapons, they will be able to conduct research and even copy them, which is a rare good thing for the Dragon Kingdom. "Hello, Minister Song, please tell me roughly what happened." Qin Tian looked at Song Weigua with excitement. Because he did not have Lin Bai's Tianyu tanks and heavy personnel carriers, Qin Tian was actually not very clear about what was so special about the weapons in Lin Bai's hands. "Then let me briefly tell you about the technology we know at present," Song Weigua said to Qin Tian. After Qin Tian heard what Song Weigua said, his face was full of astonishment. He never thought that the tanks and heavy troop carriers in Lin Bai's hands were so terrifying. Although they had obtained the video provided by the Syrian government forces, they had not studied it in depth, so all Qin Tian knew was that the Lin Bai tank had better defense, but he did not expect it to be so superior in all aspects. "Then what do you need my help with?" Qin Tian was also very clear that Song Weigua would not come to him for no reason, so this time he must have something very important to do. "I think you shouldn't announce it to the public after you get the weapons, and I hope we can do joint research at that time, because this concerns the future of our dragon country." Song Weigua said solemnly that if this kind of weapon were made public, it would definitely attract the attention of all countries. "Actually, I think we should make it public." But at this moment, Qin Tian suddenly put forward a different opinion. "Why?" Song Weigua frowned and asked in a puzzled tone. "Lin Bai and I had an agreement before, which means that after I get the weapons, I must disclose them with my identity. The reason why Lin Bai did that is probably because he was worried that what he did in Syria before would be noticed. In that case, my presence is necessary, because if I make it public, this is a design of our company. Even if someone notices it, they will focus on us because of what Lin Bai did in Syria. It has to be said that Qin Tian's words made Song Weiguo ponder secretly in his heart. He had been worried that Lin Bai would be targeted by other countries. Although there has been no news yet, there is no guarantee that no one will notice. If he is really noticed by other countries, the consequences will be disastrous. What you said makes sense. Since the agreement has already been signed, you should just follow this method. But if you really do that, you will also take great risks. After hesitating for a moment, Song Weiguo slowly spoke. After all, these weapons are too powerful. If other countries know about this and have bad intentions, anything can happen. Qin Tian will also take huge risks at that time, because there is no guarantee that some countries will resort to any means necessary. There's nothing we can do about it. If you can, then let's do it. Qin Tian nodded in agreement without hesitation. Even when he sat in this position, his heart was still with Dragon Country, and he was willing to risk his life for the future of Dragon Country. Let's do this. After the weapons arrive, I will contact some senior personnel to come to the military industry department for joint research. After it was confirmed, Song Weiguo made the final decision on the follow-up research. Chapter 072, The Exercise Begins. The next day. At the National Military Academy competition venue, thousands of spectators arrived at the auditorium early. I don't know what event we were competing in today, but those guys from Dongchuan University were really amazing yesterday. They actually went from last place to first place. Maybe this is really a dark horse. I didn't expect that this unknown school could get first place in this project. This is simply incredible. You can't judge a person by his appearance. I wonder if they can get a high ranking in today's competition. If they can, Dongchuan University will probably become famous all over the country. That's simply impossible. I checked it out when I went back yesterday. This Dongchuan University was originally a school that was about to close down, but luckily it passed the military project, so it was converted into a military school. It has only been a short period of training, and to get the first place in one of the projects is already a great honor. Although Dongchuan University's performance yesterday shocked many people, the vast majority of viewers were still not optimistic about Dongchuan University. After all, Dongchuan University is a newly established school. Even if it has good educational resources, it will be difficult to surpass these old military academies in such a short time. Not to mention anything else, just the training time alone cannot be compared with those old military academies. You have to know that the players sent by other military academies this time have all been training for more than 2 years. While the audience was talking, the students from each school lined up neatly and entered the competition venue. After everything was ready, a host in a suit and tie walked onto the stage. All schools are ready, now is the time to announce the second round of competitions. The second round of the competition is wilderness survival. All contestants need to form groups from each school to enter the forest to survive. The survival time is 3 days. We will test the weight and physical condition of each contestant. The school with the best condition will win. When these words were spoken, all the audience present were shocked. It was the first time they heard of this competition event. Oh my God, it's actually wilderness survival. This competition is a bit too outrageous. This is the first time that a 3-day competition has been held. It's such a long competition, and we have to ensure that our bodies are not affected in the forest. This is extremely difficult. There are so many schools here. It's very difficult to find food. Moreover, they grade students by group. This means that we have to ensure that every student's health is not affected. How is this possible? This competition is probably the most difficult among all the previous years. I wonder which school will get first place. The audience was talking about it. After all, if a person went into the forest to survive alone, it was not too difficult for these well-trained students. After all, they usually train in knowledge such as survival in the wild, but once the number of people increases, things will be completely different. It is very difficult to ensure that everyone's health is not affected within limited resources. Not to mention the audience, even the leaders of each military academy had ugly expressions on their faces. It is a fantasy to want to get enough food for 50 people in the forest. Even if it is possible, animals will not gather in groups. Instructor, what do you think of our students this time? Li Guangjuan turned his head to look at the instructor beside him and asked with gritted teeth. Although they had training in school, they never had this kind of training method. It was obvious that they were just throwing their students into the forest to starve. Finding water resources is naturally not a problem, but it is impossible to rely solely on water for 3 days, and physical fitness checks will be carried out at that time. Therefore, drinking water alone is definitely not enough. Only by finding enough food can we ensure that the students' bodies are not affected. Don't worry, the problem shouldn't be too big. Even if we can't get first place, we can still get second place. I have already taught them how to get large quantities of food in the forest, and I also explained what kind of plants can be eaten in the course. The instructor spoke without hesitation. After receiving such a reply, Li Guangjuan finally put his mind at ease. Dongchuan University has already taken first place in the 30 km cross-country event, so we must take first place this time to ensure we can compete with other schools. As for Dongchuan University, he did not take it seriously. In his eyes, Dongchuan University was able to win the first place just because of good luck. Because the competition venue was not here, after the start of the competition was announced, each team got on the vehicles prepared in advance and took them to the forest. The program team chose the Dragon Forest, a long-term closed protection reserve. No one has entered this forest for 30 years. In addition, its vastness makes it the best venue for this competition. In order to protect the students' safety and observe the competition process, each student wore a GPS positioning device and a solar-powered live broadcast camera. At this time, after Su Shui and others got on the car, they followed the vehicle to the foot of a deep mountain. After getting off the car, Su Shui and the others looked at each other, and without saying a word, they went straight into the deep mountains and forests. As for the students from other schools, after entering the deep mountains and forests, they immediately began to choose a suitable camping site. In the live broadcast room. These students are really well trained. After entering, they immediately set up camp on the spot. Isn't that nonsense? They are trained as elites. Camping on the spot can greatly reduce the heat in their bodies. It is enough for them to ensure drinking water. But this is not enough. After all, it is impossible to keep your weight off just by drinking water for a few days, and it can't guarantee that you won't have any problems with your body. It depends on which school has better field training. But in my opinion, I am more optimistic about Guanyin Military Academy. That's true. When you saw Guanyin Military Academy, they had already started planning. They were looking for water sources and were planning to rely on fishing to ensure food consumption. Because every school has a camera, the screen is divided into different screens, and the audience in the live broadcast room can click on the military academy they want to watch at will. Everyone is more optimistic about Guanyin Military Academy, because as long as there is water, there will be fish, and fish can provide sufficient protein to the human body. Chapter 73, Bear. Danger. After seeing this scene, Li Guangjuan, the principal of Guanyin Military Academy, showed a look of satisfaction on his face. Although camping on the spot was indeed a good choice, it would also provide more time to explore the surroundings. But this is based on the assumption that you don't plan to consume a lot of food. If you plan to find enough food, it is best to stay close to the river. There are not only fish in the river, but you may also encounter animals that come here to drink the water. Maybe we can even capture animals to provide them with enough fat. As time passed, the students of Guanyin Military Academy finally found a stream. Although the stream was not very deep, it could ensure sufficient water supply. Wait a minute, look. Other schools have already set up camp. What on earth are those students from Dongchuan University doing? At this time, one of the viewers in the live broadcast room noticed the students from Dongchuan University. At this time, Dongchuan University had no intention of setting up camp, but instead kept walking towards the depths of the forest. Could it be that they are planning to start looking for food now? How can it be so easy to find food at a time like this? They are good at military training, but they are not hunters. I think Dongchuan University can't hold on this time. They are obviously the ones with the most advantages. I don't know what the captain is thinking. If he doesn't worry about them now, it will be very troublesome after dark. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but start complaining. Because of the number of participants, Dongchuan University has the most advantage now. As long as they can guarantee food for 10 people, it will be enough. But now they actually choose to go into the deep mountains and forests. Putting aside other things, the most important thing is that this will definitely consume most of the calories in the body. So this choice is extremely unsuccessful. Even the instructors from other schools in the audience couldn't help but nod. If they were to lead the team, they would definitely not choose to go headfirst into the deep mountains and forests, because the students now have no tools at all. Even if you encounter prey, it is difficult to keep it. In this case, you might as well set up camp and advance steadily. But at this moment, Su Shui on the screen suddenly stopped. Su Shui was seen squatting on the ground, carefully looking at the traces on the ground. After a long while, she nodded with a solemn expression. After seeing Su Shui nod, the other students immediately split up and went to the surrounding areas. After a short while, these students collected a large amount of wood, stones, vines, and the like. After collecting enough supplies, the students immediately gathered together and quickly set up camp. After seeing the actions of Su Shui and others, everyone was stunned. What on earth are they doing? Why did they set up camp in this deep forest? Wouldn't it be better to camp at the edge of the forest or by a stream? Lin Bai, who doesn't like it very much, came here specifically to find a vacant lot to settle down. Isn't this just for nothing? This is simply a waste of body calories. I think these people have no experience at all. They probably thought that if they were farther away, they might encounter more prey, but they didn't consider their own situation at all. I was optimistic about them at first. I guess it's because their crappy school only teaches them running. After all, a large number of the audience who come here to watch the game have a certain understanding of military knowledge, so this kind of action is just a joke to them. But the next scene made them all stunned. They saw that after Su Shui and others got the materials, they actually started making spears and bows and arrows very quickly. Some people even used sharper stones to make tools such as axes, which caught everyone by surprise. Originally, we thought they were planning to collect materials and set up camp, but no one expected that they were actually preparing weapons. What on earth do they want to do? What's the point of preparing weapons now? Are they planning to hunt? Don't be ridiculous. How can we possibly catch prey? Even though this is an unexplored forest, it doesn't mean the beasts inside are brainless. This is a stupid decision. Even if we want to make weapons, we have to wait until we set up camp. It's impossible to find prey now. I don't know how Dongchuan University trains its students to be so stupid. Many people know that hunting prey is not that easy. If it were really possible to catch prey easily, then the entire village would have gone hunting and there would have been no need to farm. The reason why no one in the village went hunting was because it was very difficult to catch prey. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they had to rely on the weather for their livelihood, not to mention that these students had no hunting experience, so this action was like a joke to them. While Su Shui and others were preparing their weapons, Su Shui made a gesture to the people present and walked forward cautiously. Su Shui walked while squatting on the ground to check for traces on the ground. After about half an hour, a huge cave appeared in the distance. As Su Shui squatted down, she saw some feces scattered around her feet. When everyone saw the feces, they were stunned at first, but they quickly remembered who the owner of the feces was. If I remember correctly, this should be bear feces, and the one in front is a cave. Isn't this the habitat of bears? Oh my god, this feces is still so fresh, which means there is a high possibility that there is a brown bear in it. That thing is simply beyond the reach of human power. Now I finally understand why they prepared weapons. It turns out they were targeting this brown bear. Do they want to die? Although we have enough people, it's very difficult to hunt black bears. If someone gets hurt by accident, we'll definitely lose. Brown bears are the kings of the deep mountains and forests. Putting aside other things, even if you have a gun, you may not be able to kill an adult brown bear. Moreover, these people cannot stop this brown bear when it gets angry. Although there is a certain chance if they have weapons, the possibility of getting injured will be greater. In addition, given the nature of this kind of competition, if one person gets injured, the game is lost, so in the eyes of all the spectators, the students of Dongchuan University are seeking their own death. Chapter 74, Su Shui advances to the third level. Start. At the same time, Su Shui gave orders and all the students dispersed. After more than 10 minutes, they formed a fan-shaped encirclement around the cave. This is not right. did you notice that there is a big gap? Even if we can injure the brown bear, we can't keep it here. I didn't expect that these students didn't even think about this and actually left a gap. This is not on the battlefield. If it was on the battlefield, there would indeed be a gap. There's nothing we can do. After all, the students in this school haven't been training for long, and the teaching level is definitely not that good, so they made a lot of wrong decisions right after they came in. Sure enough, the best students are from the top military academies. It's hard for a fake school like this to train outstanding students. The moment this formation was deployed, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately realized that there was something wrong with this formation, because although it formed a fan-shaped encirclement, there was actually a huge loophole. Because there was no one standing in one of the positions, it meant that the brown bear was very likely to run away from this position, because when a wild animal is frightened, its preferred escape route is to a place where there is no one. You know, once the brown bear runs away, it will be impossible to catch up, so this is likely to be a useless effort. At the same time, after Su Shui gave the order, a group of people stood behind the tree and lit the torches that had been prepared long ago, and then threw the extra torches directly into the cave. The moment the torch was thrown into the cave, the roar of a brown bear was immediately heard from inside, and then everyone saw a brown bear with a body length of nearly 2.5 meters rushing out directly from inside. The moment the brown bear came out, the audience watching the live broadcast were stunned. This brown bear was clearly an adult brown bear. The claw alone is bigger than a human head. If it slaps someone, the consequences will be disastrous. When the brown bear rushed out, the students holding bows and arrows drew their bows and shot arrows without hesitation. However, because they were simple arrows, they could only penetrate 5 or 6 centimeters into the brown bear's body. When the arrow hit the brown bear, the bear roared instantly. The bear looked around and the students shouted loudly at the same time. Some of them threw the torches and javelins they had prepared in advance at the bear. It has to be said that this action directly frightened the brown bear and made it run around everywhere. Because there was a gap, the brown bear rushed towards the gap without hesitation. See, I told you it would be a futile effort even if there were no casualties. These young people really don't know anything. Do they think hunting is that easy? This is all in vain. We wasted so much energy and didn't hunt for food. We are definitely going to lose this time. After all, these young people don't understand anything at all. Do they really think they can hunt brown bears? Just as everyone was talking about it, an incredible scene appeared. Not even a dozen seconds after the brown bear ran into the gap, the brown bear's wailing sounds were heard from inside. Su Shui immediately led the students to surround the gap, only to see a brown bear lying on the ground not far away with more than 10 pieces of wood stuck in its body, dying. How is this possible? How on earth did they do this? After seeing this scene, Li Guangjuan slammed the table and stood up, staring at the screen. This scene was completely beyond his imagination. He had never thought that there were more than a dozen sharp pieces of wood on the brown bear's body for no reason. What made him grit his teeth even more was that after the students of Dongchuan University hunted a brown bear, they no longer had to worry about food problems. I understand. When they left this gap, they also set a trap on the ground. They had prepared this a long time ago. At this time, the instructor standing next to him spoke in a serious tone. At first, he was also confused as to why they had to separate for a while even though they had surrounded the brown bear's cave. He thought that these 10 minutes were for making torches. But it doesn't take that long to make torches. Now they finally understand that this is clearly a trap. He understood the making process of the trap with just one glance, because the location of the gap happened to be a bamboo forest. Bamboo is tough, so as long as the bamboo is bent and tied with something, when the trap is triggered, the wood tied to the bamboo will be thrown out. The kinetic energy contained in it is astonishingly large and can easily penetrate the body of a brown bear. So all of this was planned by the students long ago, in order to force the brown bear into this gap. In the live broadcast room. I was wondering why they did that. It turns out they set a trap here. My God, this is incredible. With this brown bear, we won't have to worry about food for a long time. It seems that I am short-sighted. They didn't intend to fight this brown bear head-on. Everything they did was just to scare the brown bear. It seems that Dongchuan University cannot be underestimated. Although it has been planned long ago, no one can guarantee that this brown bear will fight to the death. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but marvel at the scene. It's not that they haven't watched hunting videos, but to do this accurately, one must be an experienced hunter. Lin Bai sat in a chair, quietly watching everything that happened on the screen with a smile on his lips. In fact, he was not surprised at all by such a result. Instead, he had already expected it, because Su Shan Duo had led the students in wilderness survival training before. Moreover, this kind of wilderness survival training is not just once or twice. This is also due to the fact that there are deep mountains and forests next to Dongchuan University. Otherwise, there would be no suitable environment for them to train regularly. The reason why he was so happy was because the system had just issued a reward. Bite. Congratulations to the host, Su Shui has been promoted to a third-level soldier. Excellent soldier. Reward the host with 500 points. Although Su Shui has been making progress recently, the pace of progress is getting slower and slower. Now he has finally been promoted to a third-level soldier. At the same time, after seeing the brown bear fall to the ground and groan, the students of Dongchuan University did not rush forward, but bent their bows and drew their arrows, shooting arrows at the brown bear one after another. Only after making sure that the brown bear was dead did the students dare to approach it and cut off its flesh with a simple axe made of stone. Chapter 75, What a Difference. Sister Su, this meat is enough for us to eat for 3 days. Qin Zhaodi was cutting the meat with a simple stone axe and turned to look at Su Shui. In fact, after learning about the competition items, Su Shui made the decision immediately. That is, it is necessary to hunt large prey, only in this way can one ensure one's own nutrition. At first, I also considered finding a river or stream and using fish meat to survive for a few days. But Su Shui rejected this idea without hesitation. Although fish can provide protein, it can only barely sustain the body. For those who train for a long time, without enough nutrition and protein, they will eventually lose weight. It was also for this reason that after getting off the car, he immediately went deep into the forest to look for large prey. As long as they have a large prey, they don't have to worry about nutritional intake at all. What's more, their smaller number of staff is also an advantage, as fewer people means less food is needed. Sure enough, now that we have killed a bear, we don't have to worry about food and other issues for a long time. Well, now that the food problem has been temporarily solved, let's choose the brown bear's cave as our habitat tonight. Su Shui took a look at the sky and gave the order. In the live broadcast room. I never thought that I could hunt a brown bear. This is amazing. It seems that the students of Dongchuan University are quite capable. It hasn't been long since they caught a brown bear. It seems that Dongchuan University will definitely be at the top of the list in this competition. But I think Guanyin Military Academy has a greater chance of taking first place. Although Dongchuan University's performance is amazing, most people are still more optimistic about those top universities. You have to know that this is a primeval forest, where jackals, tigers and leopards are very common. Although the number of students at Dongchuan University is relatively small, it does not necessarily mean it is a good thing, because the fewer the number of people, the lower the security. For wild animals, the greater the number of people, the less likely they are to attack that group. But there are only 10 people in Dongchuan University now, so this is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Meanwhile, down by the creek. The students of Guanyin Military Academy have already set up the camp. Team 1 and Team 2, you go boil water, and the rest of the teams go fish. Because there were 50 people in total, every 10 people were divided into a team. With the effective division of labor, everyone moved quickly. After working until dark, the other 3 teams came back with exhausted looks. Even though there were fish all over the floor, the captain's face became extremely ugly. He took a quick look and found that there were only about 40 fish here. Excluding bones and the like, there were less than 30 kilograms left. For students like them who consume a lot of physical energy, this amount is barely enough to consume body calories. But there is no other way now, I can only grit my teeth and persevere. After barely having enough food and clothing, the students of Guanyin Military Academy assigned a few people to stand guard, while the rest came to the temporary camp to rest. This makeshift campsite is a herringbone rest area built with trees and leaves. Although there was only hay as bedding, the students were still quite satisfied. But at this moment, bursts of wolf howling suddenly came from the distance. Although all the students were soldiers, they had never seen such a scene. After hearing the wolf howling, he instantly lost his composure. Get up! The wolf is coming! To make matters worse, at this moment, they suddenly heard the sentries shouting. Everyone jumped up, stood beside the fire and looked into the depths of the forest. I saw pairs of green eyes appearing in the depths of the forest. Damn it! There's a pack of wolves. Li Guangjuan, who was watching the live broadcast, looked extremely ugly. He had long thought that there might be wild animals by the river, because there would be many wild animals roaming around at night. After all, wild animals also need to drink water, but I didn't expect that a wild wolf would appear in this area. You know, wolves move out in large numbers, and if they accidentally start fighting, the possibility of death is very small. But injuries are inevitable. Once you get injured, you will definitely lose the game. At this time, even the students of Guangyun Military Academy thought of this. They all picked up sticks and other things and looked at the wolves vigilantly. At this time, not only Guangyun Military Academy was in a difficult situation, other military academies were not much better. Either they were not close to a water source and transporting water became a problem, or they could not find a suitable campsite to set up camp and could only choose an open space to rest temporarily. This poses a huge problem to the students' physical and mental health. The biggest common point is that wolves can be seen no matter which military academy is stationed. Oh my god, why are there so many wolves in this forest? That's right, I saw that most of the military school camps were targeted by wolves. It gives me chills just looking at it. There are too many wolves here. It's probably because there's plenty of food in this forest, or because this is the wolf habitat, so there are just too many wolves. In fact, it is normal to have wolf packs, but the number of this wolf pack exceeded everyone's expectations. Only the organizers were not surprised at all. In fact, when the organizers chose the location, they specifically placed the military academies in this area. Because this area is divided into 3 wolf packs, and each pack has hundreds of wolves. Only in this way can we ensure that the difficulty is increased. Otherwise, these students have all undergone long-term training. Without the interference of external factors, it is difficult to score later. Therefore, the appearance of this wolf pack has both good and bad sides, and perhaps, they can even prey on the wolf pack. But when all the teams were harassed by the wolves, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly discovered that the Dongchuan University team did not encounter the wolves at all. What's going on? Why aren't there any wolves around Dongchuan University? They seem to have walked a long way. Have they walked out of the wolf pack's habitat? Impossible. I just checked the information. There are a lot of wolves in this area of the primeval forest. Even if they don't intend to attack, there will definitely be wolves coming to harass and test them. The audience was all stunned. This was too strange. Although some other teams had not been targeted by the wolves, they all looked exhausted. But compared with Dongchuan University, it is like heaven and earth. Chapter 76, Adding Salt for Seasoning is Outrageous. At this time, everyone from Dongchuan University was lying on the soft hay. There was also a fire burning at the entrance of the cave. Because of the air flow, the warm air rushed into the cave. Those who were on shift resting were all lying on it and sleeping soundly. Compared with other teams, this is simply too good. Even those who are on night watch can eat bear meat and rest at the same time. Huang Jie, they won't be harassed by wild animals because they are now in the bear's territory. In the forest, every animal has its own territory, so other wild animals won't easily enter the bear's territory. Just when everyone was confused, a wilderness survival blogger answered everyone's questions. I was wondering why all the other teams were being targeted by wolves, but only they were so quiet. Oh my goodness, at first I thought the bear den was so smelly, but I didn't expect this to be a good thing. This Dongchuan University is much better than other schools because the cave is not big and dry, there are not even bugs in it. I guess the students from Dongchuan University will have the best rest tonight. The audience couldn't help but sigh again and again. After all, the gap between them and other teams was really too big. The long night passed in a flash. As a hint of dawn appeared in the sky, the wolves that were originally wandering around dispersed. After a whole night of confrontation, everyone's face was filled with fatigue. In this situation, even if you lie down to rest, you won't be able to rest well. After all, these vicious wolves were watching them closely not far away. Although some teams were not targeted by the wolves, in this harsh environment, there were poisonous insects everywhere, making it impossible to have a good rest. But there was no time to complain. As soon as the sun rose, all the teams began to dispatch people to look for food. On the other hand, let's look at Dongchuan University. 2 people in a team, blow the whistle if anything happens. Su Shui stood in front of the team members and gave orders. The audience who were watching the live broadcast were stunned. What's going on? Is this guy from Dongchuan University planning to go out? It seems to be true. What are they doing outside? A bear that big should be enough to feed them for a week, let alone 3 days. There's already plenty of food, but you're still going hunting. Isn't that just asking for trouble? I guess this wave is definitely not a good thing. It will be a classic if it goes wrong. Seeing the people from Dongchuan University leaving in several groups, the audience all looked a little more disdainful. Even Li Guangjuan's face showed excitement. I didn't expect these guys to be so restless. Maybe we still have a chance to take first place. What he was most worried about was that Dongchuan University would stay in the cave obediently for 3 days. In this case, the loser will definitely be their Guanyin Military Academy. After all, although they can catch fish in Guanyin, the instructor's analysis shows that the fish in this river are not so easy to catch, and if they keep eating fish meat, they will still lose weight. There is no way it can compare with the bear meat from Dongchuan University. I thought I was doomed to fail, but unexpectedly there is a turnaround now. This primeval forest is full of poisonous insects and snakes. If you are not careful, your score might be lowered. But what they didn't expect was that the people from Dongchuan University came back so soon. Everyone brought different supplies. For example, some brought back water, while others brought back a bunch of leaves and unknown fruits. After seeing what they were holding, Li Guangjuan was stunned. This is... I thought he was going out to look for different types of food, but I never expected that he would just go out for a walk and come back. At this time, the instructor standing aside looked a little strange. Li Guangjuan, who was standing by, keenly noticed the change in the instructor's expression. What's wrong? Li Guangjuan turned and looked at the instructor. I guess they were planning to make tea. When the instructor was in the army, he often conducted field training. He recognized at a glance that the leaves these trainees brought could be used to make tea. Generally speaking, no one would do that in the wild, because the calories consumed are not proportional to the leaves brought back. The biggest function of these leaves is that they can provide certain vitamins to the human body. After hearing the instructor's explanation, Li Guangjuan was stunned. Wow, while their students were still busy fishing, the students from Dongchuan University were already preparing to make tea. This guy is so infuriating. He doesn't play by the rules at all. The wilderness survival blogger in the live broadcast room also explained its usefulness as soon as possible. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. After bringing the things back, the people from Dongchuan University started making tools immediately. Some people made simple stools out of wood and vines, and some people boiled water to make tea. There were 2 people squatting not far away, polishing something. As the camera looked over, everyone could see clearly that the 2 men were actually making chess pieces out of wood. I thought they were going out early in the morning to do something, but it turns out they were getting entertainment supplies. I'm impressed. Other teams can't even get enough food, but this group actually started playing chess. This is simply a one-sided crushing. What kind of game is this? But this is normal. They can eat whatever they want from this bear. Didn't you see that they made so much jerky? Just as the audience was talking, Su Shui came to the fire and sat cross-legged. She just picked up the bear meat jerky that had been roasted overnight, put it into her mouth and started chewing it expressionlessly. No, we have to get some salt. At this moment, Su Shui stood up suddenly. This sentence stunned the audience who were watching the live broadcast. Where can I get salt in this desolate mountain? This is impossible. If you can really make salt, it's too absurd. I remember that if you want to get salt, you can either extract it from seawater or get it from animal blood. Another way is to track herbivores like goats and find stones containing salt, but none of these methods are possible. Let's not talk about getting it first. Under these conditions, you actually want salt for seasoning. This is simply outrageous. I'm really free, isn't it better to just stay here and do nothing? The audience couldn't help but complain, saying that this was simply a way of finding things to do when they had nothing to do. But at this moment, a barrage caught everyone's attention. This barrage was actually sent by Huang Jie. Chapter 077, You are so nervous, why are you playing landlord here? Huang Jie, Dongchuan University's idea is correct. Although there are only 3 days and the food is relatively sufficient, people need a certain amount of salt. Without enough salt, the combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. After seeing that it was Huang Jie, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but nod. No matter what, Huang Jie is a well-known wilderness survival anchor in Longwa, so there must be some truth in what he said. But what puzzled them was where to find salt under such conditions. Just when they were confused, Su Shui moved. I saw Su Shui collecting all the ashes from the wood burned last night and grinding them into powder. Then it is dissolved in water, the wood ash water is simply filtered with a small piece of cloth, and then boiled. As the water evaporated, a layer of white powder appeared inside the makeshift water pot made of stone. This doesn't look like salt. Why does it look like powder? That's right, is there really salt in this stuff? Could this be the residue left by wood ash? I think it's probably just the ash that has burned dry. This thing can also be used as salt. This shouldn't be possible, I have never heard of this method. After seeing the little bit of powder left, the audience in the live broadcast room said with a puzzled look. This looks nothing like the salt they usually consume, and it can even be said that they are two different products. At this time, in a camping tent, a bearded man opened his eyes wide when he saw this scene. I didn't expect that this method would be used. This person was the well-known anchor Huang Jie. When he saw this scene, he instantly thought of this method. His fingers tapped rapidly on the phone screen. Huang Jie, this can indeed produce a substance containing salt. Although it cannot be eaten for a long time, it can still be eaten if it is used to replenish salt in the short term. Because wood ash contains salt, but this method is not common, and I almost forgot about it. I didn't expect that Dongchuan University would come up with such a method. After the barrage of explanations was issued, the audience was immediately in an uproar. It's no wonder they were so surprised, everyone knows how important salt is. This is related to the consumption of physical strength later on. Although it can only be consumed for a short period of time, it only requires staying in the primeval forest for 3 days. During these 3 days, it is entirely possible to replenish salt in this way. On the other hand, the students from other schools have a look of fatigue on their faces due to the huge amount of physical exertion. Although it was only the second day, it was already a difficult challenge for the students from other schools, if they could find enough food by themselves and replenish salt while eating. But now I can only barely fill my stomach. In order not to lose weight, I even need to spend a long time fishing or looking for food. Compared with Dongchuan University, there is a huge difference. This Dongchuan University is really amazing. They already have a clear plan before the competition starts. I think we can't call Dongchuan University a fake university anymore. After all, other military academies can't compare to Dongchuan University. TSK, I have to say, this initial formation determines everything that follows. Now it's too late for other teams to change their strategies. Have you noticed that when other teams didn't dare to eat wild fruits, only Dongchuan University dared to eat wild fruits? The more carefully the audience looked, the more surprised they were. After having enough meat, Dongchuan University did not stop there. It even found wild vegetables, fruits, and even mushrooms. Moreover, these are varieties that have never been seen on the market. No one knows whether these fruits are poisonous or not, but now such a long time has passed and no one at Dongchuan University has shown any signs of abnormality. In other words, these wild fruits and vegetables are not poisonous, which shows that Dongchuan University has a deep knowledge of the wild. Otherwise, they would not have rashly brought these things back. Now it seems that the people from Dongchuan University are not here to compete at all, but rather to come on vacation. Just then, Su Shui, who had finished her work, returned to the team. Sister Su, you must be tired. Have some tea. As soon as Su Shui sat down, Qin Pundi handed her a wooden cup. What's so tiring about this? It's much more comfortable than being in school. Su Shui smiled and took a sip of the slightly bitter tea leaves. That's true. You can even play chess here. I don't know what the organizers are thinking. They actually hold such a competition. It's like a vacation. The student from the logistics department nearby couldn't help but speak with a smile. They didn't have such a comfortable life when they were in school. Even when they went out for wilderness survival training, they had to be on guard against Su Shanduo taking action against them. So they are quite content with their current life. After hearing this, the audience's faces were filled with question marks. This is definitely Versailles. They have never seen such shameless people. This Dongchuan University is too outrageous. Others are struggling to survive and hunting, and you are here for vacation. I am really impressed. What kind of training is this Dongchuan University doing? This is outrageous. Looking at their smiles, it really doesn't seem like they are in Versailles. They really seem to be here on vacation. What is the origin of Dongchuan University? Why are all the students so outrageous? Looking at the flashing barrage of comments, Li Guangjuan was so angry that his whole body couldn't stop shaking. What is going on at Dongchuan University? He really couldn't understand how a fake university could train such excellent soldiers. In the previous off-road event, it could be said that I was just lucky, but now there are no problems with this event. This was a blatant insult to him. He couldn't help but look at the seat of Dongchuan University, but when he saw Lin Bai, he almost vomited blood. Compared to the nervousness of the principals of other schools, the president of Dongchuan University actually got a tea table from somewhere and put it in front of him to drink tea. That would have been fine, but the tea table was filled with snacks, and he played landlord with the other 3 instructors without even raising his head. It seemed as if he had already secured victory in this game. This is a blatant insult to him. He claimed to be the principal of the best military academy, but was defeated by such a military academy. Li Guangjuan's teeth were chattering. This was more painful than killing him. Chapter 78, You Can Attack Each Other. Battle Royale. No, if we continue, we will definitely lose. Li Guangjuan's eyes were bloodshot. He had invested a huge amount of money in the past 2 years for this competition. The purpose is to win 3 first places in a row, so that we can recruit a large number of students and make a profit. But now, not only can they not win 3 games in a row, they may even lose the game. If he really lost, all his efforts over the past 2 years would be wasted. Thinking of this, Li Guangjuan stood up suddenly and walked quickly out of the field. When the instructor saw Li Guangjuan's actions, he quickly followed. "Principal, what are you doing?" the instructor asked in a puzzled tone. "We're going to lose if we keep going like this. I'll go find someone to find a way to add some new rules to the game." Li Guangjuan spoke in a hurry without turning his head. He knows someone among the organizers who only cares about money. If you give enough money, maybe it can really help. The reason why he didn't look for it before was because he thought he had already won the game, but now it is impossible not to bleed heavily. After arriving at the organizer's office, Li Guangjuan looked at his mobile phone and knocked on the door. When the sound of someone coming in was heard, Li Guangjuan pushed the door open and walked in. As for the instructor, he stood outside the door to keep watch. As soon as Li Guangjuan opened the door, he saw a fat man with a bloated body and facial features almost squeezed together. The fat man sat on the custom-made office chair with a lewd smile. When he saw the fat man's expression, Li Guangjuan couldn't help but show a bit of disgust on his face. This fat guy is not an official person, he is just the son of one of the major shareholders of this game. Since the fat man's father mainly managed other businesses, he handed this competition over to the fat man. But this fat guy is just uneducated and lazy every day, trying to make money from everywhere. "Principal Li, you are finally here." When Huang Weiqing saw Principal Li appear, the smile on his face became even brighter. "Manager Huang." Li Guangjuan forced a smile and greeted him with a slightly humble expression. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Huang Weiqing placed the 2 legs that looked like pigs' trotters on the table with a mocking look on his face. "It's like this, I would like to trouble you to change the rules of the game that is currently going on." Looking at Huang Weiqing's smile, Li Guangjuan felt as if his wallet was trembling. "Ah." Huang Weiqing put on a serious expression when he heard this. "Principal Li, don't you know this is cheating? This is absolutely not allowed." Huang Weiqing's serious expression made Li Guangjuan curse in his heart. Isn't this a perfect example of a watch? If you want money, then you want money. Why are you pretending? This move is undoubtedly just an attempt to raise the price. But now he had to bow his head under the eaves, and Li Guangjuan could only smile stiffly and said, "Manager Huang, how can this be called cheating? This is to increase the difficulty of the game and increase fairness." And, look, there's 10 million in this bank card, which is also a sponsorship for this competition. Li Guangjuan had seen this kind of polite talk many times. He gritted his teeth, took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. Bang! But at this moment, Huang Weiqing slammed the table. Who do you think I am? Upon hearing this, Li Guangjuan's face turned ugly. This is clearly asking him to pay more money. You are a big shot, so you must have a lot of things to deal with. I was inconsiderate. This is a benefit for all employees of the competition. There is still 5 million in it. Li Guangjuan gritted his teeth and took out another bank card. This was already the limit of what he could accept. You know, after recruiting a large number of students, taking into account the subsidies from above and the graduation transfer, the final salary that his freshman class could get was only 30 million. This is already giving up half of the profit. If we continue to give it up, it would be better to just play the game normally. Hey, it seems you really have a heart for it. I just misunderstood you. Huang Weiqing also noticed the change in Li Guangjuan's expression, so he decided to quit while he was ahead and took the 2 bank cards. In that case, then. Li Guangjuan took a deep breath and asked with a shameless face. Don't worry about that. I also think this is too boring and not conducive to the show's effect. I'll arrange it now. Huang Weiqing stood up with his bloated body and walked slowly outside. In the primeval forest. It's so boring, and there's still 1 day left before it ends. One of the Dongchuan University logistics officers used a car to eat the opposite elephant and said helplessly. There's nothing we can do about it. This game isn't difficult at all. The other person stared at the chessboard and shook his head. They had been trained in the field many times by Su Shanduo before. Coming to a place like this now feels like returning home. Because we have been taught how to use many herbs, you won't even be bitten by mosquitoes here. So this is much more comfortable than before, but because I train so often, now that I have some free time, I am definitely a little bored. Come on, take a good rest for 2 days and you're still complaining. Su Shui held a cup of tea and spoke with an unhappy tone. Although she had already won, Su Shui was still a little cautious. Bite. Now read out the new rules. In the next period of time, there will be a camp confrontation. You can attack other teams' camps, and after winning, you can get the opponent's food. Next, the paintball gun will be dropped by drone, and those who hit the target will be eliminated. Warm tips, team damage will also be included in the subsequent game scores. When the broadcast sound echoed in the primeval forest, everyone couldn't help but look up. What's going on? Why did the rules suddenly change? Qin Zhaodi, who was leaning against a tree, stood up suddenly. The sudden news caught them off guard. Not sure, but everyone get ready. Su Shui frowned and shouted without hesitation. Although I don't know what happened, I absolutely cannot just stand there. When they entered the primeval forest before, they did not conceal their footprints at all. So there is a high possibility that other teams will target them. At the same time, the students of Guanyin Military Academy all stood up, with excitement in their eyes. Captain, we can go out and steal other people's food. Yeah, I've been smelling like fish for the past 2 days, let's go rob other people's stuff. I didn't expect that there would be such a rule at this time. This is not very beneficial to us. That's right. We should have the most food now, but we are not afraid if a fight really breaks out. The students of Guanyin Military Academy had different expressions on their faces. Chapter 79, War Begins. Everyone, pack up, we're going to hide. But what they never expected was that their team captain would say this. Captain, why are we hiding? We are not necessarily afraid of them. That's right, I guess the other teams eat differently, so let's go over there. Yeah, as soon as the paintball guns arrive, we'll set off immediately so we don't fall behind. I noticed on the road that there were traces left by other teams. The students of Guanyin Military Academy were talking to each other, and no one wanted to give up this opportunity. After all, they were almost going crazy just catching fish these past 2 days. I can't wait to find something fun to do right now. If you don't obey orders, you will be kicked out of our team when you go back. But the captain's words stunned them all. If he was kicked out, it would mean that his elite status would be gone. This is simply not something they can accept. But at this moment, they could only obey the captain's orders and pack up quickly. While concealing his tracks, he walked deeper into the forest. The reason why the captain of Gwangyun Military Academy issued this order was not his original intention. It was because he had just received a message from the pigeons bred by the school. The content is that after getting the paintball gun, you must continue to hide and not go out to fight. Although he didn't know the school's intention, he still gave the order obediently. At the same time, everyone who was watching the game was still in shock. What's going on? It's almost the last day, and there is still this temporary rule. This is too unfair. Announcing new rules at this time will only force the teams at the back to fight hard, right? I never thought that there would be such an operation. I am shocked. The worst off university is Dongchuan University. Who says it's not true? Dongchuan University has the fewest people and a lot of food, so they will definitely be targeted. They were all watching the live broadcast and knew that many teams were actually not far away from each other. Moreover, because this rule was not announced at the beginning, everyone used open flames in their lives. In other words, everyone knows each other's approximate location very clearly. It would be fine if they were evenly matched, but Dongchuan University has the smallest number of people. Once surrounded, there is only one way out, death. Huang Jie, it's a close call. Dongchuan University was sure to win, but with this rule, they are now a piece of juicy meat in the eyes of other teams. The team that is currently at the biggest disadvantage is Dongchuan University. Something's not right. While everyone was talking about it, Zhang Jianhua rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. He was very clear that there would be basically no additional rules for this competition. Rules will only be added if some uncontrollable situation arises. What's more, because he knew that Lin Bai would come to participate in this competition, he had already asked for the list of competition items from the program team. All the competition events and rules were included in it, but his information did not mention anything. This situation is very strange. It even seems like the other party is specifically targeting Dongchuan University. Not far away, Lin Bai, who was playing landlord, looked up at the screen. What's going on here? Lin Bai said with an unhappy tone. Why did they change the rules out of the blue? This competition concerns the reward of his system. Principal, why don't you care about them? Those brats can't lose anyway. King Bomb. Double. Wang Meng held a piece of weed in his mouth and threw it at Wang with excitement. That's true, right? 3. Lin Bai nodded solemnly and threw out a pair of 3. Principal, you are cheating. I threw my trump card but you hit 3. Wang Meng reacted instantly and almost jumped up. What do you know? This is just like chess. A mouse can eat an elephant, so why can't I eat the king when I'm on 3? Lin Bai calmly began to defend himself. While Lin Bai and his friends were playing cards, a team was already moving towards the location of Dongchuan University. Are you sure those people have bear meat? Liang Ku, captain of the Manhwa Military Academy, asked with a puzzled look, holding the paintball gun he had just received. He heard from his teammates today that someone saw people from Dongchuan University eating bear meat. But it was incredible just to hear it. Their team of 50 people did not dare to attack such a beast. How did the Dongchuan University students hunt a bear? It's absolutely true. When I went to look for wild vegetables today, I happened to come across their camp. They were eating roasted bear paws with their mouths full of oil. One of the team members swallowed his saliva, his eyes shining. He happened to see it when he was looking for wild vegetables. Since there was no such rule at the time, he just mentioned it after returning to the camp. TSK, then let's take them down. This is simply fat meat delivered to our doorstep. Liang Ku raised the corners of his mouth, with excitement in his eyes. They had never eaten bear meat, and there were only 10 people in the team. There are 50 of them, 50 against 10, this is a sure win. Not only can I get points, but I can also get food. This is simply extremely lucky. At this time, the audience who were watching the live broadcast also heard their conversation. This is really shameless. They actually went after a team of 10 people. There's nothing we can do about it. This is a very normal thing on the battlefield. It seems that Dongchuan University is going to fail this time. This is a one-sided crushing defeat. It can only be said that there are too few participants from Dongchuan University. If there were more participants, the other party would consider changing their target. The audience had no hope at all for Dongchuan University. After all, this is a battle without suspense. Putting aside other things, the training times of the students on both sides are different. These 50 people have all been trained for 2 years, so it's easy to deal with them. As Liang Ku and others approached the camp of Dongchuan University, Liang Ku even smelled the aroma of meat. They are nearby. There is a smell of food. They must be nearby. Everyone spread out and surround them. Liang Ku waved his hand and gave orders in a low voice. Once this happens, they must all stay. Otherwise, if any of the other side survives, they will definitely face endless harassment. Therefore, it is necessary to capture all the people from Dongchuan University directly. After the order was given, all the students of Manhwa Military Academy dispersed immediately. They had practiced this many times in school before, and it only took them 2 minutes to surround the entire camp. Chapter 080, 10 versus 50, A Complete Victory. Liang Ku lay in the grass and carefully poked his head out to look towards the camp of Dongchuan University. The outside of the camp was cleaned up neatly, with no signs of anyone having lived there. But there was a ball of fire inside the cave, and some shadows could be vaguely seen swaying inside. And the aroma of meat came from inside. Do you think hiding will help? Liang Ku sneered. This had no effect on them at all. Although the camp was cleaned very well, this was undoubtedly a case of trying to cover up one's own guilt. After all, the smell of meat could not deceive anyone. Go. They are all hiding in the cave. At Liang Ku's command, everyone rushed out instantly and surrounded the cave. After seeing the swaying shadow inside, everyone opened fire at the same time. I saw all kinds of colored paintballs hitting it hard. After doing all this, Liang Ku hid beside the cave and shouted, "People inside, you have been surrounded, come out quickly. You have already lost." After shouting this, Liang Ku didn't dare to show up easily and could only wait for the reply. Although there was a fire inside, it was too dark and he was not sure whether everyone at Dongchuan University was wiped out. If someone lucky enough to survive was hit by him, they would be in real trouble. However, there was no response from inside the cave, and the only sound that could be heard was the sound of wood exploding in the fire. At this moment, Liang Ku suddenly had a bad feeling. Something's wrong. Thinking of this, he didn't care about anything else and rushed in and looked inside the cave. There was no one in the cave at all. There were only 2 jackets covered with paintballs placed not far from the fire. They were shaking slightly because of the air waves. There was indeed bare meat roasting on the fire, but it was only the size of an arm. At this moment, his head was buzzing. "There's a trap," he shouted outside without hesitation. From everything here, he could tell that this was a trap specifically set for them. But as soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of clattering outside and the curses from his own team. He quickly leaned outside to look and saw that half of the team of 50 people were hit by paintballs in the blink of an eye. And in the dark forest, paintballs are shot out from time to time. Because they were all gathered around the cave, there was no place to hide. If there weren't so many people and someone had rushed into the woods, everything would have been over with just one encounter. "Everyone go into the woods and fight guerrilla warfare." Liang Ku shouted and rushed out, moving quickly and rushing into the woods. The only way to win now is to eliminate all enemies through guerrilla warfare. Although they have lost more than half of their troops, they still have a great advantage in numbers. Each team member dispersed, and Liang Ku also hid in the woods, moving carefully, looking for traces of Dongchuan University. "Damn it, don't let me find out where you are hiding." Liang Ku gritted his teeth, used the trees as cover, and carefully observed the location where the paintball had just been fired. But no matter how he looked, he could not find any trace of Dongchuan University. Bang! At this moment, a crisp sound came from a distance, and a companion not far away was hit directly by a paintball. The moment the paintball hit the team member, Liang Ku's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Compared to ordinary guns, the speed of paintballs is much slower, and the traces can barely be captured with the naked eye. But although he saw the trajectory, he didn't see anyone in that direction. This has completely overturned his cognition. You know, he is the best student in their team. But even he did not discover the enemy's position. At this moment, crisp sounds were heard from different locations. Every time a gunshot rang out, one of his team members fell. As time passed, Liang Ku's face became more and more desperate. In just over 10 minutes, all of his team members were wiped out. What made him even more frustrated was that he didn't even notice the enemy. The students from Dongchuan University seemed to be invisible, and there was no sound at all. Game over. Just then, a woman's voice sounded behind him. What followed was that a paintball hit him hard on the vest. When he looked back, he saw a heroic girl standing behind him. There was a look of disdain in his eyes. And the person standing behind him was Su Shui. At this time, Liang Ke was so shocked that he couldn't speak, his eyes were wide open. He had no idea when Su Shui appeared behind him. You have to know that this is in the woods, with leaves everywhere. It would be a dream to not make any sound. But this woman did it. The audience who were watching the live broadcast were all going crazy. Holy crap! This is so amazing. How on earth did they do this? I am really impressed. This Dongchuan University student is simply elusive. Are these students really only trained for half a year? One thing leads to another, the students from Manhwa Military Academy simply stepped into the trap set by Dongchuan University. 10 against 50, and a complete victory, this is a bit outrageous. The audience had a bird's-eye view of the entire process, but the more so, the more shocked they were. After Su Shui gave the order to pack up, she set a trap directly in the cave. Then everyone at Dongchuan University camouflaged themselves with leaves and other things and hid in different locations. What surprised them even more was that after the people from Manhwa Military Academy came in, the entire process was actually under the nose of Dongchuan University. When the distance was closest, it was less than 1 meter, but even at such a close distance, no one from Manhwa Military Academy noticed it at all. Su Shui and others watched them walk to the open space next to the cave. If the first time was luck, the second time was completely different. After the Manhwa Military Academy dispersed into the woods, they immediately began looking for the enemy. But what they didn't notice was that the enemy they were looking for was actually right beside them all along. Just by slightly turning the muzzle of the gun, all the people from Manhwa Military Academy can be killed. 4 of you go on guard, the rest of you pack up, we're going to hide deep inside. After watching the people from Manhwa Military Academy leave, Su Shui gave the order without hesitation. They now have enough points, and there is no point in repeating the old tricks. So now it's enough to just hide and wait it out. Chapter 081, Shooting Competition, isn't that a coincidence? Time passed quickly and it was already the early morning of the 4th day. As the game came to an end, the result was not surprising. The first place went to Dongchuan University. Although there has been no change in the students of Guanyin Military Academy. But compared with Dongchuan University, it is not even on the same level. During these 3 days of competition, Su Shui and others not only did not lose weight, but even gained 2 kilograms. Because the game had just ended, all the teams were able to return to the hotel and rest for a day. The next day, the National Military Academy competition finally ushered in the last game. As the various military academies entered the venue, Li Guangjuan also arrived at his position. At this time, his face looked extremely ugly, and he even had dark circles under his eyes. Damn Lin Bai. Just wait. Yesterday, Li Guangjuan investigated the information of Dongchuan University online. After learning that it was a school that couldn't be any smaller, he was even more angry and wanted to eat Lin Bai alive. Principal, don't worry, just in case. When the instructor saw the principal's look, he couldn't help but speak to comfort him. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Li Guangjuan couldn't help but ignite a nameless fire. What if? I spent so much money to invite you to come here to lead the troops, and look what you have brought out. The soldiers from Dongchuan University have only been training for less than half a year, and you have been training for 2 years, yet you still lose like this. Li Guangjuan suppressed his voice and cursed angrily with gritted teeth. I thought I had a sure win, but I didn't expect to lose like this. Even though we got second place in both competitions here, there is no way we can surpass Dongchuan University. Principal, I don't think we need to be too pessimistic. After all, as long as we win one more game, it won't have a big impact on enrollment. Although the instructor's face turned ugly, he still spoke to comfort her. How did they win? Did you see they won 2 games? Li Guangjuan was so angry that he almost jumped up, but he was not a fool. He could see from these 2 games that Dongchuan University was no pushover. We students mainly practice target shooting. If this is the 3rd event, then we will definitely win. After all, they have no experience. If they get the last place, we will still be the first. When the instructor said this, his face was full of confidence. After he took over these students, he would organize them to fire 50 rounds of ammunition each every day. Although this amount of ammunition may not seem like much, it actually requires a lot of money. Because bullets can only be purchased on the market, the price of an ordinary 5.56 bullet is close to 10 Dragon Country coins. This means that these 50 people need to consume 25,000 Dragon Country coins every day. Over the past 2 years, nearly 1.8 million has been spent. It doesn't sound like much, but it's only 50 soldiers. The rest of the school's students also need to invest a certain amount of money. It can be said that, as far as he knows, other military academies are reluctant to invest as much money as they do. It's good to be able to shoot 20 rounds occasionally a week. Unexpectedly, Li Guangjuan became even angrier after hearing these words. It's easy to say, but do you really think I'm the one who started this competition? Whatever you want to compete in. He had already met with the organizer once, and the other party had helped him as much as possible. Adding rules was no problem, but it was absolutely impossible to change the event. These projects are officially planned, so this is simply impossible. Just as Li Guangjuan started to curse, the host came on stage and announced the third event of the competition. The third round is a shooting competition. You need to shoot at a target 300 meters away. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Guangjuan stood up instantly and looked at the instructor beside him with an incredible expression. This is really like a pillow appearing when you are sleepy. If we compare it to shooting, then this is a sure win. As for losing, he had never thought about it. Other military academies were reluctant to invest so much money in training students with guns. It is even more impossible for this fake university to spend so much money for students to practice target shooting. Just wait, after I win, you'll be in for a treat. But even so, Li Guangjuan was still full of resentment towards Lin Bai. In the live broadcast room. I wonder if Dongchuan University can take first place this time. I guess that's impossible. After all, this shooting skill requires a lot of bullets. Last night, I looked up information about Dongchuan University and found that they seem to be pretty good at shooting. They hit 6 of the 10 rings in the 100-meter mark. The guy above, these 100 meters and 300 meters are totally different concepts. To be honest, at such a long distance, it's good enough to hit the target. While everyone was discussing the matter, Huang Jie couldn't help but post a comment. Huang Jie, to be honest, Dongchuan University probably won't even make it into the top 10 this time. These 300 meters are a challenge for many students. The students of Dongchuan University have only trained for less than half a year. Even if they fire 100 rounds a day, they may not be able to catch up. Huang Jie's words were recognized by many people. After all, they were the truth. Wait, look at the president of Dongchuan University. At this moment, one of the netizens noticed Lin Bai's position. Lin Bai and the 3 instructors didn't pay any attention to what was happening on the field, but gathered together to eat barbecue. What's going on? The students are competing, and they set up a stove and eat barbecue? No, this is the first time I've seen someone so pretentious in all these years. Aren't you worried at all? Oh my goodness, forget about playing poker yesterday, today we went straight to eating barbecue. I'm really impressed. I guess I gave up on myself. After all, I was able to get 2 first places. If I got the last place, it would still be an upper middle ranking. Because the final score of these 3 games will still be averaged. Therefore, it is really hard to say who will win the prize now. Unless Dongchuan University can get into the top 5, it will be impossible to win the championship. All students are ready, let's start the competition by randomly drawing lots. Following the electronic lottery, the first school drawn was Guanyin Military Academy. The students of Guanyin Military Academy are also very angry. They also knew that they were surpassed by an unknown school. After everything was ready, with a deafening burst of gunfire, the shooting results of Guanyin Military Academy were announced. Guanyin Military Academy, no one missed the target, and the average score was 6 rings. When the results came out, everyone was shocked. This is a very good result when shooting at a distance of 300 meters with an automatic rifle and without an observer. Not to mention the audience, even Zhang Jianhua who was watching the game nodded unconsciously. Coming from the military, he knew very well that such results were already excellent. Even veterans who had been in the army for 2 or 3 years had almost the same results. Chapter 082, This is all money. With such achievements, there are definitely very few military academies that can surpass them. It can even be said that no one can possibly surpass this achievement. It definitely takes a huge amount of money to produce such strong students. Zhang Jianhua couldn't help but look at Lin Bai not far away. But when he saw Lin Bai, he was stunned. He saw Lin Bai sitting with his legs crossed, chatting calmly with the instructor next to him. He didn't even pay any attention to Dongchuan University on the field. As one military academy after another took the stage, the results they got were not very good. The only ones that were second to Guanyin Military Academy only achieved 4 rings on average. At this time, it was finally the turn of the students from Dongchuan University to take the stage. The moment Dongchuan University took the court, everyone could clearly see the expressions of the Dongchuan University students. Everyone looked nonchalant, as if they didn't take the competition seriously at all. Could it be that Dongchuan University is starting to give up? After all, it is extremely difficult to surpass Guanyin Military Academy now. There's nothing we can do about it. Guanyin Military Academy is a top-notch military academy. I don't know how much money was invested to produce these elites. Do you think it is possible for Dongchuan University to surpass Guanyin Military Academy? It's impossible. I admit that Dongchuan University has a good education, but it is a new military academy after all. How can it afford to feed the students? It has to be said that because of the previous 2 games, many viewers have changed their views on Dongchuan University. Especially when 10 people are fighting against 50 people, it can be seen that Dongchuan University is definitely not weak. But even so, they are not optimistic about Dongchuan University's performance in this competition. After all, Dongchuan University was established not long ago. Even if it fired 100 rounds of ammunition every day, it would never be able to surpass Guanyin Military Academy. But they knew that Guanyin Military Academy had invested a huge amount of money in this group of students. After entering the court, Su Shui and others quickly arrived at the shooting point. Preparation. Start. The moment the starter shouted, "Start," gunshots rang out as quickly as firecrackers. After just a few shots, Su Shui and others put down their guns and stood up. The recorder also quickly went up to check the results. After seeing the target above, his eyes instantly widened. Dongchuan University's average score is 8 rings, and not a single one is off target. The moment this result was obtained, everyone present was shocked. Oh my god, what's going on? Did I hear it wrong? I just heard it was 8 rings. I must be dreaming. I've only been in a military academy for less than half a year and I've already achieved such a high score. I feel like the whole world has been turned upside down. What the hell is going on? Is this the kind of result a human can achieve? Are you crazy? 8th ring. This is better than any veteran in the army. No one expected that Dongchuan University could achieve this result. I thought it would be good to get 3 or 4 rings, but I actually got 8 rings directly. Li Guangjuan, who was watching the game, stood up suddenly. The whole body was shaking constantly. How did you do this? You know, what he was most confident about was his school's shooting results, but compared to Dongchuan University, they were simply not worth mentioning. In fact, Lin Bai was not worried about this last item at all. If it was just shooting practice, he would never lose. You know, in order to train elite soldiers, even the logistics trainees need to shoot 500 rounds every day. Fortunately, there is a simple production line, otherwise he might not be able to afford it. Because when making automatic rifles, a bullet production line was also set up. The cost of a bullet is less than 80 cents, and he doesn't care about such consumption at all. But compared to this, what he cares more about is the system's rewards. As the results of the competition were announced, Dongchuan University won the first place as expected. On the way back, Lin Bai finally received the reward from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rating in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the auto-aiming K-18 heavy machine gun. The samples have been delivered to the warehouse. A heavy machine gun? And it's self-aiming? Lin Bai was completely stunned. This was simply a powerful weapon. Although self-aiming artillery has been developed, the technology is still not very mature. He just learned from the blueprint in his mind that the error rate of this self-aiming K-18 heavy machine gun is less than 98%. The automatic aiming range reaches an astonishing 400 meters. In other words, if this is installed on a troop transport truck, then anyone who stands in the way will be killed. He remembered clearly that there was a position for a heavy machine gun on the heavy personnel carrier. Since he had never obtained this type of weapon, Lin Bai didn't take this matter to heart. Unexpectedly, the system gave him such a surprise. At the same time, in the office of the principal of Guanyin Military Academy, the instructor lowered his head in front of Li Guangjuan, his eyes full of guilt. He was invited from overseas by Li Guangjuan at a high price to train students. Before the training, he guaranteed that he would win the competition. But now I only got second place. Do you know any reliable mercenaries? Li Guangjuan looked at the instructor with bloodshot eyes. I know them, so you go find them. At this moment, the instructor suddenly stopped and his eyes widened. He already understood Li Guangjuan's plan, which was clearly to hire mercenaries to deal with Dongchuan University. Since you know them, just call them over. Li Guangjuan gritted his teeth and spoke with a fierce look. Cutting off someone's source of income is like killing their parents, although this loss is barely acceptable. But as long as Dongchuan University is still there, he will never be able to get first place in this competition. Principal, this is inappropriate. We are in Long Country. The instructor gritted his teeth and tried to dissuade him. If something happens in Dragon Country, it will be a big deal. It's true that there are robbers and mercenaries everywhere now, but no one dares to go too far. If they were targeted, all of them would be dead. I know my limits. Li Guangjuan looked at the instructor coldly. Lin Bai also brought the students back to Dongchuan University. As soon as Lin Bai got off the car, he couldn't wait to walk towards the warehouse. He already knew that Wang Meng had completed the production of the Tianyu tank. The moment he opened the door of the warehouse, 5 Tianyu tanks appeared side by side in front of him. There are also 5 heavy troop carriers parked nearby. The moment Lin Bai saw it, his eyes lit up. This is money. Chapter 083, I'm willing to go undercover. Inside the Dragon State Military Industry Department, a group of scientific researchers sat together, exclaiming from time to time as they looked at the information in front of them. Isn't this too outrageous? This tank actually has an automatic reloading function. Oh my god, how did they do that? According to calculations, the armor should be able to withstand at least 10 shells. Have you noticed that the design of this heavy troop carrier is simply perfect? I don't know when I can see the real thing. If I have these Tianyu tanks and heavy personnel carriers, my strength will increase dramatically. In the past few days, researchers from the Ministry of Military Industry and the Ministry of Scientific Research have gathered together to conduct research. But the more they studied it, the more shocked they were. Whether it was firearms or tanks and heavy personnel carriers, the technology inside was something they had never seen before. It can even be said that if we rely on them to carry out research and development, it will take at least 10 years to complete the research. Qin Tian, Lin Bai said before that the delivery time should be in these few days, right? Song Weiguo turned his gaze to Qin Tian standing aside. Whenever he thought about getting the real thing, Song Weiguo trembled with excitement. Even these few days feel like years. If we follow the contract, it will be a week later at the latest. Qin Tian spoke with a serious expression. He now understood the importance of Lin Bai to Longguo. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, Qin Tian suddenly felt his cell phone vibrating. When he took it out and looked at it, he subconsciously whispered, "It's Lin Bai calling." After hearing these words, Song Weiguo's heart couldn't help but tighten. What he is most worried about now is that Lin Bai will go back on his word. Answer the phone quickly. Song Weiguo couldn't help but urge. Hello, Mr. Lin. After answering the call, Qin Tian took a deep breath and spoke. Boss Qin, the goods you want are already ready. Do you want me to send them to you? Lin Bai's voice came from the other end of the phone. All done. Qin Tian was stunned. After he came here, he also read Lin Tian's information. Judging from the information they have obtained now, Lin Tian can only deliver one of each in such a short time. But now it's all done. No matter how you look at it, this doesn't seem right. You know, they had predicted it through Lin Bai's people before. Even at the fastest rate, it would take a month to deliver all of them. Moreover, the contract also stated that only one unit needed to be delivered before the deadline. But now Lin Bai has done everything. Yes. After getting Lin Bai's affirmative answer, Qin Tian's heart was in turmoil. How about this, I'll go over and get the goods. Qin Tian was stunned for a moment, then he spoke directly. We had discussed the delivery matters during the previous meeting. If you have the opportunity, try to go inside the Lindbergh school. Okay, then come over whenever you're free. After saying this, Lin Bai hung up the phone. The moment the phone was hung up, the entire laboratory exploded. Did I hear that correctly? So many tanks and heavy personnel carriers were made in just 1 week. Didn't the information say that they only had 7 people working on logistics? How the hell did they do that? I guess the production line is automated. If this is true, it's too scary. As long as he has enough funds, can he build a military base by himself? The researchers went crazy. 5 tanks and 5 heavy personnel carriers can be built this week. The point is, they knew very well that Lin Bai didn't have many people under him. Minister Song, what do you think? Qin Tian couldn't help but frowned. He was originally in the military business, so he knew very well how amazing this efficiency was. It's not clear yet. It seems that Lin Bai still has many unknown secrets. Song Weiguo took a deep breath and shook his head. The more he got to know Lin Bai, the more shocked he was. It could be said that Lin Bai brought too many miracles. I think it's not a good idea to continue like this. We are too passive. Qin Tian gritted his teeth and spoke. Although people have been assigned to monitor Dongchuan University around the clock, they have no idea of the specific situation. We have thought about inserting suitable candidates, but those elite troops are too aggressive and I am afraid of being discovered. And even if they are qualified candidates, without sufficient scientific research knowledge, it won't be of much use for them to enter. Song Weiguo shook his head. In fact, they had already discussed whether or not to find a way to insert people in. But they were worried that it would alert the enemy, as if well-trained personnel went in, they would recognize them at a glance. Then choose people from our scientific researchers. Qin Tian said as he glanced at the scientific researchers below. No, our senior researchers are too old. The youngest is already 27 or 28 years old. Song Weiguo sighed and spoke with a helpless look. These researchers are too old and may not even be able to enter the gate of Dongchuan University. Moreover, even if they could get in, the scientific researchers who conduct research all year round are too weak. I guess running 800 meters would cost them their lives. Qin Tian nodded thoughtfully. This was indeed a problem. But at this moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a person not far away. Minister Song, who is this? At this moment, Qin Tian pointed at Song Yu who was standing not far away. This is Song Yu, a researcher in our department and my daughter. The moment Song Weiguo saw his daughter, his brows furrowed. He knew what Qin Tian was thinking without even thinking about it. That is to let Song Yu go undercover in Dongchuan University. In fact, when he proposed this idea before, he knew that the most suitable candidate was his daughter. Because she had been with him for a long time, he knew that his daughter would never betray Longguo. And because he is young and has sufficient scientific research knowledge, he will definitely be able to obtain a lot of information after entering. However, he still had selfish motives and he was unwilling to let his daughter take risks. So when he said this just now, he deliberately added that Song Shui was his daughter. When Qin Tian heard this, he instantly understood what Song Weiguo meant and did not continue. Minister Song, I want to participate in this mission. Song Yu, who was standing not far away, also heard the conversation between the two and spoke without hesitation. In fact, after hearing what her father said, she understood that her father was intentionally protecting her. But the more this happened, the more unwilling she became. She didn't want to hide under her father's wings forever. Chapter 084, I'll give you 80 million. Nonsense. Song Weiguo shouted angrily with a serious face and an angry look. Before he knew Lin Bai's background, he didn't want to see his daughter put herself in danger. Song Yu, what your father said makes sense. We can take our time to find the candidate. Qin Tian, who was caught in the middle, spoke with his mouth twitching. It was the first time he knew that this was Song Weiguo's daughter. But he had also heard that Song Weigwa devoted himself to serving the motherland in his early years and did not give birth to his only daughter until he was 43 years old. If something unexpected really happened, the blow would be self-evident. Others can go, why can't I go? Is it because I, Song Yu, your daughter, Song Weigwa? Song Yu gritted his teeth and shouted with red eyes. She knew very well that Song Weigwa was doing this for her own good, but the more so, the more unwilling she became. She didn't want others to refer to her as Song Weigwa's daughter. Don't be unreasonable. Song Weigwa was so angry that his face turned red and his teeth were grinding. I don't care, I'm going to go. I'm the most suitable candidate now because I'm young and I have sufficient scientific research knowledge. Song Yu stiffened his neck and stared at Song Weigwa without any sign of giving in. Looking at Song Yu like this, Song Weigwa couldn't help but feel a little dazed. At this moment, he actually saw his past shadow in his daughter. Many years ago, when he had just returned from studying abroad and was determined to serve his motherland, he looked like this. No matter who persuaded him or bribed him, he did not give in at all. The moment his daughter's past overlapped with his own, he let out a long sigh and seemed to have aged a few years. In that case, go to the interview. The moment Song Weigwa gave in, Qin Tian's face changed drastically, but he didn't know what to say to dissuade him. When Song Yu heard this, there was a hint of guilt in his eyes. She did not regret it, but she knew how much of a blow her choice was to Song Weigwa. Time passed quickly, and after preparing the manpower and vehicles, Qin Tian went directly to Dongchuan University. Boss Qin. As soon as he got off the car, Qin Tian saw Lin Bai walking towards him with a smile on his face. Mr. Lin, where are the goods? After a brief chat with Lin Bai, Qin Tian went straight to the point. Follow me. Lin Bai waved his hand and took Qin Tian to the warehouse. The moment the warehouse was opened, 10 brand new vehicles appeared in front of Qin Tian. When Qin Tian saw the Tianyu tanks and heavy personnel carriers up close, there was a hint of passion in his eyes. These are weapons that will advance the military level of Dragon Country. With these weapons, Dragon Country's scientific research and military capabilities will be taken to a higher level. However, compared to this, what made Qin Tian a little disappointed was that Lin Bai's production line was not seen in the warehouse. After arranging for people to drive out the tanks and heavy personnel carriers, Qin Tian also handed the balance to Lin Bai. Looking at the financial information that popped up on his phone, Lin Bai couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. You know, this is 325 million in net profit. If I were to go on a mission, it would take me a long time to earn that much. After watching Qin Tian leave, Lin Bai immediately returned to the office and called Wang Meng over. Principal. Wang Meng saluted Lin Bai after walking into the office door. Come on, sit down and talk. After Lin Bai asked Wang Meng to sit down, he directly took out the blueprint of the K-18 self-aiming heavy machine gun. Take a look, how much money will it cost to build a production line for this? Wang Meng's eyes lit up when he saw the contents on the drawing. Principal, wait a minute. Wang Meng picked up a pen and paper and started calculating quickly. The minimum cost of this K-18 self-aiming heavy machine gun production line is 50 million, and the cost of each K-18 self-aiming heavy machine gun is 8 million, because we have to outsource most of our products to other factories. But I would recommend that we produce everything ourselves, because if we hire someone else, this kind of high-precision technology is prone to leaks. Also, if it takes a long time to make, it's more cost-effective to produce it ourselves. Wang Meng raised his head and spoke to Lin Bai in front of him. 8 million. What if we produce them all? Lin Bai couldn't help but be shocked. At this price, he didn't know how many ATG automatic rifles he could produce. You know, even if it is to make a tank, the cost of one is only about 40 million. My goodness, this Lao Mozi self-aiming heavy machine gun costs 8 million. If we produce it ourselves, how much will it cost? And how much can we reduce the cost to? Lin Bai gritted his teeth and spoke with the corners of his mouth twitching. If we build the entire production line ourselves, the price would be 150 million, and the cost can be reduced to 3 million. Wang Meng spoke without hesitation. If it is long-term development, this is the most cost-effective. The reason why the K-18 automatic aiming heavy machine gun is so expensive is because it contains high-precision chip technology. Otherwise, the K-18 self-aiming heavy machine gun would not have such a high accuracy. Okay, then let's build a complete production line. Lin Bai gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. After saying this, he felt like his heart was bleeding. They had just received 325 million, and in the blink of an eye, 150 million was gone. You know, a large piece of vacant land has been leased now, and a canteen, playground and the like will be built later. This is also a huge expenditure, which means that basically all the money just received has to be invested. But there is nothing we can do about it, because Wang Meng has made it very clear. If you outsource a large number of products to OEM, then those who are interested may be able to obtain part of the technology. He knew very well what these technologies meant. Before they became powerful, attracting other people's attention would be like a fish on the chopping board. After transferring the money, Lin Bai slumped down in his chair. Inside Guanyin Military Academy. A bald man with tattoos all over his head came into the principal's office. Principal, this is the leader of the Stinger mercenaries, Scorpion. The instructor stood beside Li Guangjuan and spoke with a fearful tone. This is the strongest mercenary group he knows. The highest rating of a mercenary group is SSS, and the lowest is F. And Stinger even reached a grade in the mercenary rating. The number of his subordinates alone has reached 2,000. Principal Li, I have already read your request and the other party's information. As for the money? Scorpion asked with a ferocious smile, raising the corner of his mouth. As long as you can solve it, I can give you 80 million. Li Guangjuan gritted his teeth and spoke with a ferocious expression. Chapter 85, Going to the Logistics Department. What does that mean? 80 million. Scorpion sneered, and then said, Are you sending away beggars? Do you think I haven't checked the information of Dongchuan University? After receiving this task, Scorpion looked up some information about Dongchuan University. Dongchuan University is not only a university, but also a mercenary team. It is said that when in Syria, a large number of rebels were even driven away. It even has a tank and a heavy personnel carrier. With this weapon configuration, it can be said that most mercenary groups are no match for them. So how much do you want? Li Guangjuan gritted his teeth and spoke with a grim expression. These 80 million are already the school's profits for the past 3 years. But he wanted to get rid of Dongchuan University no matter what. At least 100 million, otherwise please find someone else to do this task. Scorpion spoke bluntly. The reason why he had the confidence to take on this task was that he had just made a fortune recently. He obtained 5 tanks from the rebels. Together with the original tanks, he now has a total of 7 tanks. This does not include other vehicles, so he dared to take on this task. 100 million. Sure. Li Guangjuan took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and agreed. In fact, after he looked up the information about Dongchuan University, he realized that Dongchuan University was a tough one. At least, in Dragon Country, there aren't many military academies that dare to take their students on mercenary missions. He even has such powerful firepower at his disposal. If the Sting mercenaries don't take on this mission, probably no one else would dare to take it on. It's a pleasure to work with you. We will help them the next time they accept a mission. After receiving the deposit, Scorpion turned around and left Guanyin Military Academy with a satisfied smile. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Bai put his hands behind his head, lay in a chair, watched the students train, and felt the peaceful time. He was in an extremely good mood right now. Not long after returning to training, Qin Zhaodi and Qin Pandiai reached the second level one after another. Now he has 1,600 points in his hands. Just when Lin Bai was enjoying his time, he saw a young and beautiful girl standing at the school gate looking around. If that were the case, there would be nothing wrong, but there was a bright S on the head of this girl. After seeing the S-level prompt, Lin Bai's eyes suddenly lit up. Where the hell did this genius come from? Ever since he took in Qin Pundi and his sister, he has never encountered an S-level person. It's been so long, and now I finally see an S-class. What's more important is that this girl actually has natural skills. If this girl were put into the logistics department, plus the bonus from the original military factory, it would be simply terrifying. This means that he cannot let such talent slip away from his hands no matter what. This classmate, who are you? Lin Bai stood up, walked quickly to the girl's side, and spoke in a friendly tone. My name is Song Yu, I heard that there is an interview here. Song Yu spoke in a gentle tone. I am the principal, welcome to our school. When Lin Bai heard this, he spoke directly. Ah. The moment he heard this, Song Yu was stunned. She never expected that Lin Bai would directly agree to let her join the school. Originally they thought that getting into Dongchuan University would be a very troublesome thing. After all, they had investigated before and found that Lin Bai was very strict in selecting people. Many people came for the interview before, but very few passed. But now, I was admitted to Dongchuan University without any effort. When she saw Lin Bai's fiery eyes, an idea suddenly came to her mind. This can't be because he is greedy for my body. After this thought came to his mind, Song Yu couldn't help but shiver. But she knew that Lin Bai had recruited 3 young and beautiful female students. He also entered the female students' rooms from time to time, although no one knew what was happening. But this is definitely not a good thing. But Song Yu still gritted his teeth and forced a smile as he thanked her repeatedly. If Lin Bai knew what Song Yu was thinking, he would definitely feel wronged. The reason why he went into the dormitory of these 3 people every night was because he wanted to give them massages. After all, these 3 are the main forces of their school. Su Shui, this is our new student. Please take her around our school and let her get familiar with the environment. After completing the admission procedures, Lin Bai called Su Shui over. This is Su Shui, the best student in our school. You will be in the logistics department from now on, but we will still be together during training. If you have any problems in life, just look for her. Lin Bai spoke to Song Yu. Because there are 4 people in a dormitory, Song Yu was just right for Su Shui to take care of. Hello, Sister Su. After seeing Su Shui, Song Yu stretched out his hand with a bright smile. Hello, let me show you around the school. When Su Shui saw Song Yu joining in, a smile appeared on her face. She now considers herself a part of Dongchuan University. Senior Su, I heard our school is pretty impressive. On the way to the dormitory, Song Yu pretended to be nonchalant and asked. If you want to know the inside situation, the best way is to build good relationships with the people around you first. Our school must be the best school. You don't know how strong our school is. Su Shui raised her head and spoke with a proud tone. You know, after winning the National Military Academy competition, it immediately became a hot topic. Even her former high school classmates envied her for getting into Dongchuan University. We usually just stay here for training. Song Yu deliberately diverted the topic to other aspects. What she wants to know now is the scientific research results in Lin Bai's hands. Not really, but you probably won't encounter it now. Hearing Song Yu's words, Su Shui's mind suddenly emerged with the scene of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in Syria. She didn't want to mention that cruel environment at all, for fear of scaring away her junior schoolmate. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'll take you to the dormitory to put your luggage, and then I'll take you to the logistics department to have a look. Su Shui shook her head and spoke with a smile. Although they only chatted for a few words, Su Shui had a good impression of Song Yu in front of her. Logistics department. Song Yu hesitated for a moment and then asked, isn't this the department in charge of supplies? If you are in charge of materials, you don't know when you will be able to touch Lin Bai's production line. Chapter 86, so he's into technology. Outrageous. Don't worry, our logistics department is a little different. We mainly learn how to make and manage weapons. Su Shui didn't take this sentence to heart. After all, everyone is curious about what their department mainly studies. Hearing this, Song Yu couldn't help but smile. She really didn't expect that Lin Bai was so defenseless. She had just entered the school and she was able to access confidential information. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but quicken her pace. After putting away the luggage and changing clothes, Su Shui brought Song Yu to the gate of the military factory. Song Yu looked up at the military factory in front of him, his eyes full of passion. According to the information they collected, the most important things of Dongchuan University are in this factory. Just thinking about it made her heart beat faster. Ka. As Su Shui opened the door of the military factory, everything inside appeared in front of Song Yu. What comes into view is an extra-large factory building. Due to its large area, it looks a bit empty at first glance. Not far from the factory, there is an entire steel machinery production line. Each production line has only one person walking back and forth to manage it, and this production line is actually fully automatic. She could even see that the manufactured parts were automatically assembled after being transported to the next location. In other words, this military factory has actually implemented fully automated production. It is extremely difficult to achieve this because vehicles such as tanks have a large number of internal parts. Therefore, errors or mistakes are likely to occur during assembly. In the military industry department of Manhwa, these high-precision tanks are basically manufactured using the collaborative efforts of both manual and mechanical personnel. Even for employees who have studied for a long time, there is no way to guarantee that there will be no mistakes in the parts. But everything before her had completely overturned her cognition. Is this Song Yu? Wang Meng, who was patrolling, noticed the girl brought in by Su Shui, and came to Song Yu with a friendly look. Wang Meng just heard that a new student has arrived in their logistics department, and this student not only has S-level talent, but also has innate skills. As the military factories expanded step by step, even though full automation was implemented, it was still not enough. Now that we have one more person, the pressure on logistics will be much less. But even so, looking at a tall and burly man who was as big as a mountain, Song Yu couldn't help but feel his heart beating wildly. This is Instructor Wang Meng, who is in charge of logistics. He will be your superior from now on. Su Shui introduced Wang Meng's identity on the side. After learning the news, Song Yu nodded with a stiff smile. Come on, I'll take you to see our teaching environment. Wang Meng waved his hand and took Song Yu towards the production line. Upon hearing this, Song Yu's originally nervous expression disappeared. After seeing these fully automatic production lines just now, she became extremely curious about this production line. The processing speed of this machine was so fast that she had no idea how it could ensure that there would be no errors at such a fast speed. This is our automatic rifle production line. Wang Meng came to the ATG automatic rifle production line, patted the huge machine and spoke. Next to Wang Meng, parts were being produced one after another and then distributed to different areas. After arriving at different areas, machines will assemble them by themselves. How can this production line process so quickly? Song Yu asked hesitantly. This production line was completely different from anything she had seen before. The most important thing is that at this speed, it is not a problem to produce thousands of automatic rifles a day. It is equipped with our self-developed chip, which can greatly improve the efficiency of the production line. However, I can't explain it clearly at the moment, so I will explain it slowly later. Wang Meng did not answer the question directly, but stretched out his hand to shut down the production line. In fact, the reason why the production speed is so fast is that after the production line is made, there will be a chip issued by the system. The biggest function of this chip is to speed up production, but it is only limited to use in this military factory. Even he himself is not very clear about the specific principle, but this is also a secret within Dongchuan University. No one knew this secret except Lin Bai and a few instructors. When Song Yu heard this, he immediately understood what Wang Meng was hiding, but because he had just entered the military factory, Song Yu did not ask any more questions. Moreover, even though she had just come in, she had already been exposed to the secrets they wanted to know. Just when she was about to ask something, a hurried bell rang suddenly on campus. When this voice sounded, everyone stopped what they were doing and quickly ran to the playground to gather. Looking at the crowd running out, Song Yu stood there in a daze for a while. At this moment, Su Shui, who was waiting for Song Yu, directly grabbed Song Yu's hand and ran to the playground to gather. And it was Lin Bai who pressed the assembly bell. Time goes back 10 minutes. Lin Bai was sitting on the sofa in his office thinking about the construction plan of Dongchuan University. The system's voice suddenly appeared in Lin Bai's mind. Ding! Now issuing random tasks. Please accept the mercenary mission. After completing the mission, you will receive a random reward. When the system's voice sounded, Lin Bai sat up suddenly. Another mission? Lin Bai's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Even though he now has 1,600 points, being a miser, he is reluctant to spend them. The rewards from this system are much better than using points. Lin Bai quickly returned to the office, opened the Mercenary website directly and started looking up tasks. This has really been getting worse recently. After taking a quick look at the task, Lin Bai couldn't help but mutter to himself. Most of the tasks here are related to Syria. Combined with recent news, we also know that the fighting in Syria has become more frequent. Lin Bai hesitated for a moment before accepting a task. Go to Satako City and help defend the city for 3 days. After completing the task, each person will receive 1 million. Lin Bai knew very well that this 1 million was not so easy to earn. The city of Satak is located at the port of Syria, which is related to the sea transportation line. The rebels have always been eyeing this position. There have been many battles in the city of Satako in the past month. However, because it is easy to defend and difficult to attack, the rebels have never succeeded. After confirming that he had accepted the mission, Lin Bai pressed the assembly bell and went to the playground. Chapter 087, They will go to Syria tomorrow. At this time, all the students had gathered in front of Lin Bai. Lin Bai glanced at the soldiers below the stage and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Everyone has been training very well recently, but this kind of training alone is not enough. So, I'm going to take everyone out on a mission. This time, our mission is to go to the Syrian city of Satako and defend the city. Defending the city? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Although they had experienced the battlefield environment, everyone still remembered vividly the scene of corpses everywhere. The most confused person at this moment was Song Yu. She had never thought that she would have to participate in some kind of laborious city defense on her first day of school. She usually pays attention to international news and is very familiar with the Syrian city of Satak. This place is extremely dangerous, and the casualties of the government troops defending the city each time reach 60%. Going to that place would be a life-threatening experience. Report. Just when Song Yu's heart was in turmoil, Su Shui beside him suddenly shouted. Speak. Lin Bai nodded. Report to the principal, is our new student Song Yu going to participate in the mission? This is what Su Shui is concerned about. It is okay for them to go on the mission, after all, they have been trained. But Song Yu had just entered the school. It would be too dangerous to follow him. After hearing this, Song Yu couldn't help but show a look of gratitude in his eyes. It is absolutely impossible to say that I am not afraid. Song Yu, let's go on this mission together. By following along this time, you'll know how dangerous war is. Lin Bai spoke without hesitation. Although Song Yu is new, this opportunity is very rare. It allows Song Yu to see what a real battlefield is like up close. Through this mission, Song Yu can also become spiritually mature. Song Yu was completely stunned. This was completely different from her original plan. Originally there was one person, so he didn't have to hide for long. As long as you complete your goal, you can find a way to leave. But she never expected that on just the first day, she would be taken directly to complete the mission. But at this moment, Lin Bai changed the subject and continued, considering that Song Yu has just arrived, she only needs to sit in a heavy troop carrier and observe. Lin Bai was also very clear that for a new soldier to go to the battlefield without any training was simply seeking death. Therefore, as long as the arrangement is the most reasonable, as long as you stay in the heavy personnel carrier, you will be in danger unless you are bombarded head-on by a Stinger ground-penetrating missile. Otherwise, there will be absolutely no danger. This is a product of the system and must be a top-quality product. That's what's going on. We'll leave at 7 a.m. tomorrow. We don't need to continue training today. Everyone go back and pack your things and have a good rest. After Lin Bai said this, he asked everyone to disperse. Sister Su, nothing unexpected will happen, right? Song Yu spoke with a trembling voice on the way back to the dormitory. Don't worry, you don't need to take a gun this time. You will be safest in a heavy troop carrier. Su Shui encouraged Song Yu beside her with a smile. When she went to Syria for the first time, she was as frightened as Song Yu. But after seeing the instructors and the heavy weapons of their school, she never worried about her safety again. Although she was comforted, Song Yu was still extremely worried. After all, no one could guarantee that no accidents would happen. Whenever she thought of this, her heart couldn't help but tremble. But now the arrow has been shot and it is too late to retreat even if we retreat now. I want to go out for a walk. After returning to the dormitory for a while, Song Yu suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Su Shui, who was sitting on the bed, asked in a puzzled tone. It's late now, and there is no night market or anything like that around the school. It can be said that there is nothing good to see outside. I just came to the new school, and with what the principal said today, I couldn't sleep, so I wanted to go out and calm down. Song Yu forced a smile and spoke with a very reluctant look. Then go ahead, but remember not to run around, this is just a wasteland. Su Shui didn't take this matter to heart. After all, it was a newcomer who encountered such a thing right after arriving. It would be absolutely impossible for her to say that she was not panicked. When she knew she was going to Syria, she did not sleep well the whole night. After leaving the dormitory, Song Yu walked downstairs quickly. After finding a secluded corner, he took out his cell phone and called Song Weiguo. What's going on? Are you okay? Everyone in the office was waiting for Song Yu's call. Song Weiguo, who was walking back and forth anxiously, asked about Song Yu's safety as soon as the call was connected. Dad, don't worry, I'm in, now, it's safe. When Song Yu mentioned himself, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. That's good. By the way, did you find anything today? After learning that Song Yu was fine, Song Weiguo mentioned the real business. After I came in today, I found that they had no defense against me at all, and I also saw many production lines. Song Yu told Song Weiguo everything in detail. I didn't expect that Lin Bai's production line would be so terrifying. If we had such technology, Longgua's productivity would be greatly improved. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. How is this possible? To make such a high-precision machine, the level of the machine must be extremely high. That's right. Let's not talk about the accuracy issue first. Let's talk about the production speed. The speed of a machine is there, how can we improve it? This is horrible. If other countries knew about this technology, the consequences would be disastrous. According to the production speed Song you mentioned, this is at least 500% of the normal production. Everyone present is the best of the best. Of course they know what this means. Song Weiguo couldn't help but marvel at it. It was the first time he heard that chip technology could be used to increase the production speed of a production line. Although he did not obtain this technology, Song Weiguo was very clear that no matter which country had such a production speed, it would definitely become a powerful country. This can not only be used in the military, but can even be used in high-precision technology products. Nowadays, Longwa still relies heavily on manual labor in some aspects. For example, with gunpowder sheet technology, if you want to get 0.1 mm gunpowder now, you need to make it manually. Moreover, there are very few people who possess this technology, and there are extremely high risks involved in making it. But since Lin Bai's production line can achieve such precision, it means that it can definitely replace the current high-precision manual work. By the way, Dad, there is one more thing I want to tell you. Song Yu swallowed and hesitated for a long time before speaking. What's the matter? Song Weiguo asked with a slight smile. I will go to Syria with them tomorrow to participate in the Mercenary mission. Chapter 088, It's an Acquaintance. The moment Song Yu said this, everyone fell silent. What did you say? Song Weiguo, who was originally smiling, even started to stutter after hearing these words. Syria, what kind of place is that? It is a meat grinder. It is now recognized as the most dangerous place in the world. But his daughter was going to this place that could be called hell at this time. No, you have to find a way to come back tomorrow. Song Weiguo said hurriedly after coming to his senses. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if his daughter stayed there. Dad, I've decided. I want to go with them. But Song Yu shook his head and refused without hesitation. She had thought about a lot of things when she was in the dormitory. Once they leave, it means that they will never be able to enter Dongchuan University in the future. Even if we can find the right person, it will not happen in a day or two. Every day they miss means a slowdown in research, which concerns the future of the entire dragon country. But Song Weiguo also knew that what Song Yu did was right, but he simply couldn't bear to do it. I know this is dangerous, but it is also an opportunity. I can observe Lin Bai's every move up close. What's more, since I'm a newcomer, I can stay in the heavy troop transport truck the whole time. I believe there shouldn't be any problems in this heavy troop transport truck. Song Yu spoke without hesitation. Then, you must pay attention to safety. After a long sigh, Song Weiguo slowly hung up the phone. But what Song Yu didn't know was that Song Weiguo's eyes were already filled with tears. The next day, except for Wang Meng who stayed in school, everyone got on the heavy troop transport truck and headed to the airport. The reason why Wang Meng stayed in the school was because construction was still going on inside the school and someone had to watch the production line. So only one of them can stay. As the heavy troop transport truck left the school gate, Song Weigua and others in the Ministry of Military Industry received the news first. Minister Song, they have already left. Zhang Jianhua turned and looked at Song Weigua, who had a gloomy expression. Okay, got it. How's the contact with our troops? Song Weigua nodded slowly and then asked. Since learning that Song Yu was going to Syria, Song Weigua contacted the station troops in Syria overnight. However, he was fortunate that the Dragon Kingdom's garrison troops were not far from the city of Satako. This is also thanks to the help of the Ministry of Military Industry. If there were no Ministry of Military Industry, it would not be possible to dispatch the Dragon Kingdom's garrison troops to the vicinity of Satako City. They are now stationed in a hidden location 40 kilometers away from Satako City. If they are at a disadvantage, we can guarantee that we can arrive in 40 minutes. After hearing Zhang Jianhua's answer, Song Weigua felt relieved. At the same time, Song Yu, who was in the heavy troop carrier, was curiously observing everything in the vehicle. Although the Ministry of Military Industry has already obtained a heavy troop carrier sold by Lin Bai, this is the first time Song Yu has seen it. The more he looked at it, the more shocked Song Yu became, because the design inside the heavy troop transport truck was completely different from Longgua's previous designs. The Dragon Kingdom's heavy troop transport trucks are focused on transporting soldiers. If they want to fight back, they need to get off the vehicle quickly and disperse. However, Lin Bai's heavy troop transport truck has strong defensive capabilities, so there are shooting holes everywhere inside. It can even climb onto the roof of the car to fight back. Rather than being a heavy troop transport truck, it should be more accurately called a large mobile fortress. As time passed, the group finally arrived in Syria on a chartered transport plane. Because the airport is not in Satako, you have to drive to Satako after getting off the plane. However, the distance was not too far, only 300 kilometers. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone finally arrived at the city of Satako. When everyone arrived here, they found that the city of Satako was already riddled with holes. The houses on the outskirts have basically collapsed, and even the buildings that are barely standing are covered with bullet holes. Because this is located in an important area, despite what has happened, you can still see civilians going to the port to fish. Lin Bai stopped the car only after arriving at a security checkpoint. As soon as he got off the car, Lin Bai saw two government soldiers with guns walking towards him quickly. You must be Mr. Lin Bai, one of the government soldiers said with excitement. How did you know? Lin Bai was a little surprised. He never thought that the security soldier would recognize him directly. The government soldier saluted excitedly before saying, I was in Kadasha city at the time, and you drove this car to beat back the rebels. Lin Bai suddenly realized it at this moment, but after thinking about it carefully, this was normal. After all, this incident would definitely cause a sensation at the time. Then please ask your person in charge to come and contact us. Since the other party has recognized him, this is much more convenient, as he doesn't have to go look for the person in charge here. Okay, wait a moment. After the government soldier responded, he immediately picked up the walkie-talkie to make a call. About 10 minutes later, Lin Bai saw an open-top SUV driving out of Satako City. And standing in the convertible SUV was a very familiar person. Isn't this person the person in charge in Katashia City? Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to accept this mission. Smith, the person in charge, stretched out his hand and spoke with an excited tone. Why are you here? Lin Bai asked Smith, who had a broken arm. According to Smith's current injury, he should be transferred to a safer place to recuperate. There's no other way. The previous commander of Satako City was hit by artillery fire. Since the other commanders were either far away or couldn't get away, I had no choice but to take on this difficult task. Smith smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was indeed recuperating, but because the mortality rate here was too high, no one was willing to come. That's fine. I'm familiar with you. Please arrange our garrison position. Lin Bai said. Smith nodded, asked his adjutant to bring a map, and drew a circle on the southwest side of Satako City. You can take your team and station here. Out of consideration for Lindbergh, Smith specially arranged Lindbergh in a more relaxed position. Chapter 089, found the mercenary group. Lin Bai knew Smith's good intentions at a glance. There is the sea on the right side of this location and the coastline in front, so the view is very wide. Because the coastline is so long and the view is wide, this is generally not chosen as the attack point. The only possible attack is from the sea. However, this possibility is relatively small because the rebels' naval power is not strong. Thank you very much. Lin Bai did not refuse and agreed with a smile. This is obviously taking care of them, and he is happy to have some peace and quiet. After all, if it was in another location, even if there was no frontal attack, you will definitely be shot in the back from time to time, and then you will really have to stay on the heavy troop carrier all the time. After saying goodbye to Smith, Lin Bai led his group to the garrison position. I have to sigh that there is a huge difference between here and the front battlefield. Because it has not been attacked, there are even large tourist hotels here. However, this tourist hotel has long been deserted. After all, no idiot would choose to travel here at this time. But this is a good deal for Lin Bai and his group. You don't have to train for the next few days. Arrange some people to take turns on guard duty, and the rest of you can just rest well in the hotel. After Lin Bai said this, everyone cheered. For them, this mission was simply a pleasure. After studying military strategies for so long, they all knew that this was probably the safest place in the entire city of Satako. At the same time, in the temporary camp of the Stinger mercenaries, Scorpion was leaning on the sofa with a look of enjoyment on his face, and a young and beautiful girl was squatting in front of him. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a sudden and hurried knock on the door. Damn it! Who is the idiot to ruin my good deeds at this time? Scorpion couldn't help but curse inwardly. After asking the woman to wait aside, Scorpion stood up, straightened his clothes, and casually called out, "Come in." The adjutant with a mohawk haircut pushed open the door. He was not surprised by the scene inside. Report to the leader, we just received news that people from Dongchuan University have already arrived in Satako City. Are they here? Any other news? An excited look appeared on Scorpion's face. Recently everyone has been eating, drinking and having fun, and with the purchase of weapons and ammunition and the payment of salaries, there is not much food left in our pockets. He originally planned to go out to take on a mission, but unexpectedly, when he was sleepy, the people from Dongchuan University that he had been thinking about finally showed up. We got news from the people of Satako City. They are going to Satako City to garrison, but... The adjutant paused here. But what? If you have something to say, just say it. Scorpion impatiently sat back on the sofa, and picked up the cigar beside him and puffed on it. However, they were assigned to garrison in the southwest corner. The adjutant said hesitantly. Southwest corner? Scorpion's face changed when he heard this. He had been working for the rebels and had attacked the city of Satako before. So I am very familiar with the map of Satako City. It was also for this reason that he knew very well that the southwest corner was an easy to defend and difficult to attack position. Because they had taken over the rebels' mission, they were already on the government army's blacklist. Now they could only attack head-on. Damn it, how come these guys are so lucky to be assigned to this position? Scorpion couldn't help but curse. Even if they were rebels, they didn't want to touch this position. It's impossible to attack by myself, or I will be killed without leaving any trace. Because this is a key location, the government forces deployed a lot of heavy firepower here. It would have been fine if it was a sneak attack, but this location had a wide view, and by the time they reached the city, the government forces had already mobilized their troops. Then we can't just let it go like this, right? The adjutant said with a grim look. They want to make money, but they don't want to die. This is obviously a way to die. According to the original plan, they were going to wait until the people from Dongchuan University got off the plane and then immediately bring people to intercept them. But I didn't expect that the heavy troop transport truck of Dongchuan University looked like an off-road vehicle. Before they could react, they were rushed directly to the city of Satako, which did not leave them any chance at all. No, the employer gave me a lot of money this time. If I give up, it will be difficult to make that much money. The Scorpion stood up and paced back and forth with a serious expression. He really didn't want to give up until it was absolutely necessary. Go and help me contact the rebels first and see if we can cooperate. Scorpion shook his head and could only place his hopes on the rebels. If we can find a way to convince the rebels, then maybe we still have a chance. Okay, I'll go now. The adjutant agreed without hesitation and went straight to contact the rebels. At the same time, the rebels attacked the branch in Satako City. A group of rebel leaders were sitting together discussing the next attack plan. Report. Just as they were discussing their plan intensively, the messenger came in hurriedly. The leader of the Satako City branch, Mike Tor, turned to the messenger and asked, "What's wrong?" "Our spies near Satako City have observed that the mercenaries who killed our Captain Galb last time have appeared in Satako City." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of everyone present became extremely ugly. This Galb was the rebel leader who was eliminated by Lin by last time. Because of their outstanding performance at that time, all the rebels remembered the Dongchuan mercenaries. How could they be there? McToll cursed through gritted teeth. It was already very difficult to attack the city of Satako, and now that he had unexpectedly appeared here, it was simply adding insult to injury. In this situation, there is no way we can attack the city of Satako. Because now their firepower is only slightly stronger than that of the government forces in the city of Satako. But once the Dongchuan mercenaries were added, the situation would be completely different. Ring, ring, ring. Just as McToll was thinking about his strategy, the phone in front of him suddenly rang. When he heard the landline phone ringing, he frowned slightly. He didn't expect someone to call him at this time. After seeing the number above, he immediately recognized that it belonged to the Stinger mercenary. Because he would give his phone number to all high-level mercenary groups. "Hey, Mr. Scorpion, why did you suddenly call me today?" McToll forced himself to calm down his anger and asked in a calm tone. Scorpion did not hesitate and directly stated his purpose.